Lin Yun's strong stance had exceeded everyone's expectations, catching the three transcendent geniuses by surprise. With a cold gaze, Lin Yun waved his hand and the flower burial sword flew from his sword box. "You guys aren't coming? Then I'm coming to you." Sensing Lin Yun's killing aura, the flower burial sword vibrated with a cold light flickering on its edges when it was drawn out. So what if they were taking advantage of his low cultivation? He would just kill them. Under the night sky, Lin Yun was enveloped in the silver moonlight as he charged at the three transcendent geniuses. "You courting death," the three transcendent geniuses said after a brief stun when they saw Lin Yun charging over. "What arrogance!" Fang Muyang snickered. Being able to face Xia Yunjin didn't mean that he could face all three of them. Did he really think that they were weak? But very quickly they couldn't smile anymore. They could clearly see Lin Yun, but as he approached them, their senses gradually began to blur as his sword aura spread out. He disappeared? The faces of Fang Muyang, Yi Sun, and Xia Yunjin changed. They then brought out their constellations. When a sword vibration resounded, silver and golden light suddenly appeared behind Fang Muyang. Fang Muyang couldn't think much and retaliated by instinct. But when his fan collided with Lin Yun's sword, he could feel his palm going numb. Damn it! What the hell is this strength? Fang Muyang was surprised because the other party was actually able to bear the pressure coming from the three's constellations. When they fought, he knew that his opponent was clearly at the galaxy stage, and yet he couldn't bring out his full Elysium core realm strength. This was bizarre. When Lin Yun retreated, one golden demonic astral flower after another flew from his body. When 47 demonic astral flowers formed into an ocean of flowers, they brought a great boost to Lin Yun's cultivation, and his astral energy wasn't any weaker than the three of them at this moment. Combined with the Azure Dragon Saint Art, he was even stronger than the three of them. Standing within the sea of flowers, Lin Yun turned around and thrust his sword forth, unleashing a dazzling sword ray from the sword tip before it was followed by a boundless sword aura that exploded forth. The face of Xia Yunjin, who was launching a sneak attack from behind Lin Yun, changed when a light shone from Lin Yun's sword tip, and he quickly retreated. But a golden light exploded from Lin Yun before he flew out like a golden crow, unleashing a sword ray from the sky, and faced Yi Sun's blade head-on, easily erasing Yi Sun's attack that he had been accumulating for a long time. This scene made Yi Sun's heart tremble. He had never seen such a boundless sword aura before amongst those of the same generation. How is this possible? Raising his blade before him, Yi Sun's blade aura manifested into a stone tablet, causing Yi Sun to grit his teeth as he tried to take this attack head-on. "Can you even block my attack?" Lin Yun snorted. When he breathed, he unleashed a rain of sword rays at the stone tablet. Facing his attacks, Yi Sun was having difficulty defending, and each blow would send him flying back. After 47 sword thrusts, Lin Yun's sword was comparable to an azure dragon surging forth with the weight of a massive mountain range. When Yi Sun's stone tablet broke apart, he threw out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying back. As Lin Yun's silver hair fluttered in the wind, he shook his wrist and thrust his sword back, unleashing a silver waterfall. NNNO. Xia Yunjin, who was trying to launch a sneak attack, nearly threw out a mouthful of blood because all of his moves were being calculated by Lin Yun. Before he could even unleash his attack, Lin Yun's sword would always find his flaws and stab at the openings. But this time, Lin Yun didn't give him the chance to retreat. As a pair of golden wings unfolded behind him, the wings flapped and golden light dissipated across 100 miles. The explosive power from the flapping wings made Lin Yun disappear from where he stood. When he reappeared once more, he was already standing before Xianxia. Xia Yunjin squinted his eyes and pushed his lightning and flame intense to the limit. The talisman was like a bright sun rising before his chest. But Lin Yun's sword technique was unrivaled. He had brought the fleeting cloud 13 swords to the manifestation stage, and his sword was like a meteorite that exploded in the air. So the talisman that was like a bright sun fell before it could properly rise. When Lin Yun flew from the broken sun, it looked as easy as passing through a waterfall with his sword aimed at Xia Yunjin's chest. Taking the attack head-on, Xianxia threw out a mouthful of blood. When his clothes ripped apart, the saint armor that he was wearing underneath was revealed. But he was constantly being pushed back by Lin Yun's sword, and fine cracks also started to appear on the saint armor. This pushed Xianxia to a corner, and he let out a ferocious roar with a ruthless light flashing in his pupils. As a transcendent genius, he was definitely a decisive person and unleashed his ferocious side, rather than cower in fear after being pushed into a corner. Die! Xianxia charged forth, taking the risk of his saint armor being stabbed to pieces to gather all his astral energy on his right hand. After the lightning and flames gathered onto 2 golden runes on his arm, he threw an attack towards Lin Yun's face. But facing Xianxia's retaliation, Lin Yun only flipped the sword in his hand and cut Xianxia's arm off. No! Xianxia screamed as his blood splashed across Lin Yun's mask. But Lin Yun didn't let Xianxia go so easily, and he swung his sword even more, tearing Xianxia's saint armor apart before Xianxia threw out blood and fell from the sky like a damaged kite. After he defeated Xianxia, Lin Yun didn't chase after him, but disappeared with a flap of his wings, soaring into the sky like a golden crow. His sudden disappearance made Fang Muyang and Yi Sun's attacks miss. When they raised their heads, they were so dazzled by the light that they couldn't open their eyes. Right at that moment, Lin Yun was shining with golden light so bright that he was like a bright sun. Before Yi Sun and Fang Muyang could respond, Lin Yun was already diving down from the heavens, unleashing a sword ray that landed on the 2 of them. Although they tried their best to defend, their means were easily destroyed before the sword ray and their blood splashed around. How is this possible? The 2 were shocked. They couldn't imagine how strong Lin Yun's attack had to be for the 2 of them to be unable to defend against it, even when they joined forces. At this moment, they were both left dumbfounded by Lin Yun's invincible sword intent, striking a deep blow to their hearts. After all, Lin Yun was all by himself, so it made no sense for him to be this powerful, even if he was strong. Combined with what happened to Xianxia, who had lost an arm, the strength revealed by Lin Yun made their scalps go numb. All lives beneath the fleeting clouds are mere ants, and only the sword is invincible out of the 3,000 martial paths. While the 2 were shocked, 13 azure birds flew out from his body and merged to form a purple long sword. Under the sword ray, the rocks on the ground, buildings, metals, and grass were reduced to ashes. The gigantic sword was like the king of all swords, and all the swords within a few myriad miles flew over when it released a sword vibration. When the few myriad swords hovered in the sky, they swiftly lost their luster, becoming rusty after being absorbed by the gigantic sword. Fleeting cloud 13 swords. Myriad sword condensation. Wielding the flower burial sword with his right hand, Lin Yun's left hand was placed on the sword. As a boundless sword aura swept out, Yi Sun and Fang Muyang were trembling under Lin Yun's gaze. When they fell to the ground onto their knees, they both had pain written on their faces. The sword aura that Lin Yun was releasing was too terrifying. As the holy spirit of the fleeting cloud 13 swords, it had unleashed an unrivaled, domineering aura. His silver hair fluttered under the moonlight, which made him look like an immortal who came from moonlight. Stop! The greater Elysium core realm experts of the 3 sects finally couldn't continue to watch. They didn't expect that the 3 transcendent geniuses of their sects couldn't take down that mysterious masked youth. So they began to panic and charged over. But Lin Yun finally swung his sword down without any hesitation. At this moment, Lin Yun looked like an immortal from the moon with his sword ray radiating brightly. When all the phenomenon came to an end, it felt as though a myriad of years had passed. Yi Sun and Fang Muyang's killer attacks were instantly destroyed under Lin Yun's attack, and their saint armors were destroyed. Both of their faces were pale, covered in wounds. They had never felt so weak before. When Lin Yun descended with the boundless sword aura, the immense pressure made Yi Sun and Fang Muyang fall to their knees. But Lin Yun didn't end with that and brought out the Azure Dragon Grasp. Come over! Xianxia, who lost an arm, released a scream before he was pulled over by the suction force. As Xianxia began to panic, he tried to place pressure on Lin Yun with his sect. You're insane! If you dare to make yourself an enemy of the three powerful sects, not even a god can save you. Let us go." But Lin Yun merely stepped on Xia Yunjin and pointed his sword at Yi Sun and Fang Muyang, scaring the two of them to the point that they didn't dare to utter a single word. The two of them were also preparing to threaten Lin Yun with their sex, but they were scared to the point that they could only shut up now. As fear loomed over their hearts, the sword gave them a feeling that they would be torn apart if they dared to make a move. Looking at Yi Sun and Fang Muyang, Lin Yun said, "So what if you guys gang up on me? This is the only outcome for you guys." Yi Sun and Fang Muyang's faces were ugly, especially Yi Sun. He had his own pride and was disdainful of joining forces to gang up on Lin Yun. They had looked down on Lin Yun deep within their hearts, but he never expected that not only was he forced to join hands with Fang Muyang, he was even forced to get down on his knees at this moment. This scene left the audience members shocked because they had never expected this scene. After all, those three were transcendent geniuses, the strongest batch of geniuses on the Empyrean ranking. They were like gods who couldn't be defiled, but their current state was too much of a blow for them to accept. At this moment, they still couldn't believe that this was real. "Sorry about that, but you guys are a little late," Lin Yun said after sweeping his gaze over. On the other hand, the three Greater Elysium Core Realm experts who were late had rage blazing in their pupils. They were worried that if they made a move, Lin Yun would kill the three transcendents of their sex, so they didn't dare to make a move. "Is that fellow insane?" Provoking the three Greater Elysium Core Realm experts, and showing no intention of leaving. Everyone was surprised that the silver-clothed youth would be so arrogant when facing the three experts. The Greater Elysium Core Realm experts of the Emerald Jade Manor, Heavenly Blade Pavilion, and Thunder Sect exchanged a glance. They could see each other's shock in their eyes. A brief moment later, the Heavenly Blade Pavilion's expert said, "Forget it. Leave the dragons St. Pellet and Quasi-Saint Origin behind, and we can let you go. Our Heavenly Blade Pavilion won't make things difficult for you in the profound Wither Island." The Emerald Jade Manor's expert had reluctance in his eyes, but he still said, "Get lost, then. Leave behind the treasures from the underground palace and we can spare your life. The Thunder Sect also guarantees that we'll spare your life if you hand over the treasures." Everyone was surprised that the three sects would take a step back and didn't take Lin Yun's life. "Aren't you guys getting something wrong?" Lin Yun said from under the mask. "I will hand the treasures over and you guys will spare my life? I'm wondering if I'm the one kneeling on the ground right now." Without any hesitation, Lin Yun swung his sword and left a wound on Yi Sun and Fang Muyang's necks. "No!" Lin Yun's sudden move terrified everyone because they never expected this scene. Even the three Greater Elysium Core Realm experts were shocked with their jaws dropping. When they recovered from their shock, they realized that those two were still alive. However, their faces were distorted with pain as they held onto their necks. When they released their Greater Elysium Core Realm auras, the heavens and earth began to tremble, catching many people by surprise and fainting from the immense pressure. The three experts raged with their killing auras soaring to the sky. "You're courting death." Greater Elysium Core Realm experts were practically standing at the top of the pyramid, and even transcendent geniuses wouldn't dare to be careless when facing them. Right at that moment, a scream resounded. Lin Yun's sword had pinned Xia Yunjin to the ground. "Arg! Save me!" That was Lin Yun's response to the killing auras that the three Greater Elysium Core Realm geniuses released. "What do you want?" the scarlet-robed elder from the Thunder Sect asked while gritting his teeth. Looking at Lin Yun, he practically had flames gushing from his pupils, but he had no choice but to bear it. 500,000 divine astral pellets, said Lin Yun. He was never someone who would suffer a loss. Since these people had planned to gang up on him, then they naturally had to pay the price. Even if they regretted it at this moment, it was already too late. The audience members were dumbfounded when they heard what Lin Yun said, and they wondered if they even heard him incorrectly. They couldn't believe that Lin Yun was extorting them by using the three transcendent geniuses hostage. This made the scarlet-robed elder's lip twitch before he said, "Ahem, are you joking right now? You think I'm joking with you right now?" Lin Yun said indifferently, Or do you think that the lives of these three aren't worth it? If you guys don't have enough divine astral pellets, you can pay me with saint elixirs. Don't tell me that you guys don't have any from the profound Wither Island. After all, the powerful sects were practically invincible on the profound Wither Island, and no one would dare to compete with them. It was so much so that most of the time, they would even snatch opportunities belonging to others. So even if they couldn't afford 500,000 divine astral pellets outside, they could naturally pay the price on the profound Wither Island. No one has ever dared to extort a powerful sect. Even if we give it to you, do you think you can leave the profound Wither Island alive? The Emerald Jade Manor's elder said in an eerie tone. I don't need you guys to worry about that, said Lin Yun. Hearing that, the three greater Elysium Core Realm experts' faces changed. They really didn't dare to make a move. After all, what Lin Yun did earlier covered them in a cold sweat, and they didn't dare to provoke him right now, fearing that he would just flip the table. Release Yunjin, the Scarlet-Robed Elder said, throwing an interspatial pouch to Lin Yun with 500,000 divine astral pellets in it. When Lin Yun saw this, he realized that he had asked a little too low. These people probably had more harvests on the profound Wither Island. But he didn't have any change on his face and smiled. Straightforward. All right, you can get up now. Lin Yun pulled the flower burial sword away from Xia Yunjin and sent him flying over with a kick. This made the Scarlet-Robed Elder's face change and quickly catch Xia Yunjin before he turned to look at Lin Yun. Save me! Elder! Save me! Seeing that Xia Yunjin was released, Fang Muyang and Yi Sun quickly yelled. This made the Emerald Jade Manor and Heavenly Blade Pavilion's experts feel embarrassed, but they could only pay the extortion. Powerful sects are extraordinary indeed. Lin Yun waved his hand and sent the remaining two transcendents flying over. He then let out a smile. He was satisfied with his harvest from the three sections. All right, time for me to leave. Leave? You think you can leave? The Scarlet-Robed Elder was enraged, and a bright sun manifested with lightning and flame rising behind Lin Yun. Going back against your words? Oh, I forgot to tell you that I have two swords. Lin Yun waved his hand and summoned the Lightning Shadow Sword from the sword box. Before others could comprehend what Lin Yun meant, the Thousand Rune Saint's sword produced by the Mo clan unleashed a dazzling light. The sword had a divine rune engraved on it, and it was shining brightly, making the heavens and earth tremble when it shone. A Thousand Rune Saint artifact? The Scarlet-Robed Elder was surprised before he sneered in disdain. He didn't believe that Lin Yun could unleash much of its power. But the moment he thought that, the sword had already slashed down, destroying the sun that he had manifested, causing the Scarlet-Robed Elder to fall to his knee and coughed out blood. Lin Yun's sword was unbelievably fast, and they now knew why Lin Yun had the courage to face greater Elysium Core Realm experts. Right from the start, he was confident that he could turn the tables around with his ability. None of you can stop me from leaving, said Lin Yun coldly, looking at the Scarlet-Robed Elder. The Scarlet-Robed Elder didn't dare to utter a word with his face distorted from pain. He knew that the Thunder Sect had been greatly embarrassed this time. The elders from the Emerald Jade Manor and Heavenly Blade Pavilion had their backs covered in sweat, while they inwardly rejoiced. They were rejoicing at the fact that they were slower. Otherwise, they would have suffered the same outcome as the Scarlet-Robed Elder. At the same time, they realized that the Thousand Rune Saint artifact definitely had a terrifying origin. Who the hell are you? Do you dare to leave your name behind? Yi Sun said as he looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun had already soared into the sky, but he turned around and left his words behind. I'm Flower Burial, burying both flowers and people alike. When Fang Muyang, Yi Sun, and Xia Yunjin heard that, they were completely left dumbfounded and couldn't believe that he had really come to the profound Wither Island. Others didn't feel anything when they heard what Lin Yun said. They were only shocked by the strength of the Thousand Rune Saint artifact. But the powerful sects were shocked when they heard what Lin Yun said. Flower Burial was the champion of the Ninth Heavenly Path, someone who swept through the 10 realm suns. They were shocked because they didn't think that Flower Burial would really come. Half a year had passed since then, and the champions of the 8 other heavenly paths had displayed their talent, sending shock throughout the Kunlun realm. Each of them was said to possess the potential of becoming saints as long as they didn't lose their lives along the way. That was the highest evaluation for a transcendent genius, and even the strongest transcendent geniuses were only at that level. The 8 champions shone brightly in the Kunlun realm, but there wasn't any news about the champion of the 9th heavenly path, who was the strongest amongst them. There were rumors that he had already fallen before entering the Kunlun realm because everything about him was covered up by the Nether Divinity clan. The Nether Divinity clan was a clan that had a title bestowed upon them by the Divine Dragon Empire, and they were known as the head of all the clans in the ancient Barren domain due to their strong foundation. So everyone felt that even if the champion of the 9th heavenly path was still alive, he would definitely go into hiding. They didn't think that it was humiliating, and he would definitely have to face the Nether Divinity clan and the Profound Sky sect if he dared to appear. He was too dangerous, and there was a high chance he would fall. But if he had enough time, he would definitely be able to rise in the Kunlun realm with his talent, so it was the right choice for him to go into hiding. So they didn't think that he would actually dare to show up in the Kunlun realm. We have no choice but to admit it. He's a ruthless person who has slaughtered his way through millions of people, the unprecedented strongest transcendent genius of the heavenly path. He soon said in an unwilling tone. He wanted to rely on his strength to take revenge against the masked warrior in the future, but he totally didn't expect that reply. He appeared too early, Fang Muyang said while shaking his head. He soon was briefly stunned before he understood what Fang Muyang meant. After all, what Fang Muyang said was true. If Qin Song or the Profound Sky sect knew that he has shown up, death would be his only outcome, and no one would be able to save him. He's strong, but there's still a huge difference between him and transcendent geniuses. After those transcendent geniuses engrave their Elysium cores with Saint runes, there's no way he can compete with them, said Xia Yunjin. His arm was cut off, and even if he could put it back on, this was still a huge humiliation to him. While they talked amongst themselves, Lin Yun disappeared and no one dared to chase after him. For hours later, Lin Yun landed on a barren mountain and took the mask off. When he took his mask off, the moonlight and his disguise disappeared. The Mo clan was truly mysterious, and he still couldn't figure out the profundity of it. When he swept his gaze at the lightning shadow sword, he couldn't help sighing. The lightning shadow sword is really strong, said Lin Yun. But the moment he did, he recalled that this sword was also forged by the Mo clan. Recalling the 1,000 flame that he previously drank, he finally realized that the Mo clan was shrouded in mystery. Although there were barely any traces of them in the Kunlun realm, they had left legends behind everywhere. If he didn't have the lightning shadow sword, he wouldn't want to face greater Elysium core realm experts even if he had grasped the firmament sword intent. Firstly, his odds of winning wouldn't have been high for one. Secondly, it would reveal his trump card too early. Even if he managed to win, it wouldn't be an easy one, and it would be easy for someone to take advantage of him. But it was a pity that this sword couldn't peacefully coexist with his broken sword physique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left that quickly. He could only use this sword for half an hour. Otherwise, the sword would break if he exceeded that amount of time. If that happened, he would bleed from his heart. He would rather not have the Dragon Saint Pellet and Quasi-Saint Origin instead of losing the Lightning Shadow Sword. Aside from the Flower Burial Sword, it was rare for Lin Yun to take a fancy to another sword. After all, the Lightning Shadow Sword was too unique. It was a prideful sword that didn't bow to his broken sword physique. This sword was the perfect example of a swordsman, rather snap than submit. At the same time, the temper of this sword was as foul as Jian Jingtian. Thinking about it to that point, Lin Yun couldn't help smiling because it looked like Jian Jingtian really was a legend back then, someone who was ranked first on the 3 rankings. Right at that moment, Lil Purple flew out from the sword box and sat on the snow-heat blade. The blade was gorgeous, with a decorated silver body with a blade scabbard that looked like snow flowers. The patterns on the blade were gorgeous, and it was a perfect match with Lil Purple's temperament. But the blade was too long. It was the same size as her height. She couldn't even draw the blade. So in her hands, the 1,000-rune saint artifact could only be used as a decorative object. Empress, this lightning shadow sword should have previously housed a spirit, right? Lin Yun asked. Probably, but it's already gone. At the very least, it no longer had a spirit when it was in Jian Jingtian's hands. Lil Purple said. She had previously taken a look at the lightning shadow sword. If it has a spirit, it can be called a divine artifact, right? Nodding her head, Lil Purple replied. That's for sure. A spirit that can bear the aura of divine artifacts is comparable to ancient saint beasts. In ancient times, there were people who didn't like to conduct a ceremony and would rather capture saint beasts to use them as spirits for divine artifacts. Has anyone tried to capture you? Lin Yun asked. Ha! Ha! Lil Purple placed her hands on the blade and snickered. This empress is from the Divine Phoenix clan. Unless I'm willing, no one can force me to become a spirit for an artifact. But there were those who weren't afraid of death, and there were plenty of people who thought that they could subdue this empress. What happened to them? The eradication of their entire family line, and not a single person was spared. Lil Purple fearlessly said, as if she was stating something common. But Lin Yun didn't believe that as he glanced at her. He felt that she was just boasting. After all, if she was really that strong, then she wouldn't have been locked up by the Iris Sword Saint for 100,000 years. But as an Ice Phoenix of the Divine Phoenix clan, there should be those who tried to capture her in ancient times. But since she could survive, this simply meant that all those who played their schemes against her were all dead. After stabbing the lightning shadow sword into the ground, Lin Yun sat and placed both of his hands on his knees. An iris flower opened beneath him right at that moment. He had to recover himself after that series of battles. Based on the environment on the profound Wither Island, regardless of recovering or cultivating, it would naturally be a few times faster than the outside world. In just the time for a tea kettle to boil, Lin Yun reopened his eyes. His eyes were like two swords that could pierce through space. Well, time to check my harvest. Lin Yun muttered to himself. He had obtained quite a huge harvest this time. With just the divine astral pellets alone, he had obtained roughly 7 million of them. Aside from that, Lil Red also obtained many treasures. There were all sorts of saint elixirs and jade slips, and there might be incomplete or complete ancient martial techniques recorded on those jade slips. Lin Yun roughly swept his gaze through them, and he didn't have a use for most of them. But he could leave them in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect so that the fleeting Cloud Sword sect could rise with those jade slips in the future and become the strongest sect in the profound Azure Prefecture. Next up would be the main event, the Dragon Saint Pellet and the Quasi-Saint Origin. There was no way he could deal with the Quasi-Saint Origin anytime soon, and he had to reach the Elysium Core Realm before he could try and refine it. Wait up! Lil Purple stopped Lin Yun just when he was about to retrieve the Dragon Saint Pellet. She was seated on the snow-heat blade and began to flick her fingers around, laying down a spiritual rune array in the surroundings. Occasionally, a light would flicker as though she was painting. But in Lin Yun's eyes, she was being a little too cautious. After all, this location was already remote enough, and even if there were any accidents, he could easily set up a restriction in the surroundings with his sword intent. Half a day later, Lil Purple was done. She nodded her head and said, "All right, you can get started now." When Lin Yun uncovered the jade bottle, a draconic roar resounded and a violent gale appeared, forcing Lin Yun to close his eyes with his hair fluttering violently from the wind. Shortly after, a dragon flew out from the jade bottle. When the dragon flew out, it immediately soared into the sky and wanted to escape. But it clashed with the spiritual array that Lil Purple had set up. When the dragon collided with the spiritual array, it began to crumble like sand. Every single speck of dust was glowing with light and a dense herbal fragrance before it rained down like a waterfall. When it fell down, it manifested into a dragon once more, manifesting into a gigantic dragon's head that sat at the summit of the mountain. When the dragon looked at Lin Yun and Lil Purple, one could see the pride and ferocity in its pupils. Then, it unleashed a roar at the two of them. Clearly, it wasn't happy that it was being restrained here. But just when it opened its mouth and before it could unleash a full roar, Lil Purple raised her head with the golden and crimson mark on her forehead blooming with a bright radiance. In the next second, cracks began to envelop the dragon's body. From within the cracks, a 7-colored light broke out, and the dense herbal fragrance and dragon blood essence reached every corner of this place. This scene made Lin Yun's heart beat wildly because he could feel the excitement of the Azure Dragon Saint Art. He could feel his blood boiling with an irresistible thirst for this saint dragon before his eyes. In just this brief moment, Lin Yun could feel a warm current flowing throughout his body, and his cultivation that had halted a long time ago actually began to improve. Simultaneously, the boundless astral energy within his body also became even more refined and simply left him marveled. But Lin Yun suppressed the agitating Azure Dragon Saint Art within his body and reached out. Then, one purple golden dragon rune after another flew from his fingertips. As the purple golden dragon runes flew out, Lin Yun could sense that they had brought quite a bit of his vitality out at the same time. When the 1,000 purple golden dragon runes flew out, they manifested into an azure dragon that was roughly 10 feet long, enveloping a thunderstorm when it appeared. So I'm also someone with a dragon. Lin Yun couldn't help smiling when he saw this scene. Although this dragon wasn't genuine, it had flesh and blood. Not to mention that it even possessed a dragon aura. However, that flesh and blood came from Lin Yun and the Saint Elixir, the dragon blood fruit. Although the dragon aura came from the Azure Dragon Saint Art, it still couldn't be compared to a genuine azure dragon. When the azure dragon appeared, its eyes were glowing brightly and began to devour the saint dragon before it. Just like that, the mighty saint dragon was being gobbled up like an elixir. As the azure dragon devoured the saint dragon, the azure dragon began to expand in size. As the dragon's scales emitted a dazzling light, it made the azure dragon look sacred. When the azure dragon was more or less done, the amount of essence remaining in the dragon Saint Pellet was the size of a fist. Is this the genuine dragon Saint Pellet? Lin Yun could feel that his heart was on the verge of jumping out when he looked at the essence because this was simply too tempting. Devour this Saint Pellet, and your azure dragon should be able to produce a dragon pearl. But you still have to find a true bone in the future. Otherwise, your azure dragon Saint Art will be lacking. No matter what. The mark on Lil Purple's forehead shone as she turned her head to look at Lin Yun. It's too hard to search for a true bone comparable to the Azure Dragon King's true bone, sighed Lin Yun. The Azure Dragon Lord had given him an Azure Dragon true bone, and it was the core true bone of an Azure Dragon King, containing a complete divine rune. Rather than calling it an Azure Dragon true bone, it was something as rare and comparable to some divine dragon bones. After the Azure Dragon devoured the dragon Saint Pellet, the dragon began to wriggle in midair and was enveloped in lightning. At the same time, a powerful suction force drew the herbal fragrance over. A brief moment later, it had formed into a purple golden dragon cocoon of nearly 3 meters. Standing at the summit of the mountain, Lin Yun looked at the cocoon. The dragon cocoon had traces of blood threads on it. He reached out with his eyes blazing. That's the blood flame divine rune, right? How is it compared to the divine rune of the Azure Dragon True Bone? Relying on a breath of divine flames from Lil Purple, the blood flame dragon rune got upgraded from a saint rune to a genuine divine rune. The blood flame divine rune was extremely powerful. When ignited, it could enable his physique to be comparable to 1,000 rune saint armor, and it could allow Lin Yun to confront Elysium Core Realm experts once he was at the Empyrean Realm. It's not an origin divine rune, so there's no way it can be comparable to a naturally born divine rune. In the Golden Era, divine spiritualists could create one with their own power, said Lil Purple with a calm expression. But when Lin Yun heard that, the corner of his lips couldn't help twitching. When he looked at her, she had a golden and a crimson mark on her forehead that intertwined together, allowing her to emit a sacred and holy temperament. Those two were origin divine runes, one from the Azure Dragon True Bone, and the other came from herself as a member of the Divine Phoenix clan. So the precious blood flame divine rune was naturally nothing in her eyes. As Lil Purple hovered over Lin Yun, while seated on the snow-heaped blade, she said, "It's time for you to manifest your constellation." Her words made Lin Yun's blood instantly boil. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. He was feeling both nervous and excited at the same time. Clenching his right fist, Lin Yun could feel his blood surging within his body, and he felt as though he had grasped onto the entire world at this moment. There were flames blazing in his pupils, unleashing an unprecedented light. Transcendent geniuses? At this moment, he felt that he could face anyone, even if they were the strongest batch of transcendent geniuses. Taking a deep breath at the summit of the mountain, it took a long time for Lin Yun to calm down before he said, "If I'm going to follow the Iris constellation, then are there any flaws to it?" It's not called the Iris constellation because it's created by the Iris Sword Saint. It was born at the beginning of the era before slowly shaping itself. It's one of the sovereign constellations in ancient times, and it's called the Heaven-Subduing Constellation. Lil Purple corrected. The Heaven-Subduing Constellation, Lin Yun muttered. The name was pretty overbearing. The constellation is actually made up of 4 paintings: the Coiling Dragon Abyss, Phoenix Parasol, Sun and Moon Radiance, and the Heavenly Sword. This means that you have to form 4 constellations, and each constellation is extraordinary. With it, you can easily suppress those so-called transcendent stuff. Lil Purple then said with a grave expression. Then again, the risk is naturally high as well. It's strong, but it's also dangerous at the same time, and it's even more dangerous than reaching the limit of the heavenly soul realm. I expected that, replied Lin Yun calmly. Then again, dangers and opportunities coexisted at the same time. If he was satisfied with just being ordinary, then he wouldn't have come to the Kunlun realm. It's not that easy, replied Lil Purple. Do you know what sovereign means? It simply means invincibility. The moment you form a sovereign constellation, you'll be participating in a battle amongst sovereigns, whether you like it or not. It will be a path filled with blood and corpses, and you'll be making yourself out to be an enemy of the entire world. Is that so? Lin Yun muttered to himself. So you have to ask yourself, do you have what it takes and the determination to become a sovereign? If you don't, then I don't suggest you form a sovereign constellation because you'll be bound to fail, said Lil Purple with a grave expression. Sovereign didn't mean a realm but an existence. Hearing that, Lin Yun's blood calmed down a little. His heart as a swordsman wouldn't allow him to bow to anyone, but he knew that he was far from being invincible, and he had never really thought about it before. So Lil Purple's words were like a bucket of water pouring down on him. Along the way, aside from persevering his heart as a swordsman and those he cared about, he tended to follow the trend and wouldn't think much. But now that he looked at it again, his path had been a brutal one along the way, and he had never stopped killing. He then asked himself if he was willing to allow the sword in his hand to be lower than others. Would he be willing to bow to others? Would he be willing to live an ordinary life? Definitely not. Thinking about it to this point, Lin Yun calmed down. He might seem to have been following the trend all along, but he had actually been walking on a path as a sovereign because his heart as a swordsman wouldn't allow him to bow to anyone. Truth be told, his heart had already made a decision for him. As he slowly opened his eyes, there was no joy or sorrow in them. When Lil Purple raised her head to look at him, she already knew his answer and waved her hand. When Lin Yun waved his hand, countless divine astral pellets flew out from his interspatial pouch. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun sat down and began to refine the astral energy in his body. At the same time, his bottleneck to the astral stage broke apart, and his aura began to surge violently. This also meant that Lin Yun officially had 1 foot into the astral stage. He started with the first painting, the Coiling Dragon Abyss. As boundless astral energy poured into his body, it filled his body with unimaginable power. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, but when this moment really came, he was surprisingly calm. He had rid his mind of all thoughts and was fully submerged in creating his own constellation. For hours later, a painting unfolded behind Lin Yun. The background of the painting was a boundless ocean with violent waves that even made space tremble. At the same time, the ocean was so huge that it looked like an abyss. That's not right. Not right. Lil Purple shook her head because Lin Yun didn't fully grasp the intent of this painting. But she didn't utter a single word because Lin Yun could only rely on himself for this. As if Lin Yun had heard Lil Purple's words, the painting broke apart. When Lil Purple saw this scene, she smiled. Looks like I'm worried for nothing. Lin Yun had tried several times, failing several times in the process. But after several failures, A painting finally unfolded behind Lin Yun. The ocean in the painting was boundless and majestic. But when the painting fully unfolded, the ocean seemed small, and there was a dragon at the center of the painting. When the true dragon unleashed a roar, it had unleashed a terrifying dragon aura that caused waves to sweep out. When the true dragon roared in the painting, it looked as though an apocalypse was about to arrive. At this moment, he had finally completed the first painting, the coiling dragon abyss. Next would be the phoenix parasol, and this scene made Lil Purple nod her head because Lin Yun's progress wasn't bad. Lin Yun's comprehension was a lot stronger than others, and he didn't follow completely because the true dragon was an Azure Dragon King. While Lin Yun was creating his own constellation after reaching the astral stage, in a valley filled with flowers and herbs, Jiang Liken, Feng Zhang, and Lu Qingyan were guarding outside the valley with grave expressions. They were pretty lucky because they weren't separated after entering the profound Wither Island. When they were fighting for a Saint Elixir half a month later, they ran into Luo Hua and Yi Xiling. With Luo Hua and Yi Xiling joining hands, they easily defeated all the geniuses and obtained the Saint Elixir. After that, they were traveling together, and their luck wasn't bad. The three of them have already reached the Elysium Core realm. Senior sister is really terrifying. She didn't show it before, and she really gave us a surprise after entering the profound Wither Island. I heard that senior sister has the rare divine dragon saint physique. Regardless of aptitude or talent, she's a lot stronger than that Sikong Zhou. If she can refine an origin saint rune, she'll probably be comparable to those transcendent geniuses. Let's hope that everything goes smoothly, the three said with grave expressions as they looked around, not daring to be careless. The three of them received help from Yi Xiling and smoothly reached the Elysium Core realm, so they naturally hoped that Yi Xiling could refine the origin saint rune. Deep in the valley, Yi Xiling and Luo Hua were together before an ancient towering tree that was 10 miles ahead of them. The three were enveloped in a mist, and the mist contained a terrifying lightning energy. The rune engraved on the surface of the tree was terrifying, and it was filled with a terrifying and dangerous aura. This was a heavenly lightning tree and it had an origin saint rune. Although it was still young, it was already strong enough. You sure that you don't need an origin saint rune? Yi Xiling asked. They were the ones who found this valley, and she could give it to Luo Hua if the latter wanted it. You have the divine dragon saint physique and the bloodline of the Snow Radiant clan. So this heavenly lightning saint rune is suitable for you, said Luo Hua. Go ahead and refine it. I'll keep watch for you. Why help me? Yi Xiling asked. If Lin Yun was the one refining the origin saint rune here, would you guard him? Luo Hua asked. That's for sure, replied Yi Xiling. Then that's enough, smiled Luo Hua. Yi Xiling was briefly stunned before she smiled. I have to admit that you're different from my imagination. In the beginning, when I heard that you're a descendant of a saint clan in the ancient Baron domain, I have to admit that I had some prejudice against you. This was because descendants of saint clans have been coming to the fleeting Cloud Sword sect for the Sword Saint Mountain. They didn't have a sense of belonging to the Sword sect, and even if they didn't show it, she could sense that they considered themselves as nobler than others. Many times they would even try to pester her, so she had a strong enmity against them. But during this period together with Luo Hua, Yi Xiling noticed that there were many characteristics of Luo Hua that captured her. Although Luo Hua was a little cold, they got along pretty well. So Yi Xiling knew that Luo Hua definitely had a huge origin. She was strong and prideful, but she wasn't arrogant. If there was something bad about Luo Hua, it would probably be that she wasn't a person of many words, and it was also rare for her to be interested in anything. It appeared that aside from Lin Yun, she wouldn't pay attention to anyone else. I know. I've only come to the fleeting Cloud Sword sect for him, and the Sword Saint Mountain isn't my main objective. Luo Hua plucked a flower and played around with it. But because of the Ice Phoenix bracelet she was wearing, it made the flower in her hand stand out even more. You knew him since long ago? Yi Xiling asked. Seeing Luo Hua nodding her hand, she asked again. Since that's the case, then why are you wearing a veil? Don't you want him to know who you are? This was something that Yi Xiling couldn't figure out about Luo Hua. She didn't know much about the relationship between men and women, and she took a long time to differentiate between Flower Burial and Lin Yun. She has feelings for Flower Burial, but Lin Yun was just a good friend of hers. But she was smart, and she could tell that Lin Yun was very fond of Luo Hua. She could see the sparks and light in her eyes. "He did some things that I'm not very happy with," said Luo Hua coldly before she crushed the flower in her hand. When she opened her palm, the shattered petals drifted along the wind. When Yi Xiling heard that, she inwardly smiled because she could roughly guess what Lin Yun had done. Based on Luo Hua's personality, Lin Yun probably got involved with other women for her to be angry. But despite the fact that she was furious, she still protected Lin Yun in the dark, and this didn't make her look as cold. Instead, it made her look pretty adorable. Then again, she would only think about that inwardly and wouldn't say that to Luo Hua. After a brief rest, Yi Xiling began to subdue the heavenly lightning tree. This tree had a deep meaning to her because it would be hard to find something comparable outside the profound Wither Island. Since she possessed the divine dragon sword physique and Snow Radiant clan's bloodline, she was in need of an origin Saint rune. The heavenly lightning tree wasn't easy to deal with, but she could feel at ease with Luo Hua standing guard for her. At the same time, the relationship between the two had also improved a lot. As Lin Yun continued with his breakthrough at the summit of the mountain, he couldn't afford to be careless since the heaven-subduing constellation consisted of 4 paintings. The process of creating the coiling dragon abyss wasn't easy, and Lin Yun had exhausted a great deal of his spirit, failing several times in the process. But he ultimately succeeded in forming the first painting. The intent within it was neither the boundless ocean nor the dragon aura from the Azure Dragon, but a combination between the two. This required the boundless ocean to make the true dragon stand out. Otherwise, just the true dragon would be enough for the first painting. With the coiling dragon abyss experience, it was a lot easier for Lin Yun when he formed the phoenix parasol. At the same time, Lil Purple's face also gradually calmed down because Lin Yun was truly a monster to form a sovereign constellation so easily. His progress was so fast that it shocked her. He failed to create the phoenix parasol several times, even more than the coiling dragon abyss. But just when he was about to succeed, the phoenix parasol suddenly broke into pieces. At the same time, a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of Lin Yun's lips, and he opened his eyes with his face pale. "Lin Yun!" Lil Purple stood up on the snow-heat blade and flew over. "I'm fine. I ruined the painting on purpose," smiled Lin Yun, telling Lil Purple not to worry about him. "Humph, you scared this empress. Wait, you ruined it on purpose." Lil Purple widened her eyes with disbelief as she looked at Lin Yun. She was short, but when she stood on the snow-heat blade, her height was roughly the same as Lin Yun's. Her cheeks were puffed together, making her look adorable. Lin Yun couldn't help pinching her cheek with a smile. "That's right. I ruined it on purpose. Don't pinch this empress or I'll be furious." Lil Purple struggled out of Lin Yun's hand and asked, "Why?" Releasing his hand from Lil Purple's cheek, Lin Yun said, "You previously said that there are only 100 sovereign constellations in the world. May I know why?" "That's because, since ancient times, the light of sovereign constellations has already filled the boundless starry sky above the 36th layers of heaven. So the cosmos can't bear any more sovereign constellations," replied Lil Purple. Naturally born constellations existed since the beginning of the Divine Dragon era, such as the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise that everyone knew about. They were born when the era changed. After reaching the astral stage, a constellation belonging to a cultivator would be born in the starry sky, but their constellations were outshined by sovereign constellations. Furthermore, the sovereign constellations were all filled, and if someone didn't wish to accept it, they would have to face the might of 100 sovereign constellations at the same time. Lin Yun roughly understood what she meant and asked, "That also means that the Divine Dragon era can only contain 100 sovereign constellations, and one will have to pick amongst the 100 if they wish to walk the path of a sovereign?" "That's right." Lil Purple nodded. From the primordial, ancient, and golden era, many heaven-defying geniuses were born, and those who created sovereign constellations were from the primordial era. They were invincible in their era, and their constellations were complete after being constantly perfected by those who came after. In the Golden Era, the sovereign constellations were complete. Lin Yun fell into a brief pondering before he asked, "Can it be that no one has created a sovereign constellation since then?" "There were many," replied Lil Purple, "but they all failed. In the Golden Era, there were many geniuses who failed, and the starry sky had no spot for them. After all, you'll have the might of 100 sovereign constellations when trying to create a new one. So can you imagine how tough it is? Every single sovereign constellation has gone through millions of years of inheritance, so how can a new sovereign constellation reach the same height as them?" Suddenly, Lil Purple exclaimed, and she looked at Lin Yun. "Lin Yun, don't tell me that you want to create your own sovereign constellation. You'll die." Lin Yun fell into silence in response to her question. This also meant that he had acknowledged what she said. When Lil Purple saw that, she covered her mouth in disbelief. Right at that moment, Lin Yun sighed in a helpless tone. "Earlier, when I was forming the coiling dragon abyss, I could feel that my blood and heart are cold. I could sense how terrifying the painting was, but I couldn't feel my blood boil. When I was forming the phoenix parasol, the feeling became even more blatant. So Lin Yun raised his head and looked at Lil Purple. "So I can't keep following the Iris Sword Saint's path. Truth be told, I'm already on a path different from him. At the very least, the Azure Dragon Saint art doesn't come from him." Lil Purple was shocked by what Lin Yun had said. "I also wish to know what the 8 ominous soul-locking array is, and how it is related to the sword within my body." Lin Yun's voice was soft, but as he spoke, he could feel his blood boiling within his veins. "I wish to create a sovereign constellation that solely belongs to me, belongs to Flower Burial. Since I'm going to walk on a sovereign's path, then I naturally won't walk on a path that belongs to someone else." Lil Purple was completely left shocked by Lin Yun's words, and she could feel her heart beating wildly. At that moment, she didn't even dare to look Lin Yun straight in the eyes. "You'll support me, right?" Lin Yun smiled with his fists clenched. This was a bold decision, and it would naturally be great if he had someone supporting him. "This Empress will go along with your craziness this once. You bastard. You're always making this Empress worried." For some reason, Lil Purple could feel her nose becoming sour as she bumped fists with Lin Yun. Right at that moment, Lil Red flew over and looked at the two of them with a confused gaze, since it had no idea what was going on. But even so, Lil Red also bumped its fist with Lin Yun and Lil Purple. "You said that the three of us will stay together no matter what happens, and we will never separate from each other," said Lil Purple with her eyes reddened while glaring at Lin Yun. "That's for sure." Lin Yun revealed a warm smile in response. "So, what constellation are you going to create?" Lil Purple asked. With a smile, Lin Yun teased, "Seems like everyone has something against heaven. So the constellation I'm going to create will have a simple name, Heaven Burial. 8 ancient ominous burying the heaven with one sword." Lil Purple was briefly stunned before she pouted. "Humph. Go on and keep boasting. Isn't the heaven subduing constellating boasting as well?" Lin Yun smiled casually. "Clearly not. If I really manage to become a sovereign one day, I might really bury all of heaven if I'm not happy." Suddenly, Lil Purple reached out and placed her finger on Lin Yun's forehead. In that split second, a huge wave of information began to pour into his mind. It was all related to constellations. In the Golden Era, many people tried to create their own sovereign constellation. Although they failed, they still left behind many previous experiences. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, he nodded his head to Lil Purple before pushing the Iris Sword Sutra to the limit. As a silver iris flower appeared beneath him, all the divine astral pellets in the sky melted into a dense golden liquid. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun circulated the Azure Dragon Saint art with his vitality boiling within his body. Then, he opened his mouth and sucked up all the golden liquid into his abdomen like a whale. Seated on the summit of the mountain, Lin Yun might seem calm on the surface, but a chaotic and terrifying amount of astral energy was coursing through his veins like magma. This wasn't a good feeling because he had devoured an astronomical sum of divine astral pellets, a total of 5 million. Even with his Azure Dragon Saint physique, His physique was faintly showing signs of collapsing, and he was enduring it while recalling the 8 ominous soul-locking array that he had once seen. The 8 ominous beasts were Xianxia, Kuanping, Flying Serpent, Aurora Dragon, Nether Spirit, Demonic Phoenix, Ghoul Null, and the Winged Dragon. Each of them had an ominous name, and others needed a reference if they wanted to form their constellation, but Lin Yun was different. He wanted to use his blood and vitality to be the ink for the sovereign constellation that he will create that solely belongs to him, Flower Burial. So, before that, he had to accumulate enough blood and vitality. This process wasn't easy, but it was unavoidable since he had chosen to take this path. Aside from that, he also had to break the shackles within his body to release the remaining ominous souls. This was his path, and rather than avoiding it, he would rather gain control of it. At the same time, the ominous beasts that had already broken through the shackles began to tremble, as though they knew what Lin Yun was trying to do. In the past, the shackles would only break when Lin Yun's sword intent reached a certain height. But it was different this time because Lin Yun planned on breaking them himself. He had a bold thought: destroy the 8 ominous souls before using his blood and vitality as ink, creating an unrivaled and invincible sovereign in this divine dragon era. The power of 5 million divine astral pellets was violently coursing throughout his veins, and the pain was excruciating. It was tough for Lin Yun to keep his composure with blood oozing out from his pores. After all, destroying the shackles and creating a sovereign constellation wasn't that easy. Suddenly, Lin Yun's right palm exploded with boundless lightning being released. This was because there was too much astral energy within his body, exceeding the limit of the Azure Dragon Saint Art. He was enveloped in blood, and his current state was dangerous because he might die at any moment. While Lin Yun let out a groan, he wasn't intimidated by this scene and continued to refine the astral energy within his body. He had to accumulate the energy to ensure that nothing goes wrong before he dares to break the shackles and release the remaining ominous souls. He didn't dare to take any risk because he couldn't bear the consequences. Since that was the case, he could only continue to bear the pain. When Lin Yun's right palm exploded, blood flowed out like spring water, and his blood was flickering with astral light. It didn't take long for a puddle of blood to be gathered beneath him. Not only was the process of subduing 5 million divine astral pellets dangerous, but also fatal if he wasn't careful. A long time later, blood filled the entire summit, but the blood was flickering with light and looked sacred. When the astral energy accumulated in his body finally reached a limit, the astral energy was as dazzling as a bright sun within his body. Time to break off the shackles. Before Lin Yun could catch his breath, the golden human and azure dragon in the sword ocean turned into golden light and enveloped his body. Break! Letting out a roar, his firmament sword intent empowered by the boundless astral energy within his body formed into countless blades that hacked at the shackles, causing sparks to fly and the shackles to sway about. The vibrations made Lin Yun throw out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. But he refused to give up and his eyes turned bloodshot as he continued to try and hack those shackles into pieces. This time, fine cracks had appeared on the shackles. But Lin Yun didn't give up and vented all his emotions with a roar. Under the majestic power, one of the shackles broke and an ominous soul was released. This ominous soul looked like a white dragon with a pair of wings and a pair of eagle claws. This was the Winged Dragon. Although it was called a dragon, it actually had nothing to do with the dragon clan. It was a clan of its own, and it was stronger than pure-blooded dragons. When it broke from the shackles, it began to charge about within Lin Yun's body, trying to destroy him. This made Lin Yun throw out a mouthful of blood because he was in trouble right now. He even had to summon all the purple golden dragon runes and form a cocoon. But ultimately, he managed to suppress the winged dragon with his firmament sword intent. It was merely an ominous soul, and his body was a prison. So how would it be easy for it to break free from his body? At this moment, Lin Yun was covered in his own blood, but he didn't rest and continued to break the remaining shackles. When the 6th and 7th shackles were broken, the demonic phoenix and nether spirit were released. The demonic phoenix was a natural mutation, the fallen leader of the divine phoenix clan. There were only bits and pieces about it in ancient records, so it was mysterious and terrifying. As for the nether spirit, it was the manifestation of darkness. Unlike the demonic phoenix, the nether spirit was a symbol of darkness and death. It had an even more mysterious origin than the demonic phoenix. When the 8th shackle broke off, the final ominous beast was released. It was pitch black and enveloped in darkness and a bloodlusty energy that even made Lin Yun's heart tremble. He could even feel that he couldn't smoothly circulate the Azure Dragon Saint Art. This was the Ghoul Null, the bane of the Dragon Clan. In ancient times, its diet was mainly made up of dragons, and not even the divine dragon could face it head-on. So one could only imagine how terrifying it was. When the power of the 8 ominous souls gathered within Lin Yun's body, he finally couldn't bear it anymore and threw out a mouthful of blood. His vitality also began to drop at a visible speed. Those ominous spirits didn't have any intelligence and could only act on instinct. But even so, Lin Yun couldn't bear their power with his physique that was comparable to a 1,000-rune saint artifact. As lightning began to rumble in the sky, the surroundings fell into darkness with boundless demonic light emanating from Lin Yun's body. His face was pale and distorted. He would occasionally laugh maniacally or roar furiously. His emotions were currently being affected by the ominous souls at this moment. Since his physique couldn't bear the power of the 8 ominous souls, how could his soul bear it? The ominous souls were roaring within his body because Lin Yun's body was like a cage, and they were trying to break free from the cage to unleash their might onto the world once more. And no. Lil Purple began to sob on the snow, he'd blade with sorrow written all over her face. I don't want you to die. This Empress doesn't want to lose you. Lil Purple was practically about to collapse from the sorrow, but there was nothing she could do about it. This was the path that Lin Yun had chosen, and no one could help him since he was walking on the path of a sovereign. This despair made Lil Purple bawl with her heart aching. Ever since she woke up from her deep slumber, she had never felt so sorrowful before, and she was feeling as though there were blades stabbing into her heart. At the same time, she realized that Lin Yun had held such an important position in her heart without her knowing it. As memories between them began to flash before her eyes, she saw the scene of Lin Yun gently tying braids for her after she was bullied by Yi Xiling, the roasted fish that Lin Yun gave her when they were chasing after the thunderclap demon sword, how he was furious when she exhausted herself too much, and how Lin Yun stood before her when Luo Hua wanted to take her life. All those memories between them had long melted her heart that had died following her deep slumber of 100,000 years. As for Lin Yun, who was on the verge of collapse, he could hear someone crying in his ears. He instantly recognized that it was Lil Purple who was crying for him. And since she was crying for him, he couldn't afford to die, no matter what. His sword intent gradually began to return to the center of his brows. He had lost control of his emotions, and not even his physique could bear the strain. Only the dual sword souls in the center of his brows were still within his control. He knew that if he wanted to save himself, he would have to pull out the mysterious broken sword within his body. It was his final hope, and only it could suppress the 8 ominous souls. At the same time, he finally realized that the 8 ominous soul locking array was meant for the sword to chain down the 8 ominous souls, and not the other way around. But he had never controlled the broken sword before in his life, and even his broken sword physique was activated passively, not under his control. This was forbidden energy, and he had never tried it before. He didn't dare, and he had been trying to escape from it. He had always been unwilling to admit it because the sword made him feel afraid and uneasy. He was afraid that he would be annihilated if he came in contact with it. But he knew that he didn't have a path of retreat. Only by facing his heart, only then could he have a wisp of hope to turn the tables around. As the golden human flew from the sword ocean and came to the mysterious space within his body, the space was like a bottomless abyss filled with boundless darkness. Within the abyss, that broken sword was striking, mysterious, and terrifying. It felt as though it could end an entire era when it was drawn out. But the broken sword emitted a cold flicker when the golden human flew over, as though it was in disdain. Under the cold flicker, the light emitted from the golden human began to dim down, and he knew that the golden human would be completely extinguished if this carried on. If his sword soul dies, then he would also die. But Lin Yun didn't cower and faced the broken sword head-on, allowing the cold light to shine on his sword soul. When the light released from the golden human dimmed down, the golden human reached out to grab onto the hilt of the broken sword. He was clearly very close, but it felt like the sword was 10 million miles away from him. No matter how he reached out, he couldn't grab onto the sword hilt at all. In response, the broken sword released a vibration of mockery. This made Lin Yun throw another mouthful of blood, with his vitality vanquishing. His sword soul, the golden human, had nearly become transparent. But just when it was about to disappear completely, a draconic roar resounded from the abyss. The roar naturally came from Lin Yun's second sword soul and turned into a streak of light that charged at the broken sword. When the broken sword saw that the Azure Dragon sword soul was so furious, it instantly became furious as well. When the golden Azure Dragon approached, cracks began to spread over its body. But the short delay allowed the golden human to grab onto the hilt of the broken sword. When the golden human grabbed onto the sword hilt, the 8 ominous souls that were wreaking havoc within his body calmed down. But that wasn't all. Lin Yun released a roar and controlled the golden human to draw the sword hilt out by half an inch. When the sword ray was unleashed, the 8 ominous souls were instantly turned into ashes and flew out from his pores. This was simply too terrifying, and the power of the broken sword was so terrifying that it left Lin Yun completely dumbfounded. When the fragments of the ominous souls merged with the fresh blood that was on the summit of the mountain, an explosive, boundless aura was made, making it feel sacred. Lin Yun had drawn the broken sword out by an inch with the determination to die if he fails, and he had accomplished something unprecedented. Felt as though he wasn't holding onto a sword, but an entire world. The terrifying power coming from the sword made his scalp go numb. At the same time, countless ancient fragments of information began to pour into his mind. He knew that it was time. "Don't worry about me. I'm fine," said Lin Yun as he stood up and gave Lil Purple a smile. When Lil Purple heard his response, she burst into a smile as she covered her mouth. This was because she was simply too emotional at this moment. Lin Yun's body was shaking to the point that he could collapse at any moment, but he still threw out a punch. Boundless astral energy poured out with his punch that rose like a bright sun, radiating the 36 layers of heaven. Raising his head, he could see the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise constellations, the 4 eternal constellations through the 36 layers of heavens. Shortly after, he could see 100 sovereign constellations. Those sovereign constellations were shining brightly as they lit up the entire cosmos. Aside from that, there were still countless other constellations. There were too many of them, but all of them were outshone by the 100 sovereign constellations. The 100 sovereign constellations were massive, and there was a star at the core of those constellations. Simultaneously, those constellations were shining with different lights. There were those who were elegant, those who were enveloped in a demonic aura, and also those that appeared perfect and flawless. He could hear their mutters filled with disdain for him, asking him to immediately stop or he would lose his life. 100 sovereign constellations didn't mean that only 100 sovereigns had been born. Each sovereign constellation had an heir, such as Lin Yun could succeed in the heaven-subduing constellation if he wanted. Those sovereign constellations contained the remnant will of those sovereigns, and they could feel what Lin Yun was trying to do. "How dare you provoke us? You're courting death. The pride of a sovereign cannot be violated. Stop immediately. Carry on and you'll only lose your life." But Lin Yun merely smiled with a hint of disdain, reluctant to give up when he heard that. "I've always believed that nothing is impossible as long as you have the will to take the step out." When he waved his hands together, the blood became mixed with the fragments of the ominous souls and dissolved into ink. Lin Yun then began to paint a sovereign constellation that solely belonged to him. Along with a loud sound, a golden canvas unfolded and Lin Yun waved his hands like he was wielding a brush. Just like that, Lin Yun painted an ancient winged dragon stroke by stroke on the canvas. This was a shocking painting because every single brush was filled with boundless vitality. Lin Yun's eyes had turned bloodshot with his hair wildly fluttering about. When he had successfully painted the winged dragon, he briefly paused before closing his eyes and falling into deep thoughts. When the golden human within his body held onto the broken sword, lots of information began to appear within Lin Yun's mind, and all of it was about the 8 ominous souls. When he reopened his eyes, they were shining brightly as he wrote a phrase on the painting. When he was done writing the phrase, the first painting was completed. When Lil Purple looked at the phrase, she slowly recited it with her face changed. Slicing through the primeval chaos on the summit of Kunlun, unleashing great prowess as the sun rises. The 100 sovereign constellations above the 36th layer of heaven were comparable to naturally born constellations, and they appeared as though they would exist for eternity. Bearing the huge pressure, Lin Yun began to create the second painting. This time, it was the ancient flying serpent, and when he was done, he left behind a phrase, just like he did with the first painting. The phantom of the flying serpent bewitches all, disrupting both the circulation of stars and directions. Lin Yun continued to paint, while Lil Purple would read the phrases he left behind. The more she read, the more shocked she became. With a pair of eyes like the sun and moon, freezing all of eternity with one thought. That was the phrase of the Aurora Dragon painting. Looking back in the 9 nethers, not even deities and gods would dare to look directly. That was the phrase of the demonic phoenix painting. The descriptions on the paintings were too terrifying. Lil Purple had survived through the ancient era, so she knew what those phrases meant, and each of those words contained boundless might. Kuanping rises with the wind like the sun, soaring straight to the 9 heavens. Xianxia's might sets the world, annihilating everything along with yin and yang. With the appearance of the nether spirit, one of the 4 seasons would disappear before it. Born before the primeval chaos was formed, and annihilating divine dragons with a single breath. It didn't take long for Lin Yun to complete the remaining 4 paintings that represented Kuanping, Xianxia, Nether Spirit, and the ghoul Null as he splashed his ink. The 8 paintings looked like they were made of gold as they hovered around Lin Yun. The phrases on each of the paintings wasn't dazzling, but they seemed to contain boundless might that firmly suppressed the 8 ominous souls that had been turned into constellations. Just one more left. Lin Yun continued with his constellation, using his blood, vitality, and ominous souls as ink and his firmament sword intent as a brush. If he wasn't careful, then his spirit would be ignited until he was extinguished. But Lin Yun knew that he needed to take one more step out if he wanted to form a sovereign constellation. He needed one sword to suppress the 8 ominous souls, and that sword could also allow him to wield the power of the 8 ominous souls and unleash the might to bury the heavens. When the 9th canvas unfolded, Lin Yun threw out a mouthful of blood on the canvas. Cracks also began to appear on his body with blood flowing out. He was creating one star after another on the canvas. At this moment, he was painting the entire cosmos. His entire body was swaying because he was reaching his limit. When the brush flew, the outline of the cosmos was complete. But what he was about to do next was the final stroke on the painting. As the light shone from his pupils, the 2 sword souls in the center of his brows emitted a boundless sword intent. Behind this brush, Lin Yun poured all of his spirit, aura, and essence. At the same time, the pressure from the sovereign constellations beyond the 36 layers of heaven continued to press down on him. But Lin Yun didn't care about the pressure. A long time later, a sword hanging above the 36 layers of heaven was formed. When the 9 paintings were combined together, the initial state of Lin Yun's sovereign constellation was finally formed. When he relaxed, the complete heaven burial constellation entered his body. Upon entry, boundless vitality began to nourish Lin Yun's aura, and a terrifying aura began to rise. At this moment, his vitality and physique were undergoing an unprecedented transformation, and he also emitted an unrivaled aura that belonged to him, flower burial. Lin Yun's body was already on the verge of collapse after creating his own sovereign constellation. But when his sovereign constellation entered his body, his injuries were recovering at a rapid speed, and he also began to emit flashes of dazzling brilliance. Standing on the summit of the mountain, Lin Yun was like a bright sun with astral energy filling up every single corner of his body, filling him with boundless vitality. This improvement was quick and unbelievable. Under the dazzling light, Lin Yun's body was like a huge, blazing cauldron, enveloped in a golden brilliance. At this moment, his cultivation was rising at a rapid speed, reaching the lesser astral stage in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, an explosion resounded from within his body, and his aura in the astral stage was boosted once more. Greater astral stage. Lil Purple was surprised by this scene because this was simply too shocking. She had never heard of anyone reaching the greater astral stage upon entering the astral stage. But that wasn't all. Lin Yun's aura continued to rise. Then again, it wasn't surprising because Lin Yun had previously refined the Saint Dragon Blood Fruit, and he also exhausted 5 million divine astral pellets to create his own sovereign constellation. This gave him a terrifying foundation, and now that he had created his own constellation, his physique was greedily devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. Under the bright light, Lin Yun's sovereign constellation was faintly appearing, and the 8 ominous souls could be seen together. As they breathed astral energy, they were slowly becoming vivid. Suddenly, a sword ray appeared above the 8 ominous souls, along with the appearance of a cosmos. As light flowed between the 8 ominous souls and the divine sword, they seemed to be nourishing each other at this moment. The 8 ominous souls were empowering the divine sword, while the divine sword controlled the 8 ominous souls. This gave off the feeling that the entire cosmos would be destroyed if the divine sword made a move. Heaven burial, Lil Purple muttered with deep shock in her eyes. Even now, she still couldn't believe that Lin Yun had created his own sovereign constellation, creating his own invincible painting. This meant that Lin Yun had opened his own path under the pressure of 100 sovereign constellations, and this was simply too shocking. But why did so many geniuses in the Golden Era fail while Lin Yun succeeded? This was something that Lil Purple couldn't figure out. In terms of talent, there were unrivaled geniuses in the Golden Era that weren't any weaker than Lin Yun. They were so much so that there were even geniuses stronger than him. She had seen countless heaven-defying geniuses who were practically invincible. In terms of talent in the sword, the Iris Sword Saint was naturally stronger than Lin Yun. After all, the Iris Sword Saint could slay deities while he was only at the Saint Realm, and he was a legend among legends in the Golden Era. He was so mysterious and terrifying that even deities had to lower their heads before him. But the Iris Sword Saint wasn't able to create his own sovereign constellation. It didn't matter if he wanted or not, but the Iris Sword Saint didn't choose to try and create his own sovereign constellation. Instead, he had chosen to succeed the heaven-subduing constellation. Is it because of that sword? Lil Purple muttered with curiosity filling her pupils, making her look adorable. Shortly after, a smile appeared on her face. She gave up trying to figure it out. It didn't matter if his path ahead would be difficult. Since he had survived, he has shown the potential of reaching the peak of the Kunlun realm. Humph. You made this Empress worry about you. Lil Purple pouted unhappily. When Lin Yun wakes up, she definitely had to teach him a lesson, but when she thought about it, it didn't seem possible since she never succeeded every time before. Not only did she fail, but she even embarrassed herself even more. Thinking about it made Lil Purple puff up her cheeks and started grinding her teeth. Right at that moment, the shattering of spiritual runes resounded with an ancient aura slowly invading it. This instantly made Lil Purple's face change and turn cold because the spiritual array she had set up was being destroyed. You're courting death, no matter who you are. Lil Purple's eyes flashed with a killing aura. Lin Yun was in a critical moment right now, so if someone disrupted him at this moment, not only would all of his efforts go down the drain, even his sovereign constellation would suffer huge damage. Judging from the speed of Lin Yun's improvement right now, it wouldn't be surprising if his cultivation managed to reach the Quasi-Elysium core realm. Lil Purple yelled while she stood on the snow-heat blade, before heading to the edge of the spiritual array. Lil Red quickly followed behind Lil Purple. Outside the array, there was a gray-clothed old man. He was old and only at the Lesser Elysium core realm, but the aura that he gave off was comparable to a Greater Elysium core realm. He was enveloped in a boundless black light. His face was stiff and looked like a dead person's, but the boundless vitality that he was giving off was terrifying. This scene made Lil Purple lock her brows together because there was a huge gap between the Lesser and Greater Elysium core realms. Lin Yun could easily deal with those at the Lesser Elysium core realm, but he had to resort to using the Lightning Shadow Sword to face Greater Elysium core realm experts. Then again, that was before he reached the astral stage. The gray-clothed elder was clearly at the Lesser Elysium core realm, but the aura he gave off was comparable to the Greater Elysium core realm, and this was a little terrifying. When the gray-clothed elder stood in mid-air, he was like a ferocious beast that blatantly ignored Lil Purple. When he looked through the barrier, his eyes were fixed on Lin Yun's direction. This made Lil Purple baffled and wonder how this person knew that Lin Yun was here. Suddenly, the gray-clothed old man raised his hand. As astral light surged, the surrounding sky became dark and flames converged before slamming against the barrier. But that wasn't all. A green light also began to converge in his palm before a gigantic 100-foot green palm came pressing down. In the path of the green palm, space began to crack and unleashed a destructive prowess that looked like the arrival of the apocalypse. This scene made Lil Purple's face change, and she wondered where this monster came from. If she really allowed the gray-clothed old man's attack to reach the barrier, the array that she had set up would be instantly destroyed. Right at that moment, a ferocious roar echoed with Lil Red taking the form of an ancient Dracope before charging at the gray-clothed old man. When it brandished its staff, the sky began to change and the runes engraved on the staff began to light up. The space around the staff began to distort as it collided with the gigantic palm, leaving fine cracks on the green flaming palm. The Dracope had rage flashing through its pupils as it brandished the staff once more. Repeating the strike 3 times, the gigantic green palm finally shattered into pieces. "A Dracope," the gray-clothed old man said, but in a woman's voice. This made Lil Purple surprised because she initially thought that this gray-clothed old man had been turned into a demonic corpse by a demonic aura. But that was clearly not the case, and there was clearly something wrong with this gray-clothed old man. "Watch out!" Lil Purple's face changed upon sensing the danger. Before Lil Red could respond in time, the gray-clothed old man instantly approached it with a few flickers. As the gray-clothed old man emitted a bizarre fragrance, it made Lil Purple confused. But before it could wake up, the gray-clothed old man clapped its hands together and a green light landed on the head of the Dracope. This made Lil Red release a miserable shriek as its vitality was being swiftly devoured by the gray-clothed old man at a visible speed. Watching this scene, Lil Purple wore a grave expression before she soared into the sky on the snow-heat blade. Her hair had turned silver, and she began to emit an ancient yet sacred aura. At the same time, the clouds behind her had formed into a pair of phoenix wings. When Lil Purple began to form seals, one silver shackle after another began to appear before shooting at the gray-clothed old man. The gray-clothed old man was forced to release Lil Red before gently flicking towards those shackles, easily destroying them. Then, the gray-clothed old man's gaze fell onto Lil Purple, and said once more, "A phoenix!" When he was done, he seemed to have gone insane with green flames blazing on him while he pounced at Lil Purple. All the shackles that stood in his way instantly crumbled, and he had appeared before her in the blink of an eye. Letting out a grin, the gray-clothed old man began to swell in size before reaching for Lil Purple's head. Under his palm, everything seemed to be restrained, and even the air had stopped flowing. Dragon-locking prison. But Lil Purple didn't panic and tapped her fingers. As a cold light began to shine from the broken shackles, they began to converge together and formed a crystal cage and trapped the gray-clothed old man within it. When the gray-clothed old man's hand stretched out of the cage, his hand was completely frozen in ice. But before Lil Purple could catch her breath, a terrifying dark light was emitted from the gray-clothed old man, and all of heaven began to tremble. The demonic light immediately tore apart the first layer of heaven, destroying the cage along with it. How is this possible? Lil Purple squinted her pupils with fear flashing across her pupils. This was too terrifying because this gray-clothed old man was even stronger than ordinary Greater Elysium Core Realm experts. Phoenix! A woman's voice resounded from the gray-clothed old man once more as he reached out to grab Lil Purple. But right at that moment, a sword ray flew out and hit the gray-clothed old man. At the same time, an azure-clothed figure flew over. Let's go! Grabbing onto Lil Purple, Lin Yun flew towards the sky. Just when the two left, cracks began to appear on the gray-clothed old man before he exploded, causing the surroundings to tremble from the surging, destructive aura. When Lin Yun squinted his eyes at the cloud of dust, he saw a blurred green outline. This made him surprised because he recognized it. At the same time, he didn't think that it would follow him here. The Serene Night? The Serene Night was one of the 10 ancient flowers. Its fragrance could drag others into an illusion, and it could also devour flesh and blood to grow. This meant that it could live on others like a parasite. At the same time, the flower bud possessed a form of the sacred flame. Lin Yun ran into it when he entered the profound Wither Island, but it had just started growing the first he met it, and it made Lin Yun flee because of how troublesome it was. As for those who tried to obtain the Serene Night, they were all devoured by it instead. Lin Yun had a deep impression of it because there were at least hundreds of people who were devoured by the Serene Night, and all it spat out were piles of bones. Back then, he had already guessed that it might possess an origin Saint rune, and that was why he fled, since it was too troublesome. Looks like it has left an eye on me, Lin Yun muttered with a playful smile. At the same time, Lil Purple broke free from Lin Yun and returned to standing on the snow-heat blade. Empress! I was the one who saved you. Lin Yun smiled while winking his eye at Lil Purple. Humph, who needs your saving? It's just a flower. This Empress previously didn't know about it. If I knew, I could have easily dealt with it. Lil Purple pouted unhappily. I heard someone crying earlier when I was drawing my constellation. Was it you? Lin Yun looked at Lil Purple with a smile. Who cried? Lil Purple refused with her face blushing. Squinting his eyes together, Lin Yun smiled. Maybe I heard it wrongly, then. That sparrow's voice just sounded like a phoenix. Well, now that I looked at it again, how can there be a phoenix cry for me? Who are you calling a sparrow? Lil Purple furiously glared at Lin Yun. I'm the Divine Phoenix Clan's Supreme Heavenly Slaughter Empress of 4 seas, 8 barons, 36 heavens, and 72 earths. I'm not a sparrow. So you're admitting that you cried earlier? Lin Yun smiled gently. To this Empress? Lil Purple bit on her lips with her eyes turning red. But as all her emotions surged up, she began to sob. Don't cry in the future. After all, you're a phoenix. Lin Yun smiled while he caressed Lil Purple's head. Okay. Lil Purple nodded her head. Right at this moment, in the region where the gray-clothed old man exploded, a dazzling light shone and all the dust was swept away. When the cloud of dust disappeared, what appeared was a gigantic flower with a blurred humanoid figure at the bud of the flower. Her skin was blue with runes that covered her entire body. Her blue face was bewitching, and her pupils were blazing with green flames. As she slowly moved, her legs began to appear on the flower bud. This made Lin Yun surprised because the Serene Night could only manifest her upper body in the beginning. He didn't expect that it would actually manage to manifest her lower body in just 1 month. It appeared that while she pursued him over the past month, she must have devoured a lot of Elysium Core Realm experts in the process. Her sharp nails were placed by her lips. As she licked her nails, she revealed a bewitching smile. Looks like you've gotten even stronger. Why don't you become my host? I guarantee that I can give you endless happiness. Her voice was bewitching, but when Lil Purple heard what she said, her face turned black and glared at Lin Yun. What a bitch. You're not allowed to look at her. Her words made the corner of Lin Yun's lips twitch because he had no idea what was in her mind. He knew the Serene Night was a human-eating monster, and he wouldn't dare to touch her even if he had 100 guts. Furthermore, his taste in women also wasn't so terrible. What a pitiful ice phoenix. You even lost your divine blood. Standing on the flower, The Serene Night revealed a bewitching smile before she shook her head. What a pity. I can't even bear to eat you. TSK, TSK, Tisk. Humph, you do have any idea how much this Empress has crushed garbage like you in the past? And yet, you want to eat this Empress. Lil Purple coldly said. What about now, then? Ha ha ha. The Serene Night laughed before raising both of her hands, unleashing countless vines that headed towards Lil Purple in the form of tentacles. But Lin Yun stood before Lil Purple and reached out, allowing the vines to tangle around his arm. I know your name. You're called Lin Yun, right? I like that name of yours. The Serene Night winked and gave Lin Yun a smile. When she laughed, an aromatic fragrance began to spread out that could drag others into an illusion. But Lin Yun wasn't even bothered by it because it was futile against his firmament sword intent. Well, I have another name that you might not like. Lin Yun circulated the Azure Dragon Saint Art along with all the accumulated astral energy within his body to confront the vines. It might seem easy, but they were competing amongst themselves, since the Serene Night wanted to pull Lin Yun over to devour him. On the other hand, Lin Yun wanted to snap those vines. Those vines might seem weak, but their toughness was comparable to Saint artifacts. He hadn't seen it for a month, and the Serene Night had gotten a lot stronger. So what's that name? Why don't you tell me? I'll love everything about you. The Serene Night smiled. As she spoke, she even licked her lips while looking at Lin Yun. If it was someone else, they would have probably fallen under her illusion. Flower burial, smiled Lin Yun. When the Serene Night heard that, her face changed and became cold. Then let me bury you. Green flames began to blaze on the vines, emitting an eerie yet sacred aura. When Lil Purple saw that, she quickly remembered. This garbage herb actually gave birth to sacred flames. Empress, go and take a look at Lil Red. I'll play with her, smiled Lin Yun without any panic on his face. A lot of Lil Red's vitality had been devoured, and it had been hugging its head in pain. Okay. Lil Red quickly flew and left the region enveloped in the illusion. After she left, the sacred flames on the vines spread to Lin Yun's palm, instantly spreading throughout his body. Have a taste of my flames, he? The Serene Night said with a wink. Well, it's not bad. Lin Yun smiled while allowing the green flames to envelop his body. When Serene Night saw this scene, she squinted her eyes and couldn't believe that her sacred flame did nothing to him. But before the Serene Night could respond, a draconic roar echoed from within Lin Yun's body, and his cultivation instantly reached the quasi-Elysium core realm. At the same time, the accumulated astral energy within his body swept out and 10-odd vines were torn apart with a tug. When all the vines snapped, the sacred flames also flew about. This made Serene Night let out a groan while she took several steps back on the flower petal. Let's fight, then. Lin Yun's eyes coldly flashed as he smirked, while a pair of golden wings unfolded behind him. In the next second, he had already appeared on the flower, standing before the Serene Night. You're courting death. The Serene Night's face became sinister, and she raised her hand with a palm heading towards Lin Yun. Even without her host, she was strong to begin with. So her palm was enveloped in a sacred light, and all the runes on the surface of her body began to glow. As the surrounding space began to tremble, the first layer of the 36 layers of heaven broke. Facing her attack, Lin Yun also raised his hand with his palm pushing out. As astral energy began to surge on Lin Yun's palm, the boundless light radiating from his palm made the attack unleashed by the Serene Night seem dim in comparison. But Lin Yun didn't let her go and continued to clash head-on. Lin Yun let out a roar after 10-odd clashes, and a golden crow and silver phoenix flew from his body when he threw out his next punch. His attack made the Serene Night fly back by a few hundred meters, and she threw out a mouthful of green blood. How is this possible? The Serene Night squinted her eyes. Lin Yun's cultivation was clearly only at the quasi-Elysium core realm, but the astral energy emitted from Lin Yun was even stronger than Elysium core realm experts. With a single thought, the Serene Night's petals began to fly about like butterflies. At the same time, the flower bud was emitting a green light that looked extremely evil, to which Lin Yun could sense his vitality being sapped from his body. This was a bizarre form of attack, and not even his sword intent could stop his vitality from being sapped. All his sword intent could do was merely to slow it down. Looking at this scene, the Serene Knight smiled sinisterly, and her injuries were recovering at a visible speed. She was tasting the true dragon's vitality from Lin Yun, and the more she tasted, the more she was satisfied with Lin Yun's body. "Is this all you got? How disappointing." Lin Yun stomped his foot, and all the astral energy within his body began to blaze like a dazzling sun. He also began to emit a golden light, causing the colossal flower to tremble and the petals to fly and shatter into pieces. "You think you can devour all of my vitality?" Lin Yun wore a playful smile. His words made Serene Knight's face ugly. Lin Yun's vitality was like a boundless ocean. Even if he didn't resist, she knew that she couldn't devour all of Lin Yun's vitality even if she had 3 days and 3 nights. Not to mention that her illusion was useless before Lin Yun. So this meant that half of her tricks were rendered invalid. "You should have an Origin Saint rune, right?" Lin Yun looked at Serene Knight with her hair violently fluttering in the wind. He was already being benevolent for not going after the Serene Knight before. But the Serene Knight was courting death since she dared to show up before him. But fortunately, his flower burial sword needed an Origin Saint rune to be upgraded to a saint artifact. The Serene Knight wanted to use him as a host? Then he would use her to upgrade his weapon. Lin Yun was prideful, and when his aura pressed down on her, it made Serene Knight feel suffocating. "You forced me to do this." Serene Knight roared, and the green flames blazing in her pupils became even more ferocious. At the same time, boundless sacred flames poured from her body and instantly formed into a sea of flames. The blazing sacred flames were burning the surrounding space, making the entire blue space look gorgeous and glittering. As for Serene Knight, she was standing on the huge flower, looking at Lin Yun. Her flawless face looked sinister at this moment, and her pupils were glowing brightly. "So, it's in her eyes." Lin Yun was surprised to discover that her Origin Saint runes were hidden in her pupils. He now knew why she could still be so strong even after leaving the flower, and the Serene Knight was truly strong. Now that he thought about it again, if he didn't have such a terrifying amount of vitality and didn't fear her illusions, it would have been troublesome for him to deal with her. After all, she was comparable to a greater Elysium Core realm expert by herself. But it was a pity that she ran into Lin Yun. After Lin Yun created his own sovereign constellation, there was no longer any place for her to be arrogant. "Be obedient and be my host." The demonic runes on her began to glow, and the Origin Saint rune in her pupils also began to revolve rapidly, distorting the entire space within her vision. Since Lin Yun was in it, he could feel the great restriction on his movement technique. Even his sword intent and senses were disrupted and became distorted. Right at that moment, a piercing peal of laughter resounded as the Serene Knight charged over with razor-sharp nails extending from her fingers. Furthermore, her nails were engraved with saint runes, making her nails even more terrifying. Lin Yun immediately tried to dodge the attack using the Golden Crow 9 transformation, creating multiple afterimages. But it felt as though he was in a swamp, and his movements were greatly restricted. When the Serene Knight's attack reached, Lin Yun still suffered some superficial wounds on his face, even though he had already responded quickly. "Tisk, tsk. What delicious blood." The Serene Knight smiled while licking her fingers. Under the control of the Origin Saint rune in her pupils, the demonic runes covering her body unleashed a bright flare of demonic light. Her attacks were quick, and she was as slippery as a fish in this distorted space. She had fully unleashed the terror of the Origin Saint rune, such as distorting space or having nails as tough as saint artifacts. But as everything added up together, it allowed her strength to undergo a huge boost. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun had already exchanged 10-odd moves with the Serene Knight. Although he had avoided having his vital spots hit, the Serene Knight still managed to leave wound after wound on his body. When he glanced down at the summit of the mountain, the blood flame divine rune was still enveloped in a cocoon and showed no signs of breaking out. Without the divine rune, his azure dragon saint art had been greatly weakened. "Hehe, you're the perfect host that I've had an eye on." You're really strong to be able to force me to this point. The Serene Knight's voice resounded. As she attacked, her voice continued to resound, trying to strum Lin Yun's heartstrings. But you're not like the others. As my host, you're the host and I'll be your servant. I know a lot of ancient secrets, and those transcendent geniuses will be nothing if you have my help. But Lin Yun naturally wouldn't fall for it. He was observing, trying to discover the profundity behind her origin Saint Rune. Just like that, an hour passed but Lin Yun showed no signs of anxiety on his face. On the other hand, the Serene Knight gradually became more anxious with wrinkles beginning to appear on her skin. But they were swiftly suppressed by the demonic runes on her body. When Lin Yun saw this scene, he knew that his speculation was right. Without a host, the Serene Knight would have to pay a great price to utilize her origin Saint Rune. Humph, you're a bad person. I'm already so good. But you're not taking it at all. Looks like I can only kill you then. The Serene Knight snorted with a vicious expression before she waved her hand. All the flower petals were gathered and formed into layers of sea clouds, swiftly trapping Lin Yun in the flower bud. The bud of the Serene Knight was a wisp of green flames that emitted a relaxing fragrance and a sacred aura. At this moment, Lin Yun finally realized that the bud was the core of the Serene Knight, and the woman was the demonic trait of it. You don't seem to be worried at all. The woman coldly looked at Lin Yun. Even after being trapped, Lin Yun still looked calm and emitted a strong pressure. This is the Serene Knight flame? Lin Yun asked, looking at the green bud as though the woman wasn't an enemy but a friend. Hearing what he said, the woman had surprise flashing through her pupils, but she still kept her mouth shut. It looks like you can't fully control it yet, Lin Yun said, not waiting for her reply. How can you know that? The woman was utterly shocked with disbelief when she heard what Lin Yun said. But the moment she spoke, her face became ugly because she knew that she shouldn't have said anything. It's still sleeping while you're awake. You're afraid. Afraid that you'll cease to exist the moment it wakes up. After all, you're just the accumulated demonic trait of the flower, and you're incredibly weak compared to it. Lin Yun was even more sure of his speculation when he looked at the bud. The flower bud was the true Serene Knight, and the woman should be the manifestation of the accumulated demonic trait, such as how there would be impurities left in the body after consuming pellets. But if she didn't come for him, she might have had a chance of replacing the bud as the core and become an unrivaled demonic flower in the future. So what if you've discovered my secret? The woman's face became sinister and laughed. There's no way you can escape, even if you're a greater Elysium core realm expert. After you become my host, I'll make you my slave for eternity. As demonic runes began to shine on the surrounding flower petals, this entire space formed into a bizarre cage, and Lin Yun was shocked that this place was isolated from the outside world, and the astral energy within his body had weirdly become stagnant. Did you sense it? The woman wore a mocking smile and continued, It's good that you're prideful enough. Otherwise, I'd have some trouble trapping you in the flower bud. But it's useless for you to regret it now. Vines began to stretch out from the surrounding petal walls and locked onto Lin Yun. The vines were quick, and they had instantly rendered him immobilized. As the woman smiled, she slowly approached and reached out for Lin Yun's chest while licking her lips with greed flashing in her eyes as she looked at him. In her eyes, Lin Yun was merely a delicacy to her. But just when her hand was about to get close, she suddenly froze under immense pressure. What's going on? The woman was surprised because she couldn't figure out what was going on. When she raised her head, she was horrified to discover that a golden scroll had appeared behind Lin Yun. Before she could utter a word, the painting opened up from a seam with an explosion of golden light. This instantly sent the woman flying back and threw out a mouthful of blood when she collided with the wall. Constellation! The woman was shocked because Lin Yun had never shown his constellation before. But this also meant that his constellation was somewhat terrifying since it sent her flying back before it even unfolded completely. As the scroll slowly unfolded, the vines trapping Lin Yun began to snap into pieces. As the vines slowly shattered, the woman fell to her knees with her face distorted from the pain. I have to thank you. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to find out where the true serene night was located. Lin Yun said, looking at the serene night with his eyes blazing with excitement. This was the flower that his flower burial sword needed. The woman was only the demonic trait of the origin Saint Rune, and her existence was more like a demonic existence, rather than a flower. Sovereign constellation. The woman was shocked with her mouth wide open as she looked at the golden painting behind Lin Yun. No! The woman screamed and used all her strength to stand on her feet before pouncing towards Lin Yun. But right at that moment, the painting involving the Aurora Dragon opened up, and a boundless force swept out, instantly destroying the cage of petals. When Lin Yun sensed that the boundless energy coming from his constellation was empowering him, he pointed a finger, and the woman that pounced at him was reduced to ashes by the immense power. This was simply too terrifying. Lin Yun had only used one finger and one painting to destroy the woman before him, and the power from the sovereign constellation made him feel unreal. When Lin Yun let out a long breath, he felt satisfied. He was flower burial, someone who slaughtered his way from the lower realm and had consumed countless treasures along the way. Not to mention that he had obtained the opportunities from Iris Sword Saint and the Azure Dragon Lord. If he was from a holy land, he would have been invincible by now. As for what invincible means, it simply meant that those who obey him will prosper, and those who defy him will perish. But Lin Yun was greatly restricted. He couldn't manifest his constellation before, and he had to exchange over a few hundred moves with transcendent geniuses from the big sects without using the firmament sword intent. If he had faced those transcendent geniuses from powerful sects, he would have had to use all his trump cards, aside from the firmament sword intent. It was so much so that he even would have had to use the myriad sword condensation. They weren't strong, but their cultivation was too high, and they possessed their own constellations. The moment they summoned their constellation, their strength would boost greatly, and Lin Yun had pent everything up till now ever since he entered the profound Wither Island. But starting from today, he would like to see who would dare to bully him with their constellation. Turning back to look at the painting behind him, the Aurora Dragon had the head of a human and the body of a dragon, with a size reaching 100 feet and enveloped in a boundless ferocity. Under the power of the golden painting, it had unleashed a domineering might. With a pair of eyes like the sun and moon, freezing all of eternity with one thought. Lin Yun looked at the phrase of the painting and fell into deep thoughts. When his constellation unfolded, he could sense the boundless might coming from it, empowering him, and greatly boosted his strength. This was normal because anyone would undergo a great boost in their strength upon bringing out their constellation. But Lin Yun had a feeling that there were many parts that were lacking, and the power it held could be a lot stronger, especially the phrase that could make his blood boil just by looking at it. The phrase didn't come from him, but from the fragments that the golden human had obtained when holding onto the broken sword within his body. When he created his constellation, the phrase became something natural with the painting. Lin Yun was suspicious if the phrase was only meant to suppress the ferocity of the ominous souls, since they sounded as though they possessed divine power when he recited them. When the constellations were still ominous souls within his body, Lin Yun had awakened various abilities, but he practically didn't use them because he was afraid that those abilities would alarm the broken sword within his body. Those weren't from cultivating. They were strong and heaven-defying, which made him feel uneasy. But it was different now because when Lin Yun wielded the broken sword with the golden human, the ominous souls were converted into his constellation. So the fear in his heart had disappeared, and he could face his heart directly now. He was determined to excavate the secrets of the broken sword. Since that was the case, then there was nothing to worry about when he utilized those abilities now. With a pair of eyes like the sun and moon, freezing all of eternity with one thought, Lin Yun muttered softly, "That seems to be two different abilities. The first being the Aurora Dragon's eyes, and the latter should be a freezing-related ability." Now that he looked at it again, he had a lot more to excavate about his sovereign constellation. It appears that he will have to ask Lil Purple for advice on how to cultivate his sovereign constellation. After all, there were many secret techniques and abilities related to constellations that he had to excavate. With a single thought, his constellation returned to his body. Suddenly, the colossal fortress of flowers began to tremble. When Lin Yun turned back, he could see that after the woman died, she left behind 2 golden runes that shone brightly. This made Lin Yun surprised because he didn't think there were 2 Origin Saint runes. He didn't know if the Origin Saint rune had been separated into 2 or if the Serene Knight had 2 Origin Saint runes, to begin with. If it was the latter, then this Serene Knight was a little heaven-defying. But thinking about it again, that didn't seem impossible. After all, the woman had refined the Origin Saint runes into her pupils, so there might have been an Origin Saint rune in both of her eyes. Circulating his firmament sword intent, he focused his sword intent on his pupils, and the light enveloping the Origin Saint runes slowly peeled off until the Saint runes were clearly visible before him. The Origin Saint rune on the right was enveloped in a crimson light and looked demonic. Although it no longer had anyone controlling it, it was still frantically devouring the surrounding spiritual energy, including the residual energy that was brought out by Lin Yun's constellation. At this moment, he was sure that they were 2 different Origin Saint runes. One was Netherdream, which controlled fragrances to create illusions. The other was Devour, which could devour all of the essence in the world. When the golden light in his eyes dissipated, Lin Yun had dispelled the firmament sword intent in his eyes. Right at that moment, 2 boundless sacred lights appeared and enveloped the Origin Saint runes. When Lin Yun swept his gaze over the area, he saw the Serene Knight flame in the bud, looking as beautiful as moonlight. It was too beautiful, making him feel reluctant to refine it. When Lin Yun clapped his hands together, a boundless sword aura swept out, enveloping the entire flower. His sword aura echoed with a draconic roar, and the flower looked like a meteorite that fell from the sky. When the flower landed on the ground, it landed gently while being enveloped by Lin Yun's sword intent and didn't even raise a speck of dust. He can already control his sword intent so well? Lil Purple was inwardly shocked because Lin Yun's control over his firmament sword intent seemed to have reached a new height. Spreading his arms apart, Lin Yun landed beside Lil Purple with Lil Red returning to its cat form, lying beside her. "What's wrong?" Lin Yun asked, looking at Lil Red. With Lil Red's vitality, it shouldn't be a problem for it, even with its vitality devoured. Something a little troublesome. That bitch's hand touched Lil Red's hand, and the Origin Saint rune had devoured quite a bit of Lil Red's vitality. "But it shouldn't be an issue after some sleep," replied Lil Purple. "It was that terrifying?" Lin Yun briefly pondered. The woman was pretty strong now that he recalled. She had a peculiar fragrance that could drag others into her illusion, and she also had the Devour Saint rune that could devour everything. So if Lil Red was careless, all of its vitality might have been devoured. But fortunately, Lin Yun could resist both her illusion and devour ability, not to mention that she didn't have the chance to touch his head. So this meant that most of her means were rendered useless. "Empress, come here for a bit." Lin Yun finally felt relieved after seeing that Lil Red was fine. Then he jumped onto the flower once more. Lil Purple was suspicious, but when she went onto the flower, she was completely dumbfounded by what she saw, with her face becoming red with excitement. 2 Origin Saint runes, holy shit. No wonder that bitch was so strong. So this Serene Knight has 2 Saint runes. Wait, this is the Serene Knight flame. Lil Purple was acting excited on top of the snow-heat blade, with her face turning red from the joy she felt. She was so excited that she nearly jumped off the snow-heat blade. "Ha ha ha! That bitch was really our fortune star. Your harvest this time isn't at all inferior to the underground palace. Just how big of a grudge do you have with her that you're still not letting her go after she's dead?" smiled Lin Yun. "Humph." Lil Purple pouted. "That's because that bitch injured Lil Red and even wanted to devour me, not to mention that that bitch even tried to seduce you. This Empress is still furious whenever I'm thinking about it." The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched when he heard that. He had no idea what was in her mind. Recollecting himself, Lin Yun smiled. 1 Origin Saint rune should be enough for the Flower Burial Sword to be upgraded to a Saint artifact. Between the Netherdream and Devour, which one do you think is suitable for Flower Burial? Netherdream. The Devour Saint rune is too demonic, and it's not compatible with your flower burial. As for the Devour Saint rune, you can give it to Lil Red, said Lil Purple after a brief thought. Since it's too demonic, will Lil Red be alright? Humph. Do you know what kind of saint beast the ancient Dracope is? It's comparable to the 8 ominous beasts, and it's demonic to begin with. So do you think Lil Red can be more demonic after refining the Devour Saint rune? Lil Purple smiled. Lin Yun was briefly stunned when he heard that. Now that he thought about it again, what Lil Purple said did make sense. Without any hesitation, he took out the flower burial sword from the sword box. The moment he took it out, a sword vibration resounded, and the Nether-Dream Saint rune entered the sword before Lin Yun could even react. As for the Devour Saint rune, it was left untouched and wasn't pulled over by the flower burial sword. In the next second, the flower burial sword began to brightly shine within his hand. The light was so dazzling that he had great difficulty opening his eyes, and the sword also suddenly became heavy in his hand. The ancient runes on the sword were glowing gold, and the sword also began to violently tremble in his hand. Quick, Lil Purple urged. Let it refine the serene night flame. Lin Yun nodded and came before the flower bud with a grave expression before inserting his sword in it. When the sword was plunged into the flower bud, runes began to appear on the flower beneath him, and they were all heading towards the flower bud in a cobweb-like pattern. The flower bud seemed to have come to life, emitting boundless vitality and spreading out a floral fragrance. Raising his hand, Lin Yun grabbed a hold of the Devour Saint rune. With the Saint rune shining as brightly as a sun in one hand, he held onto Lil Purple's hand with the other before slowly backing away from the flower. Half an hour later, the entire flower closed up, enveloping the flower burial sword. The moment it opened up again, the flower burial sword would have been upgraded to a saint artifact. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with anticipation because he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. After all, without an appropriate saint artifact, it was troublesome for him to fight those transcendent geniuses. I'll go take a look at the cocoon. As for you, go and give this Devour Saint rune to Lil Red, Lin Yun said while handing the Devour Saint rune over. But after a brief thought, he asked Lil Purple about his doubts about his sovereign constellation. Ordinary constellations are already complicated, not to mention sovereign constellations. Cultivating constellations can take decades or even centuries, so I'll slowly tell you about sovereign constellations in the future, said Lil Purple as she aloofly stood on the snow-heaped blade. Lin Yun smiled awkwardly. He was feeling embarrassed for Lil Purple at that moment. She was clearly a little brat, but he knew that he couldn't say that, or Lil Purple would definitely be furious. How long until the Great Saint Origin appears? Roughly 10 odd days. I'm also curious about where the profound Wither Great Saint hid the Great Saint Origin, because even I can't find it after looking around. Lil Purple was unhappy when she mentioned that. She had previously separated from Lin Yun because she wanted to obtain the Great Saint Origin before someone else got to it. She wasn't able to find it, but the profound Wither Island was clearly filled with the aura of the Great Saint Origin. On the summit of the mountain, the cocoon was glowing brightly, and the blood flame divine rune was dazzling. At the same time, a heartbeat could be heard from the cocoon, and he could sense that a boundless vitality was being nurtured. The Dragon Saint pellet is really strong, Lin Yun muttered to himself on the summit of the mountain. He had obtained an inheritance from the Azure Dragon Lord on the heavenly path, and the Azure Dragon Saint art was only a secondary benefit that came with it. But the true inheritance lay in the Azure Dragon True Bone. That was the true bone of the Azure Dragon King, which had an origin divine rune imprinted on it, and it was enveloped in the profundity of thunderstorms. The existence of the Azure Dragon Saint art was meant to nourish the Azure Dragon True Bone, constantly excavating the power of the True Bone. If he could grasp the origin divine rune, the Azure Dragon True Blood in the True Bone would nourish his entire body, transforming his body in the process. When the Azure Dragon Saint art reaches a high level, he could use the Azure Dragon Divine Rune as the core and combine it with the blood to transform into an Azure Dragon. But after losing the Azure Dragon True Bone, the Azure Dragon Saint art was half crippled, and it was reduced to a mere body-refining martial technique. Although it was still powerful, it still couldn't be compared to the inheritance left behind by the Azure Dragon Lord. But now, the Azure Dragon Saint Art had undergone a new birth under Lil Purple's constant help, allowing him to possess the innate Azure Dragon Saint physique. When the cocoon breaks, it would possess a dragon spirit and dragon pearl, thus reaching a whole new realm. Recollecting his thoughts, Lin Yun began to practice the Divine Solar Lunar Fist on the summit of the mountain. The Divine Solar Lunar Fist had a total of 3 forms: the Heaven and Earth Unite, Dragon Sun and Moon Cauldron, and Eternal Light. The Divine Solar Lunar Fist was one of the strongest Holy Spirit martial techniques, comparable to the Fleeting Cloud 13 swords, especially the last form, Eternal Light. It was capable of surpassing the scope of Holy Spirit martial techniques. Lin Yun had already reached the second form, but due to the limitation of his previous cultivation, he couldn't bring it to the manifestation stage. He had barely reached complete mastery in it, and the power still wasn't up to his satisfaction. Since he couldn't make this move entirely his, it became the reason why he rarely used it in fights. But now that he has reached the Quasi-Elysium core realm, he no longer has any limitations. As the Golden Crow and Silver Phoenix holy spirits flew from Lin Yun's body, they began to revolve above him with starlight shining onto him. As they revolved over him, the Golden Crow and Silver Phoenix looked like the sun and moon revolving around one another, causing the surrounding space to distort with boundless power, strengthening him. At this moment, Lin Yun was empowered by the heavens and earth, making him feel like an immovable mountain and looking like an ancient divine dragon. The Divine Solar Lunar Fist. Lin Yun suddenly comprehended the true profundity of the Divine Solar Lunar Fist. The Golden Crow represented the sun, while the Silver Phoenix represented the moon. The second form was to turn himself into a dragon, strengthened by the power of the heavens and earth to manifest into a cauldron. It might sound complicated, but it was the continuation of the first form of using the 2 holy spirits to manifest the heavens and earth. Transform. Lin Yun's body began to transform and fused with the power of the heavens and earth. At this moment, he was like a cauldron that had been existing for all eternity. After the 2 holy spirits manifested into the sun and moon, they gathered towards him. Lin Yun quickly activated the limit of the heavenly soul realm, which was also called the 7 flowers convergence. In the next second, 49 demonic astral flowers brightly lit up like stars. When he gently took a step out, an immense power filled his body. The power had reached a level that even gave his innate Azure Dragon Saint physique great difficulty bearing it. His eyes were flickering with stars, the sun, and the moon. When the power within his body reached the limit, Lin Yun finally threw his punch out. His punch had manifested into a cauldron, causing the surrounding space to violently tremble with the sun and moon shining brightly. Each ray of light contained a destructive prowess and reached a terrifying height. At this moment, he had finally brought the Dragon Sun and Moon Cauldron to the manifestation stage. This form is really terrifying. Can it be that the Dragon Sun and Moon Cauldron really does exist in this world? Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts. He had seen the Divine Dragon Pagoda back in the profound Azure Prefecture. It was so tall that it reached the clouds, and it was meant to suppress the Divine Dragon Empire's fortune. In the end, his eyesight was still too low. The Kunlun realm was massive, and the Divine Dragon era was even bigger. Those transcendent geniuses from the ancient Barren Domain were transcendents for a reason, and the profound Azure Prefecture was just a mere countryside in their eyes. After he was done practicing the Dragon Sun and Moon Cauldron, Lin Yun began to practice the Eternal Light. Eternal Light means using the 2 holy spirits to manifest the greater Yin and greater Yang energies, allowing the 2 energies to fuse into primitive chaos before unleashing an eternal ray of light. The intent behind this form was majestic, and he could lose himself within it if he wasn't careful. Lin Yun was calmly waiting when a draconic roar echoed 2 days later. At the same time, cracking sounds comparable to the shattering of the heavens resounded. This made Lin Yun open his eyes, flashing with a glimpse of light in that moment. The light gave the impression that it would last for eternity. Ever since Lin Yun created his sovereign constellation, he realized that his path had been widened. There wasn't any difficulty in cultivating such a powerful Holy Spirit martial technique, nor did he lose himself within it. The cocoon finally broke. Lin Yun stood up with excitement flashing across his pupils. Compared to the divine solar lunar fist, he was more concerned about the cocoon, since this was a trump card that he could use even after reaching the Elysium Core realm or even the Dragon Pulse realm. Suddenly, the cocoon broke and an azure dragon of nearly 30 feet soared from it. When the azure dragon appeared, lightning began to rumble and a powerful gale started to howl, making the surroundings look as though the apocalypse had come, while being accompanied by a majestic dragon aura. The azure dragon was 3 times bigger than before, and the effects of the dragon Saint Pellet had far exceeded Lin Yun's expectations. Not only was the dragon aura enhanced, but Lin Yun could even see the spirituality in its pupils. This meant that the azure dragon now possessed a dragon spirit. When he thought about that, the azure dragon broke away from the clouds with lightning and storms sweeping the surroundings, reaching a terrifying height. The dragon runes on its body were flickering with a faint crimson light. That was the blood flame divine rune enveloping its entire body. When the azure dragon dived towards Lin Yun, countless purple golden dragon runes returned to his body, and the blood flame divine rune also returned to the azure dragon mark. When he circulated the azure dragon Saint Art, surges of boundless energy began to rush throughout his body. All the accumulated energy within his body exploded. His entire body was undergoing a transformation at this moment. The azure dragon was fusing with his body, and the power from the dragon Saint Pellet was nourishing him. But this process was accompanied by great pain, making Lin Yun grit his teeth with his face distorted. This process lasted for a long time, and when the intense pain reached a limit, Lin Yun let out a ferocious roar from his mouth. At the same time, light shone from his pupils, taking on the look of dragon pupils, and he was also enveloped in a purple golden light. When the terrifying aura spread out, it was as if an ancient beast had come to life. When Lin Yun let out a breath, it felt great because his entire body had completed its transformation and reached its peak once more. Furthermore, the purple golden dragon runes on his body had reached an astronomical number of 3,000, bringing his azure dragon Saint Art to a whole new level. Azure Dragon Grasp. Lin Yun reached out and 3,000 dragon runes poured into his hand, manifesting into a majestic dragon claw. In the path of the dragon claw, everything within his sight was being reduced to dust, and it looked as though everything within 1,000 miles was within his grasp. When Lin Yun clenched his fist, a vortex appeared on the dragon claw and instantly pulled 10-odd hills into his palm. As he opened up his fist and gently patted it, a majestic dragon claw landed on the ground, leaving behind a huge dragon claw mark with countless cracks spreading out. Looking from afar, it looked like an ancient true dragon had landed on the ground from the sky. "It's back," Lin Yun muttered with excitement in his pupils. With the dragon runes back, he wouldn't be so easily injured if he faced the demonic trait of the Serene Knight once more. Not to mention that the strength of his azure dragon Saint Art had been tripled. Now that he thought about it again, he had to thank that white-haired youth. This made Lin Yun wonder if that youth would show up once the greater Saint Origin appears. Spreading his arms apart, Lin Yun soared into the sky. When he landed, he appeared beside Lil Purple. He saw that the gigantic flower that enveloped the flower burial sword had withered, so he grabbed onto the sword. He could feel the deep connection he had with the sword, not to mention that the sword was circulating with an even stronger power. Just by grasping the hilt of the sword, he became enveloped in a sacred might. Ultimately, he didn't pull the sword out of the scabbard. There was no need for him to test it because he knew that it had been upgraded to a saint artifact. This sword is really incredible. With the Nether-Dream Saint rune, it can pull others into an illusion. Not to mention that it even devoured the Serene Night Flame. This sword isn't far from the Lightning Shadow Sword now, Lil Purple said softly. There's no need to hurry. Lin Yun smiled. The Lightning Shadow Sword was forged by the Mo clan, and it was once a genuine divine artifact. But the Flower Burial Sword could be upgraded, and Lin Yun believed that it would soon reach the height of the Lightning Shadow Sword in the future. Compared to the Lightning Shadow Sword, Lin Yun was more fond of the flower burial sword. Right at this moment, a bestial roar resounded from afar with a ferocious aura spreading out that even shook the heavens and earth. It was Lil Red, who had devoured the Devourer Saint Rune. It had reached the Elysium core realm. It had become so powerful now that it even made Lin Yun's eyes linger with fear. "It's back!" Lin Yun smiled. "It's back? What do you mean?" Lil Purple asked in confusion. In response to her, Lin Yun merely replied with a smile. The Azure Dragon was back, the Flower Burial Sword was back, and even Lil Red was back. "Call Lil Red over. It's time for us to get going." "All right," Lil Purple said with her eyes lighting up. They had been holed up here for a long time, and she was already bored. The profound Wither Island was massive, and over 1 month had passed since everyone entered. So most of the border regions were already swept up by everyone. Some people who were satisfied with their harvest stayed at the border of the profound Wither Island waiting to leave after 2 months. There were too many deaths on the profound Wither Island, and those who survived the massacre had all experienced all sorts of brutalities here. But there were still many people heading to the core region, searching for opportunities. They wanted to get as much as they could before the seal on the entire island disappeared. There were many opportunities on the profound Wither Island, and the true opportunity wasn't that easy to find. But the bigger reason was that they weren't satisfied with their harvest. Then again, none of them who could come this far were weaklings, and they had obtained huge harvests. But this also meant that their greed would grow even bigger and couldn't be fulfilled. They could clearly sense that the celestial aura on the island had been weakened, and this made everyone who was in the core region even more anxious. This also meant that the killings became even more intense, and they didn't have much time left. Lin Yun and Lil Purple also spent some time getting there. The core region of the island had too many opportunities, and the appearance of each one of them would spark a series of brutal competitions. But those opportunities were nothing to Lin Yun unless it was the birth of a Saint Elixir. After all, Saint Elixirs were extremely precious, and there were many rare herbs in the profound Wither Island. After coming to the core region, he was mainly focused on searching for Saint Elixirs. But Saint Elixirs were too rare, and he didn't get anything even after a huge amount of effort. "Don't tell me that I'm this unlucky." Lin Yun smiled in a helpless tone as he rubbed his nose. He had grown incredibly strong, and he wouldn't be afraid even if he had to face powerful sections. Thus, he wanted a fight to gauge his current strength. Quasi-Saint Elixir? Lin Yun's firmament sword intent was keen, and he could sense the birth of a quasi-Saint Elixir 10-odd miles away. Since Saint Elixirs were too hard to find, it wouldn't be bad to obtain some quasi-Saint Elixirs before the greater Saint Origin appeared. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun executed his movement technique and appeared on a stone pillar 100 miles away. What speed! There were those who saw Lin Yun's speed, and they were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. After all, Lin Yun had practically disappeared within a golden flash. Beneath the stone pillar, Lin Yun could see a vast view a myriad meter in radius. On the ground, there were people fighting amongst themselves, and there were many people ganging up on 2 people. They weren't weak. They were all at the pinnacle of Lesser Elysium core realm, and their auras were a lot stronger than other cultivators in this region. With a glance, Lin Yun could tell that they were disciples of powerful sects. The disciples of powerful sects were extraordinary, and they belonged to the top of the pyramid on the profound Wither Island. Even the big sects were inferior when compared to them. This was why Lin Yun could recognize their identities with a mere glance. But the big sects' transcendent geniuses wouldn't be at all inferior to transcendent geniuses from the powerful sects. It's just that they would lose in numbers. Both parties who were fighting were from powerful sects, and Lin Yun couldn't help feeling shocked upon seeing the 2 who were being ganged upon. Coincidentally, they were disciples of the Sword Sect, and even more coincidental enough, Lin Yun recognized the 2 of them and even had some grudge against them. They were Qin Tian and Zhang Ting. Qin Tian was aloof back in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect and treated him with disdain, thinking that he was a mere frog in a well who couldn't recognize his own position. Compared OT that Zhang Ting might be a little better. At the very least, he wasn't a hypocrite like Qin Tian. As for those ganging up on the Sword Sect's disciples, they also had a pretty big origin. Judging from their clothes, they should be from the Profound Sky Sect. The Profound Sky Sect was an undisputed overlord in the ancient Barren domain, and their sect master was said to be the most talented person in the past millennium. Aside from the Radiant Sword Saint, no one could suppress him. So others might fear the Sword Sect, but the Profound Sky Sect was definitely not amongst them. Those ganging up on Qin Tian and Zhang Ting were disciples of the Profound Sky Sect. All of them, they were donning saint armor. When incorporating their martial techniques, they were shining brightly and emitted a terrifying power, especially the one leading the party, who was easily dealing with Qin Tian and Zhang Ting's attacks. If it wasn't for him, it wouldn't be an issue for Qin Tian to leave with his strength. Looks like the Sword Sect has really declined over the years. The youth leading the party suddenly unleashed a golden sun with a wave of his hand, which was heading towards Qin Tian and Zhang Ting. This was the Holy Spirit martial technique of their Profound Sky Sect, the 9 Dawn Transformation's first transformation, Rising Dawn. This was a powerful attack, and it looked as though there was a rising sun in the palm of that youth's hand. This made Lin Yun surprised because he could tell that the Profound Sky Sect was so strong that even one of their ordinary disciples was so extraordinary. If he had guessed it right, this youth shouldn't be a transcendent genius, but his aura wasn't any weaker to one. It's the Profound Sky Cannon. Lil Purple's voice resounded within Lin Yun's mind. After a brief pause, she continued, "If I remember correctly, the Profound Sky Cannon was famous even in the ancient era. The complete Profound Sky Cannon was one of the top 10 cultivation techniques in the ancient era. The attack that he's using right now should be a secret technique recorded in the Profound Sky Cannon, and the Profound Sky Cannon is a comprehensive cultivation technique with lots of secret techniques in each stage." Hearing what she said, Lin Yun now knew why the Profound Sky Sect could rise so quickly. He couldn't help taking a few more glances at the attack. When the youth leading the party unleashed his attack, both Qin Tian and Zhang Ting's constellations broke apart as they fell to the ground and threw out a mouthful of blood. "Zhao Ling, aren't you taking it a little too far? I've already given you the quasi-saint elixir, so what more do you want?" Zhang Ting cursed with flames of rage blazing in his pupils. Not only did the Profound Sky Sect take the advantage of numbers to bully them, they even wanted to humiliate them even after they obtained the quasi-saint elixir. But when Zhang Ling heard what Zhang Ting said, he merely stood there and wore a playful smile. "There's nothing I can say since I lost to you, but give me some face. How about I give you 2 quasi-saint elixirs and we call this matter off?" Qin Tian said while gritting his teeth. He and Zhang Ling were both on the Empyrean ranking, and they weren't too far away from each other. So he was confident that Zhang Ling would give him some face. Zhang Ling's eyes flashed with mockery, as if he had heard the greatest joke of the century. A long time later, after he calmed down, he smiled. "Give you some face? Who the hell do you think you are? Even if I let you have one hand against me, you still won't be my opponent." "You!" Qin Tian raged with his face becoming ugly. "Do you think you're on the same level as me?" Zhang Ling's eyes flashed with disdain and continued. "I might give you some face when we were all at the Empyrean realm, but who do you think you are now? We're both at the Elysium Core realm, but you don't even have the strength to make it on the Elysium Core ranking now, right? You might be someone on the Empyrean ranking, but you're just a piece of garbage after reaching the Elysium Core realm." Qin Tian's mind blew when he heard that. At the same time, all his pride and arrogance began to collapse like shattered ice, and he could feel a chill down his spine. What Zhang Ling said was too ruthless. He had always been the center of attention and didn't place anyone in his eyes aside from his senior brother. But the huge gap in their strengths when facing Zhang Ling made him feel terrible. Feeling unconvinced? Sorry, but there's nothing you can do even if you're feeling unconvinced, Zhang Ling said before his constellation radiated brightly, forcing Qin Tian and Zhang Ting onto their knees. They tried their best to struggle, but there was nothing they could do with their constellations breaking apart. Even Lin Yun began to feel bad for the two of them. Although he didn't have any favorable impressions of them, he felt bad seeing the two of them being humiliated. Should he pretend that he didn't see it? After all, it wouldn't matter much to him even if the two of them died. "Well, I'll be joining the Sword Sect sooner or later." Lin Yun closed his eyes and recalled what Yi Xiling said. If it was her, she definitely would help out. When Lin Yun reopened his eyes, he already made his decision and pushed his palm out. His palm was enveloped in starlight as it flew out. Zhang Ling noticed that and retaliated with a palm. When the two attacks collided, Zhang Ling squinted his eyes because the power contained within the other party's attack had far exceeded his imagination. So it made him suffer some loss and he was forced to take several steps back. Who's there? Everyone from the profound sky sect became alert and began to look around. Spreading his arms apart, Lin Yun flew over in the blink of an eye and landed on a huge rock. His appearance instantly drew everyone's attention. Give me some face and let them off. Do that and I won't make things difficult for you guys, said Lin Yun while he sat on the huge rock. Lin Yun, Qin Tian and Zhang Ting struggled to get back on their feet. Lin Yun's voice was familiar to them, and when they saw that it really was Lin Yun, they were both shocked. They didn't expect that Lin Yun would come to save them when they were in trouble, and the corner of Zhang Ting's lips couldn't help twitching, wondering if Lin Yun was a fool. Lin Yun was so arrogant back in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, and he still dared to act with such arrogance? Didn't he know how the word death was written? Back then, Qin Tian gave Mu Qingxing some face and didn't go after Lin Yun. The two of them still had the qualifications to stand before Zhang Ling. But Lin Yun, who was only at the Quasi-Elysium core realm, would only be instantly killed. Quasi-Elysium core realm? Zhao Ling was briefly stunned before he laughed. Qin Tian, is this fool also a disciple of your sword sect? I thought that you were already stupid enough, but I never thought that there was someone who was even more stupid than you. Looks like the sword sect has really declined. Who does he think he is, wanting me to give him some face? Ha ha ha. The other profound sky sect's disciples also laughed along with Zhang Ling. This was simply too hilarious. A mere Quasi-Elysium core realm wanted Zhang Ling to give him some face? This was no longer an issue with the face but the brain. Zhang Ting and Qin Tian both wore awkward expressions, feeling that this was too embarrassing. They would rather be humiliated than embarrass the entire sword sect. Is it funny? Lin Yun said while seated on the huge rock. For some reason, his voice made everyone feel a chill down their spines as they turned to look at Lin Yun's terrifyingly calm face. Their waves of laughter immediately stopped at their throats, and their faces instantly became ugly. The silence was terrifying, and the disciples of the profound sky sect had sweat covering their backs. The longer they looked at Lin Yun, the more they were shocked. They couldn't figure out what was going on. When the world suddenly became quiet, everyone could hear their own heartbeat clearly. Everyone from the profound sky sect had their foreheads covered in sweat, and the disdain they previously had on their faces when looking at Lin Yun turned into shock and uneasiness. Everything was too bizarre. Lin Yun was clearly only at the Quasi-Elysium core realm. He wasn't from a big sect and there wasn't anything special about him. But when their gazes fell onto him, they began to feel afraid for some reason with the core of their souls trembling. This was an instinct like they were being eyed by a predator. What, aren't you guys laughing anymore? Lin Yun broke the silence as he looked at the group from the profound sky sect with his killing aura gathering. Zhang Ling's expression also became grave as his constellation unfolded. Filling his entire body with astral energy, Zhang Ling coldly looked at Lin Yun. Stop acting like you're some big shot when you're not. I advise you to get lost. No matter where you come from, there are no benefits in making yourself an enemy out of the profound sky sect. You'll only die a terrible death when standing against senior brother Qin Song. When Zhang Ling spoke out, all the other profound sky sect's disciples felt relieved. Lin Yun was simply too terrifying. He intimidated them to the point that they even forgot that they were disciples of the profound sky sect. The profound sky sect was the undisputed overlord of the ancient barren domain. Even the sword sect had to give them some face. The top 3 on the Empyrean ranking all came from their profound sky sect, especially Qin Song, who was the strongest transcendent genius. Since he came from the Nether Divinity clan, this only added more to his foundation. Thinking about it their gazes returned to indifference as they looked at Lin Yun. Qin Song? That person doesn't scare me. Since you guys aren't going to give me some face, Then there's no need for me to give you guys any face, Lin Yun calmly said. His words instantly left Qin Tian and Zhang Ting dumbfounded. They started to wonder if Lin Yun had a mental illness. They couldn't figure out where Lin Yun got the confidence to say that to the profound sky sect when he's only a disciple from the fleeting cloud sword sect. Lin Yun reached out and grabbed onto a sword that was lying on the ground. These people weren't worthy of him using the flower burial sword. This sword should have been forged by the sword sect. This also wasn't an ordinary sword. It was comparable to saint artifacts. But with his broken sword physique, this sword could only last 3 attacks from him. Lin Yun, don't be impulsive. This person is Zhao Ling, ranked in the 800s on the Empyrean ranking. Now that he has reached the Elysium core realm, he has only gotten even stronger. Qin Tian said upon seeing Lin Yun grabbing onto his sword. Kill him, Zhao Ling ordered when he saw Lin Yun grabbing onto a sword. In the next second, several disciples of the Profound Sky sect summoned their constellations and charged at Lin Yun. But Lin Yun merely swung his sword, and his sky sword intent, combined with his azure dragon aura, instantly dyed the entire sky in gold. His sword aura was as majestic as a bright sun as it pressed down with boundless astral energy. At the same time, a draconic roar echoed, instantly destroying the constellations summoned by the disciples of the Profound Sky sect. Shortly after, a silver light flashed and the clouds in the sky were split apart. In the next second, the sword in Lin Yun's hand broke apart. As for the Profound Sky sect's disciples, their bodies also shattered apart. It appeared that the sword couldn't even endure him using a single attack. While looking at the empty sword hilt, he seemed to have overestimated the durability. After reaching the Quasi-Elysium core realm, both his Azure Dragon sword aura and Firmament sword intent greatly improved. Die! Zhang Ling, who had been accumulating his attack, suddenly made his move when the sword in Lin Yun's hand broke apart. He was like a bright sun shining brightly with a purple crystal in his hand before pushing it at Lin Yun. He was strong, and he had a high ranking amongst the Profound Sky sect's disciples. After he reached the Elysium core realm, he had a whole new comprehension of the Profound Sky canon and threw Qin Tian far behind. The current him was no longer the same person he was before, and he was confident that he could forge his own fame in the ancient barren domain. He also wanted to leave behind his name on the Elysium core ranking. You're strong, but you can only be my stepping stone, Zhang Ling said. He was feeling both nervous and excited because this was his first strong enemy after reaching the Elysium core realm. If he could defeat Lin Yun, then he would be able to rise in the Elysium core realm. Profound Sky Saint Sovereign, strongest of the ancient Baron. Now, be suppressed by me. Zhang Ling laughed, but Lin Yun merely raised his palm. An azure dragon's claw quickly manifested in the air. Then, the claw slammed down and Zhang Ling was crushed to death like a fly. The phenomenon created by Zhang Ling's constellation also disappeared at the same time. As the wind blew past, the 3,000 dragon runes flashed on Lin Yun's body with thunder rumbling in the sky, and each rumble of thunder was like a dragon roaring in the clouds. Lin Yun wanted to test the power of his Azure Dragon Grasp. This was why he didn't hold back with this attack. But he didn't think that he would be able to kill Zhang Ling in a single attack. This had even startled him. This was a little terrifying because he didn't even summon his constellation. So he couldn't imagine how strong he would become if he summoned his constellation. At this moment, Lin Yun knew that the true Azure Dragon Saint art was back even without the Azure Dragon True Bone. Down below, Qin Tian and Zhang Ting were dumbfounded. They couldn't process what they had just seen. Was this still the Lin Yun that they knew? The core disciple of the fleeting cloud sword sect, Lin Yun? The two's minds blew with their legs and lips trembling. A long time later, the word invincible appeared in their minds when they saw this scene. After all, that was the best word they could find to describe him. Zhang Ting's legs began to violently tremble, especially when he recalled how he tried to humiliate Lin Yun back then. Just thinking about that alone made his face turn pale. Lin Yun gently jumped off the rock and landed before the two of them. Seeing Lin Yun, Zhang Ting was so scared that he fell onto his knees and sobbed, "Don't kill me. I'm sorry for provoking you earlier. It wasn't on purpose. On the other hand, Qin Tian's face was ugly. Although his performance wasn't as terrible as Zhang Ting's, he was also feeling nervous with his forehead covered in sweat. He was feeling uneasy at this moment, with his heart nearly jumping out of his chest. He recalled how he held Lin Yun in disdain and even called Lin Yun a fly. Looking at Lin Yun now, he knew that Lin Yun could easily suppress him. But Lin Yun didn't do that, probably to give Yi Xiling some face. I can't accept your kneel. So get up. Lin Yun reached out to grab Zhang Ting's shoulder and dragged him off the ground. You? Zhang Ting was shocked with disbelief. Don't worry. Didn't I tell you earlier that I'm known for having a good temper? Lin Yun smiled with a wink. Zhang Ting gulped down a mouthful of saliva before he turned to look at the corpse on the ground. The corpse of Zhang Ling that had been turned into mashed meat. His legs began to tremble once more. He couldn't tell how Lin Yun could have a good temper. And this also made him so nervous that he didn't dare to utter a single word. Lin Yun, something happened to the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. I received Senior Sister Mu Qingqing's instructions to go and assist them, said Qin Tian after mustering his courage. When Lin Yun heard that, he immediately thought about the 8 big sects. When he was outside the Profound Wither Island, he had already formed a grudge with the 8 big sects, not to mention that Senior Brother Fengju killed the Dragon Pulse realms of the 8 big sects. They might not dare to touch him outside the Profound Wither Island, but they would definitely make a move on the Profound Wither Island. They're trying to force you to show up because you snatched the opportunity of Bai Luli from the Flame Dragon sect. So they're joining hands to deal with you, explained Qin Tian. When Lin Yun heard that, killing intent began to flash in his pupils. Before he had reached the astral stage, he had heavily injured the other party but failed to kill Bai Luli. But he never thought that Bai Luli would sweep over again. This actually has nothing to do with you, Qin Tian quickly said upon seeing the killing intent flashing in Lin Yun's pupils. Senior Sister Mu Qingqing said that there are rumors circulating between the powerful sects that Flower Burial has shown up on the Profound Wither Island. So this means that they have the support of powerful sects. They might be trying to force you to show yourself on the surface, but they're actually trying to force Flower Burial out. Nothing to do with me? I'm Flower Burial. Lin Yun merely glanced at Qin Tian, but he didn't tell him that he was Flower Burial, and turned around. Don't be impulsive. I admit that you're strong, but there's nothing you can do to help, even if you go there. The 8 big sects are only secondary when compared to the powerful sects in the ancient Barren Domain, and they have many greater Elysium Core Realm experts on this island. Let's wait for Senior Sister Mu Qingqing and the rest to head over or Flower Burial to show up. This is no longer something that we can get involved in. Qin Tian stopped Lin Yun, trying to persuade him against going. After all, Lin Yun had saved his life, and he couldn't just watch him court death. Have you ever wondered why the Profound Sky sect tried to act against you over a quasi-saint elixir? Lin Yun asked calmly. Qin Tian wasn't a fool, and he could instantly tell what Lin Yun was trying to say. He instantly realized that the Profound Sky sect was secretly involved in this matter. Since he was stopped by the Profound Sky sect, then there was a high chance that Mu Qingqing and the rest were also stopped by the transcendent geniuses of the Profound Sky sect. This way, no one would be able to save the fleeting Cloud Sword sect unless Flower Burial shows up. As for Lin Yun, the Profound Sky sect didn't even place him in their eyes from the beginning. He was a mere excuse that the Profound Sky sect found. Get it now. Lin Yun pushed Qin Tian away and smiled. Furthermore, I'm not being impulsive. Don't forget that I'm known for having a good temper. When Qin Tian and Zhang Ting heard what Lin Yun said, they both felt a chill down their spines. Looking at Lin Yun's silhouette, they felt as if they had seen a river of blood and a path of corpses. Gritting their teeth, they ultimately followed him. Zhang Ting and Qin Tian were afraid that they would lose sight of Lin Yun. They were quick, but they were tired to the point that they were gasping for air at this moment. This made them feel incredible. After all, they had reached the Elysium Core Realm, but they couldn't even catch up to Lin Yun's speed. Lin Yun, you should have previously been in seclusion, right? Qin Tian asked. Yeah, replied Lin Yun. Then, I bet you don't know about Flower Burial. His information has been spreading like wildfire lately, and everyone on the profound Wither Island knows about him. He's too terrifying. He snatched a Dragon Saint Pellet and Quasi-Saint Origin from the hands of the Emerald Jade Manor, Heavenly Blade Pavilion, and the Thunder Sect. Qin Tian briefly paused before he continued. Many people even suspect that Flower Burial might be the champion of the 9th Heavenly Path. There are rumors that he was someone who slew 5 realm sons on the Heavenly Path. Lin Yun was silent and didn't interject Qin Tian's conversation. There are people who say that he died in the hands of the Nether Divinity clan. But looking at it now, it appears that he has been hiding in the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Sai Zhongting. That's a heaven-defying transcendent who slaughtered his way through the heavenly path. Even if he doesn't shine now, he'll shine sooner or later in the future. At that time, no one will be able to stop him. A transcendent who slaughtered his way out of millions of geniuses. There's naturally no way that he's weak. Throughout history, transcendents who didn't die early all rose in the Kunlun realm. The champions of the 8 other heavenly paths have already unleashed their luster in the Kunlun realm, not to mention that Flower Burial is the strongest champion in the history of the heavenly paths, said Qin Tian. The two began to share their information about Flower Burial. They wanted to tell Lin Yun that although the big sects might be targeting him on the surface, it was actually a scheme from the Profound Sky sect against Flower Burial. Not only was Qin Song ranked first on the Empyrean ranking, he was also the direct descendant of the Nether Divinity clan. He could even compete for the position of Patriarch in the future. Since he knew that Flower Burial has shown up, he naturally had to kill him. After all, Flower Burial's public appearance was a provocation to him. The two were trying to comfort Lin Yun and tell him not to be impulsive. At the very least, the disciples of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect were safe before Flower Burial shows up. Senior Sister Mu is strong and has prestige. As long as she shows up, the 8 big sects definitely won't dare to do anything. Qin Tian further continued. Senior Sister Mu also has a lot of friends, and there might be other powerful sects coming to help, so remember not to be impulsive. The two of them naturally wouldn't believe Lin Yun when he said that he had a good temper. If he went there, they knew that there would be a river of blood, and he wouldn't go easy on the big sects. But Lin Yun merely maintained his silence and didn't say a single word. This made Qin Tian and Zhang Ting curious. In the end, they couldn't help asking, Lin Yun, you don't seem to be interested in Flower Burial. I am Flower Burial, replied Lin Yun. Qin Tian and Zhang Ting were briefly stunned before they laughed. Stop joking. There aren't many people who saw Flower Burial, but the information about his appearance has spread out. He has silver long hair and carries a silver sword box. Not to mention that his sword technique is absolutely brilliant. Most importantly, he is proficient in the Tao of music and has grasped the noble tune. The two naturally wouldn't believe that Lin Yun was Flower Burial. After all, they had nothing similar to each other. But Lin Yun didn't refute their words and looked around. He could sense that the surrounding celestial aura was becoming even thinner. The restriction is becoming weak. The great Saint Origin might appear soon. Lil Purple's voice resounded. Lin Yun knew that he had to be quick. He suddenly came to a stop with Qin Tian and Zhang Ting looking at him in confusion. But before they could respond, a pair of golden wings unfolded behind Lin Yun, and the two of them soared into the sky. Lead the way. Lin Yun initially wanted to head there by himself, but thinking about it again, he would be able to save more time with the two of them leading the way. Just like that, they bolted like lightning across the horizon. The two of them had widened their mouths in shock because Lin Yun's movement technique was a little too fast. At the same time, all the powerful sects outside the profound Wither Island could also sense that the seal on the island had weakened. Greater Elysium Core realm experts tried to see if they could enter the profound Wither Island again. But even if the seal had weakened, the restriction left behind by profound Wither Great Saint did not. When they saw that the path still wasn't open, Samsara Edict realm experts stood out and took out their saint artifacts. Their attacks managed to break through the restriction and manifested into a mirror outside the storm around the island. This time, they succeeded and the scenes on the profound Wither Island were reflected in the mirror. Quick, look, what's that? Qin Song seems to be fusing with something. Someone exclaimed. They could see Qinsong was refining a black demonic lotus at the heart of a withered lake. The Saint Rune in the demonic lotus looked like a demonic dragon dyed in blood. It was an extremely precious black flame demonic lotus. The black flame demonic lotus. Many Dragon Pulse Realm experts were shocked when they saw the lotus. They could see the terrifying power contained within the lotus, and the Origin Saint Rune actually contained a wisp of the true dragon's rhyme. That black flame demonic lotus was probably stained by a true dragon's blood, the elder of a powerful sect exclaimed. When everyone heard what he said, their hearts throbbed violently, and some Samsara Edict Realm experts couldn't help taking a few more looks. The black flame demonic lotus was rarely found in the outside world, but it was actually found by Qinsong. It was too luxurious for him to engrave it on his Elysium core, and he would be invincible in the Elysium core realm if he succeeds. Let's look at the other transcendent geniuses. They soon found a white-clothed figure. It was Sword Sect's Sikong Zhou. Sikong Zhou was seated there, emitting a Saint Dragon aura and was enveloped in a dazzling sword ray. That was the Saint Dragon sword physique that most people knew of in the ancient Baron domain, and this dazzling scene appeared only because of his shocking talent in the sword. He was taken away by the Sword Sect when he was only 6 years old. Before him, there was an Origin Saint Rune forming into a sword and emitting a dazzling light. This made everyone exclaim once more because the profound Wither Island was too unbelievable. Even a Sword Dao Origin Saint Rune could be found there. The transcendent geniuses of the 8 powerful sects had their own encounters, but they soon figured them out. After all, the powerful sects probably had information on the profound Wither Island, or this coincidence was a little too much. Look, who's that? Right at that moment, there was a figure chasing after a bolt of lightning. The bolt of lightning was emitting a dazzling light. It's Dugu Yen. He seems to have found the Azure Thunder Sacred Flame. His luck is a little heaven-defying. He's from the Azure Thunder sect. His sword path and cultivation technique are related to the Azure Thunder Sacred Flame. If he manages to acquire a primal Azure Thunder Sacred Flame, his strength might reach a heaven-defying height. The elders of the Thunder sect were excited. After all, Dugu Yen was known to be invincible in the sword, and he could be comparable to transcendent geniuses. Even if he didn't find an Origin Saint Rune, he wouldn't be any weaker than those transcendent geniuses after grasping the Azure Thunder Sacred Flame. Suddenly, a series of exclamations resounded once more when a woman obtained an Origin Saint Rune in the valley and was refining it. She was extraordinary, but she wasn't the genius of powerful sects or big sections. Aside from that, there were a lot of people gathered outside the valley. They were the 8 big sects who were preparing to siege the Silver Valley. The valley was enveloped in silver snow, and zither music was resounding from the snow, paired with an array to stop the 8 big sects. Under the zither music, the array unleashed a terrifying power that sent everyone flying back. But those big sects weren't in a hurry. They were gathered together, waiting with greater Elysium core realm experts wielding saint artifacts. The artifacts were shining brightly, and anyone could tell that they were extraordinary. There was even a possibility that they might be monarch saint artifacts that created all sorts of phenomena. Why aren't the greater Elysium core realm experts doing anything? What are they waiting for? Something's weird. Just what force is required that the 8 big sects have to join forces? Don't tell me it's the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect, right? After all, someone from the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect previously snatched a saint elixir from the 8 sections. But the scale of this siege is a little too big, so there might be a secret behind it. Everyone could only see what was going on, and they had no idea what previously happened. But this instantly captivated their attention. This scene was simply too bizarre, and they were all curious about what were they waiting for. In the camp of the Sword Sect, Feng Ju's face was cold with a killing aura flashing through his pupils. Lifting his sword, he said, "I'll go have a talk to the seniors of those people." But Lin Jun glared at him and barked, "Come back!" This made Feng Ju unhappy, but he ultimately didn't move. Lin Jun was a sword-bearing elder, and even if his master was the Radiant Sword Saint, he also didn't dare to act with impudence before him. Then again, it was also because he couldn't beat Lin Jun. If he insisted on disobeying Lin Jun, then he would only receive a beating. Whatever happens on the Profound Wither Island is between the juniors, and you're in no position to interfere. So why are you so anxious about it? Lin Jun said. But that's the daughter of my junior brother. Feng Zhu raged. If something happens to her, I'll look for the 8 big sects and not a single one of them can escape, no matter who stands out. Yi Xiling was Jian Jingtian's daughter, and he knew how bitter Jian Jingtian had been. If anything happens to Yi Xiling, then Feng Zhu would definitely lose it. Lin Jun briefly hesitated before he said, with Mu Qingqing on the Profound Wither Island, she won't stand and do nothing. I hope so. Feng Zhu calmed himself before he turned around and left. He could only pray that nothing happens or the 8 big sects would be responsible if he flared up and alarmed his master. Elder Lin, who's martial Uncle Feng's junior brother? The nearby Dragon Pulse Realm elder asked. His question made Lin Jun briefly stunned because it looked like no one knew about Jian Jingtian's name anymore. Time had passed quickly, and 18 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Who else? The invincible Jian Jingtian, ranked first on the 3 rankings, said Lin Jun. When everyone heard that, they were all shocked. At the same time, they had no idea that Jian Jingtian still had a daughter. The name of Jian Jingtian was resounding, not to mention that he was a legend in the sword sect about 20 years ago. He was said to be a genius who could inherit the Radiant Sword Saint, and many people could see the hope of returning to being a holy land from him. When he was in the Empyrean ranking, he was invincible. That was the same when he was on the Elysium Core ranking and Dragon Pulse ranking. But someone like him made a mistake 18 years ago, and he was expelled by the Radiant Sword Saint before he disappeared. That person, he is still alive? Someone asked carefully. After all, it had been some time since anyone heard about him, so they naturally thought that he had already died. He is, replied Lin Jun with his brows knitted together. He was thinking about what was going on at the Profound Wither Island. The 8 big sects had besieged the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, but the greater Elysium Core realm experts weren't doing anything. Anyone could tell that there was something fishy, and this made him wonder what happened on the Profound Wither Island over the past month. Wearing a grave expression, Lin Jun began to wonder who the big sects were waiting for to make such a big fuss. Above a boundless forest on the Profound Wither Island, Mu Qingqing was rushing at full speed with 10-odd disciples from the sword sect. They were all carrying sword boxes, emitting terrifying sword intent. But Mu Qingqing stood out even more amongst them. She had a unique temperament to begin with, not to mention that she was also a beauty. They were fast, and they didn't stop along the way. We're almost there. Mu Qingqing's eyes flashed as the Silver's Now mountain range appeared before them. It was so much so that she could faintly hear the zither music coming from the valley. Right at that moment, a beam of light shot down before their path. When the beam of light landed in the forest, countless demonic beasts panicked and began to flee for their lives. This was a person, and the aura he gave off easily suppressed everyone from the sword sect, reaching an unbelievable height. One of the 3 saints of the Profound Sky sect, Lei Ju. Mu Qingqing stopped with her brows locked together. The 3 saints of the Profound Sky sect were at the top of the pyramid on the Empyrean ranking. Otherwise, they wouldn't have occupied the top 3 spots. Aside from Qin Song, who was ranked first, Xianxia and Lei Ju were both transcendent geniuses, and their strengths weren't much weaker than Qin Song. But since Qin Song's existence was too dazzling, he practically stole all the limelight from Lei Ju and Xianxia. So there was no doubt that the 3 had the qualifications to become a saint, and each of them was so terrifyingly strong that every genius in the ancient barren domain knew about them. It was so much so that their fear for Lei Ju and Xianxia was even greater than Qin Song because Qin Song hadn't shown up much in the past 2 years. So Lei Ju and Xianxia were practically the ones interacting with the outside world. Just by seeing the fear in the eyes of sword sect disciples, one could tell how terrifying Lei Ju was. Stop here. As for what's going on in the Silver's Now Valley, you guys can just watch. Lei Ju tugged his arms together with a smile. Then I have to apologize. Draw your swords. Mu Qingqing barked with a smile. In the next second, everyone from the sword sect drew their swords. When they wielded their swords, An aura began to spread out and formed into a sword array. This sword array had a huge origin that combined the strength of 10 people. When the power of this array unfolded entirely, it could even confront greater Elysium Core realm experts. What ignorance! You guys have no idea what true power is. Leiju smiled before he pushed his palm out. The ancient rune in his palm shone brightly with myriads of lightning beams forming into a dazzling sun. Aside from Mu Qingqing, all the other sword sect's disciples were sent flying away, and they couldn't even grab onto their swords. As thunderclouds began to rumble, Leiju's hair began to flutter, and said, Mu Qingqing, you should know well that if we really fight, no one else can survive aside from you. Mu Qingqing was surprised when she saw the ancient rune because it was an Origin Saint rune. She couldn't believe that Mu Qingqing didn't imprint the Origin Saint rune on his Elysium Core after subduing it. Do you really have to stand against our sword sect? Mu Qingqing instantly fell into a difficult position. Nah, we're not at that step yet. Don't worry. We're only trying to force Flower Burial to appear and nothing else. Leiju replied. What if he doesn't come? Mu Qingqing asked because that was the key. Well, it'll be a different story if he doesn't show up. After all, someone has to die with the 8 big sects joining forces together, right? What do you think? Leiju smiled with a wink. Mu Qingqing was furious, but she was also placed in a dilemma. She didn't expect that not only did the Profound Sky sect get involved in this matter, but they even sent out Leiju. On the other hand, Luo Shui, the transcendent genius of the Heavenly Note sect, was also stopped along the way. The one stopping her was Xianxia of the 3 saints of the Profound Sky sect, who smiled, Lady Luo, please go back. This path isn't available. The women behind Luo Shui were wielding all sorts of musical instruments, and they all looked like gorgeous lotuses with extraordinary temperaments. It's really troublesome to see young Master Xian here. Luo Shui helplessly smiled while glancing at the Silver's now mountain range. Knowing that it was impossible for them to head over, she began to doubt what the fleeting Cloud Sword sect did for them to be besieged by the 8 big sects. Can I know why the Profound Sky sect is involved in this matter? Luo Shui asked in a beautiful voice. Flower Burial, replied Xianxia. When Luo Shui heard that, she was surprised because she didn't think that Flower Burial had really come to Profound Wither Island. Mu Qingqing had a wide connection, not only with the Heavenly Note sect, but also with the Profound Valley, Emerald Jade Valley, Heavenly Blade Pavilion, and even the Vajra Monastery. But they were all stopped along the way. The Sword sect might be strong, but there was no way they could take on the Profound Sky sect alone. After all, the Profound Sky sect was the undisputed overlord in the ancient barren domain. Unless it was something that involved their interest, there was no way they would provoke the Profound Sky sect. Those inside the Profound Wither Island couldn't see it all, but those outside the island were completely shocked. They couldn't believe that one fleeting Cloud Sword sect had gotten so many powerful sects involved, and this was something that no one had thought of. Not long later, someone understood through lip reading that the Profound Sky sect was looking for Flower Burial, and this sparked an uproar with everyone asking who Flower Burial was. Very quickly, everything about Flower Burial began to spread like wildfire and instantly caused a huge uproar. All of their attention was on the Silversnow Valley, and this included the Samsara Edict realm experts. At the same time, the elders of the 8 big sects became nervous because they knew that their disciples only wanted to deal with Lin Yun. But they never expected that it would cause such a huge mess. No matter what those from the 8 big sects were thinking right now, everyone was curious if Flower Burial would show up here. In the Silversnow Valley, at the heart of the valley was a unique array with boundless vitality blooming like flowers. Lin Yun withdrew his golden wings and landed on the ground together with Qin Tian and Zhang Ting. Over here, this valley is unique, and it's a forbidden land. All the disciples of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect are gathered here, including Lady Luo Hua. Qin Tian told everything he knew to Lin Yun. Luo Hua was also here. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with a cold light because things were getting more interesting. Let me see where the big sects get their guts from, Lin Yun coldly said and emitted a terrifying pressure. Compared to 1 month ago, when he had just entered the Profound Wither Island, Lin Yun's strength had undergone a drastic transformation. If it was before, Lin Yun might have had some trouble facing the experts from the 8 big sections. But he now had the confidence face them without any trouble. At most, he could just bring out his firmament sword intent and sovereign constellation to slaughter them all, even if he had to give up on the great Saint Origin. Whether it was Luo Hua, Yi Xiling, or the other disciples of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, touching them meant violating his bottom line. Are we really going to head over there? The 8 big sects are all gathered there. Why don't we wait for flower burial? Qin Tian and Zhang Ting said with fear on their faces. They could feel their hearts beating wildly because the 8 big sects had greater Elysium core realm experts with saint artifacts. I already said that I'm flower burial. Today, no one can stand in my way no matter what, said Lin Yun before he charged forth. Qin Tian and Zhang Ting were both shocked when they heard that and had no idea if they should believe those words. At the same time, they could feel their hearts boiling because this was what a swordsman should look like, fearless even if he had to face the 8 big sections. Suddenly, they both felt a chill down their spines because Lin Yun had come to a stop. Up ahead were disciples of the big sects blocking the way. There was a person kneeling on the ground and covered in blood. This scene made Qin Tian and Zhang Ting shocked because that was Jiang Liken, the chief male disciple of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Stop! No one is allowed to enter this path. When Lin Yun stepped forth, those blocking the entrance barked with killing intent brewing in their pupils. The Silver's Now Valley is sealed? Why didn't I hear of that? Qin Tian asked. Who do you think you are? The valley is sealed by the 8 big sects, and anyone who enters will die. They had pride on their faces when they looked at Qin Tian with annoyance. Aren't you guys waiting for me? Here I am. So why am I not allowed to enter? Lin Yun replied with his face terrifyingly calm. Who the hell are you? Get lost. One of the guards roared. Junior brother Lin? Jiang Liken raised his head when he heard a familiar voice before he quickly continued. Junior brother? Leave quickly. Lin Yun. What? Quick. Inform the elders. The faces of the big sect's disciples changed and quickly charged forth. As a pair of golden wings unfolded behind Lin Yun, a powerful thunderstorm swept out, and those who tried to flee all threw a mouthful of blood before they fell to the ground. This scene made Qin Tian and Zhang Ting's scalps go numb because they had no idea what Lin Yun had obtained in the past month for him to be so terrifyingly strong. He was an entirely different person from before. One must know that the disciples of the big sects were all at the Elysium core realm. Even if they were only at the initial Elysium core realm, none of them were weak. Lin Yun came forth and helped Jiang Liken up before he continued to enter the valley. The fleeting Cloud Sword sect's disciples were his bottom line, and Luo Hua was the bottom line of his bottom line. They were being surrounded right now, and there was no way Lin Yun would take this lying down. So he was here today to kill, and death to those who stand in his way. Along the way, Lin Yun knew that Jiang Liken was captured because he covered everyone. Yi Xiling was currently refining an Origin Saint rune, and they retreated to the valley so they were safe for now. Let's go! Lin Yun didn't say a single word and continued forth. On the other side, Jiang Liken was totally shocked by the strength that Lin Yun had revealed. Lin Yun! They quickly ran into the disciples of the other sections. They were blocking this place, and they began to confirm Lin Yun's appearance with the paintings in their hands. But before they could speak more, Lin Yun had turned into a golden streak and charged forth. His hair began to flutter in the wind with a draconic roar echoing from his body, while being accompanied by a dragon aura and sword vibration. This made those disciples exclaim before they drew their weapons and charged forth. But Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Saint Art had undergone a transformation. He threw his punch forth, easily turning those people into a dense blood mist. Lin Yun continued forth, killing anyone that stood in his way. Just like that, anyone who dared to attack him was killed before they could even scream for help. The outer region of the valley had elite disciples of the big sects with no transcendent geniuses around. According to Jiang Liken, the big sect's transcendent geniuses were in the valley. Not only were they waiting, but they also wanted to snatch the Origin Saint rune that was there. Lin Yun is here. Half an hour later, Lin Yun's tracks were discovered and someone quickly yelled out to alarm everyone. In the next second, countless figures soared into the sky of the valley and charged over. Seeing this scene, the faces of Qin Tian, Zhang Ting, and Jiang Liken became pale. There were a little too many people. Although they knew that the 8 big sects had joined forces, they still couldn't help being shocked by this scene. Not a single transcendent? Lin Yun locked his brows together. When Qin Tian heard what he said, the corner of his lips twitched. He wondered if Lin Yun really was this insane. Kill him! Within the blizzard, countless people charged towards Lin Yun with their killing auras spreading out. But Lin Yun was fearless. He circulated his azure dragon Saint Art and took a step forth. When he unleashed his killing aura, half of the sky was dyed red. After all, he had killed thousands in his path of cultivation, and today, he was determined to start a slaughter and dye this valley in blood. His shocking killing aura instantly captivated everyone, and this gave them a feeling as though this swordsman came from hell. This made all those big sect disciples feel a chill down their spines, and they began to tremble. What's going on? There's no need to be afraid. With the 8 sects joining forces, we're enough to suppress this demon. They managed to suppress the fear in their hearts with their advantage in numbers before they began to unleash boundless starlight in the sky of the valley. 7 flowers convergence. Lin Yun instantly summoned 49 flowers from his body. The golden demonic astral flowers made Lin Yun look ethereal and immortal. When he charged over, sword rays began to radiate from his body, and he had immediately unleashed his attacks. Shortly after, the dragon runes flew from his body. Empowered by the 7 flowers convergence, the runes shone brightly, and those who were charging over threw out mouthfuls of blood before they began to fall from the sky like broken kites. In this brief moment, there were 30-odd corpses on the ground, and their chests were pierced by dragon runes. After they died, the dragon runes in their bodies returned to Lin Yun. Just like that, Lin Yun continued to shine with purple-golden light, making him look like a deity. This scene made Qin Tian and Zhang Ting feel uneasy. This made them wonder if Lin Yun wanted to bulldoze his way through all by himself, sweeping through the 8 big sects alone. This was simply too unimaginable, and this left their mouths wide open. When those in the surroundings saw this scene, they were so terrified that their faces were pale as they began to back off. But Lin Yun didn't bother about them. His gaze had fallen on the center of the valley. Hearing the zither music coming from there, the music sounded like it was crying and passionate at the same time. This made Lin Yun's face change with his fists tightly clenched together under his sleeves. Lin Yun, you really showed up. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Right at that moment, a figure soared into the sky. Bai Luli. Lin Yun looked at the culprit who gathered the 8 big sections. At this moment, he regretted that he didn't deal with Bai Luli earlier. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed Bai Luli no matter what, even if he had to expose his firmament sword intent. Did you come here to die? Bai Luli sneered. He knew that Lin Yun would come, and he wasn't worried at all. Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Yun spread his arms apart and soared toward Bai Luli. This made the hearts of Qin Tian and the rest sink. Since Bai Luli was fearless, this was enough to prove that there was a trap waiting for Lin Yun. As their faces changed, they quickly followed after him. Ha ha ha! Good! I've been waiting for you. Bai Luli laughed with mockery flashing across his pupils. Lin Yun's speed was fast, and it didn't take long for him to descend. This was a spacious plain, and the ground was covered in snow. Bai Luli was standing on a hill, looking down at Lin Yun. The Silver's Now Valley was just behind Bai Luli, and it was enveloped in a mist with zither music resounding. Sensing that they might be over there, Lin Yun felt relieved since they were safe for now, and he wasn't late. Suddenly, 6 figures appeared around Bai Luli. They were the transcendent geniuses from the other sects emitting immense pressure. Aside from Dugu Yen of the Azure Thunder sect, the transcendents of the 8 big sects were all gathered here. But that wasn't all. Several more people were emitting a dazzling light. They were Greater Elysium Core Realm experts, and this was the foundation of the big sections. There were 8 of them wielding a saint artifact each, hovering in the sky like deities. I said that you'll regret it. Bai Luli's eyes flashed with madness while he gritted his teeth. This is the fellow that snatched the dragon blood fruit? He doesn't seem that impressive. A silver-haired youth said while he looked at Lin Yun. I've seen many foolish people, but I've never seen someone so foolish to come and die. The woman from the Flame Phoenix sect said while she sat on a huge rock looking at Lin Yun. As transcendents, they didn't even place Lin Yun in their eyes. This is a pretty huge formation, said Lin Yun casually. Ha. What are you thinking about? Bai Luli snickered. This formation wasn't prepared for you. I alone am enough to deal with you. If I wasn't careless earlier, do you think I'd lose to you? It doesn't matter because I'm here to kill you either way, replied Lin Yun. Ha. His words sparked a wave of laughter amongst the 7 of them before the woman from the Flame Phoenix sect sneered. Bai Luli, he says that he wants to kill you. Looks like you have no idea what kind of position you're in. But don't worry, I won't kill you so easily. You still have some value, but that will depend on luck and we'll see if Flower Burial will show up. As for right now, you can kneel and beg me for forgiveness. Bai Luli mocked before he turned into a flame dragon and charged forth. He was confident. At least, he was confident that the others would help if he couldn't defeat Lin Yun. Lin Yun. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Bai Luli's smile became sinister before he appeared before Lin Yun the next second with a painting unfolding behind him. That was his constellation, a volcano with a Jiao dragon above it. Today, he wanted to cleanse the humiliation he suffered and return it to Lin Yun 100-fold. With a loud explosion, the ground began to tremble violently, and the other transcendents lightly shook their heads, since they felt that Lin Yun was so weak that he wouldn't even be able to summon his constellation before being suppressed by Bai Luli. But what happened next left them dumbfounded. Lin Yun simply grabbed onto Bai Luli's wrist. When their eyes squinted and before they could even respond, dragon runes appeared on the surface of Lin Yun's body, and he ripped Bai Luli's arm off. As blood splashed out, Bai Luli, who was aloof just a moment ago, screamed out in pain. What's going on? The 6 transcendents were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. I said that I'm here to kill you. Lin Yun looked at Bai Luli, who was struggling on the ground. Bai Luli's face turned pale when he heard that, before his expression became sinister and yelled, Q quick! Attack him and save me! The 6 transcendents then recovered from their shock and summoned their constellations before they dashed forth, creating various phenomena, and instantly arrived before Lin Yun. It's futile, no matter who comes. Lin Yun took a step forth and the dragon runes began to appear on the surface of his body before they manifested into an azure dragon that charged forth. At the same time, an immense dragon aura instantly enveloped this entire region, suppressing the constellations summoned by the 6 transcendents. Taking a step forth, Lin Yun raised his hand and easily sent the woman from the Flame Phoenix sect flying with a slap. But he didn't end it there. He grabbed onto the throat of the silver-haired youth and tossed him away like a piece of garbage. Since Lin Yun had powerful brute strength, the silver-haired youth flew out like a dragon before he collided against a hill, causing the entire hill to collapse. Taking the 4th step, Lin Yun swung the back of his hands in both directions. Before 2 of the transcendent geniuses could get close, their ribs began to break, and they threw out blood when they fell to the ground. Then, they were horrified to discover the spirituality in the eyes of the azure dragon and the aura it was giving off. They were comparable to a true dragon. As their constellations were restricted, the 2 of them couldn't get back on their feet no matter how they struggled, and this discovery made their hearts sink into the abyss. When Lin Yun took another step forth, a sword ray flew out and pieced the chest of another transcendent, pinning him to a hill. With that, only one of the 6 transcendent geniuses was left, and this transcendent genius was from the Myriad Beast Gate. This transcendent genius was strong. Even with his constellation restricted, he had a powerful physique that enabled him to be fearless against Lin Yun's dragon aura and sword intent. As a ferocious light flashed from his pupils, a torrential blood aura began to explode. At this moment, he was giving off the feeling of a demonic beast before he charged towards Lin Yun. But Lin Yun casually took the 7th step out. As his hair fluttered in the wind, He merely turned back to glare at the myriad beast gates transcendent genius with firmament sword intent focused in his pupils. This instantly made the myriad beast gates transcendent genius feel tiny when compared to a giant like Lin Yun. With just a glance, he was sent flying back with his eyes melting like magma, causing him to scream out in pain at the same time. This scene made everyone feel their scalps going numb, and their souls were trembling with fear at this moment. Lin Yun had merely taken 7 steps out, and this made transcendent geniuses like them turn into a joke before Lin Yun. At the same time, they were inwardly screaming about what kind of monster Lin Yun was to suppress the 7 of them so easily. "Bai Luli, I'm here for your life," Lin Yun calmly said with his gaze falling onto Bai Luli. Bai Luli was long terrified, and his mind was blank because he couldn't figure out what kind of monster he got himself involved with. But he soon recovered from his shock before he begged for his life while sobbing, "Why, you can't kill me. Stop." At the same time, the 8 Greater Elysium Core Realm experts finally couldn't watch anymore and let out a roar with their faces turning black. Their voices contained boundless astral energy and torrential rage. In their eyes, Lin Yun should have been a nobody that the transcendent geniuses of their sex could easily suppress. But who would have imagined that all of them were on the ground so quickly? At the same time, they knew that Lin Yun was someone of an entirely different caliber. When the 8 Greater Elysium Core Realm experts let out their roars, their voices combined together and instantly tore apart the first and second layer of the 36th layers of heaven. They had completely panicked at this moment and even fused their martial intent into their voices. Their voices spread across 10,000 miles, and countless people threw out a mouthful of blood because of the shockwave from their voices. When someone raised their heads, they were completely dumbfounded to see 8 figures radiating brightly in the sky. They wielded saint artifacts like colossal mountains crashing down. This made everyone begin to wonder what was going on in the Silversnow mountain range to make the 8 Greater Elysium Core Realm experts so furious. The shockwave from their voices even caused everything within a myriad mile to tremble. Bai Luli was rejoicing that he was saved when he saw the 8 Greater Elysium Core Realm experts standing out. But just when he was about to speak, Lin Yun dragged him over with a wave of his hand. "I said that no one can save you." Clenching his fist, the azure dragon in the sky returned to his body and gathered towards his fist. When he threw out his punch, it was radiating as brightly as a blazing sun. When his boundless energy poured into Bai Luli's body, every single one of his cells began to shine with a purple and golden light. In the next second, Bai Luli's body suddenly exploded and he was reduced to ashes. Lin Yun did this before the 8 Greater Elysium Core Realm experts. Just like that, the transcendent genius of the Flame Dragon sect, the mastermind who gathered the 8 big sects, died right before everyone's eyes. With an explosion of golden purple light that was accompanied by a draconic roar, Bai Luli no longer existed in the world. Qin Tian, Zhang Ting, and Zhang Liken, who finally arrived, were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They were slower than Lin Yun, and when they arrived, they could only see the 7 transcendent geniuses lying on the ground. They were shocked by Bai Luli's death before they could even make an exclamation. Just like that, the transcendent genius Bai Luli was reduced to specks of dust by Lin Yun. This was simply too terrifying, and both Qin Tian and Zhang Ting's lips were twitching. Didn't Lin Yun just say that he had a good temper? Not only the cultivators around the Silversnow mountain range, but those outside the profound Wither Island were so dumbfounded that they couldn't utter a single word. As for the elders of the 8 big sects, their faces had naturally become black. The target hadn't come, and Lin Yun alone had swept through the transcendent geniuses of the 8 big sections. Lin Yun was already arrogant outside the profound Wither Island. Not only was it unexpected that Lin Yun was not domesticated on the island, he became even greater than before. He didn't even hesitate when he killed Bai Luli before the 8 Greater Elysium Core Realm experts. "No!" One of the 8 Greater Elysium Core Realm experts wailed when he landed on the ground before his eyes blazed with a boundless killing aura. As a flaming Jiao Dragon appeared behind him, the flaming Jiao Dragon instantly turned the entire sky red, making it appear as though the sky was being incinerated at this moment. This was a gray-clothed old man, He was an elder of the Flame Dragon sect. But he didn't think that Bai Luli would die before his eyes just like that. When the 8 Greater Elysium Core Realm experts descended to the ground, they were all emitting a terrifying aura that sealed off this entire region, and their saint artifacts were focused on Lin Yun. As for the 6 transcendent geniuses who were lying on the ground, they noticed that the pressure on them had been lifted. They quickly stood up and left without daring to stay behind. But Lin Yun had ignored them and swept his gaze over the 8 elders. They were already Greater Elysium Core Realm experts before they entered the profound Wither Island. But now their auras were even more powerful than before. They had clearly become the top of the pyramid on the profound Wither Island with their strength reaching terrifying heights. Bastard! Have you thought of how you're going to die? The gray-clothed old man from the Flame Dragon sect squeezed his words through his teeth as he wielded a saint's sword. But Lin Yun didn't bother with them and radiated his firmament sword intent to confirm that there were only the 8 of them. He could sense several terrifying auras outside the mountain range. They must be related to the profound sky sect. The 8 people standing before him were just the surface layer. There's no need to hurry. A robust middle-aged man with the hairstyle of a lion's mane stopped the gray-clothed old man. Young lad, you're already destined to die after killing Bai Luli. But as long as you're willing to cooperate, I can consider giving you a chance. He clearly had the bloodline of demonic beasts, and the monarch aura he was faintly emitting was terrifying. With just a glance, anyone could tell that he was the elder of the Myriad Beast Gate, and he had an extraordinary bloodline, possessing the bloodline of the monarch demonic lion. Everyone who heard him became unhappy, especially the gray-clothed elder from the Flame Dragon sect. He was glaring at the middle-aged man with flames blazing in his pupils. Oh? Can your words represent everyone? Then, Lin Yun asked with interest. My words can naturally hold some weight. Now, it depends on your choice, smiled the middle-aged man. Go on. I'm listening, replied Lin Yun. If you can tell us Flower Burial's location or his identity, I can give you a chance, smiled the middle-aged man, and the other Greater Elysium Core Realm experts immediately turned their eyes over. The reason why they came with such a huge formation wasn't only for the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. They came for Flower Burial. Not only was Flower Burial the champion of the 9th Heavenly Path, but he also had an irreversible feud with the Profound Sky sect. There were also rumors that the Profound Wither Key was with Flower Burial. So, you guys will spare my life if I tell you guys? Lin Yun asked, seemingly to be tempted by the middle-aged man's suggestion. His words instantly made the gray-clothed old man nervous. After all, Lin Yun had killed Bai Luli, and even if Lin Yun did reveal information about Flower Burial, the Flame Dragon sect still had to kill him no matter what. Young man, you're still young. You have no idea about the other terrifying things in the world that are more terrifying than death, such as the blood puppet sex means. They can turn you into a corpse puppet. My Myriad Beast Gate can feed you to tree demons, or the Azure Thunder sect could plant lightning parasites in you to let you experience something worse than death. The middle-aged man continued to smile, but his smile was eerie. As long as you can tell me Flower Burial's traces, I can't spare your life, but I can give you a straightforward death without any pain, smiled the middle-aged man, acting as if that was his greatest grace. You're really benevolent, said Lin Yun indifferently. Well, there's no harm telling you about it. I am Flower Burial. Hearing his words, the 8 Greater Elysium Core Realm experts were first briefly stunned before their faces became cold. They felt that Lin Yun was toying with them, and they didn't think that he could be Flower Burial from his current cultivation, not to mention his appearance. How regretful, then, said the middle-aged man. His smile disappeared from his face. Why waste so much time talking to him? We can just torture and interrogate him. I don't even think he knows anything about Flower Burial, said one of the 8 Elysium Core Realm experts in an annoyed tone. Don't tell me that you guys are afraid that he has other means. If you guys don't have the guts, then let me suppress him. The middle-aged woman from the Flame Phoenix sect said with cold-killing intent brewing in her pupils. After all, her blood relative was killed by Lin Yun outside the profound Wither Valley, so she was naturally filled with hatred for him. Don't compete with me. I'll slaughter that brat. The gray-clothed old man roared with his face turning red. His endurance had already reached the limit, and this made Qin Tian and the rest behind Lin Yun scared to the point that their faces turned pale. They were also beginning to tremble in fear. After all, those were 8 Greater Elysium Core Realm experts, each wielding a saint artifact, and the auras that they were releasing were too terrifying. Am I so weak in your eyes that you guys are fighting over who will kill me? Lin Yun smiled indifferently. That's right. Who the hell do you think you are? You're nothing in my eyes. The gray-clothed old man finally couldn't hold it back and charged over. His entire body was surging with astral energy and blazing flames that made him look like a Jiao dragon in a sea of flames. This instantly made the faces of Qin Tian's party change, with their hearts sinking. After all, these people before them weren't like other transcendent geniuses. They had long reached the Greater Elysium Core Realm. After placing their lives at risk, they were swiftly rewarded with their cultivation reaching the pinnacle of the Greater Elysium Core Realm. Each of them had lived for at least 200 to 300 years, not to mention that they were from big sects, which gave them a terrifying foundation. This was why they never placed Lin Yun in their eyes right from the beginning. Lin Yun was also surprised, but fortunately he wasn't weak either, or he would be easily suppressed by them. As the surrounding space began to distort from the high temperature, the gray-clothed old man threw out a punch that looked like a dragon claw. Facing his attack, Lin Yun also threw out a punch with all his purple golden dragon runes gathered together. When the two punches collided together, the entire ground began to violently tremble. The other Greater Elysium Core Realm experts were shocked by Lin Yun's strength. When the commotion caused by their collision dispersed, the gray-clothed old man had blood dripping down from the corner of his lips while he took 10 odd steps back. But that wasn't all, his hand was also trembling from the pain. What's going on? Everyone was shocked that the gray-clothed old man would actually suffer a loss in a frontal confrontation with Lin Yun. The gray-clothed old man also had shock and rage intertwining in his pupils. He never expected that Lin Yun would be so strong. I see, as expected of someone at the pinnacle of the Greater Elysium Core Realm. You only suffered some superficial injuries after taking my attack head-on, muttered Lin Yun. He was speaking the truth because he could kill those at the Lesser Elysium Core Realm when he was at the Galaxy stage. Now, he has reached the Quasi-Elysium Core Realm, manifested his sovereign constellation, absorbed nearly 7 million divine astral pellets, and his Azure Dragon also underwent a drastic transformation. This was why his punch could easily kill transcendent geniuses in the same generation. But the gray-clothed old man only suffered some superficial injuries, and this was simply too terrifying. When the gray-clothed old man heard what Lin Yun said, he nearly threw out a mouthful of blood. He was at the pinnacle of the Greater Elysium Core Realm, and he was a lot older than Lin Yun. But he was being judged by someone of the younger generation on his strength, so how could he not be enraged? What arrogance! The gray-clothed old man raged and drew out his saint's sword before charging at Lin Yun. When he swung his sword down, he unleashed a crescent sword ray from his sword that blazed like a flaming Jiao dragon at the same time. That's a pretty good sword, commented Lin Yun. This is an imitation of the divine artifact, the Snow Dragon Sword. It's a monarch saint artifact with 800 saint runes, and even a droplet of Jiao Dragon's true blood in it. Qin Tian transmitted his voice to Lin Yun. Wielding the Snow Dragon Sword, the gray-clothed old man approached and unleashed countless sword rays. Seeing this, Lin Yun no longer held back, and the blood flame divine rune began to blaze in the Azure Dragon mark. As his hand turned into a dragon claw, he faced the gray-clothed old man with the Azure Dragon grasp. At the same time, 3,000 purple golden dragon runes blazed in his palm, emitting a dazzling golden light. Not only was it the strongest state of Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Saint art, it also contained an unprecedented Azure Dragon's aura. When the dragon claw and sword ray collided, a dazzling light exploded from their confrontation. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman from the Flame Phoenix sect snorted. Humph. He should have used the Monarch Saint artifact to suppress Lin Yun. But after a few hundred collisions, the gray-clothed old man threw out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying away. At the same time, there was a terrifying wound on his chest, and his wound had a black vortex that constantly emitted lightning that nearly tore the gray-clothed old man apart. This instantly made the faces of the other greater Elysium Core Realm experts change. At the same time, the middle-aged man with the hairstyle of a lion's mane exclaimed in fear, "He's at the level of fated transcendence." There was a huge difference between the fated transcendence and ordinary transcendence. So what if he's a fated transcendent? "We don't have to be afraid of him if we join forces," said the silver-haired old man coldly. What he said wasn't wrong, since Lin Yun hadn't reached the Elysium Core Realm. So even if he was a fated transcendent, he wasn't invincible on the profound Wither Island. If 8 greater Elysium Core Realm experts joined forces, who could stop them aside from those fated transcendents with an Origin Saint rune engraved on their Elysium Core? A pair of phoenix wings unfolded behind the middle-aged woman. When the wings flapped, flames blew, forming into countless weapons that shot at Lin Yun. But Lin Yun wasn't afraid. A pair of golden wings appeared behind him and also unfolded. When thunderstorms surged, the incoming flames were all blown away. "Since you guys have come, then don't leave," Lin Yun roared. Ever since he manifested his sovereign constellation, he hadn't undergone a huge battle yet. These people were coming for him to begin with, so there was no need for him to hold back. As light exploded from him, the golden light enveloped the entire Silver's now mountain range. "You want to face the 8 of us at the same time? Aren't you a little too arrogant?" The middle-aged woman attacked once again with phoenix flames blazing on the surface of her body as he formed an ancient seal towards Lin Yun. Heaven and earth unite. Executing the divine solar lunar fist, Lin Yun threw out a punch and destroyed the ancient seal, causing the middle-aged woman to throw out a mouthful of blood before she was sent flying away. At this moment, the 3,000 purple golden dragon runes had spread over his body. The blood flame divine rune in the azure dragon mark had ignited, and he had also summoned the 49 demonic astral flowers. At this moment, he wasn't holding much back because he also wanted to test his current strength through this fight. "Who the hell are you?" The lion mane hairstyled middle-aged man was baffled by Lin Yun's strength. But Lin Yun didn't say a word and appeared before the lion mane hairstyled middle-aged man with a flap of the golden wings behind him before unleashing the second form of the divine solar lunar fist, Dragon Sun and Moon Cauldron. As he stood in the air, his punch manifested into an ancient divine cauldron that slammed against the middle-aged man from the myriad beast gate. His attack quickly destroyed the middle-aged man's physique, and he nearly died under the attack. "Who the hell are you? It makes no sense for someone of your caliber to be nameless." The middle-aged man had light circulating on his body, and his wounds were recovering at a visible speed. "I've already said that I'm Flower Burial," Lin Yun mocked. "Weren't you guys waiting for me? I'm here, but you guys aren't recognizing me. Forget it. I'll give you guys a fulfilling death and make sure you know not to be my enemy in the next lifetime." Lin Yun took out the silver moon mask and put it on his face. In the next second, his hair began to grow and turn silver. Ever since he came to the Kunlun realm, people only knew about Flower Burial and not Lin Yun. Today, Flower Burial would let everyone know about Lin Yun. Everyone was shocked when they saw Lin Yun's transformation. At this moment, they realized that Lin Yun really was Flower Burial, the strongest genius in the history of the Heavenly Path, and also the champion of the 9th Heavenly Path. Qin Tian, Zhang Ting, and Zhang Liken were completely dumbfounded, especially Qin Tian and Zhang Ting. Their jaws nearly fell off. But how could that be possible? Even now, they still couldn't believe that Lin Yun was Flower Burial. Lin Yun? How can he be Flower Burial? Qin Tian's mind blew, and his thoughts became blank. But looking at the silver-haired youth enveloped in moonlight, who else could this be aside from Flower Burial? Zhang Ting's face was ugly as he recalled how he mocked Lin Yun earlier. As for Qin Tian, there was naturally nothing to say because he had initially looked down on Lin Yun, holding the latter in disdain. At this moment, the two really felt that the reason they were still alive was thanks to Lin Yun having a good temper. So, junior brother is Flower Burial. Zhang Liken was also speechless. The shock that he felt wasn't any weaker than Qin Tian and Zhang Ting. He was very shocked, but he also found it reasonable when he thought about it carefully. After all, Lin Yun had climbed to the summit of the Sword Saint Mountain back in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, not to mention that he also succeeded in the challenge at the Hidden Sword Pavilion. Then, Lin Yun won the Suspend King Palace for the fleeting Cloud Sword sect during the Profound Azure Prefecture's ranking battle. All of them were incredible feats, but it was understandable if he was Flower Burial. What's going on? Lei Ju from the Profound Sky sect, who was responsible for stopping Mu Qingqing from entering the Silver's Now mountain range, had a huge change on his face. Although he didn't join the fight going on in the Silver's Now mountain range, he had been secretly paying attention to the situation. So he was left dumbfounded when he personally saw Lin Yun put on the Silver Moon mask. He couldn't believe that Flower Burial had really been staying in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect under everyone's eyes. Back then, when Lin Yun snatched the dragon blood fruit outside the Profound Wither Island, many people paid attention to his existence, but none of them were too interested in him. Surprised, Mu Qingqing smiled. She had already speculated the possibility, but she never expected that her speculation was real. So what? Lei Ju coldly replied. Facing 8 Greater Elysium Core Realm experts alone, he'll only lose his life like a fool. Don't be so sure about that. You have no idea how tough it is on the heavenly path, not to mention becoming the champion. He practically killed his way through millions of people, and none of the historical champions of the heavenly paths were pushovers. Don't forget that he's known to be the strongest champion in the history of the heavenly paths. Mu Qingqing smiled, seemingly confident in Lin Yun. Let us wait and see. Then, Lei Ju tugged his arms together and didn't seem to be bothered by it. His eyes were also flickering with faint killing intent. In his view, Lin Yun was simply too arrogant, daring to come while knowing that there was a trap waiting for him. So he was waiting to see how Lin Yun would beg for mercy later. Outside the Profound Wither Island, everyone was also left shocked when they saw this scene. They couldn't believe that not only was Flower Burial on the island, but he even wore his mask to openly prove his identity after slapping the Big Sect's transcendent geniuses. He clearly knew that the 8 Big Sects had prepared a trap for him, but he still dared to show up before them. So he ultimately couldn't hold it in. Feng Ju smiled while he stroked his beard. He knew that Lin Yun must have had a terrible time enduring it all for the past 6 months. He was clearly the champion of the 9th Heavenly Path, but he could only be holed up in a small place like the Profound Azure Prefecture after arriving in the Kunlun realm. It would be a lie if Lin Yun didn't have any grievances. After all, he long had it when he slaughtered his way through the heavenly path and faced the 10 realm suns. So today, he would show everyone who Flower Burial was. Back at the Silver's Now mountain range, the faces of the 8 Greater Elysium Core realm experts were ugly, and it took them some time to accept this reality. It turned out that Flower Burial was already here. What arrogance! The old man from the Flame Dragon sect roared. So what if you're Flower Burial? Do you really think that you're at the Elysium Core realm with an Origin Saint rune engraved on your Elysium Core to face the 8 of us alone? His injuries were pretty heavy, but his hatred grew even further, and he was the first to charge at Lin Yun. Stomping his foot in midair, golden flaming runes bloomed as he dashed forth in a flash. The flaming runes in midair were emitting an ancient aura. Clearly, this was an ancient secret technique that could fuse the Flame Saint rune and space together. At the same time, the other 7 elders from the Big Sects also made their moves. They no longer held back and charged at Lin Yun together. If they were really defeated by him today, then the faces of the 8 Big Sects would be completely humiliated. In the future, the Big Sects would have difficulty raising their heads before others. A silver streak tore across space. It was the old man from the Silver Blood Elysium that attacked first. He had a Silver Saint rune flickering on his palm that bloomed with dazzling lightning, instantly lighting everything within a 1,000-mile radius up. Lin Yun was donned in silver moonlight as he moved about in midair. Whenever he took a step, there would be a demonic astral flower blooming beneath his feet. It didn't take long for the sea of clouds to overlap and disperse the Flame Saint rune that the gray-clothed old man had unleashed. Then, he thrust his fingers like a sharp sword at the silver-haired old man's palm. In the next second, a silver light exploded, leaving everyone shocked. It was simply too terrifying to use 2 fingers to face the secret technique of the silver blood Elysium. As Lin Yun's silver hair draped down on his shoulders like a waterfall, he casually stepped out in midair and exhibited invincible grace with every movement. Right at that moment, the greater Elysium core realm from the Azure Thundersect charged over. He wielded a saint's sword, while having both lightning and flames flickering on the surface of his body. In the next second, he unleashed countless sword rays at Lin Yun, and each of his sword rays had a mixed combination of lightning and flames. A pair of golden wings that had reached the size of 10 feet unfolded behind Lin Yun. He then used his fingers to execute the fleeting Cloud 13 swords. Each of his attacks would unleash a sea of clouds behind him, flickering with saint light and emitting an ancient aura. 10 odd moves later, Lin Yun flicked his fingers and unleashed terrifying ray of lights. When his attack clashed with the saint's sword wielded by the elder from the Azure Thundersect, cracks began to appear on the saint's sword. Suddenly, the light released by the sword reached its peak before the sword exploded with fragments flying about. The other 7 greater Elysium core realm experts all made their moves at the same time to resist the shockwave with their full strength. But even so, the powerful impact still forced them to take 10 odd steps back. They all had a single thought flashing across their minds at this moment. Lin Yun was simply too heaven-defyingly strong. Regardless of his cultivation, physique, or sword techniques, they had surpassed the limit of a quasi-Elysium core realm. But they were also fortunate because they weren't ordinary greater Elysium core realm experts. If they were, then they wouldn't even last more than 10 moves under Lin Yun. "Bring out your constellations," the middle-aged woman from the Flame Phoenix sect roared with killing intent flashing through her pupils. She was the first person who summoned her constellation, and her constellation was a flame enveloped in holy light. When the painting unfolded behind her, the blizzard in the surroundings was instantly devoured by a sea of flames, while she turned into a gorgeous phoenix that pounced at Lin Yun. At the same time, the other 7 greater Elysium core realm experts also brought out their constellations, enveloping the entire sky in boundless radiance, while a boundless pressure was pressing down on Lin Yun. "Suppress him to death," the 8 greater Elysium core realm experts roared while they pushed their constellations to the limit, unleashing the pressure onto Lin Yun. This wasn't an ordinary means. This allowed them to take the advantage in their cultivation to the limit. At times when they were facing heaven-defying geniuses, this could catch them by surprise by doing this. But it was a pity that it was Lin Yun whom they ran into. "What pitiful tricks," Lin Yun said indifferently before he pushed his palm out. At the same time, a golden painting also unfolded behind him, with a pair of eyes like the sun and moon, freezing all of eternity with one thought. When the painting unfolded, an immense pressure spread out as an aurora dragon appeared. Sensing the great power from his constellation empowering him, Lin Yun's cultivation that was at the quasi-Elysium core realm began to rise rapidly. The 8 greater Elysium core realm experts who wanted to suppress Lin Yun to death threw out mouthfuls of blood as they were sent flying away. Lin Yun naturally wouldn't just let them off so easily. As his silver hair fluttered in the wind, he pounced at the middle-aged woman while pushing his palm out. The middle-aged woman had turned into a phoenix, empowered by the sea of flames. She was emitting an ancient aura. But before Lin Yun, who had been empowered by his constellation, his palm easily tore the sea of flames into pieces. When the sea of flames exploded, the other 7 greater Elysium core realm experts quickly made their moves to resist the shockwave from the explosion. But when Lin Yun pushed his palm out once more, the middle-aged woman was beaten out of her phoenix form and returned to her human form. Upon returning to her human form, her eyes were flickering with fear, and everyone was greatly startled by Lin Yun's strength. It was so much so that they even began to feel goosebumps. "No, you can't kill me. I'm an elder of the Flame Phoenix sect, and I'm willing to submit to you. From today onwards, the Flame Phoenix sect will never show our enmity against you." Killing intent had long disappeared from the middle-aged woman's face. Instead, it was replaced with panic and fear. Just as she spoke, a terrifying surge of energy was brewing in the crimson mark on her forehead. In the next second, a crimson beam of light shot out, aimed at Lin Yun's heart. But Lin Yun was calm when he saw the crimson beam and allowed it to land on his chest. Under the anticipating gazes of the 8 greater Elysium Core realm experts, the beam landed on his chest. But it didn't manage to pierce through his chest. It only produced a metallic sound upon collision instead. The Silver Moon Mask was a saint artifact forged by the Mo clan, and this was the reason why Lin Yun could take this attack head-on and come out unscathed. NNN? The middle-aged woman screamed out with fear, but Lin Yun remained indifferent as dragon runes began to gather on his palm. In the next second, his hand turned into a dragon claw that streaked across the distance and landed on the middle-aged woman. His attack made the middle-aged woman throw out a mouthful of blood. Her internal organs were destroyed under his attack, putting her at death's door. Beneath his mask, Lin Yun could clearly see that the middle-aged woman was wearing a thin defensive saint artifact that barely saved her life. "Looks like I've underestimated the foundation of you guys from the big sex," Lin Yun said indifferently. "Let's attack him together." The 8 greater Elysium Core realm experts recollected themselves and charged over once more after being empowered by their constellations. A gray-clothed, middle-aged man from the White Bones Gate charged over, wielding a bizarre fan. As black light circulated on the fan, a black miasma that contained a fatal poison began to rise. The poisonous miasma was filled with the aura of corrosion and death, making it hard to defend against. At this moment, the 8 greater Elysium Core realm experts were no longer holding back. They were using their strongest attacks. Lin Yun was also surprised by this attack because an attack like this was rare, and this also meant that there was something weird about that fan. But he didn't dare to be careless and pushed the Blood Flame Divine rune in the Azure Dragon mark to the limit. When crimson flames spread out, the 3,000 purple golden dragon runes were instantly ignited. With the flames acting as a barrier, the poisonous miasma was instantly incinerated before it could even get close, making Lin Yun appear to be invincible. "Who the hell are you?" The White Bones Gate's middle-aged man was stumped by this scene. He didn't expect that his attack would do nothing to Lin Yun, not even to a strand of his hair. "I am Lin Yun, as well as Flower Burial," Lin Yun roared before he pushed the Blood Flame Divine rune to the limit. As he began to radiate with light, the demonic astral flowers also began to bloom in his aura ocean, and the golden demonic astral flowers were like bright stars sparkling in the starry sky. The golden light even dyed the snowflakes in the mountain range in gold and made them look like stars as well. At this moment, Lin Yun's 7 flowers convergence had created a rare phenomenon. As thunderclouds roared in the sky, bolts of terrifying lightning fell, enveloping a myriad mile in radius. At the same time, they could all hear Lin Yun's declaration, as if he was telling his own legend. After all, he was the champion of the 9th heavenly path, known as the strongest champion in the history of heavenly paths. How is this possible? Qin Tian, Zhang Ting, and Zhang Liken were stunned as they quickly distanced themselves from the fight. Far away, Mu Qingxing, Lei Ju, and the rest who were observing the fight were also shocked by this terrifying phenomenon. The entire mountain range was enveloped in starlight, and the thunderclouds were roaring and unleashing countless bolts of lightning. This was simply too terrifying. "It is time to bring this to an end," Lin Yun roared before he began to glow brightly and pushed the Aurora Dragon painting to the limit. His sovereign constellation shone brightly, and all the pressure came pressing down on the gray-clothed, middle-aged man from the White Bones Gate. No. The gray-clothed, middle-aged man's constellation began to break apart under the light released by Lin Yun's sovereign constellation. He had underestimated the power of Lin Yun's constellation. After all, there were only 100 sovereign constellations ever since the ancient era, and all of them represented invincibility. So even if Lin Yun didn't bring out the full power of his sovereign constellation, the current power was enough to cause a great shock. As the gray-clothed man released a scream, he died under the pressure from Lin Yun's constellation. Just a moment ago, they wanted to use their constellations to suppress Lin Yun to death. But not only did they fail, one of them even died under the suppression of Lin Yun's constellation now. The other 7 greater Elysium Core realm experts already did their best trying to assist the middle-aged man from the White Bones Gate, but they were too slow. In the end, They could only watch as the gray-clothed middle-aged man turned to a mist of blood. Just like that, a pinnacle greater Elysium core realm had fallen. But this was only the beginning. Since he was going to reveal his true identity as Flower Burial, he naturally had to show a strong display of his strength. Lin Yun's surroundings were enveloped in a thunderstorm. Circulating his Azure Dragon Saint art and even using his Sky Sword intent, Lin Yun unleashed his full strength in his fight with them. His attention turned to the middle-aged man from the Myriad Beast Gate. After a few attacks, the middle-aged man unleashed his beast form. This was a white lion with demonic light flickering in his pupils. If you beg for mercy right now, I can consider sparing your life. A pair of golden wings unfolded behind Lin Yun, and he placed his palm on the middle-aged man's forehead. No matter how the middle-aged man struggled, he couldn't even budge and could only be at Lin Yun's mercy. Dream on! The white lion roared as an ancient demonic sound came from his mouth. This was his bloodline divine ability, the ancient demonic lion roar. At his full strength, he could easily kill hundreds of experts on the same level as him. Facing his roar, the pair of golden wings behind Lin Yun folded and enveloped him. But even so, the sound still pierced through his wings and entered his mind, causing his eardrums to tremble with cracks appearing on the purple-golden dragon runes. But just when the sound was about to wreak havoc within his body, the golden human in Lin Yun's sword ocean emitted a sword vibration that suppressed the demonic sound. When Lin Yun's wings opened up, the white lion was shocked to see that Lin Yun came out unscathed after taking his divine ability at such a close distance. In the next second, fear began to rise from the depths of his heart and soon enveloped him. Firmament! But before the white lion could finish, a golden crow and silver phoenix flew from Lin Yun's body as he executed the dragon sun and moon cauldron. Under this attack, the head of the white lion exploded, losing his life on the spot. Just like that, another one of the 7 remaining Greater Elysium Core Realm experts had died. SSST stop him. The remaining 6 Greater Elysium Core Realm experts thoroughly panicked and quickly made their moves. But this time, Lin Yun had gone berserk with his silver hair beginning to flutter violently. When another light flew out from his body, a painting opened up. Looking back in the 9 nethers, not even deities and gods would dare to look directly. This time it was one of the 8 ominous beasts, the demonic phoenix. When the demonic phoenix and aurora dragon paintings overlapped, the pressure released by the 2 paintings instantly made the 6 of them throw out blood while they were sent flying away. When he charged over, a silver saint rune was blooming in the palm of the elder from the silver blood Elysium that was drawn into a painting, wanting to stop Lin Yun. But Lin Yun easily crushed the painting with a grasp of his hand before he threw out a punch. His attack easily created a hole in the chest of the elder from the silver blood Elysium. When the elder lowered his head to look at his chest in disbelief, his vitality swiftly dwindled before he fell to the ground. After dealing with the elder from the silver blood Elysium, Lin Yun executed the Golden Crow 9 transformation to dodge the attack from the Flame Phoenix Sex middle-aged woman. Lin Yun then turned around and flicked his finger, unleashing a silver beam that pierced the center of the middle-aged woman's brows, taking her life. As the wings behind him flapped, Lin Yun disappeared. When he reappeared before an old man, 3,000 purple golden dragon runes began to blaze in his palm, and a crimson dragon claw instantly crossed a few thousand meters, crushing that old man as easily as an ant. In a split second, there were only 3 out of the 8 Greater Elysium Core Realm experts left, and they had completely panicked now. They no longer dared to stay behind and wanted to escape. "None of you can escape!" Lin Yun roared, and the Golden Crow and Silver Phoenix Holy Spirits turned into Great Yin and Great Yang before entering his body and fusing into primitive chaos, unleashing the last form of the divine solar lunar fist, Eternal Light. When Lin Yun threw his punch, he unleashed the light of eternity. The surroundings plunged into darkness, but that only lasted for a split second before light returned. It even gave others a misperception that the darkness didn't exist earlier. Just like that, the 3 Greater Elysium Core Realm experts disappeared, turned into ashes under Lin Yun's attack. Standing in midair, Lin Yun's silver hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like an immortal who walked out of the moon. The two paintings behind him also emitted an invincible aura that instantly made him seem unbelievably strong. As for those who were observing this battle, they were so shocked that they couldn't utter a single word. At this moment, they finally knew how strong Flower Burial, the strongest champion of the heavenly path, was. All 8 Greater Elysium Core Realm experts lost their lives. Every single one of them was standing at the top of the pyramid on the profound Wither Island, but all of them had died at this moment. Their blood had dyed the snow on the ground red. Flower Burial was descending from the sky, donned in his silver moon mask with his killing aura soaring to the sky. In the Silver's Now mountain range, the remaining Big Sex disciples looked at Lin Yun with fear reflected in their eyes. Without any hesitation, they turned around and fled for their lives. They no longer dared to stay here for a moment longer because Lin Yun was too terrifying. The 8 Big Sex had joined forces to set up a trap for Flower Burial, trying to force him out before killing him. In the beginning, this was all within their plans and Lin Yun would only be a supporting character. But who could have thought that Lin Yun was Flower Burial? Outside the profound Wither Island, everyone from the ancient barren domain was completely dumbfounded by this scene. After all, those 8 were at the pinnacle of the Greater Elysium Core Realm, and they were from big sections. But they still died and couldn't even escape. Regardless of whether it was the powerful sex or the big sex, all of them fell into a deadly silence. Lin Yun was only at the Quasi-Elysium Core Realm and hadn't reached the Elysium Core Realm, nor had he engraved an Origin Saint rune on his Elysium Core. So they couldn't imagine how powerful Lin Yun would become when he reaches the Elysium Core Realm. Was this the strength of the strongest genius in the history of heavenly paths? The 8 Big Sex suffered a huge blow and their faces were ugly. They were feeling despair and helplessness because they knew that it would be impossible for them to take revenge against Lin Yun if he exits the profound Wither Island. Who can suppress him if fated transcendents don't appear? A Dragon Pulse Realm expert sighed with a grave expression. He's too strong, and I even doubt that's his full strength. He seems to still have some hidden trump cards. Someone said, making everyone fall into silence. He's strong, but he's too overbearing. He revealed his identity without knowing who his true opponent is, so he will only end up dead. That's right. The 8 Big Sex were merely chess pieces. The profound Sky Sect is the one who wants to deal with him. Those who were unconvinced and unhappy with Flower Burial spoke out. But their words weren't false. For some time, everyone could already tell that the 8 Big Sex definitely had another objective in setting up this huge formation. But they had underestimated Lin Yun's strength and so, they failed. If they knew that Flower Burial was so strong right from the beginning, they wouldn't have set this up and get themselves killed. He's just showing off. When Qinsong refines the Saint Rune, Lin Yun will definitely die. After all, the demon flame lotus that Qinsong is refining is tainted with the blood of a true dragon. It's rare even in the ancient era. That's right. In the end, his cultivation is too low. The great Saint Origin will soon appear, and it'll be too late, even if he finds an Origin Saint rune now. Not good. Suddenly, someone looked at the screen and became nervous. In the Silver Moon Mountain range, 2 pillars of light suddenly exploded with lightning, and a beam of light soared into the sky, reaching a terrifying height. The auras that they were releasing far surpassed the 8 Greater Elysium Core Realm experts, and their astral energies were like blazing fires emitting terrifying auras. It's the 3 saints of the profound Sky Sect. Many people were shocked, but they weren't surprised because they already guessed that there must be a backup plan. Back at the Silver's Now mountain range, Lin Yun didn't even have the chance to catch his breath before his face became grave. He could sense 2 threatening auras that were even stronger than the 8 Greater Elysium Core Realm experts. They were so much so that even if the 8 were added together, the 8 still couldn't be compared to these 2 auras. This further proved that the 8 sects were mere chess pieces placed on the surface. Lin Yun had already guessed this because it was the profound Sky Sect who was trying to force him to show himself. Not long later, 2 figures flew over, and they were shining with bright light in midair. Although there were only 2 of them, their auras were comparable to an entire army. Profound Sky Saint Sovereign, strongest of the ancient Baron, Lei Shui and Xianying wish to experience flower burial strength. Let us see how strong the champion of the heavenly path is. Their voices were fused with their astral energy, echoing throughout the Silver's now mountain range. Everyone was completely shocked because they couldn't believe that Lei Ju and Xianying of the three saints of the Profound Sky sect actually came. At the same time, they figured that they must have been waiting. In the next second, Lei Ju and Xianying had already appeared 1,000 meters away from Lin Yun and descended from the sky. Shortly after, even more disciples and elders from the Profound Sky sect also arrived and landed behind the two of them. This scene made the faces of Qin Song, Zhang Ting, and Jiang Liken become ugly. Aside from Qin Song and some top-tiered elders, all the forces of the Profound Sky sect were practically here, and everyone knew that the Profound Sky sect was an overlord in the ancient barren domain. In terms of strength, they were even stronger than the Sword sect. If it wasn't for the Radiant Sword Saint, the Profound Sky sect would have dominated the entire ancient barren domain. So they couldn't help being shocked that the Profound Sky sect actually prepared such a huge formation just to deal with Lin Yun. Flower burial, come with us. My senior brother wishes to see you, said Lei Ju coldly. Xianying, who was standing to the side, smiled. My senior brother, Qin Song, comes from the Nether Divinity clan, and I believe that you're not unfamiliar with that name. They were prideful. Although they said that they wished to experience Lin Yun's strength, they didn't even place Lin Yun in their eyes at all. Their tones were filled with disdain, and they sounded more like they were commanding Lin Yun instead. Since I dared to put on this mask, I naturally won't hide my enmity with the Nether Divinity clan, said Lin Yun indifferently. Since that's the case, then come with us. Lei Ju snickered. Don't force us to make a move. Otherwise, not only you but everyone from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect will be dragged into this matter. Sneering inwardly, Lin Yun said, I don't understand. So why don't you explain it more clearly to me? The moment he said that, everyone became nervous. Lei Ju and Xianying were both fated transcendents ranked at the top there on the Empyrean ranking. Even the Sword sect's Xikong Zhou was ranked beneath the two of them, but Lin Yun didn't even give them any face. Lin Yun had just undergone a battle. So even if he was strong, he already revealed so many of his trump cards, not to mention the exhaustion from his fight. It was so much so that he might have even suffered some internal injuries from attacks like the demonic lion roar from the Myriad Beast Gates Elder. The blowing snowflakes suddenly stopped, and a chill had frozen the entire region with Lei Ju and Xianying's faces both sinking. Then, I'll have to ask Flower Burial for some guidance, Lei Ju said coldly with his eyes squinted. He then retreated with Xianying while 10-odd people from the Profound Sky sect charged over. Among them, there were at least 3 Greater Elysium Core Realm experts, and the 3 of them didn't exceed the age of 50. This was the foundation of a powerful sect, the foundation of the ancient barren domain's undisputed overlord. I have a song, and I'd like some comments from you guys. As the faces of everyone from the Profound Sky sect changed, a flute appeared in Lin Yun's hand, and he closed his eyes. Before everyone could react, a piece of flute music resounded. With his noble tune and sword intent combined in this music, it sounded like a ferocious, echoing roar. This caught those who were charging over by surprise. Before they could even summon their constellations, they were already enveloped by the music and immediately stopped. No matter how they tried, they couldn't get close to Lin Yun, and they were swinging their weapons while facing an unimaginable sword aura. This was Lin Yun wielding the flute as his sword, using music to perform a sword technique. The intent contained in his music was majestic, and Lin Yun even used some of his firmament sword intent in his music. Others wouldn't be able to find anything wrong with his music, but the faces of those who were enveloped in his music were ugly. Even the 3 Greater Elysium Core Realm experts were being suppressed by Lin Yun's music. What's going on? Lei Ju and Xianying were both shocked, and they could only look at Lin Yun, who was enveloped in the moonlight. Lin Yun merely used a flute to suppress the 10-odd people from the Profound Sky sect, and this includes the 3 Greater Elysium Core Realm experts. This was simply too unbelievable. Just when they were hesitating and finally decided that they would help, zither music suddenly resounded as a beam of light shot out, carrying a woman dressed in white, and her zither. Her zither music had perfectly combined with Lin Yun's flute music, causing the profound sky sex disciples who were trapped to throw out mouthfuls of blood before they lost their consciousness. As countless people who were near the Silvers, now mountain range, turned their heads over, they could see a woman dressed in white wearing a bamboo hat and a veil covering her face. Although her appearance was covered up, everyone could tell that she was a peerless beauty. The woman who appeared was naturally Luo Hua, and this made the faces of Lei Ju and Xianxia, who wanted to help, sink. They were horrified to discover that the regions enveloped by the music became as extremely terrifying as primitive chaos, and the combination of the flute and zither music had painted a gorgeous painting. The disciples and elders of the profound sky sect were trapped in the painting while the two of them were outside the painting. The power contained in the music was already terrifying, and if they forcibly tore it apart, this would only make the energy contained within become even more terrifying. If there was a chance for everyone who was trapped within, then the two outside could possibly die if they got involved with it. How did things develop in this manner? Lei Ju and Xianxing's faces were ugly after being caught unexpectedly by this. The two of them were strong, and not even the 8 greater Elysium Core Realm experts could be compared to the two of them. It was so much so that the astral energies in their bodies were shining like bright stars. How beautiful! Who's that person? She seems to be even more beautiful than the girls from the Heavenly Note sect. How unbelievable! I bet this is what peerless beauty means. Luo Hua's appearance instantly captivated everyone's attention, especially when she was playing the zither. This made her temperament even more ethereal, and this also made her look like a perfect match for Lin Yun. Everything only took place in the blink of an eye. Right at this moment, Lin Yun's flute music began to change and sounded desolate. The zither music perfectly matched it, and this made Lin Yun smile. He was executing the Dustlight sword art through his music, and the two had a great rapport since they had played music together multiple times back in the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Under the combination of the zither and flute, the intent behind the Dustlight sword art changed and reached an unprecedented height. This also enveloped the surroundings in the intent of the Dustlight sword art, and this made those from the Profound Sky sect who were trapped in the painting scream out in pain. "You're courting death." Lei Ju and Xianxia locked their brows together while they swept their gazes at Lin Yun and Luo Hua. They wanted to launch their attacks on Lin Yun and Luo Hua to rescue their people, but they couldn't find a loophole in the music. This made their hearts sink because the white-clothed woman was clearly a transcendent genius who wasn't any weaker than Lin Yun. But before the two of them could come to a decision, Lin Yun's music changed and became hot-blooded. Whenever the music changed, someone in the painting would be heavily injured, and it didn't take long for all the Elysium Core Realm experts to be covered in blood and sent flying out of the painting. "Let's go!" The faces of Lei Ju and Xianxia had turned black. They decided to make a move to destroy that entire region by force. Boundless sacred light exploded from their bodies. They didn't summon their constellations, merely emitted their auras. It didn't take long for the mountain range within 1,000 miles to start collapsing under their auras. But that wasn't all. Cracking sounds came from the sky, and 2 layers of the 36 layers of heaven have shattered. This made everyone shocked, but they soon understood what Lei Ju and Xianxia were trying to do. Lei Ju and Xianxia wanted to break the music by force. If they managed to accomplish that, not only could they heavily injure Lin Yun and Luo Hua through the backlash, but they could also save those men who were trapped in the music. But it was already too late. The music began to surge like violent waves, instantly reaching an unprecedented height. As Lin Yun and Luo Hua exchanged a glance, boundless light emitted from the two of them, and their hairs began to flutter in the wind like 2 waterfalls. Their hearts were connected at this moment. As countless crystal flowers flew from their bodies, their music manifested into fine threads that connected the crystal flowers. When the flowers bloomed, they emitted a dazzling light under the immense pressure of the shattering sounds. In that split second, the entire world fell into silence, and the shattering sounds of heaven also stopped. The world was only left with the resounding music of the flute and zither. As for the Profound Sky Sex experts who were trapped in the painting, they were all sent flying away. Aside from the 3 greater Elysium Core Realm experts, Everyone was torn into pieces even if after they had protected themselves with their astral energy. Lei Ju and Xianning were also caught by surprise as they threw out mouthfuls of blood while taking several steps back. They wanted to use the shattering of the heavens to suppress Lin Yun and Luo Hua and make them suffer the backlash. But not only did they fail, the shattering sounds of the heavens that they created were suppressed instead. So they suffered pretty badly from this, and this made their faces dark. Leave! Lei Ju and Xianning looked around before they swiftly left with the 3 greater Elysium Core Realm experts upon sensing that more forces had started to gather. Lei Ju couldn't take this lying down, so he glared at Lin Yun before he left. Lin Yun, just you wait. Since you dared to appear, there's no way you can leave the profound Wither Island alive. The profound Sky Sect won't let you go. Everyone watched as Lei Ju and Xianning fled. If it wasn't for the blood on the ground that told them that everything was real, everyone there would have felt like they were dreaming. When they recovered from their shock, everyone's gaze was fixed on Luo Hua. When Lin Yun and Luo Hua gradually approached each other, they were like a perfect couple that even made Zhang Liken stumped with envy in his eyes. If he could have such a beauty beside him, what else could he wish for? She's the one who's been resisting the attacks from the 8 big sects with her zither music, right? Qin Tian looked at Luo Hua with shock. Aside from a monstrous genius like Lin Yun, he couldn't believe that someone like her was also in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Yi Xiling is out. Zhang Ting suddenly saw 3 people walking out from the Silver's Now Valley. It was Yi Xiling, who had refined the Origin Saint Rune with Lu Qingyan and Feng Zhang following beside her. But his gaze was on Yi Xiling, and his face drastically changed after a brief moment. Yi Xiling was enveloped in snowflakes and sacred light. After she made her breakthrough into the Elysium Core Realm, her temperament had undergone a drastic transformation. She was gorgeous when she stood on the snowy mountain. But that wasn't the main reason why Zhang Ting was shocked. He could sense that the aura that she was giving off wasn't any weaker than Lei Ju and Xianning. He couldn't believe that the fleeting Cloud Sword sect would give birth to 3 fated transcendents, and this made him feel unreal. Junior sister. Zhang Liken's face changed when he saw Yi Xiling and quickly rushed over. Junior sister. Junior brother Lin is flower burial. Zhang Liken had excitement flickering in his pupils while looking at Yi Xiling, who was blankly staring at Lin Yun. This immediately made Yi Xiling's facial expression change when she heard what Zhang Liken said. What did you say? Yi Xiling asked with her brows locked together. It's true. Zhang Liken replied. There is news from the powerful sects. It turns out that Flower Burial is the champion of the heavenly path, someone who slew 5 realm sons. The main goal of the 8 big sects was to lure Flower Burial out. Yi Xiling's face thoroughly changed when she heard that. She knew that Lin Yun was the champion of the 9th heavenly path, but she had never linked him up with Flower Burial. According to her speculation, Flower Burial should be from a saint clan and not from a lower plane. In addition to the fact that the 2 of them didn't have that good of a relationship in the beginning, she never thought of the possibility that Lin Yun would be Flower Burial. But now that she thought about it again, everything made sense. Lin Yun was the champion of the 9th heavenly path who slew 5 realm sons, and he was also the Flower Burial who killed with his flute back on the full moon. Upon realizing that, Yi Xiling could only feel helpless, and her feelings were complicated. Wait, what does Flower Burial have to do with junior brother Lin Yun? Feng Zhang was confused. I personally saw him put the mask on and transform into Flower Burial. What do you think? He'll probably remove his mask later, so just watch. Zhang Liken smiled bitterly. When Lin Yun and Luo Hua came together in mid-air, he took off his mask. When he removed the silver moon mask, his transformation disappeared, and he turned back to Lin Yun. When Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan saw this scene, they were both greatly shocked because Flower Burial really turned out to be their junior brother Lin Yun. Luo Hua, can I take off your veil? Lin Yun asked. Are you still going to call me Luo Hua? Luo Hua smiled unhappily. Wearing a smile, Lin Yun stepped forth and held onto the white veil covering Luo Hua. This instantly made them the center of everyone's focus. Everyone could feel their hearts beating wildly because they were all curious about what kind of beauty this woman was. Is Lady Luo going to unmask herself as well? Zhang Liken gulped down a mouthful of saliva and could feel his heart beating wildly. When Lin Yun held onto the white veil, he took a deep breath. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. But when this moment really came, he still couldn't contain the emotions in his heart. Lin Yun's expression was gentle as he removed the veil from Luo Hua's face, revealing her breathtaking yet familiar face before him. Looking at her, Lin Yun couldn't contain the feelings in his heart and said in a trembling tone, "Xiao, it has been a long time." It turned out that Luo Hua had been Su Xiao all along, and Lin Yun began to recall every single word she told him while she took on the identity of Luo Hua. Back then, she said half of the reason was for the Sword Saint Mountain and didn't talk about the other half. The other half was naturally because of him. Actually, I don't like to play the zither, but I like to play it together with you. I don't like the fleeting cloud sword sect, but I only wish to stay here with you. I don't wish to reason with others, but I'm willing to lower my head for you. I don't like to drink, but I like to see you when you drink. I'm a tacky person who doesn't know music, doesn't like fleeting clouds, and is unreasonable. But I like you, and alcohol isn't that hateful together with you? Lin Yun already knew who she was long ago, but he had just been keeping it quiet. He knew that Su Xiao had a knot in her heart. She was angry at him, so she wasn't willing to take off her veil. But right at this moment, all of it was undone under that music, and they already knew each other's minds. Looking at Lin Yun, Su Xiao had a noble temperament that made her seem cold under the snow. But this also made her rosy lips even more enchanting in this situation. "Can I kiss you?" Lin Yun couldn't help asking. When Su Xiao heard that, she couldn't help blushing before she glared at Lin Yun and threatened, "You dare!" But the moment she was done, Lin Yun took her in his embrace and gave her a kiss, not even giving her the chance to refuse him. This made Su Xiao panic and struggle, but Lin Yun showed no signs of letting her go gradually. Su Xiao calmed down, but her face had turned red. The sweet taste across her tongue spread throughout her body, and this instantly made her body become heated. This was a long kiss, and this nearly made the crowd draw their blades at Lin Yun. This was simply too arrogant, and Flower Burial had not placed geniuses like them in his heart at all. Lei Ju and Xianxia had just left, and he was kissing in front of so many people right now. They were all breathtaken by Su Xiao's beauty when she revealed her appearance, and they could all feel their hearts beating wildly. But before they could exclaim at her beauty, Lin Yun had publicly kissed her, as if he was declaring that she was his wife. One could imagine how everyone there was feeling right now. Damn it, I'm so jealous. It makes no sense. Not only is he so good-looking, he's also so strong at the same time. This Flower Burial is really arrogant. Duh. He's the strongest champion of the heavenly paths. Everyone could only enviously look at Lin Yun. Junior brother, you're simply the model of our generation. Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan both exclaimed beside Zhang Liken. At this moment, they were filled with respect for Lin Yun. If Lei Ju or Xianning knew what Lin Yun was doing right now, they would probably throw out a mouthful of blood. You're not allowed to do that again. Su Xiao looked at Lin Yun, and her tone was filled with an empress prestige. But her face had blushed red, which was a huge contrast to the prestige that she was giving off. For some reason, this actually made her look adorable. "Sorry about that, wifey. I won't do it again," smiled Lin Yun. Hearing what Lin Yun said, Su Xiao's face turned red and replied, "Who's your wifey? Stop being loquacious. Su Xiao is my wife." Lin Yun winked before pinching Su Xiao's cheeks with a pleasing smile. "Cut that out." Su Xiao glared at Lin Yun. "Haha. All right. Lin Yun smiled, then gave Su Xiao another kiss before she could even respond. Su Xiao was briefly caught by surprise and hammered Lin Yun on his back. But her struggle gradually died down and she hooked onto Lin Yun's neck instead, giving him a passionate response. When they split up, Lin Yun had traces of blood dripping from his lips. Rubbing the blood off his lips, Lin Yun smiled. "Are you trying to kill your husband?" "I won't," Su Xiao replied bashfully. "Don't worry. I know and I can teach you." Lin Yun smiled. But the moment he spoke, He knew that he had made a mistake in his words. When Su Xiao heard that, she wore a playful smile and looked at Lin Yun. "Oh? So who did you learn it from?" When she spoke, she even pinched Lin Yun on his neck. The pain made the corner of Lin Yun's lip twitch, and he smiled awkwardly. "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." "Humph. I'll let you off, for now." Su Xiao let go of Lin Yun before putting her veil back on. Lin Yun looked at Su Xiao. The two had interacted for half a month. Aside from the beginning when Lin Yun hadn't guessed her identity, he knew about her identity most of the time. "Xiao, you're really beautiful," Lin Yun said after staring at Su Xiao for a long time. "So you're saying that I was not beautiful in the past? You're beautiful when you smile." Lin Yun changed the topic. When Su Xiao was about to place her veil on, she gave a gentle smile to Lin Yun. Su Xiao was cold, and she would rarely reveal any emotions to others. But her smile was so warm that it could even melt snow. Before he could have enough of her smile, her face was already covered by the veil. "Your identity is already revealed, so you should explain yourself to Yi Xiling." Su Xiao's voice resounded. "She's a good lady, so you're not allowed to hurt her. Since you're the cause, resolve it yourself." After more than a month of interaction on the profound Wither Island, Su Xiao had changed her impression of Yi Xiling. As the two of them had deeper interactions, they realized that there were characteristics of each other that attracted them like old friends. So Su Xiao became serious when it came to protecting Yi Xiling. "Why don't I take her in then?" Lin Yun joked. "Why don't you try?" Su Xiao threw a playful gaze at Lin Yun, making him feel a chill down his spine. As the two descended from the sky, they arrived before Yi Xiling and the rest. When Lin Yun looked at Yi Xiling, his face was stiff as he wore an awkward smile. "I'm sorry about that." Truth be told, he didn't have to apologize because he didn't give Yi Xiling any promise, and they were purely just friends. It just so turned out that Flower Burial was the one she liked. With a calm smile, Yi Xiling replied, "The one I like is Flower Burial, and it has nothing to do with Lin Yun, so you don't have to apologize to me. If you want, you can congratulate me for refining an Origin Saint rune." Earlier, there was a moment when her heart broke into pieces when Lin Yun removed his mask. But it was only for that split second. She already had a feeling that Flower Burial might just be her life's dream. If it was possible, she didn't want to wake up from the dream. Her feelings were true, and it was also true that she was fond of Flower Burial. The full moon that Flower Burial appeared had captivated her heart. But when Flower Burial removed his mask, her dream shattered into pieces. On the other hand, it made her feel more realistic, understanding that this wasn't a dream. He came into her life before and she fell for him before. To Yi Xiling, that was already enough for her. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he recovered from his shock. When they looked at each other, they wore faint smiles on their faces. "Congratulations!" Lin Yun reached his hand out and shook hands with Yi Xiling. It was just like what they previously said, not all likes were the same, and the two have always been friends. "You're not allowed to bully Big Sister Su in the future or I'll beat you up." Yi Xiling looked at Lin Yun seriously. "I'm really strong now." She possessed the divine dragon sword physique and radiant snow bloodline. Now that she had refined an Origin Saint rune and engraved it on her Elysium core, even those fated transcendents might not be her opponent if they fought for real. "There's no way I can bully her. I'll be happy if she doesn't bully me. So you have to stand on my side." Lin Yun smiled helplessly. "Humph. Just who had a smug look on his face earlier and bullied Big Sister Su?" Yi Xiling glared at Lin Yun. When Lin Yun heard that, his expression immediately became awkward. He was caught red-handed, so he couldn't refute her words. "Senior sister, the sword sect is here." Lu Qingyan suddenly spoke up when he saw Mu Qingqing coming over with a group of sword sect disciples. Aside from them, there was also a group of women from the Heavenly Note sect. For two powerful sects to appear at the same time, it was a huge formation, and Lin Yun instantly understood why Lei Ju and Xian Ying retreated so decisively. Mu Qingqing and Luo Shui were both peerless beauties, so their appearances made the Silversnow Valley even more packed with beauties, including Su Xiao and Yi Xiling. "Congratulations. Big Sister Yi. Mu Qingqing greeted Yi Xiling with joy flickering in her pupils, and she was happy for Yi Xiling from the bottom of her heart. Then, she turned to look at Luo Shui and smiled. Thank you for coming as well, Big Sister Luo. I didn't do much to help. I was stopped by Xianing. It's all Flower Burial's effort. Luo Shui replied. After a while, Yi Xiling finally knew what kind of commotion her origin Saint Rune caused. She was especially shocked when she heard that 8 Greater Elysium Core Realm experts died in the hands of Lin Yun. Lin Yun might look like he did nothing, but he had done a lot. Suddenly, black and white pillars of light soared into the sky, causing the entire Silver's now mountain range to tremble violently. At the same time, the surrounding celestial aura began to decrease at a rapid speed. When the black and white beams of light reached the sky, they were like ink that fused together and formed into an ancient seal in the sky. At the same time, Lin Yun could sense that the profound wither key in his interspatial pouch began to lightly tremble before it settled down soon after. What's going on? Everyone on the profound wither island could clearly sense the huge commotion. When the black and white pillars of light successfully fused together, light began to gather in the sky, which made it look like a starry sky. It's the Great Saint Origin. It was in the sky. No wonder it's so hard to find. Lil Purple muttered from the sword box. The Great Saint Origin? What pagoda is that? Don't tell me that the Great Saint Origin is in the pagoda. Who knows, there might even be other treasures. That pagoda alone doesn't look ordinary. Everyone near the Silver's now mountain range began to boil with excitement. Even Mu Qingqing and the other geniuses close to the valley were shocked. The Great Saint Origin had finally appeared. Raising his head, Lin Yun had to admit that the phenomenon in the sky was pretty huge. There was an ancient pagoda hovering overhead, and the top layer was shining brightly. The Great Saint Origin has finally appeared, Mu Qingqing said emotionally. There was no question that no matter how many treasures were there on the profound Wither Island, all of it added together couldn't even be compared to the Great Saint Origin. Even the Saint Origin of an ordinary saint would cause a huge commotion when it appears and would cause countless people to fight over it, not to mention the Saint Origin of the profound Wither Great Saint. The profound Wither Great Saint was the heir of the Southern Emperor, and he was a legend by himself. I have to take my leave now and gather up with the others from my sect, so I'll have to take a step first. Luo Shui smiled. As the fated transcendent of the Heavenly Note sect, she naturally had to compete for the Great Saint Origin now that it has appeared. If we end up fighting, later on, I'll have to ask young Master Lin to go easy on us. Luo Shui smiled when she looked at Lin Yun. Haha, it's still unclear who has to go easy on who, smiled Lin Yun. After obtaining the Firmament Sword Intent, Lin Yun's sword intent had reached a terrifying height, and it could act as an alarm that further boosted his senses. He could sense something terrifying from Luo Shui, and this meant that she definitely wasn't as simple as she looked right now. Luo Shui smiled before she left with the other disciples of the Heavenly Note sect. They were graceful, and when they left, they gently played their instruments as a form of farewell. All right, you can stop looking now. She's already gone. Su Xiao's voice resounded. Wearing an awkward smile, Lin Yun swiftly retracted his gaze. It's not that he wanted to look at her for so long, he just couldn't control his gaze. Young Master Lin, are you also competing for the Great Saint Origin? Mu Qingqing asked. Hearing that, Lin Yun nodded his head. There was no question that he would compete for the Great Saint Origin. Receiving Lin Yun's acknowledgement, Mu Qingqing locked her brows together and muttered, "It's troublesome now." Lin Yun was briefly stunned when she mentioned that it had become troublesome, but he soon figured it out. After all, the Sword Sect would definitely fully support Xikong Zhou to compete for the Great Saint Origin. So if Lin Yun was also going to compete for it, then they would have to fight sooner or later. This was naturally something that Mu Qingqing couldn't accept. After all, the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect and Sword Sect belonged to the same faction. Their opponents were already strong enough, and if they fought, it would greatly decrease their chances at the Great Saint Origin. But she was smart and soon figured out a solution. Young Master Lin, are you willing to listen to my suggestion? Go on, smiled Lin Yun. He wanted to see how she would deal with this troublesome situation. When competing for the Great Saint Origin, we will all rely on our own ability. But if any one of us obtains the Great Saint Origin, then the other party has to help to the best of their ability, smiled Mu Qingqing. What do you think of this? After all, the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect and Sword Sect are one family to begin with, so it's the same regardless if you or senior brother Sikong obtained it. Fine with me, replied Lin Yun. If he couldn't obtain the Great Saint Origin with his own ability, then there was naturally nothing he could complain about it since it meant that he was weak. So he naturally wouldn't mind helping Sikong Zhou to the best of his ability. Then again, that was under the condition that Sikong Zhou was stronger than him. That's a promise, then. Mu Qingqing was happy because the strength of the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect couldn't be underestimated. With their help, this meant that they would have a higher chance at obtaining the Great Saint Origin. Then again, the profound Sky Sect still had a huge advantage over the powerful sects. They had 3 fated transcendents, and just Lei Ju and Xianing were strong enough. Not to mention Qinsong, who was even stronger. He still hadn't shown up, and this meant that the Origin Saint Rune he was refining definitely reached an unimaginable height. After bidding farewell to Mu Qingqing, the group briefly rested before they headed to where the Great Saint Origin was located. The interspatial pouches left by the 8 greater Elysium core realms didn't have any value, and even if Lin Yun forgot about their interspatial pouches, Lil Red wouldn't. Right now, Lil Red was already an expert at cleaning up the battlefield. As Jiang Liken and the rest helped clean out the battlefield, they found several saint elixirs from those big sex elders, and those were unexpected surprises. But thinking about it again, that wasn't much. The 8 of them were at the top of the pyramid in the profound Wither Island, so they naturally wouldn't hold back in harvesting all the treasures. Aside from fated transcendence, they didn't have to fear anyone. But all of their harvests benefited Lin Yun's group. Just when they were checking their harvests, the entire profound Wither Island was enveloped in a storm. In an ancient cave, a youth opened his eyes and walked out of the cave. The Great Saint Origin has finally appeared. He was donned in a saint armor, emitting a purple glow and even emitted an extraordinary aura. Shortly after, he let out a roar before he flew in the direction of the Great Saint Origin. He was the fated transcendent of the Emerald Jade Manor, and his appearance was instantly recognized by those outside the profound Wither Island. Did anyone notice what he has obtained? It seems to be an ancient armor. Don't tell me that the Origin Saint Rune he had refined came from that armor? This is an impressive harvest. Not only did he obtain an Origin Saint Rune, but he also obtained some ancient armor. With that armor, who can injure him in the profound Wither Island? He's practically invincible. The big sex elders were shocked because the harvest obtained by the fated transcendents had far exceeded their imaginations. Within a thundercloud, Dugu Yen suddenly opened his eyes with a light flickering in his pupils. In his sight, azure thunder flames blazed violently. When Dugu Yen released a roar, he made all of the thunderclouds tremble as he emitted a boundless sword aura. His eyes were emitting a terrifying light, making him even more terrifying. When those outside the profound Wither Island saw this scene, they were deeply shocked. After all, Dugu Yen was said to be invincible in the sword, and he could be comparable to fated transcendence. But now they finally believed in the rumors. Looks like he has refined that Azure Thunder sacred flame. The Azure Thunder sword eyes are really terrifying. It's no wonder why he had his eyes closed most of the time. Looks like Flower Burial is in trouble. Their words raised a commotion, and many people found it a pity that the Great Saint Origin had appeared too early. If Lin Yun managed to reach the Elysium core realm and refined an Origin Saint Rune, no one on the profound Wither Island would be able to compete with him. Although he managed to kill 8 greater Elysium core realm experts, he was still weaker than those fated transcendents. Fated transcendents were invincible to begin with. Now that they had an Origin Saint Rune engraved on their Elysium core, this had widened the gap between them and Lin Yun. This wasn't considering the mixture between their combinations and opportunities on the profound Wither Island. Even Dugu Yen had already become so strong, so there was naturally nothing to say about the other fated transcendents. MHM? Qin Song is out of his seclusion. The surrounding commotions suddenly stopped, and all of their gazes were directed over. Outside the profound Wither Island, everyone was feeling uneasy because the demon flame lotus that Xianxia had refined not only contained an origin saint rune, but also a true dragon's blood. The process of refining it definitely wasn't easy, but if he succeeded, they couldn't imagine how strong Xianxia would become. Aside from the profound sky sect, the elders from the other powerful sects were feeling nervous. When Xianxia opened his eyes, the most mysterious and strongest genius on the Empyrean ranking had finally awakened like a true dragon. He was enveloped in a sacred light that made him possess an extraordinary temperament. "This is a true transcendent," everyone exclaimed when they saw this scene. Transcendence represented the monster of monsters, and only those outstanding ones could be known as transcendents. But in reality, transcendence had another name, and this meant transcending the ordinary ranks. This was the feeling that Xianxia gave everyone right now. It was as though he was no longer a mortal. Then again, this was just an illusion, and only those in the heavenly Elysium core realm could barely reach that level. The Elysium core realm was divided into the lesser, greater, and heavenly. If lesser and greater only had a small gap, then heavenly represented a whole new level. After reaching the heavenly Elysium core realm, they would have to gather dragon aura to make preparations for the final breakthrough. If they managed to take that step out, they would reach the Dragon Pulse realm, and the Dragon Pulse realm was also known as the Divine Dragon 9 transformations. Those who had walked on the path of the Divine Dragon 9 transformations meant that they were no longer purely mortal. 9 dragon pulses would be born in their bodies, and each dragon pulse represented a transformation to become a saint. Before the Dragon Pulse realm, they were all mortals, but after reaching the Dragon Pulse realm, they were already on the path of a saint. It wasn't easy to reach the Dragon Pulse realm, and the birth of every expert in the Dragon Pulse realm was a tough journey. Each transformation meant one tribulation, and most people failed to reach the last transformation. So those who could complete the 9 transformations were all monsters. Above the Dragon Pulse realm was the Samsara Edict realm, and they were all transcendent geniuses when they were young or they had heaven-defying opportunities. As for saints, they were even rarer. Xianxia was only at the lesser Elysium core realm, but he already had a transcendent temperament. Normally speaking, this temperament was something that only those at the heavenly Elysium core realm could possess. Isn't this a little too terrifying? Don't tell me that he already possesses the strength of a heavenly Elysium core realm? Everyone was in disbelief. Nothing too heaven-defying. It's just his temperament. But as long as a heavenly Elysium core realm doesn't appear, no one will be able to suppress him. Looks like the profound Wither Island is really filled with opportunities. The great saint origin hasn't even appeared yet, and the fated transcendents are already so strong. He's out. When Xianxia appeared, several elders from the profound sky sect respectfully appeared. Among the group who came for Xianxia, Lei Ju and Xianning were also among them. "Oh? The two of you failed to deal with flower burial." Xianxia was shocked because Lei Ju and Xianning should also have refined an origin saint rune each. When Lei Ju and Xianning quickly explained, Xianxia's eyes became dark after listening to them before he said, "What a pity. I thought that the two of you weren't his opponent. If that's the case, then it'll be somewhat interesting. I'll continue to hand this matter to the two of you. Remember not to take his life. I want to bring him back to the clan." When he was done, he turned to look in the direction of the great Saint Origin with excitement blazing in his pupils. Unlike what others think, Xianxia didn't have any killing intent for Lin Yun, at least he didn't show any on the surface. In reality, that was also the case. Xianxia had no feelings for the Nether Divinity Realm son. It just so happens that he was also from the Nether Divinity clan. His main objective was the great Saint Origin, since it would probably make the Ancestral Master look at him in a new light. His Ancestral Master was the Profound Sky Saint Sovereign, the Sect Master of the Profound Sky Sect, Tianxuanzi. He was a deity-like figure in everyone's heart. Compared to the great Saint Origin, Lin Yun is nothing. So the great Saint Origin will be mine, no matter what. Xianxia's eyes blazed with flames before he flew towards the sky with everyone else following behind him. Outside the profound Wither Island, everyone took a long time to calm themselves down. Xianxia had become terrifyingly strong after refining the demon flame lotus. That junior is too terrifying. The sword-bearing elder of the sword sect, Lin Zhen's face was ugly. Xikongzhou also had a huge opportunity in the profound Wither Island, engraving an Origin Saint rune on his Elysium core that matched his sword path well. But he knew that Xikongzhou was still somewhat lacking compared to Xianxia. This also meant that the Great Saint Origin would probably fall into the hands of the Profound Sky Sect. Thinking about it here, Lin Zhen couldn't help looking at the Profound Sky Sect's campsite. Over there, everyone was calm, as if they had already expected this scene a long time ago. When a light suddenly shone out from there, Lin Zhen's face changed as he focused on a person covered in a hood. Although this person was wearing a hood, Lin Zhen instantly recognized them. This person was Zhuge Qingyun, the most outstanding disciple of the Profound Sky Saint Sovereign. He could even sense that Zhuge Qingyun was wearing a smile beneath his hood that showed his confidence. As faded transcendence began to appear on the Profound Wither Island, everyone outside the Profound Wither Island was shocked by how strong they had become. One must know that before entering the island, they were only at the Quasi-Elysium core realm, and they were all geniuses on the Empyrean ranking. Who could have thought that in just slightly over a month, everyone would make such drastic progress in their strength? Before this, everyone still thought that those at the Greater Elysium core realm experts would be invincible after entering the Profound Wither Island, and even faded transcendence would have to be somewhat fearful of them. But Flower Burial's appearance gave them a slap on their faces, not to mention that the appearance of the faded transcendence gave them a huge impact. The so-called transcendents weren't ordinary, and they were all blessed by fate. Looks like there will be a nice show to watch today. There are so many people who are called faded transcendents, but not everyone has the qualification to be known as one. That's right. So let us see who's the true faded transcendent. They might have reached the Elysium core realm, but there shouldn't be able changes on the Empyrean ranking yet. So this battle can determine the strongest Empyrean. All the geniuses on the Empyrean ranking were gathered on the Profound Wither Island, and this was a grand event for everyone. If it wasn't for the Profound Wither Great Saint's fame, it would be hard to gather so many people in one place for a fight. This was the final battle as representatives from the Empyrean ranking, so there was a different meaning behind this fight. Not only would it determine the owner of the Great Saint Origin, but it would also determine who was the strongest Empyrean in the ancient barren domain. After all, everyone had entered the island as Empyreans. When most of the geniuses rushed towards the Great Saint Origin, they were all blocked by an invincible force when they tried to fly over. The pagoda was emitting a light that had formed into a barrier, stopping everyone from approaching it. Many people didn't want to believe it, but all of them had failed. A Greater Elysium core realm even brought out their constellation to try and resist the pressure to ascend the pagoda. But his constellation was crushed before he was thrown away. This scene was terrifying, and this instantly dispelled many people's thoughts. In the end, they could only wait patiently with reverence in their hearts for the pagoda. Lin Yun's group was already there for some time now, but they didn't dare to be reckless despite the fact that they were filled with anticipation for the pagoda. This pagoda looks like a saint artifact. Lin Yun looked at the pagoda for a long time and could feel an ancient and majestic aura coming from it. This should be a divine artifact. This pagoda was forged from the bones of divine dragons, and it's called the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, or Glazed Tile Pagoda for short. It has 9 ancient divine runes engraved on it. It's on the divine artifact rankings, and it has a huge origin, explained Su Ziao. Lin Yun was shocked that this was actually a divine artifact. The ancient pagoda was far in the starry sky, but Su Ziao actually managed to recognize it with just a glance. He had a feeling that even the elders from the powerful sects outside the Profound Wither Island might not be able to recognize the pagoda since it was enveloped in light and only the rough outline could be seen. The glazed tile pagoda? Lil Purple became emotional inside the sword box, and she even wanted to come out of it. But there were too many people here, and she was also afraid of Su Ziao, so she could only hole up in the sword box. Then, those who obtain the Great Saint Origin will grasp this pagoda? Lin Yun asked in an anticipating tone. It won't be that easy. The profound Wither Great Saint could only unleash 1/10 of the pagoda's power when he was alive. If he had grasped it fully, not even the 9 emperors could do anything to him, replied Su Xiao. Is this the reason why he was in trouble? Yi Xiling asked. She had an extraordinary origin, so she naturally knew more secrets than others, especially since it had involved the 9 emperors. Even the elders of the powerful sects might not know as much as her. No, Su Xiao shook her head. This glazed tile pagoda isn't ordinary, but it has been greatly weakened after losing the profound Amber 7 treasure. Someone once relied on this pagoda and became invincible in the Dark Age, but he was killed by the Southern Emperor. Compared to the 3 treasures left behind by the Southern Emperor, the value of this pagoda is a lot lower. It is only one of the Southern Emperor's trophies, and there's no way it will attract the attention of the 8 other emperors. Yi Xiling was surprised when she heard that. She was only asking about it casually, but she didn't think that Su Xiao would have an answer. At the same time, Lin Yun also had bellows in his heart, but he was thinking about something else instead. The Sword Emperor Yu Qingfeng leveled 2 peaks of the Sword Sect with 1 sword. He was someone who could challenge the entire Holy Land by himself, dealing a huge impact on the Sword Sect that the Sword Sect still couldn't recover from. Meanwhile, the Southern Emperor had killed the former owner of this divine artifact. So just how strong were the 9 emperors 3,000 years ago? Were they all monsters? Lin Yun turned to look at Su Xiao. The drifting goblet once mentioned that she came from the profound imperial palace, and she was the holy maiden there. But he had no idea if she had the bloodline or was the heir of the empress. But regardless of being the former or latter, they were still shocking enough. Sensing Lin Yun's gaze, Su Xiao asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm just thinking about how I can get you to marry me." Lin Yun winked and answered seriously. "It won't be easy. You will have to work hard. But I'll be waiting for you." Su Xiao smiled. She didn't have the bashfulness of other girls, nor was she bothered by the gazes of others. She likes to be direct. An empress wouldn't fall for someone easily, and they wouldn't change their heart the moment they do. As time continued to pass, more and more geniuses gathered around the great Saint Origin. Furthermore, they were all on the Empyrean ranking, and the tension in the surroundings also began to rapidly rise. The Heavenly Blade Pavilion's Nangong Zhe is here. An uproar broke out as a group of black-clothed youths appeared. They were all wielding a blade, and this instantly captivated countless people's attention. Nangong Zhe had a high popularity. Aside from the fact that he was also a fated transcendent, he was also ranked first in terms of his blade techniques. Although the number of bladesmen couldn't be compared to swordsmen, it was still one of the most used weapons amongst cultivators. So there weren't any bladesmen that didn't recognize Nangong Zhe. Suddenly sensing a gaze, Lin Yun turned and saw someone whispering in Nangong Zhe's ear, causing Nangong Zhe's gaze to briefly pause on him. But Lin Yun wasn't too bothered about it because what was fated to come would definitely come. When he took the Quasi-Saint Origin and Dragon Saint Pellet, Lin Yun already knew that they definitely wouldn't let him go so easily. The Thunder Sect's Zhang Jin is here. Another fated transcendent arrived. This was also someone who had refined an Origin Saint rune. Although he had suppressed his aura, there was no way he could suppress it entirely, not to mention that he had a unique temperament that captivated everyone's attention upon arrival. Suddenly, a light filled with the profundities of Buddhism shone as the sound of a mantra chant resounded. Everyone instantly knew that the Vajra monastery had come. They were all enveloped in holy light as they landed on the ground. Every single one of them was bald, and they also had robust figures. When they landed on the ground, they all sat down with their eyes closed, looking like they weren't interested in any competition. The young monk leading the party was donned in a crimson kasaya and holding onto a staff. Hanging from his neck was a necklace made of huge beads. He also had a robust figure like the other monks, but he wasn't as amicable looking as others, who had overbearing lights flashing in their pupils. When Lin Yun looked at him, he couldn't help thinking about Drifting Goblet. Compared to these people, Drifting Goblet didn't look like a monk at all. Now that he remembered Drifting Goblet, it had been some time since they met, and he realized that he actually missed him a little. That's the fated transcendent of the Vajra Monastery. His Dharma nickname is Tsang Yun. The Vajra Monastery doesn't have any conservation about killing, unlike other monks. Rather, they prefer to take the role of subduing demons by force, explained Yixiling. Lin Yun nodded his head. He now knew why those monks were emitting a killing aura. But their killing intent had fused with the Buddhist teachings, making it pure and filled with a domineering aura. Shortly after, the fated transcendent of the Emerald Jade Manor, Ningfeng, also arrived. He was donned in a saint armor with a robust figure. Ancient armor. Someone recognized the armor that Ningfeng was wearing, and this instantly made their faces change. They could tell that the armor wasn't ordinary, and it was faintly enveloped in a holy tune. That was Ningfeng's harvest on the profound Wither Island, and it felt too unbelievable to many. Many people speculated the origin Saint Rune he had refined might even come from this ancient armor. As a saint artifact used in the ancient era for war, it was definitely covered in the blood of countless enemies. The armor was nourished by the blood of the enemies, and this was why it could be so well preserved till now. That fellow Ningfeng is really lucky. Nangong Zhe, Zhang Jin, and Tsang Yun couldn't help directing their attention towards Ningfeng. Not long later, the fated transcendents of the Profound Valley and Heavenly Note sect had also arrived, and the two of them seemed to have formed an alliance. The Profound Valley mainly cultivated spiritual runes, while the Heavenly Note sect cultivated music. Both of the powerful sects had low profiles in the ancient barren domain, and they rarely got involved in conflicts with others. Since the two sects frequently interacted, it wasn't surprising that the two sects would form an alliance. Right at this moment, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and Du Guyen had arrived with his men from the Azure Thunder sect. Amongst the big sects, only the Azure Thunder sect could still hold its ground. As for the other sects, they didn't dare to appear before Lin Yun at all. Ladies and gentlemen, what are you guys waiting for? Du Guyen was prideful as he asked, looking in the direction of the powerful sects. No rush. Let's wait for the sword sect, said Nangong Zhe. Their words were rather abrupt. It sounded like they were talking about the great saint origin, but it also didn't look like it at the same time. Right at that moment, Sikong Zhou arrived with the sword sect's disciples and deacons. With that, all the powerful sects from the ancient barren domain have gathered, aside from the Profound Sky sect. This could be the biggest gathering over the past few years, gathering every single transcendent who was ranked in the top 10 of the Empyrean ranking. As a commotion rose from the surroundings, everyone's gazes began to rotate between the fated transcendents. After all, their existences were too dazzling, and it was hard not to attract their attention. The Profound Sky sect is here. It didn't take long for this entire region to be enveloped in a faint chill as the Profound Sky sect's party descended from the sky. The three saints of the Profound Sky sect were taking the lead, and their existences were dazzling. Just the pressure they emitted instantly made everyone feel suffocating, especially Qin Song, who was standing at the forefront. Lei Ju and Xianing, who were standing beside him, were strong enough, but Qin Song easily outshone them, so his appearance easily made everyone neglect the other two. With that, the 8 powerful sects and their fated transcendents have gathered together. Right at this moment, a sudden outburst of killing intent exploded that instantly made the surroundings quiet. Everyone was shocked because the outburst of killing intent exploded when Qin Song just arrived. Could it be that they were targeting Qin Song? But how was that possible? Qin Song was someone who was ranked first on the Empyrean ranking for many years, and no one could shake his position. If someone really wanted to target Qin Song, then they would have made their move before the Profound Wither Island opened. When everyone looked in the direction that the killing intent came from, they were surprised because it was Nangong Zhe of the Heavenly Blade Pavilion. Nangong Zhe's face had turned dark, and everyone quickly turned their heads away because they didn't dare to look at Nangong Zhe in his eyes. But this instantly made everyone wonder what Nangong Zhe was trying to do, and their hearts couldn't help beating wildly. Before they could figure out what was going on, 3 killing intents on the same level as Nangong Zhe exploded in a row. The killing auras came from Zhang Jin, Ningfeng, and Du Guyen. Furthermore, their killing intents resonated with Nangong Zhe. This instantly left everyone from the Vajra Monastery, Profound Valley, Heavenly Note sect, and even the Profound Sky sect confused because they had no idea what the four of them were trying to do. What are they trying to do? Lei Ju and Xianying's faces slightly changed, but they couldn't figure out what the four of them were trying to do. Who were they targeting by joining forces? After all, the forces that they were representing were terrifying, and if they were joining hands, the only conclusion they could come up with was that they were targeting the Profound Sky sect. Thinking about it here, Lei Ju and Xianying's eyes became cold with a cold smirk rising on their lips. Qin Song, let us borrow someone from you, Nangong Zhe said, and his words were targeted at Qin Song, just as everyone had expected. Speak, replied Qin Song indifferently. Everyone in the Profound Sky sect knows that Flower Burial is yours. But before that, we have something we'd like to settle with him, said Nangong Zhe. The moment he said that, an uproar instantly erupted amongst the crowd. They were surprised that four fated transcendents would join forces to deal with Lin Yun. But was there a need to have such a huge array? When the fated transcendents appeared, everyone had already tossed Lin Yun to the back of their minds. It was true that Lin Yun was strong, but he hadn't even reached the Elysium Core realm. Without engraving an Origin Saint rune on his Elysium Core, there was no way he would have any chance of winning against the four fated transcendents. Furthermore, they were also surprised that the four of them would make a move against Lin Yun first and not Qin Song. Oh, Qin Song replied without any emotions, and his indifference also left many people surprised. My senior brother has no interest in Flower Burial, so you guys can go ahead and do whatever you guys want as long as you keep him alive, smiled Lei Ju. His words made the four fated transcendents surprised, since they had no idea what Qin Song had in mind. But they merely exchanged a glance and threw this matter to the back of their minds. The four of them came before the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Everyone's breathing became hurried as they watched the four fated transcendents walk towards Lin Yun. The Quasi-Saint Origin and Dragon Saint Pellet should still be with you, right? Nangong Zhe said while looking at Lin Yun. Upon hearing that, everyone finally knew what was going on. After all, Flower Burial had previously taken the Quasi-Saint Origin and Dragon Saint Pellet while suppressing the three powerful sections. This matter had long spread out on the Profound Wither Island, and everyone practically knew about it. Judging from their looks right now, they were planning to settle it with Lin Yun. This wasn't just a matter of treasures, but the faces of their sections. If they didn't respond, the fact that Lin Yun suppressed three powerful sects all by himself would greatly affect their sects. When they grouped together as they walked over, everyone who was in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect's direction immediately fled for their lives. The pressure that the four were releasing was simply too terrifying. After all, just one of them was heaven-defyingly strong, not to mention the four of them together. They couldn't think of anyone who could hold their ground against the four of them when they have joined forces. Nangong Zhe, Ningfeng, and Zhang Jin have clearly engraved an Origin Saint rune on their Elysium cores just from the ancient and sacred lights that they were emitting. Du Guyen probably didn't refine an Origin Saint rune, but everyone could feel a lethal threat coming from his shut eyes. There were rumors that he had refined an Azure Thunder Sacred Flame in the Profound Wither Island, bringing his Azure Thunder Sword eyes to an even higher level. So they had a feeling that if Du Guyen opens his eyes, something terrifying would definitely happen. Just one of them was enough to suppress the entire fleeting Cloud Sword sect, so everyone didn't think that there was a need for the four of them to join hands to deal with Lin Yun. Impressive. You're not afraid even if the four of us joined hands. We have no intention of making you an enemy, and we can let you go as long as you hand the Quasi-Saint Origin and Dragon Saint Pellet over. We're fated transcendents, and it'll be rude for you not to give us any respect, Ning Feng said. His eyes were squinted, and he was also wearing a smile that made him look amicable. So, who the hell do you think you are? Why do I have to give someone like you my respect? Lin Yun replied with a playful yet casual smile. His words instantly made the surroundings fall into a deadly silence with everyone's attention focused on Lin Yun. They were shocked, but they soon figured it out. After all, it would be weird if Flower Burial wasn't arrogant. Then again, they didn't think that Lin Yun could change the outcome even if he was arrogant. If he wasn't willing to lower his head, then he could only face death. Hearing what Lin Yun said, Ning Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light, but his smile became even denser. But looking at his smile, everyone could feel a chill tingling down their spines. Looks like I have to teach you some rules. This is the Kunlun realm, and you will only die if you're not willing to lower your head. In the next second, his saint armor emitted a dazzling golden light that felt ancient and deadly. As war drums resounded, Ning Feng raised his hand and his palm began to flicker with purple light. When it descended, it even left fine cracks in the surrounding space. That's the heaven-crippling palm. Ning Feng's attack drew a wave of exclamations from the surroundings. After all, the heaven-crippling palm was a secret technique of the Emerald Jade Manor, and only geniuses with extraordinary talents could practice it. Furthermore, it wasn't easy to execute because it had to exhaust a large amount of astral energy. At the same time, one had to reach a high stage in the divine phaseless art. There were rumors that if someone managed to learn this move successfully, they could shatter even saint artifacts with a palm. As everyone was feeling shocked by the power of the heaven-crippling hand, Ning Feng's smile grew even denser. He was planning to crush Lin Yun into minced meat with this attack. Even Nangong Zhe and the rest were just standing to the side, watching with smiles because Lin Yun was as arrogant as rumored. But it was a pity that he ran into someone tougher. Ning Feng wasn't the strongest amongst them, but with his saint armor, he wouldn't even be afraid if he had to face Qin Song. So in their eyes, Lin Yun was merely courting death. Right at that moment, a golden ray streaked across the sky and a sword ray flew out, accompanied by a dragon roar. Everyone could only see a golden flash before an earth-shattering explosion resounded that made everyone's eardrums tremble. When everything settled down, they could see a purple snow flower hovering in the air. It was Yi Xiling who had purple lightning flickering on the surface of her body as she stood in the blizzard. At the same time, she also had a divine dragon coiling around her, and she had the radiant snow flower blooming within her pupils. Fated transcendent. Isn't she Yi Xiling, the beauty of the profound Azure Prefecture? Everyone exclaimed when they sensed the aura that Yi Xiling was giving off. But how was that possible? They couldn't figure out how the fleeting Cloud Sword sect was able to give birth to a fated transcendent when they shouldn't even produce a transcendent. This had overthrown everyone's understanding. Not to mention that the temperament that she was giving off was also extraordinary. What's going on? The faces of Nangong Zhe, Zhang Jin, and Dugu Yen changed. Especially Nangong Zhe and Zhang Jin, who had envy in their eyes when they looked at Lin Yun. Not only the three of them, but everyone, including the fated transcendents from the other powerful sects, also had a change on their faces. Ning Feng, who was sent flying away, had blood dripping down from his lips as he looked at Yi Xiling with deep shock reflected in his pupils. You want to bully my junior brother? Did you ask me for my opinion? Yi Xiling said with her eyes flashing coldly. But Ning Feng wasn't too bothered about it. Wiping the blood off his lips, he smiled. Miss, you're really ruthless. But I have no habit of beating up a woman, so you better stand aside. Who the hell do you think you are? Yi Xiling raged when she heard that, feeling that Ning Feng had a prejudice against women. You think that women are mere pets that you can beat if you want? Ning Feng became awkward when he heard that. He was blessed with good looks and an extraordinary origin. No matter how he looked at it, he should be stronger than Lin Yun. But he never expected that Yi Xiling didn't give him any face. But before he could become angry, Yi Xiling had already charged over. At the same time, one azure bird after another flew from her body as she unleashed the sword aura of the fleeting cloud 13 swords. With the divine dragon enveloping her, her sword aura was like fleeting clouds that came crashing down on Ning Feng. When Nangong Zhe looked at this scene, he was inwardly rejoicing that he wasn't the first to attack. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if he couldn't deal with Yi Xiling. So he smiled. Ning Feng, don't tell me you can't deal with a woman. As of now, let me have some fun with Lin Yun. When he laughed, he took a step forth as a boundless blade aura began to gather together like clouds. It only took one step to appear before Lin Yun, and he was so confident that he didn't even draw his sword and merely used his palm against him. His palm might seem simple, but it was profound and contained boundless blade rays. His blade rays weren't only sharp, but also dazzling and could pierce through the void. But before his palm could land on Lin Yun, he was suddenly sent flying away with a palm mark left on his chest. Cracks also began to appear on his blade aura, and when he landed on the ground, he took several steps back to neutralize the force. "Who allowed you to make a move?" A cold voice resounded. When Nangongze raised his head, he saw a white-clothed woman with a veil covering her face. She was also emitting the aura of an emperor, as if everything had to bow before her, including his blade intent. How is this possible?" Nangongze muttered to himself. With a slight change on his face, he quickly reached out for the blade he carried behind him. But before he could even touch the blade hilt, a bamboo conical hat flew over. When the bamboo hat flew over, the space around the hat began to violently tremble. If he insisted on drawing his blade, then he would be struck by this attack. Otherwise, he could only bring out his constellation. But since they were just probing each other, Nangongze's pride couldn't allow him to bring out his constellation. Cursing inwardly, Nangongze had no choice but to give up grabbing his blade and pushed his hands out. When his hands clashed with the bamboo conical hat exploded, and Nangongze was forced to take several steps back with a trace of blood dripping from his lips. Evidently, he suffered a little loss in the confrontation. "Who allowed you to bully him?" Su Xiao's voice resounded once more. When she removed her bamboo conical hat, her beauty had left many people breathtaken. Yi Xiling was already beautiful, and Su Xiao wasn't inferior to her. Fated Transcendent. Another fated Transcendent. Everyone present was completely dumbfounded with disbelief in their eyes. The fleeting Cloud Sword sect had another fated Transcendent? Just what kind of monstrous sect was that? Nangongze's lips twitched as his face changed because his instincts were telling him that this woman was even more terrifying than Ningfeng. With a wave of her hand, an ancient zither appeared in Su Xiao's hands. But just when everyone was thinking that she was about to play it, she suddenly destroyed the zither and revealed a saint's sword. When Su Xiao grabbed onto the saint's sword, Nangongze could feel goosebumps rising on his skin and quickly retreated, because that was what his instincts were telling him. As he retreated, he grabbed onto his blade and drew it out. When the blade and sword clashed, the two of them were so fast that everyone in the surroundings had difficulty catching up with them. "Brat, looks like your luck is pretty good when it comes to women." Zhang Jin looked at Lin Yun with envy in his eyes before he mocked. "Anyone else?" "Well, I still have a cat," smiled Lin Yun. When Lil Red stood up on Lin Yun's shoulder, it let out a roar at Zhang Jin. But Lil Red in its cat form was small, and it didn't look ferocious at all. "Are you messing with them?" The corner of Zhang Jin's lips twitched as he snorted. But before he could finish his sentence, Lil Red had already jumped off Lin Yun's shoulder. When it reappeared before Zhang Jin once more, it had already taken on the ancient Dracope form with its massive figure emitting an ancient ferocity. This made Zhang Jin briefly stunned with his jaw dropped. But taking this opportunity, Lil Red swung its claw at Zhang Jin with the divine Saint Rune blooming in its palm, emitting an ancient aura with demonic light flickering on it that left everyone stumped once more. They instantly recognized that it was another fated transcendent, a cat that was comparable to a fated transcendent. This instantly made countless people exclaim with their faces distorted because they couldn't figure out what was going on. Just like that, Dugu Yen was the only one left out of the 4 transcendent geniuses. "Kneel!" Dugu Yen suddenly barked and opened his eyes, unleashing the Azure Thunder Sword eyes. This instantly made everyone's faces change before they began to distance themselves from him. This was too unexpected, and Dugu Yen didn't give any warning before unleashing the Azure Thunder Sword eyes. When Dugu Yen opened his eyes, the entire sky became dark, and even the light emitted from the great Saint Origin was covered up. At the same time, azure bolts of lightning descended from the sky before forming into flames in midair. At the same time, Dugu Yen emitted a terrifying sword intent. Empowered by his Azure Thunder Sword eyes, His sky sword intent actually reached the level of firmament sword intent. At this moment, Du Guyen gave everyone a feeling that he was the heavens, and all lives were beneath him. When he said kneel, his words sounded as if it was filled with magic that echoed across the horizon. Many people couldn't take it and threw out a mouthful of blood on the spot, with their faces becoming pale. They had already distanced themselves the moment Du Guyen opened his eyes, but they were still caught in the shockwave. His words that were further empowered by his sword intent that was close to firmament sword intent sounded like the roar of heaven. Cracks began to appear on the ground and the boundless sword aura came crashing down towards Lin Yun. This was simply too fast. Before they could even consider it properly, the boundless sword aura had already enveloped and devoured him. This made everyone's faces change as they exclaimed, thinking that Lin Yun was finished. But something bizarre occurred. When the boundless sword aura was about to land on Lin Yun, the sword aura suddenly froze like ice and couldn't envelop Lin Yun in it. Right at this moment, a dragon roar resounded from within Lin Yun's body, and the 3,000 purple golden dragon runes left him, forming into a 30-foot azure dragon that emitted a dragon aura. When the dragon aura roared, it instantly destroyed the boundless aura that came from Du Guyen. Then, Lin Yun raised his hand and pushed his hand forth, controlling the azure dragon to fly towards Du Guyen while enveloped in the power of thunderstorms. This made Du Guyen's face drastically change, and his knee was falling towards the ground, causing him to quickly grab onto a saint's sword with his left hand. Kneel! Lin Yun waved his hand without any expression. When the azure dragon opened its mouth, it unleashed a roar that was filled with violence and ferocity. Du Guyen could hear the azure dragon's heartbeat, which made this azure dragon look vivid. Before Du Guyen could even draw his sword, he fell to the ground with one knee. Just like that, Du Guyen held onto the sword hilt with his left hand and plunged to the ground with his face distorted from the pain. Du Guyen had actually kneeled. This instantly made everyone take in a cold breath, with their faces changed. They couldn't believe this scene. Du Guyen caught everyone by surprise when he unleashed his azure thunder sword eyes. But Lin Yun's surprise was even bigger. He instantly made Du Guyen fall on his knee. No one thought that Du Guyen would be the one to kneel instead, and this was too humiliating. At the same time, Du Guyen's face was also ugly as he tried to struggle to his feet while resisting the dragon aura. His body was like a massive mountain enveloped in a boundless sword aura. When he struggled, the ground began to tremble, but he still failed to get back on his feet. The azure dragon was emitting a torrential pressure from its pupils, causing Du Guyen to be unable to unleash his sword aura. "You're courting death." Du Guyen burst into rage and couldn't hold it back from summoning his constellation anymore. When a painting unfolded behind him, it was rather simple. It was a sword with an azure moon hanging in the sky. When the painting bloomed, Du Guyen slammed his left palm on the ground and he bounced back to his feet. At the same time, he clenched his right fist together and threw out a punch, unleashing an azure sun with his fist. When the azure dragon took the attack head-on, the azure dragon released a howl before it was blown back. Everyone was inwardly alarmed by the strength that Du Guyen had unleashed after summoning his constellation. Lin Yun tapped his foot on the ground before he soared to the sky. He landed on the azure dragon that was sent flying back. When his sword intent empowered this azure dragon, the cracks that appeared on the azure dragon under Du Guyen's attack quickly recovered. "You're strong, but you'll still lose to me." Du Guyen's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Lin Yun. But Lin Yun didn't bother with him. A painting was unfolding behind him. When Du Guyen saw this scene, he coldly said, "You don't believe me? I can easily suppress you with the difference between our cultivations. Even if I'm not at the Elysium core realm, I can still easily suppress you if I wanted to." "Kneel." Lin Yun suddenly spoke out. Before everyone could figure out what was going on, Du Guyen fell to the ground once more, and fine cracks even appeared on the painting behind him. When they turned to look at Lin Yun again, they saw a golden painting that had appeared behind him. It was the Aurora Dragon painting of the Heaven Burial constellation. Just like that, Du Guyen fell on one knee again. But how was that possible? The audience couldn't believe that Du Guyen instantly lost in a confrontation between constellations, and this had exceeded everyone's expectations. This was something that not even Du Guyan had thought about. MHM? Qin Song at the profound Sky Sex faction was surprised and turned to look at the golden painting behind Lin Yun. He could sense the aura that belonged to sovereign constellations was coming from the painting. But he had never heard of an Aurora Dragon constellation amongst the 100 sovereign constellations. Just when everyone was feeling uneasy, Du Guyan held onto the sword hilt and drew the sword out by half an inch, bearing with the aura of the Aurora Dragon painting. It was a saint's sword, and the sword shone brightly, allowing his constellation that showed cracks to recover. When he drew the sword halfway out, Du Guyan was able to get back on his feet once more. Die! Du Guyan's hair was violently fluttering in the wind, and he had unleashed all his strength at this moment without holding back. Kneel again, said Lin Yun calmly. When he said that, he soared to the sky once more and disappeared on the azure dragon. When he reappeared, he drew out the lightning shadow sword and swung it at Du Guyan's half-drawn sword. As sparks flew, the divine rune on the lightning shadow sword shone, and Du Guyan's painting, which had recovered, collapsed once more. Throwing out a mouthful of blood, Du Guyan was forced to the ground once more under the sword aura released by the lightning shadow sword. But this time he wasn't that lucky. Both of his knees were on the ground. Just like that, Lin Yun was hovering in midair as the lightning shadow sword shone brightly, making him look like a deity while Du Guyan kneeled before him. This made everyone's jaws drop once more because Du Guyan was on his knees for the third time. Just like that, Du Guyan, who was known to be invincible in the sword and even claimed that he would make Lin Yun beg for his life, fell on his knees for the third time. This was no longer a fight but a one-sided humiliation for Du Guyan. At this moment, Lin Yun was humiliating Du Guyan on purpose with no intentions of clashing head-on. This scene made everyone take in a cold breath with a chill down their spines because Du Guyan was a little too pitiful. After all, there had never been a fated transcendent being humiliated in this manner in the ancient barren domain. You've thoroughly enraged me. Du Guyan roared as the azure thunder sacred flames began to gather in his pupils, making his eyes look like two revolving suns. At the same time, a terrifying aura was also emitted from his eyes that made heaven and earth tremble. Azure thunder annihilation, Du Guyan roared, and the light from the two suns in his eyes reached a limit. But facing Du Guyan, Lin Yun loosened his grip on the lightning shadow sword and gave Du Guyan a slap without any hesitation. The slap made Du Guyan throw out a mouthful of blood, and he began to spin in midair from the sheer force of Lin Yun's slap. His eyes shone two devastating beams, but since Du Guyan couldn't control his body, the two beams began to rotate along with Du Guyan. Everything that the devastating beams came into contact with began to crumble and cut apart. What power! The audience members were shocked when they saw this scene. They had a feeling that even fated transcendents would die if they were hit by the beams. But it was a pity that he was sent flying with a slap before the beams could land on Lin Yun. This also made them wonder how strong Lin Yun had become for him to toy with Du Guyan in his hands. What's going on? Nangongzhe, Ningfeng, and Zhang Jin's faces changed as they turned their gazes over. But Lin Yun had no intention of letting Du Guyan go and sheathed the lightning shadow sword before unleashing the azure dragon grasp with his right hand. As the 30-foot azure dragon returned to his body and returned to being 3,000 purple golden dragon runes, the dragon runes began to surge towards his hand. As thunderstorms began to converge, a dragon claw was formed that headed for Du Guyan. No matter what, Du Guyan was a genius comparable to fated transcendence, so he was able to move about after being forced to a dead end. As sword rays began to flicker on his body, thunder and flames began to accumulate at the center of his brows. Du Guyan still had a lot of trump cards he hadn't shown, so he wasn't convinced if he lost to Lin Yun in this manner. Just when he dodged the dragon claw, he furiously roared in his heart with raging hatred accumulating within. But it was futile. Lin Yun merely tugged with his right hand and Du Guyan was like a magnet sucked into the dragon claw. When Lin Yun clenched his hand, the dragon claw manifested from the 3,000 purple golden dragon runes and dragged Du Guyan back. Du Guyen was clearly a few thousand meters away just a moment ago. But when Lin Yun clenched his fist, Du Guyen was dragged back and Lin Yun was now grabbing onto Du Guyen's throat. Let me go. Du Guyen began to panic with despair as his legs were dangling in midair. When Lin Yun swept his gaze over, Lil Red was giving Zhang Jin a beating while Nangongze was entirely suppressed by Su Xiao. Only Ningfeng managed to withstand Yi Xilin's attacks thanks to the ancient armor he was wearing, and this gave Yi Xiling a headache. Seeing this scene, Lin Yun suddenly had an idea and tossed Du Guyen toward Ningfeng like a spear. At the same time, Du Guyen was also empowered by the Azure Dragon's aura, along with thunder and flames, and flew towards Ningfeng in the manner of a humanoid spear. When Ningfeng, who was fighting Yi Xiling, saw this scene, he instantly exclaimed out in shock, "Holy, what the hell?" Ningfeng was feeling depressed that he was actually being suppressed by Yi Xiling despite being a fated transcendent. Yi Xiling's bloodline was terrifying. When the fleeting Cloud 13 Swords was empowered by her bloodline, it unleashed an entirely different power than when Lin Yun used it. When the radiant snow flower bloomed, it looked ancient and powerful, containing both the Tao of ice and lightning. Furthermore, both of them were fused to an unbelievable height. Aside from that, Yi Xiling also had a strong attainment in the sword, and she could easily execute the fleeting Cloud 13 Swords in the manifestation stage. Even if she couldn't bring out the true holy spirit of the fleeting Cloud 13 Swords, the power of it still reached a terrifying height, far surpassing holy spirit martial techniques that were at the same level. Ningfeng could sense that Yi Xiling's potential had far exceeded Xikong Zhou's. She only lacked time, but given her strong foundation, her potential could continue to be excavated. He was only able to barely turn the tables around by relying on his foundation as a fated transcendent and the ancient armor he was wearing. But before he could rejoice, the human cannonball, Du Guyen, was already flying in his direction. Before Ningfeng could think more about it, he instantly summoned his constellation and a painting unfolded behind him. But even so, the impact still made Ningfeng let out a groan. Before he could catch his breath, Yi Xiling had charged forth with her sword once more. When he took Yi Xiling's attack head-on, he threw out a mouthful of blood with his face turning pale. "Get lost!" At the same time, Nangongze was also sent flying by Su Xiao's sword. "Aren't these two bitches a little too terrifying?" Nangongze and Ningfeng stood together with their faces ugly. Hearing that, Ningfeng mocked, "Weren't you mocking me earlier?" The outcome of the fight between the 4 fated transcendents and the 4 from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect had caused a series of exclamations. Although this wasn't a life and death battle, the 4 fated transcendents were reduced to jokes in just half an hour. This had exceeded everyone's expectations. They never expected that a tiny fleeting Cloud Sword sect would have such huge potential. Meanwhile, Du Guyen was being toyed with by Lin Yun, kneeling 3 times before he was thrown away. Du Guyen had shame written on his face, looking incredibly ugly, which made him throw out another mouthful of blood to worsen his injuries. The majority of his injuries weren't from Lin Yun but Ningfeng, nearly leaving him heavily injured. "Where's Zhang Jin?" Nangongze changed the topic. When the 3 looked in Zhang Jin's direction, they had sympathetic looks. Facing Lil Red, who had taken on the ancient Dracope form, Zhang Jin was practically receiving a one-sided beating. Lil Red was simply too ruthless and even grasped a bizarre origin Saint Rune that could devour his Saint Rune. So he was completely being restricted by Lil Red and couldn't even bring out 1/3 of his strength. This instantly made the faces of those from the powerful sects become ugly, especially the disciples from the Thunder sect. Did it make sense that their fated transcendent couldn't even defeat a mere cat? But just when they were about to step forth to help, a cold sword ray flew over that instantly destroyed the talisman that the Thunder sect's greater Elysium core realm had unleashed. Xikong Zhou. That old man flew into a rage as he raised his head with his face dark. "Do you think that the sword sect is invisible? It's already shameless for 3 sects to join hands. Don't tell me that you want to gang up." Xikong Zhou replied. No matter what, the fleeting Cloud Sword sect was considered a branch of the Sword sect, so Xikong Zhou naturally couldn't accept Lin Yun being ganged up on by them. Very good. You've successfully piqued my interest. A voice resounded, coming from Qin Song. Seeing that Qin Song might make a move, Yi Xiling and Su Xiao stopped and stood beside Lin Yun. Finally going to make a move? That fellow killed a realm son of your Nether Divinity clan, muttered Nangong Zhe with a weird expression. The Nether Divinity clan wants his life, but what does that have to do with me? Qin Song? I only have eyes for the profound sky sect. Seeing that he's indeed the strongest genius of the heavenly paths and even Dugu Yen is nothing before him, I have no choice but to help myself to him, smiled Qin Song. He was a decisive person and didn't hesitate. Just when everyone was still pondering about what he said, Qin Song had already soared to the sky. Qin Song turned into a blur in midair while dashing forth. Seeing that Qin Song had immediately charged over, everyone was instantly shocked. Qin Song's abrupt action had caught everyone by surprise. After all, he didn't show any interest in Lin Yun just a moment ago. But when he made a move, not even the disciples of the profound sky sect had predicted it. This made a cold light flash through Yi Xiling's pupils, but she didn't think much about it and turned into a dragon to try and stop Qin Song. When Qin Song approached, the saint's sword in her hand trembled and was aimed at Qin Song's chest. After reaching the Elysium core realm and refining an origin saint rune, her strength had undergone a drastic transformation. In her hands, the fleeting Cloud 13 swords had been transformed. A mere ant making a futile effort. Qin Song snorted before he raised his palm and pushed forth. Before his palm landed on Yi Xiling was already sent flying back and threw out a mouthful of blood. Lin Yun, you want to hide behind a woman? Qin Song coldly smiled. His aura grew even more majestic. But Lin Yun had no fluctuation in his emotions. The other party was ranked first on the Empyrean ranking, and his strength was unfathomable even after reaching the Elysium core realm. Ever since he appeared in public, he had not lost a single battle. Amongst those in the same generation, not many people could take a palm from him and come out unscathed. Yi Xiling was naturally trying to help Lin Yun by testing Qin Song's strength. However, she never expected that the gap between them would be so huge. Take care of Xiling, said Lin Yun before he ignited all the demonic astral flowers in his aura ocean. As one golden flower after another flew from his body, they formed a barrier that had enveloped him. At the same time, he also swiftly unleashed his attack with 3,000 purple golden dragon runes pouring into his palm and manifested into a dragon claw. As Lin Yun and Qin Song clashed, they both retreated. But Qin Song merely took one step back while Lin Yun took 10-odd steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. That's the rumored Azure Dragon Saint Art? Qin Song knew that if it wasn't for that body-refining technique, he could easily suppress Lin Yun with just one palm. Back then, Xikong Zhou was defeated by me with one palm. So I'm really curious to see how many palms you can take. After Qin Song stabilized himself, he raised his hands and smiled. The Dragon Clan's body-refining techniques are famous throughout the world. Coincidentally, I just so happen to be somewhat proficient in one as well. As Qin Song slowly raised his hands, his vitality began to surge and released a golden glow from his body, making him look like a golden statue. At the same time, a dragon roar echoed and a true dragon aura that was within his body began to rise with a golden dragon appearing from him. Golden Dragon Sky-Patching Art. Qin Song roared before he charged forth. Like a golden dragon, this boosted his speed even more. The Golden Dragon Sky-Patching Art was a profound body-refining technique of the Dragon Clan that was grasped by the Divine Dragon Empire. After the Qin Clan was bestowed the title of Nether Divinity, the Divine Dragon Empire bestowed the Golden Dragon Sky-Patching Art upon the Qin Clan. This was why Qin Song had the opportunity to practice this body-refining technique. Moreover, it wasn't only a body-refining technique but a complete martial technique that consisted of sword, palm, finger, and fist techniques. But not even the Divine Dragon Empire had the complete version of the Golden Dragon Sky-Patching Art, which makes it famous in the ancient Barren Domain. After Qin Song executed the Golden Dragon Sky-Patching Art, he threw out a punch, and his punch formed into a dragon claw. At the same time, countless golden dragons flew from his body, creating a picture of myriad soaring dragons. Then again, it just showed how majestic this scene was. There weren't really a myriad of dragons. But even so, this scene was shocking enough. Lin Yun could sense that his Azure Dragon Saint Art was being suppressed. This was the first time the Azure Dragon Saint Art had encountered this situation. Since he was caught unaware by this scene, he took a punch to his chest and the pain was intense despite having the Azure Dragon mark. Not bad. You're actually still alive after taking a punch from me. Since that's the case, then take another punch from me. Qin Song's eyes blazed with flames, making his blood boil with excitement. He was invincible in the ancient Baron domain for too long with no opponents on the Empyrean ranking. So it had been many years since he fought for real. Even someone as strong as Sikong Zhou could only take one palm from him, so there was no meaning in him making a move. He was lonely after being invincible for too long. At times, he would even wonder how good it would be if Jian Jingtian wasn't born so early. If that was the case, then he might be able to have an opponent. Now, he was excited after seeing Lin Yun. He was even thinking if he should let Lin Yun go for now and wait till Lin Yun reached the Elysium Core Realm before they fought again. As for the rage of the Nether Divinity Clan, what did it have to do with him? After making up his mind, he opened his fist to a palm and attacked Lin Yun. He was going to teach Lin Yun a lesson so that he could come back stronger in the future. Golden Dragon Sky Opening Palm. When he changed his fist to a palm, his aura exploded, manifesting into a heavenly seal. Qin Song wanted to use this move to teach Lin Yun that there was always someone stronger out there. After taking a loss earlier, Lin Yun did not dare to be careless and ignited the Blood Flame Divine rune in the Azure Dragon mark. When 3,000 purple golden dragon runes blazed, they came to life and Lin Yun executed the Azure Dragon Grasp. As the Azure Dragon released a roar, countless thunderstorms began to gather on his palm before he pushed it against Qin Song. Looking from afar, their attacks looked like two dragons colliding together. But this time, Qin Song was sent flying back while Lin Yun remained where he stood. Before the crowd could exclaim, Lin Yun reached out and the lightning shadow sword flew into his hand. When Lin Yun grabbed onto the lightning shadow sword, a pair of golden wings unfolded behind him, instantly making the sky turn dark. Lin Yun flew towards Qin Song and activated the divine rune in the lightning shadow sword before swinging it at Qin Song's right hand. This made Qin Song's face change before he pushed his left palm against the lightning shadow sword. When the palm and sword tip collided, sparks flew out and Lin Yun was sent flying back under this palm. Meanwhile, Qin Song also took this opportunity to pull back his right hand. When he landed on the ground, he was still feeling shocked and raised his left hand to see blood dripping down from his palm. Just a moment ago, his entire right hand was nearly severed. He had never been in such danger before. In reality, Qin Song suffered a cut on his palm, and everything had taken place so fast that most people couldn't clearly see what just happened. By the time they realized what had happened, the surroundings fell into a deadly silence. Everyone was shocked by the strength that Qin Song had shown, sending Yi Xiling back with one palm and injuring Lin Yun with one punch. After all, one must know that Ningfeng was practically suppressed by Yi Xiling earlier, and the reason why he could last so long was thanks to the ancient armor. As for Lin Yun, there was nothing else to say because he had easily toyed around with Du Guyan. But Qin Song's strength had given everyone a whole new understanding of him. One must know that Qin Song hadn't brought out his constellation, so everyone couldn't imagine how strong he would become if he did. You're really strong. Looking at the cut on his palm, Qin Song wasn't furious. He then charged forth once more with a smile. He was so incredibly fast that the naked eyes could barely catch up with him. He then swung his hand out. Lin Yun tried to thrust his sword at him, but the sword was struck by Qin Song's palm, and the lightning shadow sword was sent flying instead. Lin Yun was shocked because Qin Song's strength was a little terrifying. You don't have to be shocked. After all, I said that Sikong Zhou can't even last one palm from me. Qin Song grinned as his eyes shone brightly. When a golden dragon roar echoed, Qin Song emitted the aura of a true dragon and waved his hand. His arm was like a dragon claw, making the weather change when he waved his arm. When his arm turned into a dragon claw that was filled with a devastating power, he dropped it towards Lin Yun's head. If it was a normal attack, Lin Yun wouldn't be afraid of a head-on clash thanks to the Azure Dragon Saint art. But Qin Song was attacking with the Golden Dragon Sky-Patching art, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Divine Solar Lunar Fist. Lin Yun moved and pushed the Golden Crow 9 transformation to the limit. He then split it into two. One charged at Qin Song with the aura of a golden crow, while the other charged at Qin Song with the aura of a silver phoenix. When Lin Yun clashed with Qin Song once more, the surrounding space distorted with Lin Yun taking 10-odd steps back, while Qin Song hadn't even taken a step back. This is the strength of the Empyrean ranking's first rank? Yi Xiling had fear lingering in her eyes as she laid in Su Xiao's embrace. If a heavenly Elysium core realm doesn't show up, no one can face Qin Song head-on, said Su Xiao. Lin Yun is suffering a loss because he hasn't reached the Elysium core realm. But you don't have to be too worried about him. Heavenly Elysium core realm? Yi Xiling was disappointed when she heard that. She knew that Su Xiao had a mysterious origin, so her eyesight was a lot higher than most people there. Since she already said that, then there must be no mistakes. As Qin Song hovered in midair enveloped in a golden light, he said, "Interesting. The Divine Solar Lunar Fist. I've heard of it but never seen it before. You should have brought it to the manifestation stage, right?" Qin Song knew that Lin Yun had reached a high level in this fist technique. If it wasn't for his cultivation being so low, it would have been difficult for Qin Song to not take a step back from the collision. But you can only surrender today. Don't worry because I won't kill you. But you also won't be able to compete for the great saint origin. So kneel well here. Qin Song was prideful, and his words were filled with confidence. Suddenly, there was the sound of heaven shattering as an ancient Dracope appeared. Lil Red decided to give up on beating Zhang Jin up and turned to swing its staff at Qin Song. Furthermore, it was enveloped in a demonic aura and even devoured the true dragon aura that Qin Song gave off. This scene made everyone take in a cold breath because the ferocity of this Dracope had exceeded everyone's expectations. But before anyone could recover from their shock, Qin Song had already reached out and grabbed onto the staff. No matter how the Dracope roared, it couldn't pull back the staff at all. Seeing this, Qin Song smiled as a dragon roar echoed from within his body, and he twisted the staff in his hand. This caused the staff to smack against the Dracope's hand, causing the Dracope to let out a miserable howl before it fell to the ground, returning to its cat form. Seeing this, Qin Song let out a roar before he tossed the staff away. When the staff plunged into the ground, the sheer impact of Qin Song's toss left cracks on the ground. As Qin Song's hair fluttered in the wind, he headed towards Lin Yun once more. "No one can save you today." Qin Song was indifferent as he walked towards Lin Yun with a true dragon coiling around him. When Lin Yun took a look at Lil Red, a cold light flashed through his pupils. Qin Song was a little too strong. Qin Song was the strongest opponent that he had come across ever since he came to the Kunlun realm. It was so much so that Lin Yun wasn't confident that he could win if he brought out the Firmament Sword intent. As for the Sovereign Constellation, he still had no idea how many paintings he could bring out because it was a little tough for him to summon the entire constellation. When his gaze fell onto Qin Song's chest, he fell into deep thoughts. "That's the Golden Dragon Bone." Lil Purple's voice resounded. "I know." When Qin Song suppressed him with the Golden Dragon Sky-Patching art earlier, he noticed what was wrong very quickly. But even so, he still suffered a pretty decent injury. He only managed to break free from the suppression after activating the Bloodflame Divine Rune. This was because the Azure Dragon Saint art was ultimately incomplete. As Qin Song walked over, the surrounding situation soon became dangerous, and this made Lin Yun look helpless. "Qin Song, don't take it too far." Sikongzhou finally made a move. He drew his sword out and even activated the Origin Saint rune on his Elysium core. But Qin Song merely turned to glance at him with a black demonic lotus stained in blood in his pupils. Before Sikongzhou could even take a step out, he was already sent flying away and threw out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Sikongzhou was completely dumbfounded because he couldn't imagine how strong Qin Song had become. At the same time, everyone held onto their mouths while feeling their hearts beating wildly. Qin Song was simply too strong, and they couldn't imagine who could suppress him as long as a heavenly Elysium core realm expert didn't show up. Was this the strength of someone ranked first on the Empyrean ranking? Profound Sky Saint Sovereign, invincible in the ancient Baron. The profound Sky Sect's disciples cheered with their blood boiling. I've already said that no one can save you today, and you can only obediently kneel here. As for the great Saint Origin, it has nothing to do with you because it's mine. Qin Song coldly said with his arrogance reaching a peak while coldly looking at Lin Yun. But the moment he was done, a blade ray pierced through the void and flew over, shattering the true dragon around him, and landed on Qin Song's chest. This caused sparks to fly before revealing a three-colored armor that Qin Song was wearing that helped him to take this attack. But even so, he was still sent flying back. Right at that moment, a figure landed on the ground and said, "Is there any interest in a pinnacle Elysium core realm like you who refined the Demon Flame Lotus to bully someone in the Empyrean realm?" "You again." Qin Song squinted his eyes while looking at the newcomer. The newcomer had short white hair and sheathed his blade. Qin Song had met this person before when they fought for the Saint Elixir outside the Profound Wither Island, and the Saint Elixir was taken away by this person. Lei Ju and Xianxia quickly appeared beside Qin Song, emitting terrifying auras. Looking at this scene, everyone could feel their scalps going numb. The three saints of the Profound Sky Sect have gathered together. Just Qin Song alone was already incredibly strong. So they couldn't imagine how strong the Profound Sky Sect would be with the addition of Lei Ju and Xianxia. At the same time, they finally knew why the Profound Sky Sect was the overlord of the ancient Baron domain. They had a terrifying foundation, not to mention that they were a lot stronger than the other powerful sections. "Senior brother, do you need our help to hold back this person?" Lei Ju asked. He knew that Qin Song was interested in Lin Yun at this moment and didn't wish to be interrupted. "No need," smiled Qin Song. "There's no fairness in this world, to begin with. 2 years ago, I had already started challenging the transcendence on the Elysium core realm, losing more than winning. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If you're not convinced by it, you can come at me together with him. Anyhow, I know that the two of you have trump cards, so I'm looking forward to seeing what your trump cards are. If I have to summon my constellation, then consider it my loss. I advise you not to be too confident in yourself." Lin Yun replied coldly and waved his hand, summoning the flower burial sword from his sword box. When he held onto the flower burial sword, Lin Yun's aura suddenly changed. Standing beside Qin Song, Lei Ju and Xianxia both let out a groan before they were both forced to take 2 steps back. At this moment, everyone knew that Lin Yun really still had trump cards because his entire aura had changed the moment he held onto the flower burial sword. "Now, this is more interesting." Qin Song smiled as his hair fluttered in the wind. But just when the two of them were about to fight, the sky suddenly turned dark. When everyone raised their heads, they could see the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda growing bigger in their eyes, making everyone feel suffocating from the pressure. Before it even landed on the ground, cracks had already begun to spread out on the ground, extending to a few hundred miles away. As the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda continued to descend, the entire Profound Wither Island even showed signs of collapsing. "Retreat!" Qin Song and Lin Yun's faces changed as they both retreated. They could sense the aura of the great Saint Origin from the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. As the golden wings behind Lin Yun flapped, he grabbed a hold of Yi Xiling and Su Ziao before he bolted far away. Everyone else was also running away from the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, fearing that they would be suppressed by the pagoda. As the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda descended at an incredible speed, boundless starlight gushed from the pagoda, leaving terrifying cracks around in the surrounding space. Everyone could see that not only this entire space, but the restriction on the entire Profound Wither Island was swiftly being torn apart. "Watch out! Everyone! Quickly, leave!" The falling speed of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda was so fast that it looked like a terrifyingly powerful star falling from the 9 heavens. "Senior brother, what should we do?" Lei Ju and Xianxia both became nervous. Their profound sky sect wasn't lucky, since they were at the center of where the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda fell. Qin Song looked at Lin Yun's direction with a cold light flashing through his pupils before he retracted his gaze. "We'll deal with them together." "Okay." The three of them circulated the profound sky cannon and became enveloped in a glittering light. But that wasn't all. Qin Song said, "Those at the Greater Elysium Core Realm act together with me." He had a strong prestige in the profound sky sect. So without his orders, none of the Greater Elysium Core Realm experts dared to leave by themselves. After hearing what Qin Song said, the Greater Elysium Core Realm experts circulated the profound sky cannon as well. In the next second, they were all enveloped in heavy armor that were emitting crimson lights, and the armor had ancient runes engraved on them. When their aura connected together, Qin Song began to form seals with his hands. Just when the 7-treasure glazed tiled pagoda was about to land, Qin Song let out a roar, while successfully forming his seal. Break! The light that enveloped the entire profound sky sect immediately reached the peak before the surrounding space distorted and they disappeared. When they disappeared, the 7-treasure glazed tiled pagoda finally landed on the ground and caused cracks to spread out. The cracks on the ground were in the form of cobwebs that swiftly spread out to the entire profound Wither Island. Just like that, the massive profound Wither Island was riddled with hundreds of cracks that were splitting it apart. This was simply too terrifying, and the profound Wither Island looked like it would crumble into pieces in the next moment. Right at this moment, light shone from the 7-treasure glazed tiled pagoda and attracted everyone's attention. When the 7-treasure glazed tiled pagoda was still in the sky and the light was restricted by the Great Saint Origin, everyone couldn't see the pagoda clearly. But now that the pagoda had fallen down, everyone could finally take a closer look at it. At the same time, this also left them dumbfounded because they could tell that this pagoda definitely had a huge origin. Although they were all amazed by the 7-treasure glazed tiled pagoda, none of them could think about getting it. After all, the pressure from the 7-treasure glazed tiled pagoda was too powerful, and they felt like mere ants before it. So how could mere ants move a mountain? The 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Lin Yun was breathless while looking at the pagoda enveloped in a sacred light after putting Yi Xiling and the rest down. To be exact, it's the 9 heavenly 7-treasure glazed tiled pagoda, Lil Purple said in a solemn voice in the sword box. But Lin Yun didn't care about her. When he swept his gaze over the 7-treasure glazed tiled pagoda, he could see the profound sky sect's party. Under the protection of the 3 saints of the profound sky sect and so many Greater Elysium Core Realm experts, they were unscathed. On the other hand, the other powerful sects suffered some casualties, including the Sword sect. But the Vajra monastery wasn't too affected by the fall of the 7-treasure glazed tiled pagoda. The profound sky sect is really terrifying, and that profound sky saint sovereign is truly a figure. Lin Yun couldn't help exclaiming at the strength of the profound sky sect. At the same time, he now knew why they were the undisputed overlord of the ancient barren domain. Tian Xuanzi is the strongest genius who appeared in the Kunlun realm in the past millennium, and many people have speculated that there was a possibility that he could become an emperor, said Su Ziao. Lin Yun was briefly stunned when he heard that and asked, "Comparable to the 9 emperors?" The 9 emperors appeared 3,000 years ago, and they were practically legends in the Kunlun realm. When he heard that the profound sky saint sovereign had a chance of becoming an emperor, Lin Yun naturally thought about the 9 emperors. "Hard to say," replied Su Ziao. "Emperor symbolizes a realm and title. They prayed to heaven and received the acknowledgement of the divine dragon era. There were also many martial emperors during the darkest era, but they were either killed by the 9 emperors or didn't dare to appear in public. So the 9 emperors are called legends not only because they are martial emperors." Lin Yun had never heard about that before. Simultaneously, Yi Xiling was also shocked because this was the first time she was hearing it. Suddenly, several figures flew towards the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. But before they could even get close to it, they were killed by Qin Song with a single palm, and they didn't even leave behind their corpses. Looking at this scene, everyone calmed down because they were all intimidated by Qin Song's strength. This felt as though someone was grabbing them by their throats. Since the great Saint Origin has appeared, then I'll naturally have to put out a disclaimer. Xianxia's cold voice echoed. You can all rely on your ability to obtain the treasures in the pagoda, but if anyone dares to put their hands on the great Saint Origin, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Disciples of the Profound Sky Sect, enter the pagoda with me. Profound Sky Saint Sovereign, invincible in the ancient Baron. Profound Sky Saint Sovereign, invincible in the ancient Baron. They were arrogant and high-profile when they headed towards the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. If it was someone else reciting that, they would look extremely stupid. But after Xianxia displayed his strength, everyone felt that they were qualified to be arrogant. A bunch of fools. The white-haired youth named Xiao Fan muttered when he looked at those people. As he spoke, he walked toward Lin Yun and the rest. When he swept his gaze across Lin Yun, he nodded his head before his gaze fell onto Su Xiao. Have we met before? Su Xiao asked. I've seen you before, but you might not know about me. Back then, when you came with that lord to my clan, you caused a huge commotion. I was young back then, and I was standing in the crowd. So I have a deep impression of you, but you probably don't have any impression of me, smiled Xiao Fan. Indeed, I don't have any impression of you. Su Xiao nodded his head. But when Lin Yun heard that, the corner of his lips twitched because Su Xiao really had no idea how to hold a conversation. And he now knew why she didn't have any friends. When Xiao Fan heard what Su Xiao said, he also couldn't help looking awkward. But fortunately, Lin Yun changed the topic. You also want to compete for the great Saint Origin? I'm more interested in the pagoda, but it's a pity that there's no way I can take it with me. Xiao Fan shook his head. I'm here to see you, and I won't compete for the great Saint Origin. On this island, no one can defeat Xianxia. Including you? Lin Yun asked with his face sunk. That's right. When I entered the island, I sealed off most of my cultivation. I bet the one standing beside you did the same as well. We're at too much of a disadvantage to fight Xianxia on the profound Wither Island, Xiao Fan said while looking at Su Xiao. The great Saint Origin has no use for you. Xiao Fan continued, that Dragon Saint Pellet and Quasi-Saint Origin are better for you. So there's no need for you to take the risk to compete for the great Saint Origin. What Xiao Fan said wasn't wrong, but his advice was futile. Lin Yun naturally had to compete for the great Saint Origin. It wasn't because he had the profound Wither key, he also had the rose painting. That painting might be one of the 3 Southern Emperor's treasures, the life-death painting, so he had to verify it. The flower burial sword had a huge connection with the Southern Emperor, and the great Saint Origin was equivalent to the profound Wither great saint's ashes. So he naturally had to obtain it. Not to mention that Lin Yun wasn't convinced by Xianxia's strength. Strictly speaking, he hadn't lost the fight earlier and was just in a disadvantageous position. Then pretend that I said nothing. Xiao Fan already got his answer from Lin Yun's eyes and cupped his hands together. I'll be taking my leave then. Let us meet again in the future if fate allows. Everyone was heading to the 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda, but he was heading for the border of the profound Wither Island, which made him stand out. Oh, right! Zhang Liken suddenly exclaimed. That fellow was the one who stole the saint elixirs under the eyes of the 3 saints of the Profound Sky Sect. He was very emotional when he said that. But when he noticed that everyone was calm, he couldn't help scratching his head in embarrassment. Am I the only one who didn't know about that? So, are we still entering the pagoda? I feel that what he said does make some sense. Yi Xiling ignored Zhang Liken and turned to look at Lin Yun. Su Xiao also didn't say a word and waited for Lin Yun to make a decision. That's for sure. If we're separated in the pagoda, remember to find an opportunity to gather up, said Lin Yun. What about us? Zhang Liken said. After all, the 3 of them were 1 level weaker, and they might drag everyone down if they entered. Let's go together. The pagoda doesn't only have the great Saint Origin, but various other opportunities, as well, said Lin Yun. He knew that he would have to head for the sword sect after this matter. The pressure that Xianxia gave him was too huge, and the profound Azure Prefecture was too small for him. Just Xianxia alone was already so terrifying, so he couldn't imagine how strong those heaven-defying geniuses on the Elysium Core ranking would be. After all, the foundation of a powerful sect wasn't something that he could imagine, and he had to leave the fleeting cloud sword sect for the sword sect if he wanted to become stronger. Now that he still had some strength, he naturally wanted to help Zhang Liken and the rest while he could. In the future, they could only rely on themselves after he leaves the fleeting cloud sword sect. After the profound sky sect's disciples entered the pagoda, the other sects also began to enter it. They all had excitement written on their faces. Qin Song was strong, but as long as they didn't compete for the great saint origin, they wouldn't have to face him. So they would aim for the other opportunities in the pagoda instead. But the atmosphere between the powerful sects was heavy. Mu Qingqing turned to look at Xikong Zhou. Senior brother, are you alright? Earlier, Xikong Zhou wanted to help Lin Yun, only to be forced back with a gaze from Qin Song, and that had enveloped the hearts of sword sect's disciples in a shadow. Although everyone knew that the gaze from Qin Song wasn't simple, since he had activated the demon flame lotus, he didn't use it when he fought Lin Yun, so others could only see that Xikong Zhou was sent flying with a glance from Qin Song, making him seem even weaker than Lin Yun. If Xikong Zhou was prepared beforehand, then he naturally wouldn't lose that terribly. Senior brother, that Qin Song did it on purpose to affect your confidence, so don't fall for it, comforted Mu Qingqing. I know, smiled Xikong Zhou, but only he knew that he was feeling bitter in his heart. He initially thought that he could fight with Qin Song now that he had reached the Elysium core realm, but he never expected that the difference between them would be so huge. Even if he was careless earlier and underestimated the power of the demon flame lotus, it still couldn't deny the fact that Qin Song was really terrifying. Xikong Zhou had a feeling that he should be at the same level as Lei Ju and Shening. On the other hand, Qin Song was already on the same level as geniuses on the Elysium core ranking, so there wasn't anyone who could be Qin Song's opponent on the profound Wither Island. So are we still competing for the great saint origin? A sword sect's disciple asked. Of course, Xikong Zhou replied in a decisive tone without any hesitation. Disciples of the sword sect can be defeated, but we will absolutely not give up without trying. Mu Qingqing finally felt relieved when she heard what Xikong Zhou said. At the same time, a smile also returned to her face because she knew that Xikong Zhou wasn't affected by his loss against Qin Song. If he was affected, then there would be a flaw in his heart, which would equate to a flaw in his sword technique as a swordsman. This would also greatly affect him when he wanted to make a breakthrough in the future. The sword sect's disciples and elders then headed towards the pagoda. Like the other powerful sects, they all wore grave expressions and were hesitating. The Profound Valley's Tang Jing and Heavenly Note sect's Luo Shui were standing together. Since they had formed an alliance, they naturally had to make a decision. A long time later, Tang Jing asked, "So, are we still going to compete for it?" Luo Shui's brows were locked together, but she wouldn't blame Tang Jing if he wanted to back out. After all, since Qin Song had already said those words, this meant that he definitely wouldn't go easy on those who wanted to compete with him for the great saint origin. He shouldn't have used his full strength earlier. At most, he only used 1/3 of his strength when he fought Lin Yun. Tang Jing fell into a brief silence before he continued, "I'm a spiritualist, and I can sense the astral energy within his body. He seems to have undergone a transformation after reaching the Elysium core realm, and that's—" "What is it?" Luo Shui asked. "Golden Dragon Aura," said Tang Jing in an uncertain tone. He speculated that Qin Song must have cultivated a dragon clan's cultivation technique. After reaching the Elysium core realm, all the astral energy within his body was converted into the Golden Dragon Aura. The Golden Dragon Aura was still within the scope of astral energy, just that it was of a higher quality and thus making it stronger. If Qin Song had used it earlier, he would definitely be able to suppress his opponents easily. Only by practicing a cultivation technique above Holy Spirit grade and reaching a certain level in it, could one convert their astral energy into something even more powerful. But generally speaking, even if one had a corresponding cultivation technique, they had to reach the heavenly Elysium core realm before they could try and convert their astral energy, or their bodies wouldn't be able to endure the strain. This was why Tang Jing wasn't absolutely certain about what he said. If he knew that the demon flame lotus that Qin Song refined contained a droplet of true dragon's blood, then he wouldn't say it in an uncertain tone. Since that's the case, we won't compete over it then. Luo Shui nodded her head. Hearing that, Tang Jing smiled. Yeah, living is better. It'll be a huge loss if we die in the hands of Qin Song. For someone like them, they wouldn't change their minds the moment they entered the pagoda. Do you think Lin Yun has a chance? Luo Shui suddenly asked. She didn't need to guess to know that Lin Yun would definitely compete for the Great Saint Origin, so she asked if Lin Yun would stand a chance. He won't stand a chance, and he's actually a dead person from the moment he caught Qin Song's attention. If I were him, I'd try and leave now. After all, he's the strongest genius in the heavenly paths, and this means that he is blessed with a huge fortune. If he lays low, for now, he might be able to rise in the future, said Tang Jing. He had to be honest that even he was envious of Lin Yun. Since ancient times, champions of the heavenly paths would definitely become saints as long as they didn't die along the way. So many people guessed that the heavenly paths contained a lot of fortune from the divine dragon era. Otherwise, it would make no sense why all the champions of the heavenly paths managed to rise in the end. What's the matter? You're worried about him? Tang Jing smiled. A friend of mine asked me to take care of him. Furthermore, does he look like someone who had just descended to the Kunlun realm for less than a year? Luo Shui replied. Mu Qingqing. Tang Jing was curious. After all, Mu Qingqing was known for her connections, and her relationship with the other sex was great as well. This was the reason why he instantly thought of Mu Qingqing. Not her, replied Luo Shui. From outside the ancient barren domain? Tang Jing fell into deep thoughts because the Heavenly Note sect was special and their inheritance wasn't only in the ancient barren domain. Luo Shui nodded her head as an acknowledgement, but she said nothing else. Tang Jing briefly pondered before he replied, Let's see how it goes, then. We won't compete for the Great Saint Origin, and I also can't be bothered with him. But I won't watch and do nothing if you're in danger. What he actually meant was that since Luo Shui decided to help Lin Yun, then he would help her. Then again, there was another hidden meaning as well, but that would require Luo Shui to think about it herself. She was smart and she could naturally figure it out, but it would be another question if she would give him her response. Let's go, then. Luo Shui didn't say much and headed towards the 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda. Move out! Tang Jing hollered to those from the profound valley, following Luo Shui. Looking at this scene, the ladies from the Heavenly Note sect all wore smiles on their faces. As for the other powerful sects, they were still discussing their decisions. After all, it was the Great Saint Origin they were talking about, and it was hard for them to give up on it. Then again, they also had to be concerned with Qin Song's declaration. In the end, many sects made the same decision as Tang Jing. They had already received a huge harvest on the profound Wither Island, and this meant that there was no need for them to continue to take the risk. After all, everything would come to an end if they died in the hands of Qin Song. As long as they were still alive, they would have a chance to catch up to Qin Song, no matter how slim the chance was. Song Yun, are we still going to compete for the Great Saint Origin? Only the Vajra Monastery hadn't made its decision. Their Greater Elysium Core Realm experts were all looking at the bald youth who was leading the party. Why do we have to be afraid? It's just a fight. Song Yun rubbed his head and revealed a devilish smile. When he didn't speak, he looked like a venerable monk. But the moment he opened his mouth, it would give him a demonic trait. The lips of the other Elysium Core Realm experts from the Vajra Monastery twitched when they heard that, but they didn't have any changes on their faces. Clearly, they were already used to it. As countless figures headed for the 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda, they were all rushing to enter. Far away, 2 figures slowly came over. They were Zhao Yan and Gong Sun Yen. Their speed was slow, and Gong Sun Yen looked anxious. But since he was together with Zhao Yan, they couldn't travel fast at all. At this moment, Zhao Yan was swaying from left to right with no light in his eyes. His facial features were also stiff without any emotions, so it wasn't exaggerating to say that he was a fool at this moment. Gong Sun Yen wasn't surprised about that, and this wasn't the first time they had interacted. Whenever Zhao Yan was in this state, this meant that he had obtained a new sword technique. So before he fully comprehended it, he would be in this dazed state, and he would spend all his time comprehending sword technique. This was also the reason why he was called a sword fanatic. Hey fool! The great Saint Origin has appeared, so hurry up! Gong Sun Yen finally couldn't hold it back anymore and patted Zhao Yan's shoulder, causing the latter to sway, and light gradually returned to his eyes. But Zhao Yan's expression was still stiff as he muttered to himself, "Great Saint Origin? That's right, the Great Saint Origin." Gong Sun Yan's eyes were blazing with excitement while looking at the 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda. "But what has it got to do with you? Even Lin Yun lost to Qin Song." "Huh? What do you mean?" "You'll immediately kneel when facing Qin Song." Hearing that, Gong Sun Yen was so furious that his lips became crooked. The profound sky sect can only rely on Qin Song. If it's only Lei Ju and Xianing, I might have a chance against them. They only know how to rely on Qin Song's fame, so they better not run into me. But when he turned back, he saw that Zhao Yan returned to his dazed state and began to shake him. "This fellow?" Gong Sun Yan's face became black and patted Zhao Yan's shoulder. "The pagoda doesn't only have the Great Saint Origin, and there might be powerful sword techniques in there as well." "That's right." Zhao Yan recovered from his state with light shining in his pupils as he swayed from left to right. But the rate of his swaying became a lot faster, and he would appear 1,000 meters away with every sway. In just a few breaths' time, Zhao Yan was already 10-odd miles away, and he was faintly enveloped in a sacred light whenever he swayed. At the same time, a sword vibration would echo out above his head and sword rays could be faintly seen. Looking at this scene, Gong Sun Yen couldn't help rubbing his eyes and was completely dumbfounded. "Don't tell me this fool is really training his sword? This also works." In just such a brief moment, Zhao Yan was already far away and Gong Sun Yen could only chase after him. Meanwhile, Lin Yun and the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect's disciples had already approached the pagoda with the rest of the crowd. The gate was open, and there were countless people entering. Such pure sacred light. Is this the saint aura emitted from the Great Saint Origin? Even if there's nothing in the pagoda, just the saint aura alone is enough for me to make a breakthrough. This is the last opportunity on the profound Wither Island, so we can't miss it. Everyone who was entering the pagoda was excited and quickened their pace into the pagoda. "There's something weird about this light," Lin Yun said while sensing the light as he entered the pagoda. But when he didn't get any reply, he turned back to see that Su Ziao and the rest had already disappeared. Taking out the token from the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect, Lin Yun tried to contact Yi Xiling and the rest, but he was disappointed because he couldn't activate it at all. This meant that they were all isolated upon entering the pagoda. Lil Purple, Empress, Supreme Heavenly Slaughtering Empress? Lin Yun tried calling out and Lil Purple's annoyed voice finally sounded out from the sword box after a brief moment. "I'm here. No need to keep calling me. You're right, there's something weird about the Saint Aura. But don't worry about it for now because you have not officially entered the pagoda. There should be tests left behind by the profound Wither Great Saint in there." "Tests?" "Yeah. The 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda is a divine artifact, even if it did lose the profound amber. So not just anyone can enter it." Lin Yun was silent and could sense a dense vitality and sun-moon essence in the surroundings. Even if he did nothing, his cultivation would still improve greatly. As he continued to walk forth, he waited for the tests to arrive. An hour later, the surrounding space suddenly trembled, and there was a dazzling light that made everyone close their eyes. When his sight returned to him, Lin Yun could see a black and white lotus ahead of him, and there was a person seated on the lotus, enveloped in a black and white aura. That person was blurred, and Lin Yun could only roughly see his outline. When that person's appearance cleared up, Lin Yun saw a familiar face and was briefly shocked. Before he could even recover from his shock, the person on the lotus had already charged over. When they charged over, a pair of golden wings unfolded behind them with dragon runes gathered in their palm. It was Lin Yun's azure dragon grasp. As for that person, it was naturally Lin Yun. In just this brief moment, Lin Yun could sense that the other him was already close in proximity with a powerful force trying to distort his body. That was the Azure Dragon Grasp, one of Lin Yun's strongest attacks. But Lin Yun tossed it to the back of his mind and circulated the Iris Sword Sutra, igniting all the demonic astral flowers in his aura ocean. When the demonic astral flowers blazed, the astral energy filled in his violet palace began to boil and emitted a golden light. It didn't take long for his astral energy to fill up his body, with his aura reaching the Elysium core realm. The pressure that was crashing down on him suddenly became light as a pair of golden wings unfolded behind Lin Yun, and he swiftly retreated. But when he took 3 steps back, the other him also began to glow golden and ignited all the demonic astral flowers as well to lighten the pressure that suppressed him. When that palm descended, it manifested into a dragon claw with 3,000 purple golden dragon runes shining brightly. This placed Lin Yun in a disadvantageous position, and his expression became grave. If he knew about this earlier, he would have brought out the Azure Dragon Grasp. This secret technique from the Azure Dragon Lord was too terrifying. The moment someone who can use it gets close, those in the same generation would be immediately suppressed, and the weaker ones would be crushed. Logically speaking, Lin Yun should use it as an ultimate move, because using it to deal with weaklings was a huge waste. What the hell is this? Lin Yun was furious about why the Azure Dragon Lord had to create a secret technique like the Azure Dragon Grasp that left him in such a pathetic state. This also made him wonder if he would be killed by the other him. As crackling sounds began to resound from his body, the purple golden dragon runes all shrunk back and were suppressed. But that wasn't all. A painting flew out from the other him. When it opened, it was the Aurora Dragon painting. This startled Lin Yun before he also summoned the Aurora Dragon painting. But the other him didn't stop so easily and summoned 3 paintings in a row: Xianxia, Wing Dragon, and Kunping paintings. Wiping the blood off the corner of his lips, Lin Yun also summoned 4 paintings, and that was the current limit of his vitality. If he continued to summon more paintings, he would overexhaust his vitality, and it wasn't something he could swiftly recover from. It was so much so that he might even harm his aptitude. But fortunately, the other him only summoned 4 paintings. If he summoned another painting, then Lin Yun would be finished. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yun's face distorted and his knees were bent. He couldn't even remain standing on his feet right now. "Kneel!" A roar suddenly echoed that sounded like rumbling lightning, nearly making Lin Yun fall to his knees. Kneeling to himself? Lin Yun nearly threw out a mouthful of blood, because this 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda was a little too heaven-defying. Right at this moment, Lin Yun could sense a terrifying aura. When he raised his head, he saw the purple mark on the other him lighting up. This made Lin Yun wonder if the other him had also grasped the firmament sword intent. When Lin Yun raised his head, he could sense a terrifying Azure Dragon aura exploding from the center of the other party's forehead, along with a dazzling golden light. This time, Lin Yun finally couldn't hold back anymore and immediately cursed. "Divine Azure Annihilation! Divine Azure Annihilation!" 2 dazzling golden lights shone from the center of Lin Yun and the other him and clashed together. Along with an explosion, Lin Yun threw out a mouthful of blood. But before he could gasp for air, the Azure Dragon aura from the other him immediately slammed against him. In the next second, a palm appeared on the ground and Lin Yun threw out another mouthful of blood. He was heavily injured, but thanks to that, it allowed him to break free from the Azure Dragon Grasp. Furthermore, Lin Yun noticed that the other him didn't have the Blood Flame Divine rune empowering his dragon runes, and this meant that the 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda wasn't omnipotent. Without holding back, Lin Yun unleashed the full power of his firmament sword intent, unleashing a terrifying aura with his hair and clothes fluttering violently. The other him also didn't hesitate to bring out the firmament sword intent. Just like that, the 2 clashed with their firmament sword intents, unleashing sword vibrating noises to the surroundings, and images of swords could be seen clashing in midair. Waving his hand, Lin Yun summoned the lightning shadow sword and looked at the other him coldly. "I bet you don't have this, right?" Indeed, the other him didn't have the lightning shadow sword. But as the black and white aura converged, it swiftly formed into a sword in the hands of the other him. The sword was enveloped in black and white sacred light, one brimming with vitality and the other filled with a devastating deathly aura. This made Lin Yun think about the life-death Dao. This meant that that sword might not be any weaker than his lightning shadow sword. The flower burial sword was still devouring the serene night, and he didn't want to disrupt the flower burial sword's upgrade if he had a choice. As two figures clashed, Lin Yun was in a disadvantageous position because his injuries were more serious. After 10-odd moves, he was on the losing end. The other him even used the myriad sword condensation. But Lin Yun could only clench his teeth to wait for an opportunity. But when the lightning shadow sword began to tremble, Lin Yun's face changed because he knew that the lightning shadow sword could no longer bear the pressure from his broken sword physique. Even if the other him had copied all his techniques and fighting habits, there was no way it would know about his broken sword physique. Thinking about it here, Lin Yun allowed the lightning shadow sword to be knocked away. When the lightning shadow sword flew away, the eyes of the other him lit up and immediately got close, wanting to slash him. When the black and white sword swung down, the surrounding air was split apart, and from that alone, Lin Yun could tell that the other him was serious about wanting to kill him. This made Lin Yun wear a cold smirk as he slanted to the side and ignited the blood flame divine rune in the azure dragon mark. Die! Raising his hand, Lin Yun gathered all the ignited purple golden dragon runes to his palm and unleashed the azure dragon grasp. Everything happened too quickly, and the other him had already died the moment Lin Yun unleashed his attack. As the other him disappeared, only the black and white sword fell to the ground. This made Lin Yun take in several breaths, and he wiped the sweat off his forehead. At this moment, he realized that his palms were covered in sweat, and he couldn't help exclaiming, "So I turned out to be so strong. You're really shameless. I've never seen anyone praising themselves in this manner," said Lil Purple with disdain. "Why didn't you help earlier? If you can't defeat a copy of yourself, then there's nothing to say about being killed by yourself," said Lil Purple. When Lin Yun heard that, the corner of his lips twitched because it looked like Lil Purple needed a beating. Furthermore, if the samsara mirror detects me, my real body will appear and you'll die in a single breath. Lil Purple continued to mock. The samsara mirror? Lin Yun raised his head and could see that there was a mirror in the mist at the other end of the passage. "So, can we take it with us? This is obviously a divine artifact," Lin Yun muttered. "While this is a divine artifact, to begin with, it has long fused with the 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda, so you have to give up on it. The 9 emperors of Kunlun aren't simple, and the southern emperor can even kill the previous owner of this 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda. Looks like they're stronger than I've imagined," Lil Purple said with shock in her voice. She called herself the Supreme Heavenly Slaughtering Empress, so she initially held the 9 emperors in disdain. But the more she learned about them, the more she realized that all 9 of them weren't simple. "I bet the majority of the people will be eliminated in this round." Lin Yun sighed because he knew that the test in the 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda wasn't easy. They would naturally be stronger than their copy, but they might fall in a disadvantageous position if they failed. Once you fall in a disadvantageous position, it would be hard for you to turn the tables around. Lin Yun was actually lucky in his victory. If his copy could even replicate the blood flame divine rune, then he would lose the chance to turn the tables around. But in reality, it was even more devastating than he had imagined. In just an hour, about 70% of the people who entered the 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda were quickly eliminated. But those who were eliminated weren't kicked out of the 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda, like he had imagined. Instead, they were all dead. "I should be in the 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda by now." Lin Yun passed through the mirror at the far end of the passage, and his vision expanded. When he entered the 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda, he could sense how massive the pagoda was. The interior of the pagoda was at least a few hundred times wider than it appeared in the outside world. There were many palaces, and each palace looked like a majestic mountain. Some palaces were even made up of an entire mountain. Quickening his pace, the passage before him disappeared, and Lin Yun entered a cold mist. The cloudy mist was so thick that he couldn't see through it, but this was the path he had to walk on if he wanted to enter the depths of the 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda, and it was unavoidable for him to walk on this passage if he wanted to reach those palaces. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun stepped into the cold mist. When he entered, he felt as though his entire body was frozen. At the same time, there was a terrifying force down below that felt like an abyss trying to drag him down. This place is really dangerous. Lin Yun took in a deep breath and unleashed his sword intent. He then stomped his foot on the ground and a pair of golden wings unfolded behind him, instantly allowing him to break free from the suction force. When he landed on the ground, Lin Yun turned back and saw that it wasn't an abyss, but a pool of blood with countless corpses soaked in the blood lake. Furthermore, those corpses were rather fresh, and this meant that the people who had just died were in the blood lake. It appears that even if they made it through the first test, that didn't mean that they would be absolutely safe. Taking a few glances at those corpses, Lin Yun noticed that the vitality from those corpses was reduced to mist and fused into the surroundings. Lin Yun instantly came up with a terrifying conclusion. This 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda devours people, and this conclusion made him feel a chill down his spine. He could feel that this opportunity wasn't similar to ones he had in the past. Empress, you and Lil Red stay here. If Yi Xiling and the rest manage to arrive, inform them about the blood pool, so that they don't get devoured by this pagoda. Lin Yun said after summoning Lil Purple and Lil Red from the sword box. Truth be told, Lin Yun didn't have to worry about Su Xiao and Yi Xiling, but he wasn't too sure about Jiang Liken and the rest. Since Lin Yun was pretty close with them, he didn't want them to die in vain. If that happened, then he would definitely blame himself for it, not to mention that he was the one who asked them to enter the 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda. No. This Empress wants to find the great Saint Origin. The 108 palaces here are 108 mountains of treasures. There might be a lot of treasures, not to mention that those mountains are being nourished by the great Saint Origin. So who knows how many Saint Elixirs are there? This Empress doesn't want to stay here. Lil Purple looked at the palaces with her eyes glowing brightly. She was pretty familiar with this place, so she didn't want to miss it. Even if there were many treasures, they're probably taken away by the Southern Emperor already, said Lin Yun. Be good. Furthermore, if I obtain any treasures, isn't it the same as you obtaining treasures as well? But Lil Purple was still very reluctant to stay behind, no matter how Lin Yun tried to persuade her. A long time later, Lil Purple lowered her head and softly said, What if you run into Qin Song and get yourself killed? With this Empress around, you can at least have a chance of surviving. This made Lin Yun throw out a mouthful of blood and reply, Don't curse me with your accursed crow mouth. This Empress is a phoenix, not a crow. Lil Purple glared at Lin Yun with her cheeks puffed up. In the end, Lin Yun couldn't win against her in an argument and could only leave Lil Red behind. Since Lil Red was previously injured, it wasn't suitable for Lil Red to follow him now. So it was perfect for Lil Red to stay behind and wait for the rest from the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Remember, tell them not to split up and have them join up with me, said Lin Yun while he looked at Lil Red. Lin Yun, stop dawdling. This Empress wants to go and look for the great Saint Origin, and I already can't wait for it. This Empress wants all the Saint Elixirs in the 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda. This Empress also wants to excavate all of the Southern Emperor's secrets, Lil Purple urged. Hearing that, Lin Yun no longer dawdled and quickly headed deep into the 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda. He knew that there were a lot of people who entered the pagoda ahead of him, so there might already be someone in those palaces and mountains. But he was confident that no one had found the great Saint Origin yet. After all, he still had the profound Wither Key, and it still hadn't shown any commotion. In reality, it was just as Lin Yun had predicted. There were already fated transcendents who made it through the test and were looking around. The internal structure of the 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda was extremely complicated. After crossing the blood pool, Lin Yun could see many people flickering on those mountains, and fights would occasionally take place. It was so much so that some greater Elysium Core realm experts even resorted to summoning their constellations. They had a terrifying strength, and the shockwaves from their attacks could even be felt from afar. Lin Yun casually took several glances, but wasn't too bothered by those mountains. He had no lack of secret artifacts or saint artifacts, and cultivation techniques weren't too useful to him right now. He was only interested in Saint Elixirs and Origin Saint Runes. Qin Song's appearance had given him a huge pressure, and Lin Yun could feel that he didn't have any odds of winning with his cultivation at the Quasi-Elysium core realm. He could feel that even if he resorted to releasing his constellation, Firmament Sword Intent, and even the Azure Sword Holy Spirit, he wouldn't have much odds of winning. Furthermore, the information he had on Qin Song was too little because Qin Song had only revealed his cultivation and the Golden Dragon sky patching art, at most. As a body refining technique from the Dragon Clan, the Golden Dragon sky patching art wasn't inferior to his Azure Dragon Saint art. But since Qin Song had the Golden Dragon bone, his body refining technique was even stronger. This was something that Lin Yun had to admit, even if he didn't want to. The Azure Dragon Saint art had a lot to do with why he was able to kill those who had a higher cultivation than him in the past, and it was also the key to why he could defeat Greater Elysium Core Realm experts when he was only at the Quasi-Elysium Core Realm. 3,000 purple golden dragon runes, including the Blood Flame Divine Rune, allowed his physique to be comparable to a 1,000 rune saint artifact, putting him at an invincible position right from the start. This was why he wasn't afraid of his opponents, even if they had a higher cultivation. To kill him, his opponents might need to use 1,000 punches, but he only needed 10 punches to kill his opponent. Being able to suppress his opponents with his powerful physique was satisfying. Then again, he had also paid a huge price for it. When he just started to temper his body, the pain wasn't something that he could endure. He had exhausted an astronomical sum of resources, not to mention that he also needed a huge fortune to accomplish it. The fact that Qin Song could bring the Golden Dragon sky patching art to such a high level meant that the effort he put in wasn't inferior to Lin Yun's effort. After all, no experts in the world depended on luck to go that far. Since his physique couldn't be compared to Qin Song, the situation had turned against him and placed him in a disadvantageous position. But Lin Yun still had the Firmament Sword Intent, but this was his strongest trump card. If his Firmament Sword Intent failed, then he would only be able to face death. After all, Qin Song had only used the Golden Dragon sky patching art against him, and not the Profound Sky Cannon from the Profound Sky sect. That's weird. Even if I don't have a dragon bone, I have the Blood Flame Divine Rune. So why can't my Azure Dragon Saint art suppress Qin Song? Lin Yun muttered to himself as he fell into deep thoughts. Don't bother trying to figure it out. This Empress already said that the inheritance the Azure Dragon Lord left for you is all in the Azure Dragon True Bone. The Azure Dragon Saint art is meant to assist you to refine that true bone to transform your body, allowing you to possess the Dragon Clan's bloodline. Lil Purple interrupted. But since you gave it to me, you have no choice but to cultivate the Azure Dragon Saint art as the main without the bone. Then again, the Azure Dragon Saint art is also very powerful. The Azure Dragon Saint art was naturally powerful, allowing Lin Yun to possess a physique comparable to a 1,000 runes saint artifact. Is there really no other way? Lin Yun asked. Nope. That bone contains all the essence of the Azure Dragon Clan's Dragon King, and it's even stronger than the Divine Golden Dragon. As for the Blood Flame Divine Rune, it's merely a saint rune that's later upgraded to a divine rune, not an origin divine rune. So don't mix them up. It's not weak since it's a saint rune, but it's impossible for you to suppress Qin Song's Golden Dragon bone with it, replied Lil Purple. Just suck it up for now in case you're killed. After you reach the Elysium Core Realm, this Empress will teach you the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon. When you manage to manifest the Dragon Phoenix Sword Aura, it's not too late to kill him. Then, Lil Purple was confident in her tone because she could tell that Qin Song had formed the Golden Dragon Aura. But she didn't tell Lin Yun that right now because it would strike a bigger blow to his heart if he knew. Lin Yun merely smiled when he heard that. Lil Purple didn't know that he and Qin Song were destined to have a battle on the profound Wither Island, and this wasn't something that he could avoid. Qin Song wanted to defeat him to tell him that there was always someone stronger than him in the world, and Lin Yun also wanted to defeat Qin Song to get rid of the demon in his heart. If Qin Song managed to step on him, it would strike a huge blow to his confidence, and he would practically be crippled. As the strongest champion in the heavenly paths, his eyesight didn't just stop at Qin Song. He wanted to walk on a path of invincibility. Where did such a pure golden dragon bone come from? Don't tell me that there are really divine dragons in the world. Lin Yun was curious about pure-blooded divine dragons and the dragon clan. The former was a divine beast while the latter was still human. It's just that they possessed the bloodline of the dragon clan. Where the hell do you think? From their parents, of course. Where else do you think they come from? A rock. Lil Purple looked at Lin Yun unhappily. When Lin Yun heard that, he could only let out an awkward smile because he forgot there was a phoenix with him. Speaking of which, where's your main body? Lin Yun began to examine Lil Purple. The ancient ice phoenix wasn't made up of ice and definitely had blood and flesh. If Lil Purple was able to find her main body, didn't that mean that he would be able to get some divine phoenix bone, divine phoenix blood, and divine phoenix feathers? There was no doubt that they were definitely stronger than Qin Song's golden dragon bone. What are you thinking? Don't you try to put any ideas on my main body. Lil Purple glared at Lin Yun. Having his thoughts seen though, Lin Yun wasn't embarrassed and smiled. Why don't you tell me? No matter where you're buried, I'll get your main body back for you. But no matter how Lin Yun tried to ask, Lil Purple just wouldn't tell him where her main body was. In the end, Lil Purple was annoyed and replied, My main body is imprisoned in the Fiend God Purgatory Pagoda, so give up on your ideas. Lin Yun was surprised when he heard that, but Lil Purple just wouldn't say anything more, no matter how he asked. He was surprised that her main body was still around. As the two continued to walk through the pagoda, Lin Yun began to feel disappointed. There were many treasures in the mountains, and those treasures were extremely rare. Even Dragon Pulse Realm would be excited upon seeing them. But they were too low-class to the Quasi-Saint Origin, Serene Night, and the Dragon Saint Pellet he had previously obtained. The Saint Elixirs and Origin Saint Runes that he wanted to use to make a breakthrough to the Elysium Core Realm were nowhere to be found. Even if he couldn't find them, even an ancient martial technique would work because his Golden Crow 9 transformation was already lacking. You and your accursed crow mouth. Looks like the treasures were already taken by the Southern Emperor. Lil Purple glared at Lin Yun. The 108 mountains were shining with treasures, but none of the treasures could catch their attention. Each of the mountains were massive, and it would take half a month if they wanted to search all of the mountains. As for the Great Saint Origin, there was no clue about it on them. Since this place was enveloped in a celestial aura, everyone could feel that their cultivation was gradually increasing as they breathed. But the Great Saint Origin couldn't be found anywhere. Is there any reaction from the profound Wither Key? Lil Purple furiously asked. None, replied Lin Yun. The profound Wither Key only showed a brief reaction when the 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda appeared before it calmed down. The 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda only has 1 level? Lin Yun asked after looking around. He didn't feel that the Great Saint Origin would be on the 1st level. All of the layers of the 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda are linked together. So even if it appears to be 1 level, it's actually a boundless region, replied Lil Purple. When Lin Yun heard that, his brows locked together because he had no idea how much time it would take to find the Great Saint Origin with how massive this place was. Aren't you the supreme heavenly slaughtering empress? Why don't you just take this pagoda away? Lin Yun joked. Get lost, Lil Purple replied. Just like that, the two of them walked around the mountains. They might seem to be strolling, but they were on guard for every single moment, looking around. But soon they discovered something troublesome. The 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda was devouring people every single moment. As long as they were in the pagoda, they could feel that their vitality was gradually seeping away over time. So if they stayed there long enough, even their foundation would be damaged. Even for someone like Lin Yun, who had a massive vitality, he could only last for 2 months at most. As for the rest, they could only last for half a month before they had to leave or they would die in the pagoda. Looks like we have to quicken our pace. Lin Yun looked at the profound Wither Key in his hand with his eyes flickering. Right at this moment, a holy light shone from a mountain with brimming vitality and herbal fragrance. Saint Elixir! Lil Purple exclaimed with her eyes lit up. Let's go. Lin Yun stowed the profound Wither Key and headed over. Even if he couldn't find the Great Saint Origin, he couldn't return empty-handed. So he knew that time was running out if he wanted to reach the Elysium core realm before leaving the pagoda. Furthermore, if he couldn't reach the Elysium core realm, it would be impossible for him to fight Qin Song. Since when am I so concerned about Qin Song? Lin Yun muttered to himself in a somewhat frustrated tone. Even if he wasn't willing to admit it, he had to admit that his battle with Qin Song left a flaw in his Dao heart. Ever since he came to the Kunlun realm, he had undergone countless battles, but he only suffered a loss in Qin Song's hands. He wasn't afraid of defeat, but this would mean that he would have a flaw in his heart as an invincible swordsman if he lost. Half an hour later, he arrived on the mountain. The mountain was massive, and there were many regions covered in darkness. But the place where the Saint Elixir was born was dazzling with light, and there were countless people heading over. They were all at the pinnacle of Lesser Elysium core realm, and there were even experts at the Greater Elysium core realm. Looking at them, Lin Yun formed the Golden Crow seal before a pair of golden wings unfolded behind him. After entering the profound Wither Island, he had been using the pair of golden wings more often. This movement technique had a huge origin, but even now, he was still using the Heavenly Soul realm part of it. It was barely enough for him in the Empyrean realm, but it would be a little lacking once he reached the Elysium core realm. But he had no solution to it because he would have to give up on all the foundation he had built up on the divine sun-chasing art if he chose to practice another movement technique. So he could only hope that he could find the Elysium core realm part of the divine sun-chasing art. As a pair of golden wings unfolded behind him, Lin Yun's speed increased, and he quickly arrived where the Saint Elixir was born. The competition in that region was intense, and there were 13 corpses lying on the ground. As for Lesser Elysium core realm experts, 1/3 of them had already retreated. Those who still dared to compete for the Saint Elixir were all Greater Elysium core realm experts. There were 8 demonic cultivators from the ancient Baron domain and other elders from the powerful sects, so they all had a powerful foundation. But Lin Yun didn't want to deal with so much trouble. With a single thought, a dragon roar echoed from his body and enveloped him in a golden light. As purple golden dragon runes began to move about on the surface of his body, he emitted a terrifying dragon aura that enveloped the entire region. This made the faces of the 13 Greater Elysium core realm experts who were fighting amongst themselves to change when they sensed the terrifying aura coming from Lin Yun. Flower burial. All of them squinted their eyes. There wasn't a single person who didn't know about Lin Yun's name, especially after they witnessed his fight with Qin Song outside the pagoda. Facing such a heaven-defying opponent like Qin Song, Lin Yun managed to last a few moves, which gave everyone a deep impression. Lin Yun, you're a swordsman. Do you know the meaning of first come, first serve? We discovered this Saint Elixir first. Leave immediately or we'll inform the profound sky sect of your location. At that time, you'll only die. They all stopped and tried to threaten Lin Yun. They were even hesitating if they should join forces to expel him. Evidently, it would be best for them if he leaves. But before they could finish, a powerful aura exploded from Lin Yun's body as he pushed his palm forth, executing the Azure Dragon Grasp. As the surrounding space began to tremble, 3,000 purple golden dragon runes began to move towards his palm and manifested into a dragon claw. Before his palm landed, the Greater Elysium core realm experts who were still threatening Lin Yun earlier all had their faces changed. They didn't hesitate to unleash their strongest attack before trying to escape the range of the dragon claw. But Lin Yun's palm was too fast, and not one of the 13 Greater Elysium core realm experts managed to escape. As all of them threw out mouthfuls of blood, their faces were pale as they looked at Lin Yun with fear in their eyes. Lin Yun, you're too arrogant. They were all heavily injured. But Lin Yun didn't bother about them and circulated the Iris Sword Sutra. As a sea of purple flower petals appeared behind him, Lin Yun flicked his fingers with both hands, executing the flicking divine finger. Heart connection, spiritual sword. In the next second, hundreds of swords flew out from behind Lin Yun, causing the 13 of them to continue to retreat while being covered with wounds. Sword! But Lin Yun didn't stop at that. He summoned the lightning shadow sword from the sword box on his back. When the lightning shadow sword left the sheath, a Greater Elysium core realm expert was split into 2. When Lin Yun stowed the lightning shadow sword, The surroundings fell into dead silence. When the remaining 12 Greater Elysium Core Realm experts looked at Lin Yun again, they suppressed their rage with fear flashing in their pupils. The Saint Elixir goes to me. Does anyone have an opposing opinion about it? Lin Yun stood in mid-air and emitted a dazzling golden glow from his body. But facing his words, none of them dared to utter a single word and could only acknowledge what Lin Yun said. Very good. Lin Yun stowed the pair of golden wings behind him and descended from the sky. To be able to intimidate the Greater Elysium Core Realm experts was already the best outcome possible. If a battle broke out amongst them, the commotion caused by their fight would be great, and he might even suffer some injuries from the fight. Lin Yun, you bastard. You only know how to bully the weak. Go after the profound sky sect if you have the guts. A demonic cultivator spoke out. But when Lin Yun raised his head to look at him, that demonic cultivator was scared to the point that he took several steps back. This made the demonic cultivator nervously said, "What are you looking at? I'm already not going after the Saint Elixir. You want to kill me? Trash," said Lin Yun. Lin Yun, don't push it. That demonic cultivator's face turned red. He was already over 100 years old, so he naturally became furious after being humiliated by Lin Yun. "Ha." Lin Yun snorted. "Bully the weak? The 13 of you are Greater Elysium Core Realm experts. Don't talk as if you didn't bully the weak. Otherwise, why don't you explain to me where the Lesser Elysium Core Realm corpses on the ground came from? Don't tell me you have no idea about it. Or do you think that the reasons are with you because you're weak, and I have to give you the Saint Elixir just because I'm stronger than you? Do you need a doctor to take a look at your mind? Get lost." The demonic cultivator was left speechless upon hearing Lin Yun's questions. He was just complaining a little, but he never expected that he would be so thoroughly humiliated that his face had turned red. But he couldn't say a single word. In the end, the remaining 12 Greater Elysium Core Realm experts could only leave. "This bastard is really arrogant, and there's no way we can stay here anymore. But it's a pity because there must be many treasures on this mountain that can give birth to a Saint Elixir. He's too ferocious. Let's see if he can continue to be arrogant when we run into Xianxia later. He can only bully us. If he has the guts, then get him to bully Xianxia. He won't dare because Xianxia can easily kill him with a single hand." Their voices were soft, but Lin Yun could easily hear what they were saying with his strength. Then again, he also wasn't bothered about it because he knew that there would be a fight between him and Xianxia sooner or later, and he would make them speechless at that time. "Lin Yun, why don't you have any temper? If I were in your position, I would have swallowed all of them. They're simply courting death to dare to speak behind the back of someone stronger than them." Lil Purple unhappily stood on the snow-heat blade while she looked at Lin Yun with disdain. "You eat people?" Lin Yun asked in a shocked tone. Of course, in the ancient era, people eat the meat of divine beasts while divine beasts eat humans. It was normal back then. When I still had my main body, I would eat 100 people a day. No, wait. I would eat 10,000 scumbags like you, so you better be polite to me or I'll roast you before devouring you. Lil Purple snorted. But when Lin Yun heard that, he couldn't help laughing. When Lil Purple saw that Lin Yun was laughing, she asked, "What? You don't believe me? I believe you. So why don't you eat someone now?" Lin Yun pointed at the corpses lying on the ground and Lil Purple's face changed when she heard that because she was clearly just boasting. She didn't expect that Lin Yun would be so serious with her. "You're lame," Lil Purple said with her cheeks puffed up. But Lin Yun didn't care about her and headed to where the Saint Elixir was, taking a few hundred meters with a single step. When he arrived at where the Saint Elixir was, it was a crimson fruit emitting a sacred aura. It was at least 5,000 years old, and he could faintly see the outline of a vermilion bird flying around the fruit. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun took a whiff of the herbal fragrance, and he could sense his blood boiling within his body. "Wow, it feels great." Lin Yun sighed before storing the vermilion fruit. With that, he had obtained his first Saint Elixir here, but he knew that it wasn't enough because his foundation was still too shallow. If he wanted to reach the Elysium Core Realm as soon as possible, one Saint Elixir wasn't enough. The feng shui of this mountain is pretty good, and there should be other saint elixirs. Lil Purple said in a confident tone after examining this mountain. She then briefly paused before she continued. But you have to give up half of the saint elixirs you obtain. What are you thinking? Lin Yun patted Lil Purple's head. She must be dreaming of wanting half of the saint elixirs here. Not only did she not help, but she kept saying how he was in a disadvantageous position when he faced Qin Song. So Lin Yun had no intention of giving her any saint elixirs. As for spiritual elixirs that were over 1,000 years old, he could give that a consideration. Ouch! You're bullying me again. Lil Purple held onto her head with tears welling in her eyes. At the same time, Qin Song was leading a group of profound sky sect disciples and elders to look for treasures on a mountain. Ahead of them, there were several greater Elysium core realm experts ganging up on an ominous beast. The ominous beast was a black serpent with skin as tough as metal, and it was also covered in demonic runes. It could also breath out demonic flames that could even burn space, and its flames nearly burned the constellation of a greater Elysium core realm expert. As the black serpent let out a ferocious roar, many disciples of the profound sky sect had their faces turned pale. The greater Elysium core realm experts weren't having an easy time against the black serpent either, because their attacks were no different from tickling it as the demonic runes on the black serpent flashed. Qin Song was standing alone with an aloof expression. Lei Ju and Xianing weren't around him because this place was too huge, so the two of them had acted on their own. As the four greater Elysium core realm experts threw out a mouthful of blood, they were all sent flying by the black serpent. Right at that moment, the black serpent raised its body and breathed out demonic flames, tearing apart the aura of the greater Elysium core realm experts. Trash! Qin Song looked at the greater Elysium core realm experts with loathing in his eyes. But just when the demonic flames were about to reach the disciples of the profound sky sect, Qin Song finally made his move. He gently pushed his palm out and an explosion resounded. The space before him exploded with golden runes appearing. Rise! Qin Song raised both his hands and brought those disciples who couldn't avoid it in time to the sky, while the place they were initially in was enveloped in the demonic flames from the black serpent. Are you guys all right? Qin Song spoke in a much more gentle tone, but his facial expression was indifferent. Thank you, senior brother. The few disciples quickly thanked Qin Song after they were out of danger. Come back, Qin Song said, calling back those greater Elysium core realm experts who wanted to continue to attack the black serpent. As golden light exploded from his body, he turned into a streak of light and flew over like a true dragon. When he raised his hand, it was like a dragon claw that grabbed onto the black serpent's throat. While Qin Song stood in midair, a cold light flashing through his pupils. The black serpent's head suddenly exploded with blood splashing around. This scene left the few greater Elysium core realm experts shocked with fear flashing in the depths of their pupils. After all, Qin Song was so strong that not even they could see through him. This is the Blackwater Serpent King. Its bloodline is still somewhat pure, so everyone can split it up and refine it, said Qin Song as he placed his hands behind him. His words immediately made all the profound sky sects experts rejoice. When they looked at Qin Song, their eyes were filled with reverence. Senior brother, there's a saint elixir up ahead. There were disciples who yelled out in excitement as they scouted forth after the death of the black serpent. Obtain it and hand it over to the sect. In the future, when you guys become core disciples, you guys can apply for it from the sect. Qin Song said indifferently, showing no interest in the saint elixir. After reaching his level, the cultivation and foundation were no longer important. He had already refined all the required saint elixirs when he was in the quasi-Elysium core realm. Now, he just needed a deeper accumulation so that he could make it high on the Elysium core ranking. He wanted to create a legend, sweeping through the Elysium core ranking at the lesser Elysium core realm and become the first ranker on the Elysium core ranking. The person he respected the most was Jian Jingtian, who was first on the 3 rankings. So this was also his objective. He also wanted to be first on the 3 rankings. That legend shouldn't just belong to the sword sect. The profound sky sect should also have such an achievement. But now, Qin Song was somewhat vexed because there were 108 mountains, and he had no idea how long he would have to search to find the Great Saint Origin. Compared to the Great Saint Origin, the Saint Elixirs were nothing in comparison. Most importantly, he knew that he couldn't stay in this place for long because he had long sensed his vitality being slowly sapped away from his body. After a brief hesitation, Qinsong finally made up his mind and yelled, "Spread out my orders!" When Qinsong gave out his orders, the surrounding profound sky sect's disciples began to spread out. "Young master, we're not done searching this mountain yet," the few Greater Elysium Core Realm deacons said. They were filled with fear for Qinsong. Due to their respect for him, they didn't dare to call Qinsong by his name, but Qinsong immediately interrupted them with a wave of his hand. "Just go and execute my orders. There's no need to continue searching this mountain. Let the other sects go ahead and compete." Did they think that it would belong to them if they obtained it? They're just a joke. So what are you guys still standing here for? Go! Yes, yes, yes. The Greater Elysium Core Realm experts immediately acknowledged. Qinsong might not care about the Saint Elixirs, but they did. So they couldn't help feeling a little unhappy after seeing that Qinsong was ordering them like other disciples. But none of them dared to disobey his orders and could only go and obediently execute them. Very quickly, Qinsong was the only one left on this mountain. "Great Saint Origin," Qinsong muttered. The Great Saint Origin might be useless for him, but since it was an order from Tianxuanzi, he would get it no matter what. In his heart, he didn't have the Nether Divinity clan. Only Tianxuanzi, a person who was like a master and father to him. Since Tianxuanzi had asked for the Great Saint Origin to be retrieved, then Qinsong would definitely obtain it, even if he had to fork out his life. Not to mention that there might be other treasures where the Great Saint Origin was located, and there was no doubt that those treasures would definitely be more precious than the Saint Elixirs on this mountain. "Lin Yun, don't disappoint me," Qinsong muttered before he sat down and began cultivating. Circulating the golden dragon bone, a golden aura began to nourish his body, and the golden aura was a lot more powerful than ordinary astral energy. It emitted a majestic and ancient aura. That was the golden dragon aura. Close to where the blood pool was located in the pagoda, this was a place that those who wanted to enter the depths of the pagoda definitely had to pass by. But if they fell into the blood pool, then even a Greater Elysium Core Realm expert would instantly lose his life. When Zhang Liken made it through the mist with great difficulty, he was filled with lingering fear when he saw the pile of corpses. Not long later, a black figure appeared from the mist. It was Lil Red who had been waiting there. "Thank you." Zhang Liken smiled the moment he saw Lil Red. If it wasn't Lil Red who waited outside and even reminded him, then he might have lost his life by now. Lil Red raised its head and nodded, looking aloof with disdain in its eyes. Seeing this made Zhang Liken's cheeks tremble because he was being looked down upon by a cat. But fortunately, no one else had seen this. "Senior brother, you're being looked down upon by a cat." Just when Zhang Liken thought that there was no one around, Lu Qingyan and Feng Zhang walked over with a smile on their faces. Hearing that made Zhang Liken's face turn red and retorted, "You're telling me that this cat is that intelligent? Furthermore, what is there to look down on? It was left behind by junior brother Lin to warn us of the danger. You're the slowest among us, so it is naturally looking down on you." Lu Qingyan smiled. What? Are you serious?" Zhang Liken wore an awkward expression when he heard that. Right at this moment, Yi Xiling and Su Xiao walked over side by side. Upon seeing them, Zhang Liken finally knew that he was, indeed, the slowest out of everyone. This instantly made him embarrassed because he was the senior brother in name. When Lil Red saw Yi Xiling and Su Xiao, the disdain in its eyes disappeared and became innocent with a fawning smile. This scene made Zhang Liken's lips twitch because this cat was really intelligent. Now that he looked at it again, "This cat is pretty adorable." Even Su Xiao wore a smile and squatted down to rub Lil Red's head. Lil Red closed its eyes and enjoyed Su Xiao's caress. When it was done enjoying it, it suddenly recalled that it had a task given by Lin Yun and began to make gestures with its hands. Su Xiao couldn't understand what it was saying, but Yi Xiling fell into deep thoughts and said, "You're saying that Lin Yun tasked you to wait here for us and bring us over to him?" Lil Red nodded its head and happily pointed at its nose with its claws. Seeing this, Yi Xiling smiled. This cat is pretty smart. But how does it know where junior brother Lin is at? There's no way we can communicate here, said Zhang Liken. But Su Xiao and Yi Xiling didn't say a word and merely looked at him. Lu Qingyan finally couldn't hold back from laughing and replied, Senior brother, you're really stupid. Since the cat pointed at its nose, this naturally means that it can track Lin Yun by his scent. So we just have to follow it. Hearing that, Zhang Liken wore an awkward smile and felt that he should keep his mouth shut in case he embarrasses himself even more. Can it be that there's an issue for junior brother Lin to gather us together? Feng Zhang suddenly asked. We'll know after meeting him, replied Su Xiao. Others might not know, but Su Xiao knew that Lin Yun had the profound wither key. So this meant that Lin Yun had the highest chance to obtain the great saint origin. But Lin Yun didn't want to receive all the benefits alone and wanted to take care of these people. He just didn't inform them beforehand. After all, the profound wither key did not necessarily mean the great saint origin. Under Lil Red's lead, they headed to where Lin Yun was at. The depths of the pagoda was filled with dangers, and similar places like the blood pool could be found everywhere. If they were careless, they might even get devoured by the pagoda. So there was no way they could increase their speed. At the same time, the competition for treasures had reached a climax in various mountains. On a mountain in the depths of the pagoda, there were many fated transcendents gathered together. The Thunder Sect's Zhang Jin, Heavenly Blade Pavilion's Nangong Zhe, Emerald Jade Manor's Ningfeng, and Azure Thunder Sect's Duguyen have joined hands when facing a bald monk. Their faces were ugly because they couldn't get any benefits, despite joining hands. Especially Zhang Jin and Nangong Zhe, whose injuries were rather serious. Only Ningfeng was fine, thanks to his ancient armor. Aside from that, the Profound Valley's Tang Jing and Heavenly Note Sect's Luo Shui were also here because an extremely precious treasure would soon appear here. The bald monk was the fated transcendent of the Vajra Monastery, Song Yun. He was laughing with blood dripping down his lips, and his laughter was demonic. He was hugging an incomplete stone tablet with many ancient runes engraved on it. Behind the tablet, there was an ancient golden crow rune that stood out. With a glance, anyone could tell that this should be an ancient martial technique. Although there was only half of it, it would be a huge opportunity if he could extract it. After all, the famous profound sky cannon was something that was extracted. So who could guarantee that the martial technique recorded on this stone tablet wouldn't be comparable to the profound sky cannon? At the very least, this stone tablet was more attractive to the powerful sects than Saint Elixirs. No wonder you people can't deal with flower burial, even after coming together. Turns out you guys are pretty weak. I have no idea why you guys entered the profound Wither Island in the first place with your strength. Song Yun mocked. The faces of Nangong Zhe and the rest were cold. They didn't argue with Song Yun, but merely sealed off his path of retreat. Haha. Say whatever you want. Anyhow, you have no path of retreat now. Let's see who can hold out. Nangong Zhe coldly said while stabbing his blade into the ground. Who the hell do you think you are? If I had my blade with me, I would have killed you a long time ago. Yet, you dare to call yourself the strongest bladesman? Where did you get the guts to make that declaration? Song Yun looked at Nangong Zhe with disdain in his eyes. You baldy! Nangong Zhe flew into a rage when he heard that. What are you looking at? Even if I'm bald, I'm still a lot more handsome than you. This means that you're not even comparable to a monk like me. Song Yun smiled. Fuck! Nangong Zhe was on the verge of losing it because Song Yun's mouth was too vile. Calm down. He's just putting on a strong front. He won't be able to last for long, so there's no need for you to be rash now. He won't have any chance of escaping. Ningfeng smiled, donned in his ancient armor. What are you smiling at? There's nothing to be proud of when you dress yourself up like a green tortoise. Remove that armor if you have the guts and see how this daddy kills you. Song Yun furiously glared at Ningfeng because Ningfeng was the strongest amongst them with his ancient armor. In the previous battle, Ningfeng had injured him the most. Ningfeng's smile froze on his face when he heard what Song Yun said. What did he mean by a green tortoise? This is an ancient armor, not a tortoise shell. Ningfeng immediately flew into a rage when he heard that and wanted to charge forth. But Zhang Jin quickly grabbed him. Don't come over. If you guys dare to come over, then I'll destroy this ancient martial stone tablet. Song Yun yelled. Don't pull me back. This baldy needs a beating. Ningfeng was furious as he began to glow with emerald light. Nangong Zhe sneaked a peek at Ningfeng before he softly muttered, You're really green. Ningfeng's face immediately turned black when he heard that. But Nangong Zhe quickly shut his mouth and continued, Don't be impulsive. If he destroys the ancient martial stone tablet, then we'll be leaving here empty-handed. Right at that moment, Tang Jing, who was standing beside Luo Shuyi, smiled. Song Yun, don't be like this. We're not making things difficult for you on purpose. You just have to let us copy the content on the tablet and we won't make things difficult for you. Get lost. Song Yun scolded. You're just a dog beside Luo Shui. Who the hell do you think you are? You were the most excited one earlier and even your eyes had turned green. The Profound Valley has the deepest research on stone tablets. And I bet a wretched fellow like you already knows the secret on the stone tablet. When the other fated transcendents heard that, they all began to inwardly laugh because they knew that Tang Jing was no different from Luo Shui's puppy. Even an idiot could tell that he had feelings for Luo Shui, and Song Yun was probably the only one who dared to call him Luo Shui's dog in public. When Tang Jing heard Song Yun's insults, his face turned green and he couldn't even utter a single word. You really know the origin of that stone tablet? While Tang Jing became furious, Luo Shui's voice resounded beside him. Calming himself down, Tang Jing transmitted his voice over. A little. The stone tablet has a portion of the divine sun-chasing art recorded on it, but that's not the most important thing about it. This stone tablet seems to be a treasure in itself. Luo Shui had no changes on her face, but she knew that the stone tablet probably had a huge origin if it was a treasure. Song Yun, stop wasting our time and hand the stone tablet over for us to make a copy. Du Guyen said in an annoyed tone because he felt that they were really wasting time here. But Song Yun replied in disdain. We're all fated transcendents from powerful sects, so who the hell do you think you are? You claim yourself to be invincible in the sword and comparable to fated transcendents like us? What happened in the end? You're toyed around in Lin Yun's hands like a baby kneeling 3 times. If I was in your position, I would have buried my head in the ground long ago. When Du Guyen heard that, his face drastically changed. He felt that anyone who mentioned Lin Yun right now had to die. Furious, Song Yun smiled upon seeing the rage on Du Guyen's face and raised his voice. Don't you have the Azure Thunder Sword eyes? Why don't you open them and kill this daddy? Song Yun was arrogant because he had no fear. Because the Azure Thunder Sword eyes was powerful. It had to be nourished with vitality. And Du Guyen still didn't have complete control over it. Du Guyen had already opened them in his fight with Lin Yun, so if he opened them again, then he would definitely injure himself. Haha. No guts to do that? Then keep your mouth shut. Talk only if you dare to open your eyes. If you dare to open your eyes, then this daddy will poke your dog eyes to make sure that they're blind. Song Yun stretched out 2 fingers and made a poking gesture. But suddenly, Song Yun's face drastically changed and he jumped off the ground. In the next moment, the spot that he was previously standing on exploded into fragments. When Song Yun raised his head, Du Guyen had already opened his eyes, and sword rays were shining brightly in his pupils with a devastating aura surging in his pupils. The moment Du Guyen opened his eyes, even the entire heaven and earth began to tremble, causing everyone's faces to change as they quickly retreated. Screw you. Du Gu 3 kneels. You really dare to open your eyes? Song Yun's face had turned pale and quickly hid himself. But Du Guyen had gone insane with his hair fluttering in the wind as sword rays shot out from his eyes. The sword rays were extremely terrifying, even tearing space apart as lightning began to fall from the sky. Du Gu 3 kneels, you're mad. Song Yun could only continue to dodge the sword rays from Du Guyen, but he was still caught up in the shockwave and threw out blood. Even the golden glow around his body was torn apart by the sword rays. Not long later, Song Yun was already covered in blood, and the entire mountain was blown apart. scaring Nangong Zhe and the other fated transcendents to flee for their lives. But right at this moment, Du Guyen also fell on one knee with his eyes closed and blood rolling down his cheeks. When Song Yun saw this scene, he immediately rejoiced and smiled. Du Guyen, thank you. I guarantee that I won't call you Dugu 3 Niels in the future. Now then, this daddy will be taking his leave. Taking this opportunity, Song Yun leaped off the mountain and began to flee for his life. When he fled, he didn't look injured at all. After him, Nangong Zhe and the rest nearly threw out a mouthful of blood because Song Yun was really fast at running. But right at that moment, Song Yun, who was about to disappear, suddenly returned and stopped beside Luo Shuyi while he rubbed his skinhead. Lady Luo, I have been admiring you for a long time, day and night. If you smile and wink your eyes at me today, I'll renounce being a monk this day. Tang Jing, who was chasing him, was stumped when he saw this scene. Sure. Luo Shuyi smiled with a wink. Seeing that Luo Shuyi went along with him, Tang Jing laughed. Ha ha ha. Tang Jing, you see that? Continue to be a dog and you'll have nothing. After he finished his laughter, he immediately turned around and continued to flee, leaving Tang Jing, who had his face turned green, behind. Well, since you're going to renounce being a monk, then stay behind. Luo Shui smiled and reached out to Song Yun's chest. Her voice was bewitching, echoing beside Song Yun's ears. This scared Song Yun to the point of hugging the stone tablet even tighter. Seeing that Song Yun increased his defense on the stone tablet, Luo Shui gave up on snatching the stone tablet and her palm landed on Song Yun's chest instead. This made Song Yun throw out a mouthful of blood as he rolled down the mountain. When he got back on his feet, Song Yun could only feel a chill down his spine and his back was already covered in a cold sweat. Luo Shui, are you trying to kill your husband? Song Yun immediately continued to flee and didn't dare to even stay for a moment because Luo Shui was too terrifying. Little monk, stop running from this big sister. Luo Shui continued to chase after Song Yun, but he was simply too fast and had already fled the mountain. The blood dripping from his body even formed a long track on the ground that looked like a small stream, and this scene made those fated transcendents who were chasing Song Yun shocked by how ruthless he was to himself. He fled, Tang Jing said furiously. He won't be able to flee. Luo Shui smiled and slowly strummed her fingers in the air. As an illusion of a celestial fairy appeared behind her, the celestial fairy would play the zither in her hands whenever Luo Shui strums her fingers in midair. This made Song Yun, who was already far away, to stagger and throw out another mouthful of blood. But Song Yun gritted his teeth and continued to flee. The stronger the people who came after him were, the more he would feel that the value of this treasure was immeasurable. Baby, I've thrown out so much blood for you, so you better not disappoint this monk. Song Yun smiled as he looked at the stone tablet in his embrace. But as the zither music continued, not only did it make Song Yun slow down, but the golden light he was giving off also gradually dimmed down. The moment the golden light was completely diminished, then he wouldn't be far from death. As Qin Song ran while throwing out blood, he could feel that his physique was reaching its limit and rubbed his skinhead with a smile. She's really charming. Looks like I've suffered greatly by becoming a monk. As he chuckled, he suddenly turned around and golden light began to shine from him. At this moment, he looked like a gigantic Buddha filled with prestige. As an ancient mantra resounded from the surroundings, Song Yun let out a roar in the direction of Luo Shui, with a white qilin appearing behind him. When the sound wave from his mouth swept out, all the trees and debris in its path were reduced to ashes. The celestial fairy behind Luo Shui also lasted for a brief moment before it disappeared. Seeing this, Song Yun laughed before he continued to flee for his life. Ha ha ha! Wait for me, wifey. When we're out of the profound Wither Valley, I'll request for your hand from the Heavenly Note sect. His voice was loud, not to mention that it was further empowered by the ancient mantra, so everyone around the mountain could clearly hear him. When Luo Shui heard that, the smile on her face disappeared and was replaced with frost. Even Tang Jing, who was standing beside her, wore an awkward expression while he fidgeted around. Right at this moment, Nangong Zhe came over, wielding his blade, and smiled. Luo Shui, you really agreed to that? Actually, you can consider me. At the very least, I'm 100 times better than that baldy. Luo Shui turned around and looked at Nangongze for a long time before she indifferently said, "You're ugly." When Nangongze heard that, his face instantly became black. Just how am I ugly? Nangongze nearly died from the rage. Not only did the baldy call him ugly, but Luo Shui also called him ugly. But he also deserved it because Luo Shui was clearly still fuming from what happened, and he failed to recognize the mood. So it would be weird if Luo Shui didn't dislike him. Furthermore, she was already very polite, because Nangongze clearly had no idea how terrifying it was to offend a woman. The origin of that tablet is extraordinary. I even suspect that there's an origin Saint rune in it, and the words are restrictions. Tang Jing transmitted his voice to Luo Shui because it was clearly impossible for him to let Nangongze know about it. If that's the case, then I'm afraid that the value of that stone tablet will far exceed our imagination, replied Luo Shui. Most origin Saint runes were born alongside Saint elixirs, beast bones, or in or veins. But origin Saint runes sealed in a stone tablet were simply unheard of. Suddenly, Luo Shui wondered if the stone tablet was a beast bone itself or the stone tablet was the remains of a golden crow. While the two were in a swift discussion, they began to feel that the stone tablet was extraordinary and had a huge origin. This made Nangongze's eyes flicker. He could see that their lips were moving, but there was no voice coming from them, so he could instantly figure out that they were transmitting their voices secretly. This immediately made him feel like he was invisible and made him anxious. He could sense that they were discussing something important and smiled. Tang Jing, you're the young lord of the profound valley, and your attainment in the spiritual runes far exceeds us. So do you know anything about the origin of that stone tablet? Why don't you share it with me? But Tang Jing merely cast a glance at him, then ignored him. This made Nangongze furious and cursed inwardly. Let's go. Luo Shui executed her movement technique and left in the direction Song Yun escaped. Seeing this, Nangongze snickered. Tang Jing, your goddess has left. Why aren't you quickly following her? If you don't chase after her now, you won't even be able to be her puppy. Those words made Tang Jing's face turn black as he replied, Nangongze, you should take a closer look at your appearance in the mirror. Drink more water or you won't even know how you die one day. When Tang Jing talked with Nangongze, Luo Shui was already far away, and Tang Jing quickly circulated his movement technique to catch up to her. That puppy is really fast. Nangongze smacked his lips because he didn't expect that a saint spiritualist like Tang Jing would be so fast. But recalling what Tang Jing said, he was even more baffled. But what did he mean by those words? You don't understand? As Zhang Jin and Ningfeng came over, Ningfeng smiled. He means that you're not only ugly, but your mouth stinks. Nangongze cussed. That sissy from the profound valley is really vicious when it comes to insults. He's not a man at all. Let's not bother about that for now. Tang Jing definitely discovered the secret of the stone tablet. Zhang Jing said with a light flashing through his pupils. Since we're not going to compete for the great saint origin, we have to obtain the stone tablet no matter what. 108 mountains might seem huge, but there aren't many real treasures. That stone tablet might be the most precious treasure around, aside from the great saint origin. Nangongze and Ningfeng shared the same feelings as well. But Nangongze suddenly looked around before he asked, Where's Duguyen? Let's not bother about him. If it was not for him, that damned baldy wouldn't have been able to escape. Zhang Jing had flames blazing in his eyes. Duguyen had practically ruined it all for them. Not to mention that Duguyen nearly killed them when he couldn't control his eyes properly. Let's go. Chase after them. After making up their minds, the three chased after Song Yun, determined to seize the stone tablet. At the same time, there were also other people who had reached the summit of the other mountains. The mountains were extremely dangerous. Even Greater Elysium Core Realm experts weren't confident about reaching the summits. On the summit of a certain mountain there was a complete palace there. Gong Sun Yen and Zhao Yen had come before the palace with great difficulty, and Gong Sun Yen was excited. Looking at Zhao Yan standing beside him, Gongsun Yan was happy because he was smart to drag Zhao Yan along, or he would definitely not be able to climb the mountain. After reaching the Elysium core realm, Zhao Yan's strength had undergone a terrifying transformation, and he was comparable to fated transcendence now. This nearly made Gongsun Yan's jaw fall off because Zhao Yan was clearly incomparable to him when he was at the Empyrean realm. "There's someone inside. Looks like someone's ahead of us," Zhao Yan suddenly said as light returned to his eyes. "Someone's inside? How many are there?" Gongsun Yan asked. But when he didn't receive a reply, he turned his head to see that Zhao Yan had returned to his dazed state and began to sway from left to right. "This fool!" Gongsun Yan's lips twitched. "I'll enter first, then." When he was done, he quickly entered the palace without caring for Zhao Yan's reply. He was already used to Zhao Yan's actions, and who knew how long Zhao Yan would wake up from his current state. Now that he thought about it again, Zhao Yan was really weird. Sometimes when he fought with demonic beasts, he would even daze off and was nearly killed by the demonic beast. Gongsun Yan executed his movement technique and carefully hid his aura. He passed through many chambers along the way before he saw that there were quite a few people fighting amongst themselves. They were all practically Greater Elysium Core Realm experts, and Gongsun Yan didn't hesitate to run the moment he saw them. An hour later, he entered a palace. This palace had a stone pillar, and there was a scroll on top of the stone pillar. The blood stains in the palace were obvious, and there were two people before the stone pillar, looking at the painting with greed in their eyes. Gongsun Yan quickly hid his aura and tried to sneak in, but his presence was immediately detected. "Another one has come to die?" The two people smiled and turned around. When Gongsun Yan saw their appearances, he was left completely stumped. "So it's the disciples of the Profound Sky Sect." Gongsun Yan smiled when he saw the two people. They were both donned in the uniform of the Profound Sky Sect. Gongsun Yan might be a coward and run the moment he sees Greater Elysium Core Realm experts, but he wasn't weak. He might not be comparable to fated transcendence, but he could compete with ordinary disciples of the powerful sections. Gongsun Yan. The two disciples locked their brows together. Clearly, they weren't unfamiliar with Gongsun Yan. After all, Gongsun Yan was ranked in the top 1000th on the Empyrean ranking and even claimed to be from the Sword Emperor's lineage. So he had quite the fame in the ancient barren domain. "Get lost," Gongsun Yan said in an arrogant tone. His words quickly triggered the two Profound Sky Sect's disciples to attack him. Even if Gongsun Yan was a genius of the Sword Emperor's lineage, he was a little too much with his arrogance. "How ignorant," Gongsun Yan sneered. He might not be able to defeat fated transcendence, but these ordinary geniuses were nothing in his eyes. The battle between them also ended quickly in just half an hour with him defeating the two Profound Sky Sect's disciples. "Don't let me see you guys again in this palace, or I'll beat you guys up every time I see you. Others might fear the Profound Sky Sect, but I'm definitely not one of them." Gongsun Yan didn't dare to kill them and decided to let them go. Since fated transcendence and Greater Elysium Core Realm experts could be found everywhere in the Profound Wither Island, he could only clamp his tail between his legs. But in reality, he was an arrogant and aloof person like he was in the Hidden Sword Pavilion. Gongsun Yan swept a gaze at the scroll and his eyes lit up. He stepped forth and wasted some time before he managed to obtain the scroll. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Gongsun Yan couldn't contain his excitement anymore. "I got it!" He was feeling emotional because it might be a huge opportunity for him. But when the scroll flew out and opened up, it was a portrait that left him disappointed because it wasn't a Dao painting. How is this possible?" But when the scroll opened up, Gongsun Yan was stumped with his mouth wide open. His face had turned pale because this had far exceeded his imagination, and he was absolutely familiar with the person on the portrait. It was the Sword Emperor Yu Qingfeng. As the founder of the Skysolid City, he was someone who sliced two peaks off the Sword Sect back then, causing the Sword Sect to be unable to recover their position as a holy land. As a genius from the Sword Emperor's lineage, he grew up in the Skysolid City, so he was definitely familiar with the Sword Emperor's portrait. Most importantly, he had no idea why the Sword Emperor's portrait was in the 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda. Suddenly, Gong Sun Yan's face changed as he recalled the rumors that many people came after the profound Wither Great Saint after the Southern Emperor died. There were rumors that the other emperors also looked for the profound Wither Great Saint as well. So this made him wonder if the Sword Emperor had also looked for the profound Wither Great Saint. Thinking about it here, Gong Sun Yan's face became ugly because the Sword Emperor was someone he deeply respected. But the 9 emperors were like siblings back then, founding the Divine Dragon Empire to end the darkest era. They were friends, comrades, and people who could give their lives for each other. So it wasn't glorious that someone from the 9 emperors would go after the Southern Emperor's disciple after his death. And Gong Sun Yan didn't want to believe that the Sword Emperor had done something like that. But the portrait before him was ironclad proof. After being in a daze for a long time, Gong Sun Yan muttered to himself, "It's just a portrait and it can't prove anything. Who's the Sword Emperor? How can he possibly do something so shameless? Just what am I thinking?" When he was done, he recollected himself and stowed the portrait. But right at that moment, he could hear footsteps and 2 familiar auras. Gong Sun Yan turned around and said in an annoyed tone, "Why did the 2 of you come back? Didn't I say that I'll beat the 2 of you up every time I see you guys?" But he was soon dumbfounded because the 2 profound Sky Sect's disciples didn't come back alone. They brought along one of the 3 saints of the profound Sky Sect, Lei Ju. This instantly made Gong Sun Yan's legs go soft and his face ugly. At this moment, he was wondering what kind of luck he would have to run into Lei Ju here. "You'll beat us up every time you see us?" Lei Ju sneered as he looked at Gong Sun Yan, whose legs were trembling. He suddenly dropped his smile and roared, "Kneel!" Lei Ju's roar dispersed Gong Sun Yan's sword aura and made him throw out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Gong Sun Yan realized that there was a huge gap between them. Fear began to appear in his eyes as his face turned pale. If it was normal, he would have fallen on his knees by now. Anyhow, this wasn't the first time he begged for his life ever since he came to the profound Wither Island. But when he looked at the Sword Emperor's portrait that was floating nearby, his face suddenly changed. No matter what, he couldn't allow himself to beg for mercy before the Sword Emperor's portrait. The Sword Emperor was someone he respected the most and held a great position in his heart. As a decisive light flashed through his pupils, Gong Sun Yan gritted his teeth. "Lei Ju, don't push it. If I'm willing, the 2 of them won't be alive to see you." "Interesting. I never expected that a coward like you would have such a courageous side," said Lei Ju indifferently. "Let me go and I'll owe you one in the future," Gong Sun Yan said with hope blazing in his pupils. "Who the hell do you think you are? Do you really think you're someone? Others might not know, but I know your origin well. You call yourself someone from the Sword Emperor's lineage? Haha," Lei Ju sneered and mocked. "Your father is a sword-bearing elder of the Skysolid City, but your mother is a demoness from the demon domain. You're just an illegitimate child. More blatantly, you're just a bastard. You." Gong Sun Yan's eyes turned red because his birth had always been a pain in his heart. "What's the matter? Did I say anything wrong?" Lei Ju smiled. "Not to mention that this isn't your first time begging for mercy. You've done it a lot of times in the ancient barren domain. Let me think. Is it because the Sword Emperor's portrait is here that you don't have the face to beg for mercy?" When Lei Ju saw Gong Sun Yan's face change, he smiled. "Interesting. A useless fool like you actually has a day where you will want your face. Then, let me help you." Without any hesitation, Lei Ju reached out and pushed his palm towards the Sword Emperor's portrait. He had lightning circulating on his palm, and this made Gong Sun Yan's face change. He quickly stowed the Sword Emperor's portrait and took the palm head-on, making him throw out a mouthful of blood and fell onto one knee. "Humph, a fake like you wants to protect the dignity of the Sword Emperor? You're courting death." Lei Ju was furious. Gong Sun Yan was nothing but a joke in his eyes. But Gong Sun Yan actually dared to go against his orders? But just when Lei Ju wanted to summon his constellation, something bizarre took place. An invincible pressure appeared in the surroundings. Under the pressure, Lei Ju couldn't summon his constellation, and this made his face change. "Humph. I can still kill you even without summoning my constellation." Soaring to the sky, Lightning began to gather on Lei Ju's palm. It then pressed down towards Gong Sun Yen like a huge sun. He had refined an Origin Saint rune to reach the Elysium core realm. So even if he didn't summon his constellation, he could still easily kill Gong Sun Yen with a palm. When Gong Sun Yen turned around and saw this scene, his face instantly turned pale. But right at that moment, a voice resounded within Gong Sun Yan's mind and he pushed out his palm. Don't panic. Attack him. Something bizarre took place. When his palm collided with Lei Ju's palm, Lei Ju threw out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying back. He couldn't resist Gong Sun Yan's palm at all, and this scene had directly left Gong Sun Yan and Lei Ju both dumbfounded. Senior brother. The faces of the two profound Sky Sect's disciples changed and wanted to step up to help Lei Ju. Get lost. Lei Ju shoved them aside and flew into a rage before he pushed his palm out once more. When Gong Sun Yen recovered from his shock, he was terrified to the point that he retreated in a panic. As he staggered backward, he barely managed to unleash his attack. This time it was even more extraordinary. Lei Ju was sent flying before he crashed into the wall. What the hell? Gong Sun Yen was shocked. When Lei Ju got back on his feet, Gong Sun Yen pushed his palm out once more and made Lei Ju throw out a mouthful of blood. This instantly made Lei Ju's face change and he fell to his knees. This made Gong Sun Yen shocked before he laughed. Lei Ju, weren't you arrogant just a moment ago? Why are you not continuing your arrogance? Now kneel. Pushing out his palm once more, Lei Ju, who got back on his feet, fell onto his knees once more. This time, Lei Ju was completely stumped, and he had no idea what was going on. Haha, I can suppress fated transcendence now. Gong Sun Yen rejoiced. Although he had no idea what was going on, it was a fact that Lei Ju kneeled to him. Quick, leave. Lei Ju looked around and no longer dared to stay here for another second. Hey, don't leave. I'll cripple you. Gong Sun Yen became even more arrogant as he laughed and was about to give chase. But just when he took a step forth, he staggered and powerlessly fell to the ground. As he contemplated what was going on, the scroll flew out. Looking at the scroll, Gong Sun Yen suddenly recalled the voice that echoed within his mind and came up with a terrifying speculation. Suddenly, the scroll blazed and a person slowly walked out of it. When that person walked out from the painting entirely, the painting had already disappeared. When Gong Sun Yen raised his head and looked at the figure before him, he was so terrified that he didn't dare to utter a single word. The Sword Emperor Yu Qingfeng walked out of a painting? Just what the hell is going on? Is this an illusion? Gong Sun Yen rubbed his eyes and noticed that the other party really came out of the painting and was looking at him with a playful smile. Gong Sun Yen, I heard that you pretend to be a disciple of the Skysolid city to bluff others? Yu Qingfeng smiled. When Gong Sun Yen heard that, he could hear thunder rumbling in his mind and fell onto his knees. SS Senior. At the same time, Lei Ju was fleeing with the two other disciples, and their faces were ugly. He couldn't believe that he actually knelt to a nameless person, and he couldn't figure out when Gong Sun Yen became so strong. Get lost! Lei Ju was charging forth and didn't want to stay there for another second. Whenever there was someone standing before him, he would attack without any hesitation, injuring the other party heavily. But a person who was swaying from left to right suddenly appeared before him. Looking at that person made Lei Ju even more annoyed, so he pushed his palm out without any hesitation. Get lost! But that person responded with a sword ray. Before Lei Ju could fully unleash his attack, a sword ray had already come before him. This made Lei Ju startled and quickly retreated as the sword ray brushed past his neck. Feeling the stinging pain coming from his neck, Lei Ju recovered from his shock and could feel a chill down his spine. If that sword was a little faster, then his head would be rolling on the ground by now. Although he was heavily injured in his confrontation with Gong Sun Yen, he was still a fated transcendent and not just anyone could injure him. He began to wonder what the hell this palace was and how come there were so many geniuses. When he raised his head and looked at the person who was swaying from left to right, he exclaimed, Zhao Yen! The sword maniac, Zhao Yen, had an insignificant rank on the Empyrean ranking, but he was from a saint clan. This meant that his clan had a saint, so Lei Ju naturally recognized Zhao Yan and even had some impression about him. Lil Lei, Zhao Yan said, looking at Lei Ju. When Lei Ju heard that, the corner of his lip twitched. Just who did Zhao Yan think he was? Was Lil Lei something anyone could call him by? But since he was in a rush to leave this place, he couldn't be bothered about it and coldly said, "Open your eyes clearly next time. Otherwise, I would have killed you if I didn't know who you were." "Oh," Zhao Yan nodded. "Humph." Lei Ju coldly snorted before he continued to flee from this mountain. "Not fast enough?" Zhao Yan muttered to himself with his brows locked together. As he gradually returned to his dazed state, it didn't take long for him to come to the chamber Gong Sun Yen was in. When he saw Gong Sun Yen on his knees, he wasn't surprised by it and asked, "Gong Sun Yen? Who are you talking to? Lei Ju is already gone, so there's no need for you to remain kneeling on the ground." The sudden voice made Gong Sun Yen rejoice before his smile froze on his face. "Zhao Yan can't see the Sword Emperor?" When Gong Sun Yen turned his head in Zhao Yan's direction, he noticed that Zhao Yan had no reaction to the Sword Emperor standing before him. Just then, the Sword Emperor was looking at him with a playful smile. Gong Sun Yen could only feel his scalps going numb and got back on his feet before he asked Zhao Yan, "You can't see anything? Is there someone here?" Zhao Yan fell into deep thoughts before he unleashed a sword ray in the direction that Gong Sun Yen pointed out. His sword ray was aimed at the center of Sword Emperor's brow, and this nearly made Gong Sun Yan's heart fly out of his chest. But Zhao Yan's sword ray passed through the center of the Sword Emperor's brow. "You have a serious problem," Zhao Yan muttered before he sheathed his sword. "He can't see me." Yu Qingfeng's voice resounded within Gong Sun Yan's mind, which nearly made Gong Sun Yen scream out. But after Gong Sun Yen calmed down, he asked, "SS Senior, you're really the Sword Emperor?" "As real as it gets," smiled Yu Qingfeng. "Then can you take me as your disciple?" "You misunderstood me. I might not be from your lineage, but I have your dignity," Gong Sun Yen asked emotionally, feeling that he had become lucky. If the Sword Emperor really took him as a disciple, then he would practically be soaring to the sky. "You? Nah. Him, maybe." Yu Qingfeng smiled, pointing at Zhao Yan. He didn't mock Gong Sun Yen, who claimed to possess the dignity of the Sword Emperor. This scene made the corner of Gong Sun Yan's lip twitch. He made up his mind to get rid of Zhao Yan. "Don't reveal my existence. Come with me for a bit." "To where?" "The Great Saint Origin," replied Yu Qingfeng. Hearing that, Gong Sun Yen became emotional. But then he suddenly thought of something. He quickly asked, "Senior, don't tell me that you're the one who launched a sneak attack on the profound Wither Great Saint, right? Weren't you pretty smart earlier? You have already figured out the answer, so why are you asking me?" Yu Qingfeng smiled. But if it wasn't the Sword Emperor, then why was he going to look for the Great Saint Origin? Gong Sun Yen could feel his head swelling at this moment because what happened today was too unbelievable. "Get him to follow you," Yu Qingfeng said before he left, dispelling Gong Sun Yan's thoughts about shaking off Zhao Yan. Deep in the 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda, Lin Yun had already collected 10 saint elixirs. Just as Lil Purple had said, the feng shui on this mountain was different, and there were many saint elixirs here. The other greater Elysium Core Realm experts might have been dealt with by him, but there were still demonic beasts guarding the saint elixirs. Then again, the process wasn't exactly smooth, either. Those demonic beasts were terrifying, and there were some saint elixirs that not even Lin Yun dared to collect. 10 saint elixirs, that should be enough, muttered Lin Yun. It felt great to occupy the entire mountain. At the very least, there was no one bothering him. 10 saint elixirs are enough for you to make a breakthrough? Lil Purple was surprised. Although the saint elixirs in the pagoda were quickly formed and couldn't be compared to those found outside, they were still genuine saint elixirs. If it was just for Lin Yun to make a breakthrough, then it should be more than enough. It's definitely enough if I'm only going to make a breakthrough. But I want to refine an origin saint rune while I make a breakthrough, or there won't be any meaning. But I have a dragon origin pellet. If that's not enough, I can also use the divine leaf of the divine blood fruit, so I don't have to worry that the saint elixirs aren't enough, said Lin Yun. After all, engraving an origin saint rune on his Elysium core was a symbol for fated transcendence. If he didn't have one, then the gap between him and the fated transcendence would become even wider. Origin saint runes aren't things you can find anywhere, and they're harder to find than saint elixirs, said Lil Purple with a grave expression. But Lin Yun didn't say a word. He had a feeling that there must be some other treasures where the great saint origin was located. Even if he couldn't find any origin saint runes, who knows if there might be an alternative. Lin Yun, where's the profound wither key? Why aren't you taking it out? Without the profound wither key, it's practically impossible for you to find the great saint origin here, said Lil Purple with her brows locked together. Lin Yun took out the profound wither key and said, I've already taken it out a long time ago, but it doesn't have any reaction. If it wasn't for the reaction it showed some time ago, I'd be suspecting if it's real. Let me take a look. Lil Purple waved her hand and received the profound wither key. There's a restriction. Lil Purple was surprised before she said, Let me give it a try and see if I can undo the restriction. Hearing that, Lin Yun's eyes lit up because he should have long guessed that. The gold and crimson divine runes on Lil Purple's forehead shone before they flew from her forehead. When the two divine runes landed on the profound wither key, a loud sound echoed and the mountain Lin Yun was standing on began to tremble. Shortly after, fine golden lights began to fall off the profound wither key like snow. Looking at it again, it looked as though it had been washed. When the golden light fell off the key, it revealed a golden key. All right, it's done. Lil Purple gasped for breath with beads of sweat on her forehead. Okay. Wipe your sweat and rest a little. Lin Yun handed her a napkin and took the profound wither key. But the moment he held onto the key, his face changed because the key had become a lot heavier and ancient golden runes were engraved on the surface. At this moment, Lin Yun even suspected that he could kill a greater Elysium core realm by throwing it out. But when Lin Yun looked at it more carefully, he said, Wait, there seem to be a few more layers of seals. Yeah, there's a total of 9 seals, and I only restored its original appearance. This key has a huge origin, and it might be related to the Southern Emperor's tomb, said Lil Purple while she wiped the sweat on her forehead. At the same time, Lin Yun was shocked that there were actually 9 seals on such a small key. Try it again. Don't use your astral energy, but use your firmament sword intent. Instead, said Lil Purple. This time she was pretty confident in her tone. When Lin Yun poured his firmament sword intent into the key, a faint light appeared on the key before it began to tremble towards a certain direction. Holding onto the key, Lin Yun could sense a majestic existence made of light that appeared in his mind and enveloped him in it. Before it, his firmament sword intent seemed tiny in comparison. Loosening his grip on the key, Lin Yun said, I seem to have sensed the existence of the great saint origin earlier. It's in a special location, but I should be able to find it with the key. Then, what are you waiting for? Lil Purple yelled. Turning to look at Lil Purple, Lin Yun said, No need to hurry. Let's wait for the others. The great saint origin was a huge opportunity that others wouldn't be able to come in contact with. Even if they couldn't obtain the great saint origin, there might be other opportunities around. So Lin Yun wanted to take care of them a little before he left the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. He naturally wouldn't go against his words, so he didn't bother about Lil Purple. An hour later, the others from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect arrived under Lil Red's lead. They were emotional when they saw Lin Yun, especially Zhang Liken. In the past, he had some negative feelings about Lin Yun, and he initially thought that he would soon be able to catch up to Lin Yun after entering the pagoda. But he never expected that Lin Yun would really wait for them. Junior brother Lin, sorry to hold you down, Zhang Liken said in a guilty tone. After all, Lin Yun had given up on the opportunities in the pagoda, and this was a great loss. I'm still all right, smiled Lin Yun. I was pretty lucky and collected 10 saint elixirs, so it's not exactly a loss. What? Zhang Liken's mouth was wide open and he couldn't utter a word anymore. When the rest heard what Lin Yun said, their eyes also lit up because it was the saint elixirs that they were talking about, and saint elixirs were rare even in the pagoda. The other saint elixirs were guarded by powerful demonic beasts. There at the heavenly Elysium core realm or even the Dragon Pulse realm. So let's not provoke them. Lin Yun held onto the profound wither key and said, "Follow me. I'll bring you guys to a place." When Su Xiao heard that, she smiled because she already knew where Lin Yun was taking them. "Where?" Jiang Liken asked curiously. "You'll know after we arrive." Lin Yun didn't explain much and headed in the direction that the profound wither key was leading him. In the pagoda there were many deadly traps like the blood pool, and one would die if they weren't careful. But with the profound wither key's protection, Lin Yun's entire journey was smooth. Just when they were halfway to the Great Saint Origin, Lin Yun suddenly stopped and he could see a golden figure fleeing for his life, and his shiny skinhead was striking. That person seemed to be fleeing from a mountain, and there was multiple terrifying auras chasing after him. Many of them were familiar. They were Nangong Zhe, Ningfeng, Zhang Jin, Tang Jing, and Luo Shui. "That baldy seems to be Tsang Yun from the Vajra Monastery," said Yi Xiling. Tsang Yun was fast, and it didn't take long for him to be before them. But just when they were about to clash, Tsang Yun stomped his foot on the ground and flew to the sky, bypassing them. This left everyone from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect shocked, including Lin Yun. At the very least, this monk was pretty impressive, since he could outrun the pursuit of several fated transcendents. If he wasn't wrong, he could see that the monk was injured, and his current state was terrible. "Are we going to give chase?" "He seems to have obtained a powerful treasure to suffer the pursuit of several fated transcendents," said Yi Xiling. "No need to care about him," said Lin Yun. If it was normal times, Lin Yun might consider joining the pursuit. But he had to look for the Great Saint Origin right now, so he didn't want to cause any trouble. It would be best if the profound sky sect was also involved with them so they wouldn't bother him as he looked for the Great Saint Origin. But just when he was done speaking, Tsang Yun landed before them, looking at Yi Xiling and Su Xiao with his eyes lighting up. "Flower Burial, you have a pretty good fortune with girls, and not a single one of those fated transcendents can be compared to you." Lin Yun was surprised when he heard that because Tsang Yun seemed to be a lot different from what he had imagined. This also made Jiang Liken and the rest feel weird because this monk was already going to die, and yet he still had no regard for his life since he had returned when he had already fled. Tsang Yun then turned to look at Lin Yun. "Flower Burial, you'll be killed by Tsang Yun sooner or later. So why don't you give these two beauties to me? I can renounce being a monk, and it'll be terrible for such beauties to be widows." Lin Yun's lip twitched when he heard that. Tsang Yun was simply asking for a beating. At this moment, he even suspected that Tsang Yun's mouth was the reason why Nangong Zhe and the rest were chasing after him. "I got a huge treasure this time, and the two of you won't suffer a loss following me. So the two of you can consider it," said Tsang Yun with a smile. "What treasure?" Su Xiao asked. Tsang Yun briefly hesitated before he smiled. "It's fine letting you guys take a look. This might be the best treasure, secondary to the Great Saint Origin." But when Tsang Yun revealed the stone tablet, the eyes of Lin Yun, Yi Xiling, and Su Xiao shone. Then again, Tsang Yun was quick to hide the stone tablet again and smiled. "All right, you had a look, so I'll be taking my leave now. Bye. Remember to look for me, beauties." He might be a little reckless, but he was still a cautious person and decided to flee when the fated transcendents were about to catch up. But just when he was about to leave, he instantly noticed that the eyes of Lin Yun, Su Xiao, and Yi Xiling had changed. Yi Xiling and Su Xiao spread out and blocked off Tsang Yun's path of escape. "Holy shit! Lin Yun, beat that baldy to death. Don't let him escape. That's a golden crow divine bone. So it might contain an origin divine rune." Lil purple voice anxiously resounded from the sword box. Lin Yun could naturally sense that the stone tablet was extraordinary and seemed to be related to the divine sun-chasing art without Lil Purple's reminder. But he didn't sense that this was a divine bone of the golden crow. He could tell that the stone tablet was extraordinary, and it might be the greatest opportunity, aside from the Great Saint Origin, just as the monk had said. Su Xiao and Yi Xiling's movements were quick and had blocked off Tsang Yun's path of retreat the moment he stowed the stone tablet. They all knew that Tsang Yun was fast, and they couldn't afford to be careless. Song Yun's face changed when he saw this situation because he knew that he might really be caught here. But he still kept his composure and raised his brow with a smile. Can't bear to part with me so soon? I've yet to renounce my status as a monk, so I can't satisfy the two of you, even if you guys make me stay. His words were directed at Su Ziao and Yi Xiling, looking at them with a wretched gaze. But Su Ziao and Yi Xiling simply ignored him because they knew that he was trying to make them show a flaw. This made Song Yun exclaim how terrifying women were. But he ultimately decided to charge through, and a golden light shone from his body. With a laugh, he pushed his palm out. Sorry about this, ladies. His palm shone with golden light and even emitted a holy aura that manifested into a gigantic palm, looking like a Buddha's palm. The center of the palm had a revolving and emitted 9 golden rings that allowed the power of this palm to grow even more. Yi Xiling and Su Ziao didn't dare to be careless and swung their swords, easily destroying the palm. This made the two women surprised before they noticed that this was a fake attack from the monk. Hee, I'm over here. When everyone turned their attention to where the voice came from, they noticed that Song Yun had taken advantage of when everyone's attention was captivated by his attack to bolt in Lin Yun's direction. He had decided to make a break for it from Lin Yun's side. Looking at Lin Yun, Song Yun smiled. Don't think I don't know. You're not as strong as others say, and you can only rely on women. Let this daddy show you how to be a man. He was arrogant and didn't place Lin Yun in his eyes at all because his eyes were filled with disdain. Lin Yun merely tilted to the side and opened a path while Song Yun turned into a golden light and bolted away, causing Su Ziao and Yi Xiling's faces to change. This daddy will be taking his leave first. While everyone was baffled, a burst of laughter resounded. When Su Ziao and Yi Xiling directed their eyes over, their faces changed because they were fooled by Song Yun once more. You should stay behind. Lin Yun was prepared and raised his head. Spreading his palm out, he executed the Azure Dragon Grasp. When Lin Yun slammed his palm down, Song Yun was smacked by his palm and threw out a mouthful of blood when he fell to the ground. Why you? How did you find me? Song Yun was surprised because it made no sense. But Lin Yun didn't explain it to him. He could sense that Song Yun had a special technique that could conceal his aura and hide in the gap between space. But this ability shouldn't be from Song Yun but the tattered monk clothes he was wearing. If Lin Yun hadn't grasped the firmament sword intent and had a keen sense when it came to auras, he might have been fooled by Song Yun. Based on Song Yun's personality, he would definitely mock him after he managed to fool Lin Yun. Song Yun might be reckless when provoking people, but he had a lot of trump cards, and not just anyone could deal with him. Hand over the stone tablet or you won't be leaving. When Nangong Zhe and the others catch up, your outcome will only become even more miserable, said Lin Yun. Lin Yun, don't force me to destroy this stone tablet. Worst comes to worst, I'll just destroy this stone tablet, Song Yun said before he turned back with fear in his eyes. He had already greatly offended the other fated transcendents, especially Nangong Zhe, who definitely wouldn't let him go so easily. I'm not as arrogant as you. Lin Yun helplessly smiled. Humph, it's good that you acknowledge that. You'll be killed by Qin Song sooner or later, so you're just a dead man walking. Song Yun snorted while he looked around. Clearly, he was trying to find a way to escape. Hee, this monk is really adorable. I'm afraid he doesn't even know what that stone tablet is. Lin Yun, don't worry about him and let him try destroying it. It'll be weird if he can destroy it, so just give him a beating. Lil Purple smiled from the sword box. Take your pick. Hand over the stone tablet or go back to where you come from, said Lin Yun. Song Yun was anxious and couldn't help turning around while taking a few glances. He knew he was thoroughly doomed today and couldn't help slapping himself. He had already left, so why did he have to return and provoke flower burial along with his women? But he also wasn't willing to just hand the stone tablet over. I won't take advantage of you. Hand the stone tablet over and I'll promise you one thing. What do you want? Lin Yun smiled. I want your Dragon Clan's body refining technique. Are you willing to give it to me? Song Yun rolled his eyes. Lin Yun briefly pondered before he said, Sure, But you don't have a dragon bone nor have you grasped the Azure Dragon's Tao. So even if I give it to you, you might not be able to reach my height. Lin Yun also didn't want to fool Song Yun because that stone tablet was worthy of the Azure Dragon's Saint Art. But the Azure Dragon's Saint Art wasn't strong by itself. The essence laid in the dragon bone given by the Azure Dragon Lord. As for Lin Yun, he naturally had his own opportunities that he could bring it to this level. So it wouldn't be easy for others to reach his level. He had obtained the Blood Flame Saint Rune, refined the Dragon Blood Fruit, bestowed it with Lil Purple's Phoenix Blood, acquired myriads of Divine Dragon Aura, and also received the Dragon's Saint Pellet. All of that had factored in and was the reason why he could reach this level. Song Yun's eyes flickered and immediately made a decision after listening to Lin Yun's words. He smiled. You don't have to care about that. When you're killed by Qin Song, I can just take the dragon runes from you. Lin Yun was speechless because he knew that Song Yun still didn't believe him. But since Song Yun insisted on it, then there was naturally no need for him to try and persuade him. When Song Yun realizes that he made the wrong choice in the future, it would still be a choice that Song Yun made. Taking a step forth, Lin Yun was already before Song Yun before the latter could react. This made Song Yun panic and was shocked by Lin Yun's speed. What are you trying to do? But before he could even react, Lin Yun reached out and tapped Song Yun's forehead. In the next second, boundless information began to pour into Song Yun's mind. It was the body refining technique given to him by the Azure Dragon Lord, and Lin Yun didn't hold back any reservation in transmitting it to Song Yun. Then again, Song Yun would have to depend on his fortune to see how high he could bring it. Song Yun was first shocked before he rejoiced. When he opened his eyes, he laughed. Ha ha ha! You can have this broken tablet. He knew that the stone tablet had a huge origin, but it had nothing to do with him because he couldn't even recognize those words on it. Perhaps it might be treated as a treasure by those elders from his sect, and they might even create an ancient martial technique from it. But it would have nothing to do with him at that time. On the other hand, the Azure Dragon Saint Art was a body refining technique that could be comparable to the Golden Dragon Sky Patching Art, and he could tell how powerful it was. As for what Lin Yun said, it just sounded like excuses to him and he naturally wouldn't fall for it. Song Yun smiled. Don't come and look for me if you can't understand the ancient runes on it. But it doesn't matter anyway since you'll be killed by Qin Song sooner or later. When you're dead, I can snatch your dragon runes and the stone tablet. Looking at the stone tablet, Lin Yun could feel his heart throbbing and this all felt too unreal. When the stone tablet fell into his hand, Lin Yun could sense a reaction from the Azure Dragon seal within his body, and a pair of golden wings appeared behind him and emitted a dazzling golden light. When Song Yun saw this scene, he was terrified to the point that he took several steps back with his face changed. Are you going to go against your words? It's already too late. Your stupidity has nothing to do with me. Su Ziao and Yi Xiling were surprised and wondered if Lin Yun suffered a loss, but Song Yun didn't seem to be acting. Lin Yun stowed the pair of wings back into his body and smiled. Help me with something. Who the hell do you think you are? And why should I listen to you? You think you can give orders to others just because you're the strongest geniuses on the heavenly path. Song Yun looked at Lin Yun with disdain. He might have tricked Lin Yun, but he had relied on his own ability to do it. I'll give you a saint elixir as the price for your help, smiled Lin Yun. The disdain immediately disappeared on Song Yun's face and his eyes nearly fell out of his eye sockets. Rubbing his head, he wore a devilish smile. Hee hee, boss. What orders do you have? I promise that I'll get it done perfectly. Lure those people pursuing you away, said Lin Yun and tossed the worst saint elixir to Song Yun. Hee hee, sure. I'll make sure to get it done. Song Yun chuckled with his eyes lighting up. You're really generous, and I really don't want to see you get killed by Qin Song now. At the same time, he felt that a fool like Lin Yun was rare. Taking the saint elixir from Lin Yun, Song Yun turned around and ran, leading Nangong Zhe and the others in another direction. Lin Yun, did you really suffer a loss? Su Ziao asked. If Lin Yun was really fooled by the monk, then she would definitely make him pay the price when she gets out. Nope. Lin Yun smiled. He then tossed the stone tablet into the sword box before he replied, "He'll definitely come and look for me in the future, but there's no way I'll spit it out now that it's mine." "Then, why did you give him a saint elixir?" Xialing asked. "I want to go after the great Saint Origin, and I don't want a bunch of people following me," said Lin Yun calmly. "Ha ha ha. This is a huge bargain. That Baldy is a fool." Lil Purple laughed in the sword box as she examined the stone tablet in excitement. "If you're lucky, the Elysium Core Realm version of the Divine Sunchasing Art and the Origin Saint Rune can be found inside. So much so that it might be an Origin Divine Rune instead of a Saint Rune. Furthermore, this stone tablet is a divine bone from the Golden Crow, and there are still restrictions inside." Lil Purple was exclaiming in excitement as she researched the stone tablet. Even Lin Yun's curiosity was piqued by her words, but he knew that he could only hold it in for now. Right now, the Great Saint Origin was more important. "Are the runes on it the Elysium Core Realm version of the Divine Sunchasing Art?" Lin Yun ultimately couldn't help asking and couldn't contain his composure. The one he was practicing now was the 10 Profound Steps, also called the Golden Crow 9 Transformation. It was the Heavenly Soul Realm version of the Divine Sunchasing Art. If the Azure Dragon Lord hadn't helped him manifest the pair of Golden Crow's wings, the Golden Crow 9 Transformation would have long lost its effectiveness when he was at the Empyrean Realm. But his opponents were at the Elysium Core Realm now, and Qinsong had an extremely powerful movement technique. So if he couldn't upgrade his movement technique, he would definitely suffer a loss when he fights Qinsong, and he might even be suppressed by him. This was also the reason why everyone felt that he would be killed by Qinsong. In a fight between two geniuses, the slightest fall could result in a complete loss. Not only the Elysium Core Realm version. I feel that it even has the Dragon Pulse Realm version, but that's not the most important part about it, Lil Purple said excitedly while she was in the sword box. "Not the most important? Didn't I tell you about it before? This stone tablet is made from the bone of a golden crow, and there are restrictions on this bone. It might be a saint rune, divine rune, or even something even more precious." Lil Purple couldn't help sighing. "And here I was just saying that Origin Saint runes aren't something you can just find anywhere." Lin Yun rejoiced when she said that. Even if he was a pretty composed person, he still couldn't conceal his excitement. That Baldy is really a fool, thinking that he had a huge bargain when he suffered a huge loss. You merely gave him the worst saint elixir and he ran so quickly. Ha ha ha. That Baldy is really funny. Lil Purple couldn't help smiling when she mentioned Song Yun. His mouth was really foul to say that you'll be killed by Qinsong. Lin Yun, you have to slap his face no matter what. Didn't you curse me earlier? Humph. I can say that, but he can't. So you have to slap his face no matter what. Lil Purple grumbled in the sword box, but Lin Yun merely ignored her. Junior brother, what's going on? That monk, Song Yun, didn't fool you, right? Xialing asked. She was still worried that Lin Yun was fooled by Song Yun. After all, it was a saint elixir that they were talking about here. He didn't, replied Lin Yun. This stone tablet has a huge connection with me, and it's a huge opportunity. Even if I didn't manage to obtain the great saint origin, I'm confident that I can fight Qinsong with this. When everyone saw Lin Yun speaking in such a confident tone, they no longer asked about it. Far away, Luo Shui and Tang Jing were standing together, looking at Lin Yun's party. Shui, why didn't you chase after that Baldy earlier? Nangong Zhe and the others are chasing after him, Tang Jing asked. There's no need. The stone tablet is in Lin Yun's hands now. Otherwise, there's no way Lin Yun would let him go, said Luo Shui. That stone tablet is the bone of a golden crow. Are we really going to give up on it? Tang Jing asked in a reluctant tone, but he soon stopped. He wanted to say that he didn't want to benefit Lin Yun just like that. But seeing that Luo Shui was particularly concerned about Lin Yun, he immediately stopped. It doesn't matter. He's not an outsider anyways, said Luo Shui. Hearing that, Tang Jing couldn't help feeling jealous, but he soon squeezed out a smile. Shui, what should we do now? Let's go and take a look at what the Profound Sky Sect is planning. They're too quiet and this is too abnormal. We can't stay here for long, and you can leave immediately if you can't find any other opportunities. There's no need for you to keep following me, said Luo Shui before she soared to the sky. Her figure was graceful when she traveled, and Tang Jing briefly hesitated before he swiftly full-wed her. When Luo Shui turned around to look at him, Tang Jing quickly explained, I have nothing to do anyways, so let me follow you. At least I can be of help if there is anything related to arrays. Then be careful, said Luo Shui before she continued on her way. This made Tang Jing smile before he quickly followed her. 4 hours later, Lin Yun came to a black lake with the profound wither key in his hand. He stopped and looked at the massive lake ahead of him. This should be it. The lake was pitch black and was enveloped in a mist. This place was quiet and had no aura of the great saint origin. This was a normal lake, and similar scenes could be seen everywhere in the 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda. So there was nothing special about it. The great saint origin is here, said Lin Yun. His words caused Jiang Liken and the rest who were looking at the lake to be shocked. The great saint origin? They were briefly stunned before they finally recovered from their shock. So the place that Lin Yun said he wanted to bring them to was where the great saint origin was located. Is this real? They practically couldn't believe it because this lake looked too normal. Su Xiao looked at the lake before she said, the 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda should have 108 mountains, but we can only see 107 mountains. If the great saint origin is really here, then there should be a mountain here. It should be a hidden mountain. Perhaps it's at the heart of the lake. Feng Zhang's eyes flickered while he looked into the depths of the mist. No hurry. Look at what's at the bottom of the lake, said Lin Yun with a grave expression. When they looked at the bottom of the lake near the shore, they could see countless bones piled together. There were bones from demonic beasts, humans, and fresh human corpses that should belong to cultivators who carelessly intruded here. Seeing the bones and corpses, Feng Zhang, Jiang Liken, and the rest had fear in their eyes because the scene was a little scary. Jiang Liken couldn't help asking, how did they die? Empress, can you see anything? Lin Yun transmitted his voice to Lil Purple. I can't see it too clearly, so I'd have to come out. But I can't sense any arrays here, so the lake shouldn't be poisonous. At most, there is only some baleful aura. If there aren't any corpses, it will definitely feel great if I can take a bath in this lake. Lil Purple was fond of Een. Een was terrifying to others, but it was great nourishment to her. But since Su Xiao was around, Lil Purple naturally wouldn't dare to come out. Let me give it a try, said Lin Yun. He sat down and circulated the Azure Dragon Saint Art, igniting the 3,000 dragon runes on his body. In the next second, Jiang Liken and the rest could sense that Lin Yun's vitality was like a bright sun, and this made them shocked. They now understood why Zhang Yun was so happy when he got this body refining technique. Shortly after, a bizarre scene occurred. An azure dragon flew out from Lin Yun, flying towards the lake. This was a genuine dragon with blood and flesh, along with a torrential dragon aura. Under everyone's shocked eyes, the azure dragon dashed to the lake, and the surrounding space suddenly distorted. As the azure dragon disintegrated, the dragon runes returned to Lin Yun's body, and this made Lin Yun throw out a mouthful of blood. The backlash also nearly left him unconscious. He was already cautious, but he still suffered a backlash with his soul heavily injured. If his sword intent wasn't strong enough, that attack alone would have been enough to destroy his soul. Lin Yun. Su Xiao's face changed and quickly rushed over before injecting her astral energy into him. A brief moment later, Lin Yun's face became rosy once more. Opening his eyes, he gave Su Xiao a smile before he got up on his feet. I'm fine. I just can't summon the Azure Dragon anytime soon. Why did you throw out blood earlier? Su Xiao asked in a concerned tone. Since Lin Yun's injuries weren't that serious, he smiled. I finally know the secret here. This should be between 2 spatial rifts, and if we recklessly enter it, we'll have to suffer the full force of the spatial vortex from the first and second layers. The spatial vortex is something that can even kill a Dragon Pulse Realm expert. Does that mean that there's no other way? Everyone asked. Of course there is. We just have to make the mountain appear. Lin Yun said confidently and took out the profound wither key before injecting his firmament sword intent into it. When he poured his firmament sword intent into the profound wither key, the lake was like a ferocious demonic beast that had been awakened, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Not long later, a majestic mountain range rose up from the bottom of the lake, and the top of the mountain had a stone gate. That should be the entrance. The great Saint Origin should be behind that stone gate, and this mountain can suppress the surrounding spatial fluctuation, said Lin Yun. It shouldn't be a problem for us to head over now. But just when everyone became excited because they couldn't believe that the great Saint Origin was just ahead of them, a burst of laughter resounded just when they wanted to climb the mountain. Flower burial, you've not disappointed me. Shortly after, a figure enveloped in golden light appeared. He was emitting a terrifying pressure that caused waves to rise on the lake. It was Qin Song, and his appearance made everyone's faces change and become nervous. Seeing Qin Song also made Lin Yun's eyes flash, and he wondered if the profound sky sect had been following him in the dark. But he soon noticed that Qin Song was alone, and it looked like he came alone after finding his location. Otherwise, Qin Song should have noticed his firmament sword intent a long time ago, and only Qin Song could follow them without being noticed. At this moment, Lin Yun knew that he was careless. But who could have thought that Qin Song, ranked first on the Empyrean ranking, would sneakily follow someone? You're really careless to look for the great Saint Origin so openly. Did you think that no one would follow you? Qin Song smiled as he looked at Lin Yun with mockery in his eyes. You should worry about yourself instead. You're not afraid of losing your life by coming here alone. Yi Xiling replied. But Qin Song had no changes to his expression and replied, Ants tend to think that they can kill an elephant by using numbers. Lin Yun, you're barely out of the scope of ants, so you don't have the same thoughts, right? When Yi Xiling saw that she was being ignored, she bit her lips because this was a bad feeling. Xiao, bring them over and open the door. I'll hold him back, said Lin Yun calmly before handing the profound wither key to Su Xiao and taking a step forth to block Qin Song. All right, said Su Xiao after a brief hesitation. The profound wither key. Qin Song's eyes coldly flashed when he saw Lin Yun hand the key over and barked, None of you can leave. Since you guys aren't going to be obedient, then you guys can just die. Qin Song's killing intent surged when he saw the profound wither key fall into Su Xiao's hand and pushed his palm out. As his aura swept out like a peacock tail, Lin Yun circulated the Iris Sword Sutra and retaliated with the flicking divine finger. As a sea of flowers appeared behind him, all of the power focused on his fingertip. When the flowers bloomed, they shone brightly and Lin Yun pushed the Iris Sword Sutra and flicking divine finger to the limit. When Lin Yun flicked his finger, a sword ray shot out and flew towards the golden dragon bone located in Qin Song's chest. Qin Song was surprised when he saw this scene and gathered all his energy in his palm before pushing it out. When his attack collided with the sword ray, the purple sword ray that Lin Yun unleashed began to crumble into pieces. Junior brother Lin, watch out. Yi Xiling looked at Lin Yun nervously and felt bad that she couldn't help Lin Yun at all. Su Xiao grabbed her and said, You've just gained control of the divine dragon sword physique, and the seal on your bloodline had just recently been lifted, so you don't have to blame yourself for it. Yi Xiling was also a decisive person. Upon hearing that, they began to head to where the mountain was and bolted towards the gate at the summit of the mountain. When Qin Song raised his head to look at Lin Yun, his eyes flashed with rage and coldly said, You think I don't dare to kill you, or you think I can't kill you? I've not even used half of my strength in our previous fight. You're simply courting death by trying to hinder me from taking the great Saint Origin. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun calmly said, You can just come at me. There's no need to waste time on words. Lin Yun had to admit that facing Qin Song made him feel a great pressure. But how could a swordsman be afraid of death? The moment he walked on the path of a swordsman, it was destined that he couldn't live a normal life. He would either live his life blazingly or die trying, not to mention that it wasn't easy for Qin Song to kill him, either. Humph! Qin Song coldly snorted. Taking a step forth, He appeared behind Lin Yun with his hand forming into a claw and reached for him. If Lin Yun was really caught by his claw, then Lin Yun's head would immediately be crushed. Facing his attack, Lin Yun's astral energy crumbled into pieces and Qin Song's claw wasn't far from his head anymore. His close combat skills came from the Dragon Clan's martial technique, the Dragon Claw Fist. Executing it with the Golden Dragon Sky-Patching art, it could allow him to manifest the Dragon Claw, Dragon Fist, and Dragon Palm. Each of the forms were terrifying, not to mention that Qin Song even had the Golden Dragon Bone, allowing him to execute it more smoothly, and the power would also reach a terrifying height. Facing Qin Song's attack, a pair of golden wings unfolded behind Lin Yun, and he took out the lightning shadow sword from his sword box. But the golden wings merely blocked Qin Song's dragon claw for a brief moment before they were torn to pieces and turned into golden feathers. Taking this opportunity, Lin Yun turned back and thrust his sword. His sword blocked the dragon claw. But Lin Yun didn't have any change on his face and triggered the divine rune in the lightning shadow sword with his sword intent. As the light shone out from the lightning shadow sword, the power of the Thousand Rune Saint artifact was fully brought out. This made Qin Song exclaim before he quickly stopped. But his arm was left bloody under the countless sword rays with countless wounds on his arm. Even the sleeve of his clothes was torn apart, and this made his arm look terrifying. Qin Song was furious after seeing the lightning shadow sword and circulated the golden dragon bone. As his left hand manifested into a golden dragon claw, it came crashing down on Lin Yun. When the golden dragon claw was formed, it attracted a draconic roar, and golden light also exploded from him before soaring to the sky. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura also swept out and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Facing his attack, the lightning shadow sword was knocked away, flying from his hand. Your attainment in the Sword Dao is really terrifying to be able to control a Thousand Rune Saint artifact. I believe no swordsman at the Elysium Core realm back in the ancient Baron domain can be compared to you. Earlier, when he faced Lin Yun's attack, it felt as though his entire arm was about to be shredded into pieces. But Qin Song had no fear and laughed. Golden Dragon Sky-Patching art. Circulating his body-refining technique, he could feel an immense vitality flowing throughout his body that pressed down on Lin Yun once more. This made Lin Yun lock his brows together because the Azure Dragon was crushed earlier, so he couldn't use it anytime soon. But he would also suffer a loss if he fought Qin Song head-on, and this would only put him in an even more disadvantageous position. If he had a choice, then he definitely wouldn't let Qin Song get close to him, but he also couldn't increase the distance between them right now. The moment he put some distance between them, Qin Song would be able to head to the summit of the mountain right away. Divine Solar Lunar Fist. A decisive light flashed through Lin Yun's eyes as he took a step forth. As a golden crow and silver phoenix flew from his body, they manifested into the heavens and earth before entering his fist. This was the heaven and earth unite of the Divine Solar Lunar Fist. When both sides collided, they then retreated, but Lin Yun clearly took a lot more steps than Qin Song. Interesting, if I remember correctly, the Divine Solar Lunar Fist should be a Holy Spirit martial technique, and it can be ranked in the top 10. In terms of explosive power, it's not at all inferior to my Dragon Clan's fist technique. Flower Burial. You have really given me a lot of surprises. Qin Song knew that if he didn't have the Golden Dragon Bone and his cultivation was a lot higher, he definitely wouldn't be able to obtain such an advantage. Looks like I have to be a little more serious as a form of respect to you. Qin Song stabilized himself and placed both his hands before him. When he slowly parted his hands, there seemed to be something in his embrace. In the next second, the golden dragon bone in his chest began to shine and a golden dragon flew out. But the dragon didn't fly from his body, it only coiled before his chest, looking as though Qin Song was embracing a golden sun. The power contained in the sun was so terrifying that it lit up the surroundings. The commotion caused by the sun alarmed everyone and made their faces change. Golden Dragon, Heavenly Destruction. Qin Song roared and the sun, before his chest flew out, turning into a vivid golden dragon that flew towards Lin Yun. In the path of the golden dragon, everything quickly crumbled, destroying the phenomenon created by Lin Yun's attack. His attack was so strong that it even left fine cracks in the surrounding space. The black miasma on the lake evaporated under the golden sun, and the lake water even started to boil. The dazzling light also made Lin Yun bleed from his eyes, and he could only see a huge patch of gold. He's already so strong without even summoning his constellation? Nangongze and the rest were also attracted by the commotion. Looking from afar, their faces were grave because it had been a mystery how strong Qinsong was. It was rare for Qinsong to even encounter an opponent that could bring out his full strength. So the power he had displayed right now had left all the fated transcendents shocked. Not far away, Song Yun muttered to himself, "Don't tell me that he'll die in the pagoda?" Nangongze and the rest were attracted by the commotion that Qinsong had caused. Many people suspected that Su Ziao and the rest might be on the mountain, and the mountain might be where the great Saint Origin was located. Just when everyone felt that the golden dragon was about to turn Lin Yun into ashes, Lin Yun began to release the light of the sun and moon as a draconic roar echoed from his body. As a dazzling beam of light exploded from Lin Yun and soared to the sky, it instantly stopped the golden dragon's aura. Divine Solar Lunar Fist, Dragon Sun and Moon Cauldron. As Lin Yun let out a ferocious roar, he threw a punch, and his fist manifested into a huge cauldron. With a huge collision, a bright light shone that left everyone shocked. They couldn't believe that Lin Yun managed to withstand this attack without even summoning his constellation. This made everyone wonder what kind of monsters Qinsong and Lin Yun were. In a split second, everyone could feel their scalps going numb and a chill down their spines. Regardless of Lin Yun or Qinsong, the strength displayed by them had surpassed other fated transcendents. Perhaps only the two of them could be considered real fated transcendents. "It's my turn now. You can try and take an attack from me." Lin Yun stomped his foot on the surface of the lake and charged forth. As the power of the sun and moon filled his body, every single punch he threw would cause the sky to turn dark, and only his punch was emitting an eternal light. Golden Dragon Sky Opening Palm. Qinsong had no fear and wanted to use his Golden Dragon Sky Patching art to manifest the opening of the sky. This palm technique was great and open, and every single attack contained the power to split the sky. At the depths of the lake, the countless corpses within also began to surge even more violently. With another attack, Lin Yun was forced to take 10-odd steps back while Qinsong merely took 3 steps back. Taking advantage of the retreat, Lin Yun pushed a palm out before landing on the mountain. Su Ziao and the others had reached the summit of the mountain, so there was no need for Lin Yun to fight Qinsong to the end, since he also wanted to enter the stone gate. At the same time, countless people from the surroundings flew towards the mountain. When Qinsong saw this scene, rage flashed through his pupils, and he waved his hand. "Get lost!" As a gigantic dragon tail swept out, several people were instantly killed before they could even respond. As for those who managed to survive the attack, they were all throwing blood and nearly fainted. "Death to anyone who dares to climb the mountain." Qinsong made a domineering declaration that instantly intimidated everyone. This made everyone nervous, and none of them dared to act recklessly. At the same time, Nangongze and the rest also took in a deep breath because they were also tempted earlier and wanted to take this opportunity to climb the mountain. But they were feeling fortunate that they weren't reckless. Humph! After Qinsong killed 10-odd people, he coldly looked at Lin Yun before stomping his foot on the ground and soaring to the sky. Right at this moment, zither music resounded that set up an array before Qinsong. Luo Shuyi. Lin Yun was shocked as he raised his head to look at Luo Shuyi, who was strumming her fingers in the air. He was curious as to why Luo Shuyi would want to help him, and this was already the second time. The first time might be because of Mu Qingqing, but this time, she had even offended Qinsong. "Lin Yun, grab on." Su Ziao opened the stone gate before a white cloth flew out. When Lin Yun grabbed onto the white cloth, a powerful force instantly dragged him to the summit of the mountain before Su Ziao grabbed him and entered the stone gate. Enter! The zither music also wasn't able to stop Qinsong for too long. In just 3 breaths, Qin Song easily destroyed the array before turning around to coldly look at Luo Shui. As immense pressure came crashing down, Tang Jing felt as if he would be torn apart in the next moment and Luo Shui's life would be taken. As for Luo Shi, who was beside Tang Jing, her face changed and quickly appeared before Tang Jing. Leave! Before he could regain his footing, Luo Shui grabbed Tang Jing's shoulder and bolted away. If they waited for Qin Song to make a move, there was no way the two of them could withstand his attacks. Luo Shui was smart. The moment she saw Lin Yun climb the mountain, she immediately fled, dragging Tang Jing with her before Qin Song could even respond. Luo Shui was confident that Qin Song didn't have the time to bother with her right now. Everything went as she had speculated. Qin Song merely glanced at them before turning to look at the mountain. The moment Lin Yun reached the summit of the mountain, Qin Song quickly pushed his palm forth. But Lin Yun had quickly entered the stone gate and it slammed shut behind him, causing Qin Song's palm to land on it, and the rebound force instantly sent him flying back. Shortly after, the mountain sank back into the lake. Qin Song had sensed the danger and appeared beside the shore with a golden fluctuation. His face was dark, and he was feeling irritable right now. But his eyes were flickering and he didn't lose his rationale. Right at that moment, the profound Sky Sect's Greater Elysium Core Realm deacons and disciples arrived with Lei Ju and Xianxia. Senior Brother Qin. They were instructed by Qin Song to not follow Lin Yun if they found him because he would personally tail him. As for them, Qin Song had instructed them to watch over him, and they had seen what happened earlier, which was why they rushed over. What should we do now? The Great Saint Origin might be hidden at the summit of the mountain. Lei Ju asked. This isn't exactly bad. There might be dangers in retrieving the Great Saint Origin. They'll definitely come out after obtaining it, so we just have to guard outside the pagoda, replied Qin Song. But he might receive other opportunities with the Great Saint Origin, and his strength might improve, a Greater Elysium Core Realm expert said. That's what I want, replied Qin Song. He might even make a breakthrough to the Elysium Core Realm. At that time, no one will be able to suppress him, continued that Greater Elysium Core Realm expert. Earlier, when Lin Yun and Qin Song fought, this gave everyone a deep impression. The two didn't summon their constellations. Even if Qin Song can suppress Lin Yun also displayed a terrifying strength and was on a higher level than the other fated transcendents. So if Lin Yun was able to take a step further, it would definitely be hard to suppress him. But Qin Song's face was cold and replied, even if he reaches the Elysium Core Realm, I also have 100 ways to crush him. In my eyes, he's just a worm that's slightly stronger than mere ants. But he's still a worm, so what if he reaches the Elysium Core Realm? You think he can transform into a dragon? He glared at the Greater Elysium Core Realm expert with disdain in the depths of his eyes. He couldn't be bothered to explain because these people weren't on the same level as him, so they had no idea what he was thinking. Zhao Yan and Gong Sun Yen were there, but they didn't dare to get close because of the profound Sky Sect. But in reality, everyone else was far from the profound Sky Sect, and no one dared to get close to Qin Song after witnessing his strength. So one could imagine how courageous Luo Shui was. What's the profound Wither Key? The Sword Emperor muttered to himself in doubt, standing behind Zhao Yan. There's a rumor that those who obtain the profound Wither Key will obtain the Great Saint Origin. But I didn't think that Lin Yun had it. That bastard is really lucky, replied Gong Sun Yen. I've never heard of that before. The Sword Emperor shook his head and looked at the lake. Senior, what should we do now? We probably won't be able to obtain the Great Saint Origin anymore, right? Gong Sun Yen said in a little reluctant tone. After all, he was still dreaming that he might be able to obtain some benefits with the Sword Emperor around. But thinking that Lin Yun had taken a step ahead, he couldn't help gritting his teeth. After all, he had always been wanting to defeat Lin Yun ever since their battle back in the Sword-Hidden Pavilion. Who says that I want the Great Saint Origin? The Sword Emperor showed a weird look at Gong Sun Yen, leaving Gong Sun Yen briefly stunned before wearing an awkward expression after he recovered from his shock. After all, how could the Great Saint Origin enter the eyes of the Sword Emperor? Gong Sun Yen couldn't help muttering inwardly about why the Sword Emperor wanted to look for the Great Saint Origin since he didn't want it. But he didn't dare to ask because the Sword Emperor wasn't someone he could provoke, even if he didn't come with his real body. Gong Sun Yen, what are you muttering about? I can sense a chill coming from you since we come out of the palace. Don't tell me that you're being possessed by a ghost, Zhao Yan said while looking at Gong Sun Yen. What the hell are you talking about? You're the one possessed by a ghost. Gong Sun Yen was guilty at first, but he was unhappy when he heard what Zhao Yan said and rebuked him. Ha. Zhao Yan didn't say a word and looked at the Sword Emperor behind him. Ever since they came out of the palace, Zhao Yan realized that he couldn't calm down because he could sense someone staring at him. Taking 2 steps forth, he suddenly struck forth with his fingers. The Sword Emperor merely smiled when he saw this scene. Just when Zhao Yan's fingers were about to reach his forehead, he suddenly made a move and his fingers tapped on Zhao Yan's forehead. Instead, this made Zhao Yan's mind blow up and his eyes light up. But in the next moment, Zhao Yan became dazed as if his soul had been extracted from his body. At the same time, his expression also became stiff like a statue. When Gong Sun Yen saw this scene, his mouth was wide open, and his eyes had turned red. Could this be an opportunity bestowed by the Sword Emperor? He then emotionally asked, Senior, why don't you give me some guidance? My heart as a swordsman can be proven by the sun and moon, and I'm someone who possesses the same dignity as you. You can't cut it, smiled the Sword Emperor. Didant. Senior, I'm willing to kneel to you, said Gong Sun Yen as he went down on his knees. But the Sword Emperor smiled before he said, I'm saying that you're more stupid and I need to smack you in your head instead of tapping on your forehead. When he was done, the Sword Emperor smacked Gong Sun Yan's head. In the next second, boundless information began to enter Gong Sun Yan's mind as comprehension involved in the Sword Dao began to pour in. Just like that, he and Zhao Yan were like statues, one standing while the other kneeling. Gong Sun Yen, taking this smack from me, if you dare to kneel before someone else again in the future, then I'll kill you with a sword, no matter where you are. The Sword Emperor's cold voice resounded within Gong Sun Yan's mind. The Sword Emperor then turned into a streak of light and entered the lake. Within the stone gate, when Lin Yun regained his footing, he immediately took a pellet to recover from his injuries. After he made an entire cycle with the Iris Sword Sutra, he opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Qin Song is truly famed as the first on the Empyrean ranking. Wait, he should be stronger than rumored. Junior brother, you're already very strong, Zhang Liken said. You and Qin Song are both evenly matched. That means that aside from Qin Song, you're already invincible on the Empyrean ranking. The others weren't surprised when they heard that because that really seemed to be the case. If news got out, it would definitely cause a huge fluctuation in the ancient Baron domain, not to mention that Lin Yun had only arrived in the Kunlun realm for half a year. Evenly matched? Lin Yun shook his head and said, I have trump cards, but he also has trump cards. It's just that he didn't bring out his constellation nor did he use his full strength. If it was not for Luo Shui's help, it wouldn't have been easy for me to enter the stone gate. Lin Yun's arrival in the Kunlun realm was too short, and his foundation was naturally incomparable to Qin Song. He could only use his firmament sword intent to make up for it, but the gap between their cultivations was too great. Compared to Qin Song, he still couldn't be evenly matched. Yi Xiling locked his brows together and said, How did he know so many Dragon Clan martial techniques? He's not royalty from the Divine Dragon Empire, so there's something weird about him. Not only royalty from the Divine Dragon Empire can learn Dragon Clan martial techniques, said Su Ziao while she helped Lin Yun up. Let's look for the Great Saint origin first. It should be here, said Lin Yun. Inside of the stone gate was a damp passage, and they walked for an hour before their eyes lit up. There was another mountain that appeared before them. This mountain wasn't huge, and it was shrouded in a sacred light and herbal fragrance. On the mountain, rare saint elixirs could be seen everywhere. Oh my God! This is an herbal field, and they're at least 3,000 years old. If I can get a few, I can reach the Greater Elysium Core Realm in half an hour, and I can even try to reach the Heavenly Elysium Core Realm in a year, Zhang Liken said in excitement. Yi Xiling's eyes also shone brightly because she was also shocked by this herbal field. Lin Yun had obtained 10 Saint Elixirs, and it was already a huge harvest in their eyes. But Saint Elixirs could be seen everywhere here, and this made them emotional. When they swept their gazes at the mountain, they couldn't tell how many Saint Elixirs were there. This is too extravagant. Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan's breathing also became hurried as they looked at the herbal field. Something's not right. The light of the Saint Elixirs seems to be focused at the summit. Yi Xiling suddenly said because the light emitted from the Saint Elixirs was flowing to the summit of the mountain. The great Saint Origin should be at the summit, said Su Xiao, before she handed the profound wither key to Lin Yun. But just when she was about to say something, everyone else aside from Lin Yun was suddenly frozen. What's going on? Lin Yun held onto the profound wither key as he tried to touch Su Xiao, but his hand immediately bounced off. Everyone was enveloped in a black and white light, making this situation seem weird, drifting like a duckweed for half a lifetime to be wrecked by the cold-hearted rain. The life of the catkins is akin to an incense, withering with the wind. An elderly voice suddenly resounded. From the light at the summit of the mountain, a white-haired elder walked out and waved his hand. The flower burial sword suddenly flew out from Lin Yun's sword box. This made Lin Yun surprised before he reached out and recalled the flower burial sword back to his hand. This scene made the white-haired elder surprised because he didn't expect that the flower burial sword would have acknowledged a new owner. Looking at Lin Yun's cautious expression, he said, "Young man, there's no need to be anxious. It has been a long time since I've seen that sword. I have no enmity towards you. I'm profound wither. I know you have no enmity. I just don't want you to touch my sword," replied Lin Yun. "You don't want me to touch your sword?" The profound wither great saint was briefly stunned, and he couldn't understand why Lin Yun said that. "That's right. Or senior can ask me for permission first. If you want to take it without my permission, then there's naturally no way I can agree to it," replied Lin Yun. The profound wither great saint swept his gaze at the flower burial sword. But just when he was about to open his mouth, he noticed that Lin Yun had shrunk his hand back that was holding onto the flower burial sword. When Lin Yun saw the profound wither great saint's gaze, he was also surprised. He noticed that his reaction was a little extreme because the profound wither great saint had already died, and he knew that a person who was going to die wouldn't snatch his sword. Was he always like this? Haha. Lin Yun, you're really impressive now. Do you still want the great saint origin? Lil Purple's voice resounded from the sword box. What's wrong with me? Lin Yun was also baffled because his action was a little too abnormal. Right at that moment, Lil Purple replied, "Simple. Let this empress tell you about it. It's the same as you snatching someone's wife and you're using it well. But you suddenly saw the husband's son, so you're feeling guilty now." "Shut it," Lin Yun coldly replied. Thinking about it again, what Lil Purple said did make a little sense. But Lin Yun soon calmed himself down and took a deep breath. "Senior, please take a look. But it's still being upgraded right now, so it's best if you don't draw it out." The profound wither great saint took the sword over and smiled. "In this world, no one else can pull this sword out aside from him. His past is already gone. Even if the Southern Emperor is still alive, he will also be happy that the flower burial sword has found a new owner." Letting out a deep breath, Lin Yun knew that what the profound wither great saint said was true, and that what Lil Purple said was complete bullshit. If he dies one day, he would also want the flower burial sword to find a new owner worthy of it. "Senior, do you know the origin of this sword?" Lin Yun asked. "Of course I do." The profound wither great saint looked at the flower burial sword as though he had returned to 3,000 years ago, back to the era that the 9 emperors emerged. "The flower burial sword was once used by my master when he was young. It was a gift from his childhood friend. Later, when my master became the Southern Emperor and his name shook the Kunlun realm, there were many women who come after him." The profound wither great saint briefly paused, then continued. "Compared to those people, everything about my master's wife was pale in comparison. At that time, there was an unrivaled woman who displayed her love for my master, and the two were together all the time. That woman made my master's wife feel inferior, feeling that she wasn't worthy of my master. She thought that my master's heart had changed. So she secretly hid herself to let my master and that woman be together. When Lin Yun heard that, he couldn't help speaking out. Senior Southern Emperor shouldn't be that kind of person. Yeah, sighed the profound wither great saint. At that time, everyone thought that the Southern Emperor and that woman were a perfect match. But as uglier words spread to my master's wife, this made her feel even more inferior. So she left quickly without anyone knowing, and even my master couldn't find her. My master was also under great pressure at that time because many seniors were optimistic about them as a couple. If the two of them got together, it could satisfy many people's interests. But my master bore the pressure and spent 3 years wanting to upgrade the flower burial sword to a divine artifact to show his heart. Realizing that something wasn't right after listening to the profound wither great saint, Lin Yun asked, "The flower burial sword wasn't a sword used by the Southern Emperor?" "Not really. From the beginning it was a profound artifact, and my master had not used it for a long time. But even so, he still kept the sword with him at all times," said the profound wither great saint. Hearing that made Lin Yun's face change because he could imagine the immense cost to upgrade a profound artifact to a divine artifact. Most importantly, there was no need for that because the Southern Emperor already had a stronger weapon. But 3 years later, when the flower burial sword became a divine artifact, everyone in the world knew about my master's heart. At that time, master's wife also knew that she had wronged my master. Thus, the two of them got back together, and my master paid an even greater price to split with that other woman, offending many seniors who had treated him well in the process, said the profound wither great saint in a sorrowful voice as he fell into deep thoughts. Lin Yun also had a great time calming his heart. At the same time, he was filled with respect for the Southern Emperor. Even if he stood at the summit of Kunlun, he only loved a single person in his lifetime. Even if he had become the Southern Emperor, he had never forgotten about his old love. Even if it was only a profound artifact, he had never forgotten his heart. "But I'm afraid that what happened next wasn't good, right?" Lin Yun asked. "Drifting like a duckweed for half a lifetime to be wrecked by the cold-hearted rain. The life of the catkins is akin to an incense, withering with the wind." He heard a sorrowful voice reciting that by his ears when he received the acknowledgement of the sword back then. Nodding his head, the profound wither great saint said, "After my master became an emperor, he lived with his wife for 10 years before his wife died. My master was filled with sorrow and spent his entire life trying to revive her. But how can humans be revived? My master grasped the life-death Tao, so he naturally knew the truth. But he just didn't want to acknowledge it, ultimately causing his fall." Lin Yun fell into silence. He knew that the Southern Emperor of the 9 emperors was known to have fallen. As for the other emperors, it was just that they rarely made any public appearances. After reaching their height, their lifespans were no longer limited to 3,000 years. "Treat that sword well," said the profound wither great saint with a grave expression. "Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's so touching." Lil Purple's sobbing voice resounded from the sword box, which surprised Lin Yun. "That's for sure." Lin Yun tightened his grip on the flower burial sword. It had gone through life and death with him for so long. Even without the profound wither great saint's story, Lin Yun would have treated this sword well and wouldn't give up on it in his lifetime. One fine day, he would make everyone in the Kunlun realm know about his flower burial sword. Stowing the sword, Lin Yun took out the profound wither key and asked, "Senior, is it because of this key that I'm not restricted?" Aside from him, everyone else was being restricted, including Su Xiao. Time seemed to have stopped around them. "That's right," said the profound wither great saint. "I left this key behind back then, wanting to find a fated person. Unless the person who found this was weak, trying to take it by force will only end up in death. But it looks like it's karma, because you're someone who received the flower burial sword's acknowledgement." Hearing that, Lin Yun suddenly recalled how Qin Song didn't use his full strength against him. Could it be that Qin Song had already guessed this? If that was the case, then Qin Song was really terrifying. "I've been dead for many years, and I don't have a lot of time left. But I'm really happy for my master that the flower burial sword has found a new owner." The profound Wither Great Saint smiled. His emotions were real, which made Lin Yun feel sad for him. He asked, "Is there any way I can preserve your soul?" Shaking his head, the profound Wither Great Saint smiled. "You're a good kid. I have no attachment to this world anymore. Now that I have met you, what other regrets do I have? I'm just a mere strand of my soul, and you should be happy that I can finally be free." But Lin Yun gritted his teeth because he felt like he had known the profound Wither Great Saint for a long time. So he didn't want the profound Wither Great Saint to leave just like that. "I don't have much time left, so give me the key." The profound Wither Great Saint took the key from Lin Yun and said, "You should be able to sense the restriction on this key. In fact, this key itself exists for the Great Saint origin. I will put the Great Saint origin in this and place the key in your body. When you unlock each restriction, you will be able to absorb parts of the Great Saint origin. That also means that I can already start refining the Great Saint origin now?" Lin Yun asked. Nodding his head, the profound Wither Great Saint replied, "Yeah. Normally speaking, you shouldn't be able to refine the Great Saint origin at your cultivation, and each refinement will be dangerous. You'll even die if you're not careful. So you have to be prepared before unlocking each restriction. Otherwise, not only will it not benefit you, it might even damage your foundation. I'll keep that in mind." Lin Yun nodded his head. With the Great Saint origin, it was more than enough for him to catch up to the top-tier geniuses in the Kunlun realm. Why was Xianxia so strong? This was because he was born in the Kunlun realm, unlike Lin Yun, and his foundation was a lot stronger than his own. Xianxia was only the first on the Empyrean ranking, and there were still a lot stronger geniuses on the Elysium core ranking. He knew that Xianxia wasn't the strongest genius, and he would see more the further he goes in the future. The profound Wither Great Saint looked at Lin Yun and was shocked. "There is golden light in your aura ocean. Did you reach the 7 flowers convergence in the heavenly soul realm?" Lin Yun didn't hide it from the profound Wither Great Saint and answered him truthfully. Hearing that, the profound Wither Great Saint smiled. "According to what I know, even in the Golden Era, there weren't many people who can achieve the 7 flowers convergence. With your current foundation, you can undo the first restriction." When he spoke, he activated the key in his hand and a terrifying crack spread out on the mountain. When a light shone from the abyss under the crack, each beam of light was so terrifying that they looked terrifyingly sharp, like the edges of divine weapons. At the same time, a terrifying aura rose from the abyss, but it was fortunate that the profound Wither Great Saint was beside Lin Yun. Otherwise, he would be lying on the ground by now. Raising his head, there was a sphere of light that looked like a golden sun emitting a divine aura. Right at that moment, a majestic voice resounded. That was the Great Saint origin that the profound Wither Great Saint left behind after he died. The power was too massive, and it had far surpassed Lin Yun's imagination. "Come!" The profound Wither Great Saint wore a grave expression, and the Great Saint origin soared to the sky before entering the profound Wither key. "Lin Yun, are you prepared?" When the Great Saint origin entered the key, the profound Wither Great Saint pushed with his hand and the key stabbed into Lin Yun's chest before entering his heart. Suddenly, Lin Yun's hair fluttered in the wind and he released a roar. He was enveloped in a golden light that dyed the heavens and earth in gold, and his blood was starting to boil. "Lin Yun, calm down and circulated your astral energy to fuse your heart's blood with your profound Wither key. Otherwise, you'll die if the Great Saint origin spreads out." The profound Wither Great Saint's grave tone resounded within Lin Yun's ears. Lin Yun sat on the ground and circulated the Iris Sword Sutra to fill his body with astral energy. As the astral energy enveloped the profound Wither key, it didn't take long for them to fuse together. Clearing his mind, Lin Yun controlled the profound Wither key to continue to devour the light coming from the Great Saint origin. The key was stabbed into his chest, and he had blood dripping down from his heart. He felt an immense pain, but didn't dare to be distracted by it. In the end, he could only bear with the pain. The power from the Great Saint origin was too terrifying. Only the profound Wither key could act as a container for the Great Saint origin, and this wasn't something he could bear even if his physique was comparable to a 1,000 Rune Saint artifact. After all, his internal organs, blood, and bones hadn't been refined. So there was no way it could bear the power of the great saint origin. Under immense pain, Lin Yun entered a blank state and focused all of his attention on controlling the profound wither key to seal the great saint origin. Right at that moment, a figure entered. This person was the Sword Emperor Yu Qingfeng. When Yu Qingfeng landed on the ground, he looked at all the withering saint herbs and the essence of the saint elixirs that were turning into celestial aura that filled every corner of the space. The essence was being subconsciously absorbed by the bodies of Zhang Liken and the others. As the celestial aura entered their bodies, their auras began to rise at a rapid speed. What a pity! Yu Qingfeng sighed. As he swept his gaze over Zhang Liken and the others, he was shocked when he saw Yi Xiling. In a split second, Yu Qingfeng came before Yi Xiling with the shock in his eyes growing even deeper. The divine dragon sword physique with the radiant snow clan's saint bloodline. This is really a good sapling. You must have suffered greatly over the years, Yu Qingfeng muttered. If one of them awakens, she would be comparable to a fated transcendent, but if they awaken at the same time, then they would clash with each other. Yu Qingfeng, you're here, said the profound wither great saint. You do your thing first. These brats are really interesting, smiled Yu Qingfeng. Let me help you, then. When his finger tapped on Yi Xiling's forehead, a draconic roar echoed from her body as purple snow flowers appeared, and each of the flowers contained a terrifying lightning energy. Under his finger, the divine dragon sword physique and the radiant snow clan's saint bloodline began to fuse together. Radiant snow and divine dragon. What should it be called after the two merged together? Yu Qingfeng briefly pondered before his eyes lit up and smiled. Divine radiant dragon physique. Sounds pretty good. Nodding his head, Yu Qingfeng's aura then fell onto Su Xiao. He was stumped and his smile also gradually disappeared from his face. As his face changed, he could sense that there was an energy in Su Xiao's body that seemed to come from a friend. This familiar aura? Interesting. Yu Qingfeng smiled, but he didn't get close to Su Xiao. He appeared beside the profound wither great saint instead. When he saw the blood on Lin Yun's chest, he shook his head and asked, "How pitiful. Do you really have to do it this way? If there's no container, absorbing the great saint origin is no different from death," said the profound wither great saint. Glancing at him, Yu Qingfeng said, "So this is the profound wither key. Why didn't I hear about it before? All right, I'm here for the 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda. I've helped you once back then, and you already found the person that you're waiting for. So it's fine for me to take the 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda, right? Let's wait. At least after these kids leave," replied the profound wither great saint. "That works too." Yu Qingfeng looked around. The 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda was still pretty good. Although it had long lost the profound amber and could no longer be restored to how it once was, it had a heaven-defying ability that was important to other saints. More accurately speaking, other holy lands had it, but not the Skysalit city. "I'll go look around first, then," said Yu Qingfeng. It was hard to imagine that an emperor who was given sword as his title would look so casual. "Wait!" The profound wither great saint briefly hesitated before he continued. "If possible, help me look after this child." He naturally knew that the great saint origin would bring Lin Yun trouble. He was in control on the profound wither island, but not outside. Yu Qingfeng was briefly stunned before he smiled. "Looks like you've been planning this since then, but I can't do anything with my current state. If he can persevere through it, then it won't matter much to me since it's just one sword." Taking 2 steps out, Yu Qingfeng briefly hesitated before he pointed at Su Xiao and asked, "Do you know who a girl is?" Looking at Su Xiao, the profound wither great saint locked his brows briefly before he replied, "I can roughly guess it. Fate is really bizarre. The karma from 3,000 years ago is falling onto them once more." Yu Qingfeng looked at Su Xiao with a complicated gaze before he left because she was really like her. An hour later, the great saint origin fused into the profound wither key, and the wound on Lin Yun's chest was slowly closing up. When he reopened his eyes, he let out a breath of relief, seeing that the profound wither great saint was still around. "Someone was here earlier?" Lin Yun asked because he could faintly sense another aura, to which the profound wither great saint replied by nodding his head. Senior, I have a painting that I'd like you to take a look at. Lin Yun took out the rose painting from his interspatial pouch and asked, I want to ask if this is the life-death painting. This isn't the life-death painting. It was a painting that my master created in the later part of his life, and there are 3 sword techniques hidden within it. They're called Dustlight, Carefree, and 9 Firmament. Your attainment in spiritual runes isn't high enough, so you can't comprehend the profundity, explained the profound wither great saint. This painting and the flower burial sword were placed in my master's tomb with his clothes. The tomb with his clothes? Lin Yun asked in a surprised tone. My master had 3 powerful treasures when he was alive: the life-death painting, heavenly dragon bone, and the heaven summoning talisman. The first one contains his comprehension of life-death Tao and was constructed with divine runes. It was a treasure that my master had refined himself. As for the other 2, they have a long history, but they are also what other people want the most. The profound wither great saint sighed. But it's a pity that I have no idea where they are. My master left the 3 treasures in his real tomb, waiting for his successor. But there are too many people eyeing his treasures, so my master created 9 tombs that only contain his clothes, aside from his real tomb. At this moment, Lin Yun finally knew what was going on. One day, you will have an opportunity to enter Master's tomb. Remember to let Master and his wife rest in peace, said the profound wither great saint as his body gradually became transparent. Senior, Lin Yun yelled. As the profound wither great saint gradually began to disappear, he still wore a smile on his face. Good child. You don't have to feel sad for me because I'm happy that I can see the flower burial sword before my death. I cultivated the life-death Tao, so I naturally saw through life and death. It's just a reincarnation cycle. Senior, Lin Yun yelled out in a sorrowful voice with his eyes becoming watery. They had just known each other for barely a day, but he couldn't see him now. This outcome was tough for him to accept. Lin Yun, what he said is right. You don't have to feel sad for him because he has fulfilled his last wish of finding a successor to his great saint origin. Lil Purple's voice resounded and continued. You should undo the first seal and reach the Elysium core realm before working hard to refine it entirely. Lil Purple flew out from his sword box with a stone tablet in her hand. It was the stone tablet that they swiped from Yun. The flow of time here is different from the outside world. A month here is equivalent to 3 days in the outside world. Lil Purple looked around before she muttered. The 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda is still pretty suitable for cultivation even after losing the profound amber. But it's a pity that we can't bring it with us. Then again, time-space law requires an astronomical sum of resources, so it's useless for you to take it with you. 1 month here is equivalent to 3 days outside? Lin Yun asked. That's right. There are still many Saint Elixir essences here, so this place is absolutely suitable to make a breakthrough, said Lil Purple. Lin Yun nodded his head and looked at the stone tablet before he continued. Are you done investigating the stone tablet? Why do I need to investigate? Lil Purple replied in disdain. I was born before heaven and I'm 18 years old, 1 year for each era. How can there be any ancient runes that I don't recognize? So, what's written on it? Lin Yun asked, ignoring Lil Purple's boast. You're pretty lucky. This stone tablet has the Elysium core realm and Dragon Pulse realm portion of the divine sun-chasing art recorded on it, along with how to manifest the Golden Crow Wings secret technique. But that's not the most important thing about this tablet. Lil Purple kept Lin Yun in suspense as she handed the stone tablet over. I've already broken the restriction, so you can crush it and take a look. It'll depend on your luck to see if you get an Origin Saint rune or an Origin Divine rune. Taking the stone tablet, Lin Yun took a deep breath before he crushed it. When the stone tablet crumbled, a golden plume feather appeared from it. Seeing the feather, Lil Purple and Lin Yun were briefly disappointed before their eyes lit up, because there was an Origin Saint rune engraved on it that was emitting a blazing light. The Golden Crow Plume Feather. Lil Purple rejoiced. It's actually the Golden Crow Plume Feather. You can use it as a foundation to manifest the real golden crow wings. You're already very lucky, even if it's not a divine rune. TSK, TSK. A golden crow plume feather with an Origin Saint rune engraved on it. It's something that even I didn't foresee. When the pair of wings unfolded behind Lin Yun, a complete Origin Saint rune also entered the golden pellet in his violet palace. In the next second, the golden pellet began to shine brightly. As the golden pellet revolved, it began to grow in size little by little, and all the boundless astral energy in his violet palace also shrank into droplets of golden liquid. Just like that, golden rain drizzled down in his violet palace and instantly formed into an ocean beneath the divine astral flower. When his astral energy began to manifest into a golden ocean, the golden pellet above the divine astral flower transformed into a core, and Lin Yun had finally reached the Elysium core realm. In the Empyrean realm, the origin energy would turn into liquid when it transformed into astral energy. It was the same process, it's just that the liquid was gold. The golden ocean looked like a huge patch of golden barren land and looked like it was eternal, without a single ripple on the surface. In reality, it was impossible to shake, and it was tough to even create a ripple. This was the difference between the Elysium core realm and the Empyrean realm. After reaching the Elysium core realm, one's astral energy would undergo a transformation and become even more condensed. The Elysium core hovering above was like a mountain suppressing the whole ocean, and only the Elysium core could move this golden ocean manifested with astral energy. The size of the ocean for ordinary Elysium core realm cultivators would only be 10 feet at most, and 100 feet for geniuses. Only transcendents could exceed over 100 feet, but 300 or 400 feet would be their limit. Not many people could be like Lin Yun, who reached 1,000 feet the moment he reached the Elysium core realm. The size of the ocean meant that the amount of astral energy he could contain was a lot higher than other Elysium core realm experts, and this meant that he would be able to last longer in battle, unleashing more powerful moves during the battle. Lin Yun was happy. His mind sank into the Elysium core on the divine astral flower. The Elysium core wasn't huge and was the size of half an infant's fist. On the surface of the Elysium core, there was a silver saint rune. When the light shone brightly, a dazzling light emitted from the Elysium core. That was roughly the effect that came from the golden crow saint rune. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, his gaze fell onto Lil Purple and squeezed out a smile. "Empress, I've succeeded." "Humph, not bad," replied Lil Purple. With a single thought, a pair of golden wings unfolded behind him, causing the surrounding space to distort. In the next second, he had already appeared behind Lil Purple. So fast. Lil Purple was shocked because the divine sun-chasing art was a famous movement technique in the ancient era. The higher one's cultivation, the more powerful it would be. As the pair of golden crow wings folded before him, it formed into a barrier and sparks flew when they clashed together. Every single feather was comparable to a saint artifact, sharp and enveloped in ancient sacred light. When Lil Purple saw this, it made Lin Yun look like an ancient deity, extraordinary and majestic. Stowing the golden crow wings back into his body, Lin Yun was inwardly excited because the pair of wings were too powerful. Furthermore, he could control them like his arms. It was completely different from how he manifested a pair of wings with his astral energy in the past. "You don't seem emotional at all," smiled Lin Yun. "Humph." Lil Purple snorted. She naturally wouldn't say how nervous she was earlier. "Can I practice the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon now?" If Lin Yun remembered correctly, Lil Purple said he could start cultivating it after reaching the Elysium core realm. The Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon was divided into the Divine Dragon Sword Score, Godly Phoenix Sword Score, and the Dragon Phoenix Sword Score. Lin Yun had grasped the dancing Indigo Phoenix song from the Dragon Phoenix Sword Score, and he was only lacking in the realm. Now that he had reached the Elysium core realm, nothing could stop him. Truth be told, the Iris Sword Sutra was already lacking behind when he reached the Empyrean realm. "Sure, but this place doesn't look like it will last much longer," said Lil Purple while she looked around. "How long will this place last?" Lin Yun quickly asked. This place was simply a holy land because the flow of time was different. so he naturally wanted to make use of it as much as possible. Roughly half a month, I guess? Lil Purple counted with her fingers before scratching her head. This Empress doesn't know about the exact time. Half a month should be enough. Lin Yun pondered before his gaze fell onto Su Ziao and the rest. Why aren't they awake? They're fine, right? They're great, said Lil Purple. When the herbal field was destroyed earlier, they had devoured half of the remaining essence. The old geezer was kind and even used life-death sacred light to protect them even though he wasn't able to remain for much longer. He ensured that they wouldn't be blown apart from the immense herbal essences in their bodies. That's good, then. Lin Yun glanced and saw that Lil Red was amongst them, standing on one foot, looking pretty adorable. But since this had involved the profound Wither Great Saint, this stirred Lin Yun's emotions once more. A person who was dying persuaded him not to be sad, and he had felt too much warmth from the profound Wither Great Saint. Senior Sister Yi seems to be different now. Lin Yun was surprised as he looked at Yi Xiling. Yi Xiling had snow flowers dancing around her, and each flower contained a terrifying power. Furthermore, she also had lightning flickering across her body that looked like a divine dragon. The most bizarre thing was that as the divine dragon moved, the surrounding snow flowers seemed to sway with it. The two had reached a bizarre balance, as if they were one entity right from the start. At the same time, Yi Xiling was emitting an invisible sword aura that even made Lin Yun shocked. It was something that had far exceeded the limit of Sky Sword intent. This is her fortune, said Lil Purple. After a brief pondering, Lin Yun withdrew his gaze. Earlier, when I was sealing the Great Saint origin, I seemed to. But before he could finish, Lil Purple threw him a gaze that meant that he had to stop asking. As the two had a great rapport, Lin Yun naturally swallowed the words that he was about to say. It looked like someone had really come. The profound Wither Great Saint didn't say who it was, and Lil Purple didn't dare to tell him. This couldn't help making Lin Yun curious about who it was. Although he was curious, he naturally couldn't guess who it was, even if he managed to break his head thinking about it. He would definitely not be able to connect it with Yu Qingfeng. Lend the divine indigo jade bamboo flute to this Empress. Lil Purple asked for the flute and continued. We don't have much time left. We only have 15 days, and time is too short for you to learn the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon. So let me help you. Not long later, flute music resounded as Lil Purple blew the flute while sitting on the snow-heat blade. As her hair began to scatter about, it became snow-white with her eyes flickering, making her look like a goddess as she emitted an ethereal temperament. As the music resounded, Lin Yun could hear the immense Tao that was contained within the music. Lin Yun quickly sat down and took out 9 saint elixirs, allowing them to hover around him. As the flute music resounded, Lin Yun's mind soon sank into it and was shocked to discover that the music could guide the circulation of his astral energy. At the same time, the Dragon Phoenix sword score that was hard to comprehend earlier suddenly became easy for him. Suddenly, Lin Yun opened his eyes and saw the golden and crimson runes on his forehead glowing. At this moment, he knew that Lil Purple had activated the 2 origin divine runes, and he knew that there was a cost for her to do it. As Lil Purple raised her head, she bumped gazes with Lin Yun. At this moment, they merely conversed through their eyes, and they understood what the other was trying to say. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun closed his eyes and began to circulate the Divine Dragon Sword Score and Godly Phoenix Sword Score. As ripples spread out over the golden ocean, his boundless astral energy began to course through his veins in a complex pattern, following the Dragon Phoenix Sword Score. Many meridians that he didn't pay attention to were opened by his astral energy. 3 days later, Lin Yun practically consumed 1 saint elixir a day while practicing the Dragon Phoenix Sword Sutra, gradually allowing him to go on the right path. At the same time, a golden mist began to emit from his body that manifested into a dragon and a phoenix. As they intertwined, they formed into a boundless sword aura. Just like that, 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yun had already consumed all 9 saint elixirs and had no choice but to use the dragon origin pellet that was given to him by Feng Ju. At the same time, He had also exhausted nearly all his divine astral pellets and true dragon Saint Liquid to bring the divine dragon sword score and godly phoenix sword score to the first level. Although he had only reached the initial phase and still needed an astronomical sum of resources to reach the complete first level, the outlines of a divine dragon and a godly phoenix had gradually formed above the golden ocean. Aside from that, there was also a faint golden mist above the golden ocean. The astral energy contained within the mist was terrifying. At the very least, it had reached a height that shocked Lin Yun. This was the Dragon Phoenix Sword Aura? In just 13 days, Lin Yun had circulated 108 cycles of the Dragon Phoenix Sword score. Many times, the divine dragon and godly phoenix shattered into pieces, but he ultimately succeeded. Not only did he have to exhaust all his mental energy, but he also needed to bear great pain after going through so many cycles. But even so, he still lacked one last step, which was to fuse the divine dragon and godly phoenix together. But he had already reached his limit after he had already exhausted all his resources. A long time later, Lin Yun opened his eyes and flicked his finger, filling his entire body with the golden mist before it gathered on his fingertip. As a sword aura exploded from his body, a sword vibration made all of heaven and earth tremble. When he shot a powerful sword ray from his finger, it instantly tore the space ahead of him apart. The space ahead was like an iceberg with cracks spreading out, torn apart by the sword aura. The Dragon Phoenix Sword Aura, Lin Yun muttered and was shocked. He had yet to fully succeed in the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon, and the Dragon Phoenix Sword Aura manifested by his astral energy was pitifully small. But even so, the terrifying power was shocking. When the flute music stopped, Lin Yun's mind sank and the golden crow wings unfolded behind him. With a flash, he grabbed Lil Purple, who fell from the snow he'd blade, into his embrace. Looking at her pale face, Lin Yun couldn't blame her at all because she did it all for him. "Don't do this again in the future," said Lin Yun while feeling his heart aching. "What if I do this again?" Lil Purple refuted. "Didn't we come to an agreement that you're not allowed to use the divine runes again? You promised me." Lin Yun questioned in a solemn tone. "Yes, this Empress promised you." Lil Purple's face was pale as she gritted her teeth. "But so what? Everyone says that you'll be killed by Qinsong, so do you want me to see you being killed by them? Do you think you're really strong? You have no idea how strong Qinsong is because he has cultivated the Golden Dragon Aura. I just didn't tell you how strong he is." Lin Yun was stumped when he heard that because he really didn't know. "You're the first person this Empress saw after 100,000 years, and you promised that the three of us will always be together." Lil Purple's eyes welled up in tears as her face became even paler. Her voice began to sob while she continued. "What if he really kills you? What should this Empress do? You're not allowed to blame me because I will do it again in the future." Lil Purple might seem like she never takes things seriously, likes to boast, and is vicious with her words, but she wouldn't listen to anyone when she becomes stubborn. Hearing what Lil Purple said, Lin Yun was speechless and had no idea what to say. What did he do that he deserves a phoenix to cry for him? At the same time, he made a promise to himself that he would not let Lil Purple suffer any grievance in the future. If anyone wanted to harm her, then they would have to pass through his corpse. What's going on? What happened earlier? Jiang Liken was the first to recover from the restriction. As he rubbed his neck, he could feel a sore ache coming from his neck that made his entire body stiff. "Go back and rest," said Lin Yun. "Okay." Lil Purple nodded as she returned to the sword box. The golden crow plume feather. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts as he grabbed the plume feather. The weight had far exceeded his imagination, and it was even heavier than the lightning shadow sword. One must know that the lightning shadow sword was close to 100 cauldrons in weight. If he triggered the divine rune, the weight of it would increase as the power increased. After all, one could imagine how powerful the lightning shadow sword was when he nearly severed Qinsong's arm. It might seem like boasting, but Lin Yun already possessed 100 cauldrons of strength. Then again, being able to unleash an explosive power of 100 cauldrons and lifting 100 cauldrons were two different concepts. At the very least, one needed at least 1,000 cauldrons to lift 100 cauldrons worth of weight. But if one's physique wasn't strong enough, they could circulate their astral energy to do so. Otherwise, those cultivators who didn't temper their bodies wouldn't even be able to lift a saint artifact. But what Lin Yun was shocked about was that the golden crow plume feather was smaller than the lightning shadow sword, but it was a lot heavier in comparison. The golden crow plume feather was where the essence of the body lies, like a dragon's true bone. Not all of a dragon's bones can be called the true bone. Only the bone before the chest could be called the true bone that can give birth to the origin Saint Rune. Lil Purple explained, seeing that Lin Yun didn't seem to understand the golden crow plume feather. While playing with the golden crow plume feather in his hand, he sensed a sharp, piercing aura that was comparable to his firmament sword intent, and it felt natural. If one activated it with astral energy or sword intent, it could be considered a powerful treasure. How do you refine this? My firmament sword intent can't leave behind any marks, asked Lin Yun. You're really stupid. Don't tell me that you're going to eat it. You think refining the golden crow plume feather is the same as refining saint elixirs? Lil Purple said in disdain. Lin Yun wore an awkward expression when she said that, since he had no experience. Let me give you the Elysium core realm portion of the divine sun-chasing art, said Lil Purple as she placed her finger before Lin Yun's forehead. When Lin Yun closed his eyes, a surge of boundless information poured into his mind. The Elysium core realm portion was the true beginning of the divine sun-chasing art. The Violet Palace realm and Heavenly Soul realm portions were just entry-level. The Violet Palace realm and Heavenly Soul realm portions were considered the foundation before cultivating the Golden Crow seal to manifest the Golden Crow wings. A brief moment later, Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes. Understood? Lil Purple asked. Nodding his head, Lin Yun circulated the Golden Crow seal and allowed the Golden Crow plume feather to hover before him. As he squeezed a droplet of his blood essence from his finger, the blood essence fell onto the Golden Crow plume feather. Since he had the innate Azure Dragon Saint physique, his blood was glowing with a faint golden light that made it look extraordinary. When the blood fell onto the Golden Crow plume feather and fused into it, fluctuations spread throughout the surrounding space. Some time later, surges of a terrifying aura were being emitted from the Golden Crow plume feather. Empress, how long do I have to last? Lin Yun asked in a feeble voice with his face pale. The blood wasn't a mere droplet of blood, but a droplet of blood from his heart, and every single droplet contained his essence. So every droplet of it represented boundless vitality. Almost there, Lil Purple replied because that was the only way she should answer. But the moment she finished, the Golden Crow plume feather began to melt into a golden liquid. The liquid was like molten magma at a high temperature and emitted a devastating pressure. Back off. Lil Purple pulled Lin Yun and retreated 10 odd steps. As the golden liquid turned into a golden flaming ball, a dazzling light shone like a bright sun in this space. Oh my God! Lin Yun could sense the terrifying aura being emitted from the sun, and he could also sense the vitality coming from the sun. This made him wonder if the Golden Crow would come to life. Now! Lil Purple yelled. Remember, when you refine it, you have to unlock the first seal. Not only do you have to imprint the Golden Crow Saint Rune on your Elysium core, you also have to manifest the Golden Crow Divine Wings. This means that you have to multitask, and this is a challenge. But there's no better alternative. If Lin Yun had another Origin Saint Rune, then he wouldn't have to take the risk to multitask. But he didn't have a choice right now. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun circulated the divine sun-chasing art with his astral energy, forming the Golden Crow seal with his left hand while reaching out with his right hand to walk forth. As he circulated the divine sun-chasing art, Lin Yun began to emit astral light from his body, basking him in a bright glow that made him look ethereal. Assimilate. After Lin Yun got close, he tugged with his right hand and the golden sun entered his body. The blazing energy was like a flaming dragon made of golden magma as it filled his body. Lin Yun had no expression on his face as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. When a golden light shone out from his pores, he felt as though his physique was about to be blown apart. When the golden sun entered his body, Lin Yun sat down and placed both of his hands on his knees. With a single thought, Lin Yun undid the first layer of the restriction on the profound wither key. In a split second, Lin Yun's heart blazed with his blood boiling. His body also began to emit a golden glow as every single strand of his hair and all of his blood became golden. Lin Yun, quick! Circulate your astral energy to refine this energy. Lil Purple's voice nervously resounded. Even if it was the first layer of restriction, just 1,000th of the Great Saint Origin's power was really terrifying. When the restriction to the profound wither key loosened, a hole tore open in Lin Yun's heart. Whenever his heart throbbed, a powerful energy would gush forth and flow throughout his body, flowing towards every single cell. As the astral energy circulated, the power of the Great Saint Origin began to grow within his meridians. Just like that, Lin Yun's cultivation was swiftly improving. Under this terrifying energy, the 10 saint elixirs that Lin Yun had prepared were of no use. When Lin Yun controlled his breathing to circulate his astral energy, he controlled the magma towards the golden crow seal. At the same time, he also had to extract the origin saint rune, and this meant that he had to focus on 3 tasks. For hours later, Lin Yun's cultivation reached the peak of Quasi-Elysium core realm, and the astral energies in his aura ocean had reached an unprecedented height. The 49 demonic astral flowers in his aura ocean also began to shine brightly as they began to devour the Great Saint Origin's power. As time gradually passed, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yun's innate Azure Dragon Saint physique was constantly growing stronger as the golden magma, even dyed his bones gold and purple dragon runes, could be seen flickering on the surface of his body. While receiving the baptism of the Great Saint Origin, Lin Yun's cultivation was improving and his innate Azure Dragon Saint physique was also getting stronger. But Lin Yun felt that something was lacking, like a painting needing a final touch. If he couldn't find this final touch, then he would leave regrets behind, even if he reached the Elysium core realm. So he began to become anxious as he wondered what was lacking. Suddenly, Lin Yun thought about the 7 flowers convergence. He had achieved the 7 flowers convergence when he was in the heavenly soul realm, allowing him to have a powerful foundation compared to other Empyreans. Now that he was about to reach the Elysium core realm, the demonic astral flowers also needed to take a step further, or he wouldn't be able to make the breakthrough. The demonic astral flowers need to take a step further or all my effort in the heavenly soul realm will be in vain. Lin Yun gritted his teeth and forcibly suppressed his aura from making a breakthrough. Just like that, 3 days had passed and Lin Yun's physique reached a limit. He also began to hover in the sky without anyone knowing, with rings of golden light blooming behind him. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed from Lin Yun's body with countless flower petals flying out. The 49 demonic astral flowers in his aura ocean have shattered at the same time, with a domineering power surging out. As a sacred song suddenly resounded throughout the surroundings, it felt as though someone had broken through the boundary and achieved eternity. In the next moment, the spiritual energy in the surroundings swept over and devoured all the petals. As the demonic astral flowers began to disappear from Lin Yun's aura ocean, they regathered in his violet palace and formed into a golden flower with 49 petals. The divine astral flower, Lil Purple exclaimed. She couldn't believe that Lin Yun actually managed to allow the demonic astral flowers to transform into the divine astral flower at the Quasi-Elysium core realm. But it was still lacking because he didn't imprint a divine rune on it. Even so, it was still shocking enough. After the divine astral flower was formed, it would only refine and strengthen his astral energy. It could also strengthen his physique. An hour later, boundless astral energy charged from his violet palace and formed into a golden pellet. When the golden pellet was formed, Lin Yun could sense his sword intent, martial comprehension, and all his cultivation techniques flowing towards the golden pellet. When the Elysium core was formed, Lil Purple's breathing became nervously hurried. She yelled, "Lin Yun, the Origin Saint Rune. Don't forget the Origin Saint Rune. If the Elysium core was fixed, then it would be too late." Lin Yun had beads of sweat rolling down from his forehead as heat waves exploded from his body. He was trying his best to control the golden crow seal. If he couldn't manifest the golden crow divine wings, then he wouldn't be able to extract the Origin Saint Rune. Inwardly letting out a roar, Lin Yun decided to take a risk and all his clothes disappeared. As golden light wriggled on his back, the golden pellet above the divine astral flower in his violet palace was still devouring all his martial comprehension and the astral energy in his aura ocean. Lin Yun could sense that even his soul was about to be sucked in, and the immense pain nearly made him collapse. About half an incense's time later, Lin Yun let out a roar to vent out all the pain that he had been bearing. At the same time, a pair of golden wings flickering with a metallic luster and began to grow from his back. In the next moment, the pair of golden wings had grown to nearly 20 meters in length, overshadowing all the light in the world when it appeared. Finally, Lil Purple let out a breath of relief. She was so nervous earlier, it was as though she was the one in Lin Yun's position.